Private Percy Blakeney awoke to the sound of birds singing. It had been ages since he'd heard anything like that. The constant artillery barrages usually drowned out all other noise. For a moment he simply lay there, soaking in the profound quiet. It felt strange, though, to be resting on cool, damp grass that smelled sweet and earthy instead of the rough canvas of his bedroll. His mind, still fuzzy from the concussion of the last shell blast, tried to make sense of it. The air here was clean, no lingering sense of cordite, scorched metal, seared flesh, or the sour sweat of exhausted men. A part of him wondered if this was death. The bombardment had been horrific. If this quiet glade was heaven, it was a welcome relief from the hell of screaming metal and churned mud. If it wasn't heaven, then surely his sergeant would come along any second to boot him awake, inspect him, and send him off to the mess for a mug of weak tea and a stale biscuit. But no sergeant appeared. There was only the bird-song and the gentle rustle of leaves overhead. As the first hints of dawn lightened the sky, a new question surfaced in his thoughts. What trees? When was the last time he had seen a tree that still looked like a tree, whole, leafy, not shattered into jagged splinters by shellfire? Yet here they stood, countless trunks rising around him, a whole forest untouched. Percy was a practical soul, not given to flights of fancy. In this odd dream he resolved not to fret over the trees. After all, trees had never tried to kill him. He drifted off and must have slept for some time. When his eyes opened again, the world was bathed in full morning light, and a fierce thirst clawed at his throat. Daylight? Yes, but where? France, it had to be. The shell that had knocked him senseless couldn't have carried him far. Yet this was a stretch of woods where no woods should be, and the air was empty of the familiar soundtrack of France, the relentless cannon thunder, the distant cries of men. It was a puzzle wrapped in silence, broken only by the calls of unseen birds. Percy was parched, dying for a swallow of water. He gathered his few belongings into what was left of his kit bag, moving through that eerie, bird-filled quiet, and a line from the old song drifted into his mind. What was the use of worrying? It truly wasn't worth the trouble. Not after watching men vanish like morning mist. Pushing himself up, a familiar deep ache pulsed in his left leg, a souvenir from a wound that hadn't earned him a ticket home, just a transfer to a softer job with the camouflage unit, and a dented paint box in his pack. The pain was proof enough this wasn't a dream, but he certainly wasn't where he'd been. Picking a path through the trees toward what looked like an opening, a cold, sharp thought crystallized in his mind. Why had they sung? Were they all insane? What in God's name did they think they were doing out there, with limbs scattered and men dissolving into pink fog? And they had sung what utter bloody fools they'd been. About 30 minutes later, Private Percy descended a gentle slope into a shallow valley where a stream trickled. The water tasted a bit off, mineral and strange, but in that moment he would have gladly shared a horse trough. He trailed the stream until it fed into a river, still narrow but promising. Percy, a country boy at heart, knew just where to look. Under the overhanging bank he found crayfish. In no time a small fire was crackling, and he was roasting his catch on a green stick. He'd never seen crayfish so large or so plentiful. He ate until his stomach protested, tearing into the steaming meat with his fingers. A wild thought struck him. Maybe he really had died, and this was heaven. If so, it suited him just fine. Lord knows he'd seen enough of the other place to last an eternity. That night he made his bed in a riverside clearing, using his kit bag as a pillow. As stars emerged overhead, brighter and more numerous than he'd ever seen, Percy found himself softly humming, "Pack up your troubles in your old kit bag." He trailed off before the end, slipping into a deep and peaceful sleep. When morning sun warmed his face, he stirred, sat up, and went perfectly still. A row of calm, watching faces gazed back at him. A dozen creatures stood there, studying him. What were they? They had a bear-like bulk, but not a bear's snout. A hint of monkey in the face, but broader and heavier. They simply watched, placid and curious. They couldn't possibly be French, could he? He gave it a try anyway. Parlez-vous français? They stared, uncomprehending. In the stretching silence, feeling he ought to offer something more, Percy cleared his throat and launched into a full rendition of "Pack Up Your Troubles." The creatures listened with what seemed like rapt fascination until the last note. They glanced at one another, communicating without words. Then, as if by some silent agreement, one stepped forward and sang the song right back to him, every note perfectly matched. Private Percy could only listen in stunned disbelief. And a century later, the prairie stretched out, flat and lush and green, dotted with clusters of oak trees. The sky overhead was a flawless postcard blue. On the horizon, a dark, shifting mass moved like a living shadow. A vast herd migrating. A soft sigh seemed to pass through the air, a collective exhalation. A nearby observer might have felt the faintest whisper of a breeze. And there on the grass lay a young woman. Her name was Maria Valienté. She wore her favourite pink Angora sweater. She was only 15 years old. She was pregnant and her baby was coming. The agony of labour surged through Maria's slight frame. Just moments before, her fear had been divided between the ordeal of childbirth and the lingering sting of Sister Stephanie's rebuke, the nun having confiscated her only memento of her mother, a simple monkey bracelet deemed a sinful trinket. Now, nothing was as it should be. Instead of a yellowed ceiling, there was only vast open sky. Beneath her was not threadbare carpet, but cool, unfamiliar grass. Panic clawed at her. This wasn't the clinic in Madison. How had she even gotten here? The questions were swept away by another crushing wave of pain. She was utterly alone, with no one, not even the stern sister, to aid her. Screaming into the void, she pushed with all her remaining strength. Her son slipped onto the damp earth. Through the haze, Maria remembered to wait, and soon the afterbirth followed. Leaving a warm, chaotic mess, the infant, he, opened his tiny mouth and released a frail, reedy cry. Then, from a great distance, came a deep, rumbling roar, more wild animal than storm. A lion, fresh terror, ripped a second scream from Maria's throat. It was severed instantly, as if by a thrown switch. Maria vanished. The newborn was left in sudden solitude, accompanied only by the cosmos itself, which flooded in and spoke to him in countless whispering tongues, and beneath that chorus a profound, enveloping silence. His cries softened into a quiet gurgle. The silence was not empty. It was a presence, a gentle exhalation of the universe. Then, as suddenly as she had left, Maria was back on the grassy plain, the blue sky overhead. She pushed herself up, her face ashen from blood loss, her eyes wild with confusion and relief. Her baby was there. She gathered him, and the afterbirth, the cord still untied, wrapping him clumsily in her soft Angora sweater to cradle against her chest. His tiny face was preternaturally serene, as if he had just returned from a distant journey. "Joshua," she whispered, her voice trembling with exhausted conviction. "Your name is Joshua Valienté." A faint pop, like a bubble bursting, and they were gone. The plain held only the drying evidence of the birth. The scent, however, would not go unnoticed for long. Meanwhile, in a reality separated by the merest sliver of possibility, a vastly different North America cupped an immense inland sea of salt water, cloudy and thick with microscopic life. Every cell, every drifting spore, was part of one colossal distributed consciousness. Beneath a perpetually overcast sky, the entire restless sea trembled with a singular nascent thought. A second thought, ponderous and slow, followed. To what purpose? The bench beside the sleek, modern beverage dispenser was almost sinfully comfortable. Joshua Valienté had grown unaccustomed to such softness, to the muffled, insulated quiet imposed by plush carpets and climate-controlled air. A stack of glossy magazines sat nearby, but Joshua had never had much use for slick, heavy paper. Books were different, especially paperbacks. They were practical, portable, and when you were done, the pages could always serve another purpose. In idle moments, he usually listened to the silence. Here in this polished building, it was just a faint whisper, nearly drowned out by the relentless hum of the ordinary world. Did the people working here even hear the constant din, the groan of air handlers, the whir of computer fans, the indistinct murmur of dozens of simultaneous conversations, the persistent muffled ringing of desk phones, followed by the same rehearsed message about being unavailable? This was the office of the Trans-Earth Institute, a subsidiary of the monolithic Black Corporation. The space was all anonymous plasterboard and chrome, dominated by a massive logo of a chess knight. None of this was Joshua's world. Frankly, he didn't have a world to call his own. He had all of them. The endless chain of the long Earth, more Earths than any mind could truly fathom. All you had to do was take a single step sideways, and another into infinity. This was a constant frustration for scholars like Professor Watton Ulm of Oxford University. All these parallel Earths, he explained to the BBC, are virtually identical in every major way, with one glaring exception: they're devoid of human life. Oh, they're teeming with ecosystems, vast, shadowy forests and treacherous, sucking swamps. But people, not a soul. Our own world is packed to the brim, yet the long earth is a void. It's rather poor luck for a figure like Adolf Hitler, who hasn't managed to win his war on a single one of them. It's nearly impossible for scientists to discuss the long earth without descending into jargon about M-brain manifolds and quantum multiverses. Consider this. Maybe the universe splits every time a bird takes flight, creating countless new branches each moment. That's what the math suggests. But these aren't separate realities you can visit. The quantum states overlap, like harmonies on a single cello string. Yet perhaps there are pivotal instants when a continent shifts, a star explodes, or a profound trust is shattered, that allow a distinct, experiential reality to braid itself into being. Maybe these braids then gather through some unseen dimension, drawn together by their similarities, forming a self-organizing chain of worlds. Or perhaps it's all nonsense. Maybe it's just a grand, shared dream of humanity. The honest truth is, we're as bewildered by this phenomenon as a medieval poet would be if handed a telescope pointed at a distant galaxy. Even our language for describing it is likely as flawed as the simple analogy most folks prefer. Picturing the long earth as a colossal deck of cards, each card a complete earth stacked in some higher dimensional space. And, most crucially for the average person, the long earth is accessible. Nearly anyone can step up and down the deck, punching through the cards themselves. People are flooding into all that space. It's inevitable. It's a primal drive. We plains apes still fear the predator in the night. If we scatter, he can't catch us all. It's utterly maddening. None of it fits neatly into our models. And why has this incredible deck been dealt to humanity now, precisely when we're most desperate for room? But then, science is just a long chain of questions leading to more questions, which is fortunate, or it would be a terribly dull profession, wouldn't it? Whatever the answers may be, trust me, everything for humanity is shifting. Was that sufficient, Jocasta? Some fool kept clicking a pen during my bit about the poet. Joshua grasped that Transearth's entire purpose was to capitalize on this upheaval. That was undoubtedly why he'd been essentially kidnapped and brought here from a distant world. Finally, the door swung open. A young woman entered, cradling a laptop as slim as a piece of parchment. Joshua owned a similar, though much bulkier and outdated machine back home, mostly used for looking up which mushrooms weren't poisonous. "Mr. Valienté, thank you for coming. I'm Selina Jones. Welcome to the Transearth Institute." She was undoubtedly attractive, he noted. Joshua appreciated women, he recalled his handful of brief romances fondly, but his experience was limited, and he often felt clumsy in conversation. "Welcome. I wasn't given an option. You tracked down my private mailbox. That means you're with the government. Actually, you're mistaken. We do contract work for various agencies, but we are not the government. Are you even legal?" She offered a faint apologetic smile. "Lobsang located your mailbox code. And who is Lobsang?" "I am," stated the beverage machine against the wall. "You're a soda machine," Joshua replied flatly. "An erroneous assumption, though I could indeed dispense your selected beverage in approximately 3 seconds," the machine responded. "It says, Coca-Cola, right on your front. You must pardon my sense of humour. For the record, had you inserted $1 in anticipation of a carbonated beverage, I would have promptly refunded it or provided the drink." Joshua wrestled to process the absurdity. "Lobsang, what's your last name?" "I do not possess one." In old Tibet, only the aristocracy and living Buddhas carried family names. "Joshua, I have no such claim to make." "Are you some kind of computer?" "What makes you ask that?" "Because I'm absolutely certain there isn't a person in there, and you have a strange way of speaking. Mr. Valienté, my vocabulary and diction are superior to anyone in your acquaintance. And I am not, strictly speaking, inside the beverage dispenser. Not entirely, at least." "Stop tormenting the man, Lobsang," Selina interjected, turning to Joshua. "Mr. Valienté, I realize you were absent when Lobsang first became known to the world. He is one of a kind. Physically, he is a machine, but he was formerly, how should I phrase this, a motorcycle mechanic from Tibet. So, how did he go from Tibet to being inside a soda machine?" "That is a rather lengthy tale, Mr. Valienté. Had Joshua not been gone for so long, he would have been familiar with Lobsang's story. This was the first machine to ever persuade a court of its humanity. Naturally," Selina continued, "other advanced machines had attempted it before. If they remain in another room and communicate through a speaker, they can sound as human as some of the dullards you encounter. But that proves nothing legally." Lobsang took a different approach. He didn't argue he was a thinking machine. He didn't seek rights on that basis. He claimed he was a deceased Tibetan. She leaned forward slightly. "Well, Joshua," he had them cornered. Reincarnation remains a foundational belief for much of the world. Lobsang simply stated he had been reborn as a computer program. As entered into evidence, I can show you the records, the relevant software activated at the exact microsecond a motorcycle mechanic from Lhasa with a truly unpronounceable name passed away. To a disembodied soul, it seems 20,000 teraflops of processing power on a gel substrate looks no different than a few pounds of wet brain matter. Several expert witnesses testified to the uncanny accuracy of Lobsang's sudden memories from that prior life. I even watched a small, lean old man with a face like a wrinkled peach, a distant cousin of the mechanic, chat happily with Lobsang for hours, recalling the old days in Lhasa. It was a delightful afternoon. Why? Joshua pressed. What did he stand to gain from it? I'm right here, Lobsang's voice chimed in. He isn't a piece of furniture, you realize. My apologies. What did I gain? Citizenship, legal protections, the right to hold property. And turning you off would be murder. It would, also, incidentally, physically impossible. But let's not delve into the technicalities. So the court agreed you're human. There has never actually been a legal definition of human, you know. And now you're with Trans-Earth. I'm a part owner, Douglas Black. The founder didn't hesitate to offer me a partnership. Not just for my notoriety, though he is drawn to that sort of spectacle, but for my transhuman intellect. Really. Selina steered the conversation back. Let's return to the matter at hand. You were quite difficult to locate, Mr. Valienté. Joshua looked at her and mentally resolved to be even harder to find in the future. Your visits to Earth are rare these days. I'm always on an Earth. You know what I mean? This one, said Selina. Datum Earth, or even one of the closer low Earths. I'm not available for hire, Joshua said quickly, trying to keep any unease from his voice. I work best alone. Well, that's putting it mildly, isn't it? Joshua preferred the solitude of his remote homesteads on Earths far from the datum. Distances most couldn't or wouldn't travel. Even then he was suspicious of company. They say the frontiersman, Daniel Boone, would pack up and leave if he so much as saw smoke from another's chimney compared to Joshua. Boone was a hopeless socialite. But that's precisely what makes you valuable. We know you don't require other people. Selina held up a hand. Oh, you're not antisocial. But consider this before the long Earth. No human in all of history had ever been truly alone. The most isolated sailor always knew there was someone somewhere out there. Even the astronauts who walked on the moon could look back and see the Earth. It was a universal truth that other people were never truly far away. True, but with the steppers, they're just a quick step away. Our primal minds don't grasp that, however. Do you have any idea how many pioneers go out completely alone? Not a clue. Virtually none. To be the solitary consciousness on a whole world, perhaps the only thinking being in existence. 99% of humanity would crack under that pressure. But Joshua had never truly been alone, he reflected. Not with the pervasive silence always present, just beyond the visible sky. As Selina mentioned, that's precisely what makes you valuable, Lobsang stated. That, along with some other attributes we can delve into later. Oh, and the minor detail that we possess a certain leverage regarding your situation. The pieces clicked into place for Joshua. You need me to undertake a journey deep into the long Earth. It's your singular talent, Selina said with a practiced smile. We require you to travel into the high megas, Joshua.
The high megas, a term used by the hardiest pioneers for the distant worlds, largely mythical, lying over 1 million steps from the datum Earth. What's the purpose?
For the purest reason imaginable, Lobsang replied. Simply to see what exists out there. Selina's smile remained. Knowledge of the long Earth is the core commodity of Trans-Earth, Mr. Valienté. Lobsang elaborated further. Think about it, Joshua. Until 15 years ago, humanity possessed one world and fantasized about a handful of others within our solar system, all desolate and prohibitively expensive to reach. Now we hold the key to infinite worlds, and we have scarcely ventured beyond the nearest. This is our opportunity to change that. Our opportunity? Joshua echoed. You're coming along, is that the deal? A computer is hiring me to be its driver. That's essentially correct, Selina confirmed. Joshua's brow furrowed. And this leverage you mentioned, why would I agree? Selina's tone was slick and assured. All in good time. We've done our research, Joshua. Your earliest footprint in any official record is a report by Madison police officer Monica Jansen, filed right after Step Day itself. It concerned the enigmatic boy who returned, leading the other children back. Quite the little guide, weren't you? In another era, you'd have been famous. And Lobsang interjected. In yet another darker era, they might have called you a witch. Joshua sighed inwardly. Would he ever escape the shadow of that day? He never sought to be a hero. He disliked the peculiar, intense way people looked at him. Or any attention at all, really. It was chaos, nothing more, he muttered. How did you uncover all this? Police archives like Jansen's report. The voice from the drinks machine explained, the beautiful thing about law enforcement is their compulsion to document everything, and I adore documentation. Files speak to me. They told me about your mother, for instance. Maria, wasn't it? My mother is private, Joshua. Everyone is a matter of record to me. The files have revealed your entire story, that you might be extraordinary, that you were present on step day. Everyone was present on step day. Yes, but you felt a profound sense of belonging, didn't you, Joshua? For the first time, you felt you were precisely where you were meant to be. Step day. 15 years in the past, Joshua had been only 13. Later, everyone had a story about where they were when the stepping began. Most stories involved sheer pandemonium. At the time, the source of the stepper circuit diagram leaked online was a mystery. But as dusk swept across the globe, children everywhere began assembling the devices, dozens just in the neighborhoods around the home in Madison. Radio Shack stores were stripped bare, the electronics were almost insultingly simple. The potato required at its core seemed absurd, yet it was crucial as the power source. And then there was the switch. The switch was everything. Some kids, in their haste, thought they could bypass it, just twisting wires together. They were the ones whose stories ended in screams. Joshua had assembled his first stepper with deliberate care. He was methodical by nature. As he worked, a strange calm settled over him, a quiet certainty that this box of parts was a doorway he was always meant to open. Joshua was the sort of boy who painted before assembly, meticulously laying out every component in its proper order before beginning anything. He preferred to commence things rather than simply start them. It felt more intentional. Back at the home, whenever he tackled one of the old, worn jigsaw puzzles with missing pieces, he would first sort everything, sky, sea, and edges, before connecting even two parts. If the puzzle was incomplete, he'd retreat to his little workshop afterward, shaping replacement pieces from hoarded scrap wood and painting them so perfectly that no one could tell the puzzle had ever been broken. Sometimes he cooked under Sister Serendipity's watchful eye, gathering every ingredient in advance, preparing each with care, and cleaning as he went. He enjoyed the process and the quiet approval it earned him. That was Joshua's way, deliberate, thorough, prepared. And that was precisely why he wasn't the first kid to step out of the world. He'd not only varnished his stepper box, he'd waited patiently for the varnish to dry. It was also why he would be the first to return without, as some did, wetting his pants or worse. Step day arrived and children began vanishing. One moment they were there, playing with the latest bizarre toy, the next they were gone. Frantic parents searched the neighborhoods, their fear multiplying with each frantic encounter, until terror took hold. The police were called, but to do what? Arrest whom? Search where, amid the chaos? Joshua stepped for the very first time. A heartbeat earlier, he had been in his workshop at the home. Now he stood in a dense, heavy wood, where moonlight struggled to reach the ground. All around he could hear other kids, retching, sobbing for their parents, a few screaming as if injured. He wondered at all the distress. He wasn't nauseated. It was eerie, sure, but the night was warm. He could hear the whine of mosquitoes. The real question was, a warm night where? The crying distracted him. One voice nearby was calling for her mother. It sounded like Sarah, another resident of the home. He called her name. The crying stopped, and her voice came from quite close. Joshua! He thought it through. It had been late evening. Sarah should have been in the girls' dormitory, about 20 yards from his workshop. He hadn't moved yet. He was clearly somewhere else. This wasn't Madison. Madison was full of noise. Cars, planes, lights, but here he stood in a forest straight out of a storybook, without a single streetlight in sight. Yet Sarah was here too, wherever here was. The realization built piece by piece, like one of his incomplete puzzles. Think, don't panic in relation to where you are or were. She'll be where she is or was. You just have to go down the passage to her room. Except here and now, there was no passage, no room. Problem solved, sort of. Because reaching her would mean walking straight through the enormous tree right in front of him. He worked his way around it, pushing through tangled undergrowth, briars and fallen branches in this wildly overgrown wood. "Keep talking," he said. "Don't move. I'm coming, Joshua. Tell you what, sing, keep singing so I can find you in the dark." Joshua clicked on his pocket flashlight. He always carried one at night. Of course he did. He was Joshua. She didn't sing. Instead, she began to pray. Our Father, who art in heaven, he wished just once people would do what he suggested. From the darkness around the forest, other voices joined in. Hallowed be thy name. He clapped his hands sharply and raised his voice. Everybody quiet. I'll get you out. Trust me. He wasn't sure why they should, but the tone of authority worked, and the other voices faded away. Joshua drew a breath and called out, Sarah, you go first, all right? Everyone else moved toward the sound of the prayer. Don't speak, just walk toward the voice. Sarah's voice lifted once more, Our Father, who art in heaven. As he edged forward, arms outstretched, shoving through thorny branches and scrambling over gnarled roots, testing each foothold, he could hear the rustle of movement all around him. More voices called out. Some grumbled about being disoriented, others cursed the dead cell signal. Occasionally he caught the gleam of their phones, tiny screens glowing like distant fireflies. Then there were the sounds of desolate crying, even muffled groans of pain. The prayer concluded with a whispered amen, echoed softly through the trees, and Sarah said, Joshua, I'm done, and I always thought she was the smart one, Joshua mused. Then start over. It took him several minutes to reach her, even though she was only about 50 feet from where the home should have been. But he could see this patch of woods was actually quite narrow. Beyond it, in the pale moonlight, he made out what looked like open fields dotted with wildflowers, reminiscent of the arboretum back home. There was no sign of the home, though, or of Allied Drive. Finally, Sarah stumbled toward him and clung tightly to his arm. Where are we? Someplace else, I suppose. You know, like Narnia. The moonlight revealed the tears, streaking her face and the mess under her nose, and he caught the sour smell of vomit on her nightgown. I never stepped into any wardrobe. He couldn't help but laugh. She stared at him, bewildered, but because he was laughing, a hesitant smile broke through, and then she laughed too. That laughter began to spread through the little clearing as other children drifted toward the glow of his flashlight, and for a brief moment it held the terror at bay. It was one thing to be lost and alone, quite another to be lost in a crowd, and laughing. Someone else grabbed his arm. Josh? Freddie? It was awful. I was in the dark, and I just fell straight down to the ground. Freddie had a stomach bug, Josh remembered. He'd been in the sanatorium on the home's first floor. He must have simply fallen through where the building used to be. Are you hurt? No, Josh. How do we get back? Joshua took Sarah's hand. Sarah, you built a stepper, right? Yes. He glanced at the jumble of parts in her palm. It wasn't in any kind of case, not a shoebox or anything, let alone a purpose-built container like his own. What did you use for the switch? What switch? I just twisted the wires together. Look, the instructions definitely said to use a center-off switch. He very carefully took her device. You always had to be gentle with Sarah. She wasn't a troublemaker, but trouble had a way of finding her. At least there were 3 wires. He traced the crude circuitry by touch. He'd spent hours studying the diagram. He knew it by heart. He separated the wires and placed the tangled mess back into her hands. Listen, when I say go, touch this wire to that one. If you find yourself back in your room, drop the whole thing on the floor and go straight to bed. Okay, sniffling, she asked. What if it doesn't work? Then you'll still be here, and so will I. And that won't be the worst thing, will it? Ready? Let's do a countdown from 10, 9, 8 on 0. She vanished with a soft pop, like a soap bubble bursting. The other children stared at the empty space where she'd been, then turned their wide eyes to Joshua. Some were strangers in the dim light. He couldn't recognize many faces at all. He had no idea how far they'd all wandered in the dark. For a second, he felt like the king of the world. These scared kids would do anything he said. It wasn't a feeling he enjoyed. It felt like a heavy responsibility. He turned to Freddie. Okay, Freddie, you're next. You know Sarah, tell her not to worry. Tell her a bunch of kids are coming home through her bedroom. Tell her Joshua says it's the only way to get them back, and please don't get mad. Now, show me your stepper. One by one, pop after pop, the lost boys and girls disappeared. When the last of those nearby had gone, he could still hear faint voices farther out in the woods, perhaps beyond the tree line. There was nothing more Joshua could do for them. He wasn't certain he'd made the correct choice. Standing in the quiet, he listened beyond the far-off voices. Only the thin whine of mosquitoes broke the silence. Folks said mosquitoes could bleed a horse dry, given enough time. He gripped his meticulously assembled stepper and flicked the switch. In an instant he was back in the home, beside Sarah's bed in her cramped, messy room, just catching the last glimpse of the hysterical girl he'd led back. her back vanishing into the hall. The sharp calls of the sisters shouting his name hit his ears. He hurriedly switched again, returning to the solitary peace of the woods. His woods, the voices were louder now, closer, crying, shrieking, one child asking with absurd politeness, "Pardon me, but could someone please help?" Then the sound of gagging, someone being sick. More newcomers. He wondered, why is everyone ill? Later he'd recalled that as the signature sent of Step Day, everyone had gotten sick, except him. He headed into the darkness, searching for the next crying child. And after that one, there was another. And then one more. A girl who seemed to have broken her arm tumbling from some high floor. And another after her. There was always another kid. The first grey hint of dawn filled the grove with bird song and light. Was it morning back home too? Now, the only human sounds were the sobs of the latest lost boy who had impaled his leg on a splintered piece of lumber. The kid would never manage his own stepper, which was a pity. In the pale light, Joshua admired the clean workmanship. The boy had clearly put in hours at a radio shack. A practical kid, but not practical enough to pack a flashlight or bug spray. Gently, Joshua bent down, gathered the boy into his arms and stood up. The boy groaned one-handed. Joshua fumbled for the switch on his stepper, thankful once more he'd built it to the letter. This time, when they stepped over, blinding lights hit his eyes, and within moments a Madison police car skidded to a stop in front of him. He froze. 2 officers stepped out. One, a younger man in a bright reflective vest, carefully took the injured boy from Joshua and laid him on the grass. The other officer stood before him. A woman, smiling, her hands open and empty. This put him on edge. It was the kind of smile a sister gave a problem. Welcoming arms could so easily become grabbing ones behind the officers. Lights blazed everywhere like a film set. "Hello, Joshua," the woman officer said. "My name is Monica Jansen." For Madison Police Officer Jansen, it had all begun even earlier, the previous day. Her 3rd visit in recent months to the scorched shell of the Lindsay house near Mifflin Street. She wasn't sure what kept drawing her back. There hadn't been a call this time. Yet here she was, once more sifting through mounds of ash and charcoal that were once furniture, kneeling beside the shattered remains of an old flat-screen TV, carefully stepping over a carpet burned, waterlogged and stained with fire-retardant foam, crisscrossed with the heavy boot prints of firefighters and cops. She was leafing again through the blackened fragments of what must have been a vast collection of notes, handwritten math formulas, and incomprehensible scribble. She pictured her partner Clancy sipping his 5th Starbucks of the day in the patrol car, convinced she was wasting her time. What could possibly be left after the detectives had picked the place clean and forensics had done their job? Even the daughter, that peculiar college student Sally, had taken the news without a flicker of surprise or worry, just calmly nodding when informed her father was wanted for questioning regarding suspected arson, inciting terrorism and animal cruelty. Not necessarily in that order. She simply nodded, as if such announcements were routine in the Lindsay home. Nobody else seemed to care. The whole scene felt staged, like a play where she was the only one who hadn't received the script. The crime scene would soon be cleared, allowing the landlord to begin the clean-up and the inevitable negotiations with his insurance provider. No one had been injured, not even Willis Lindsay himself, as there was no indication he had perished in the rather unimpressive blaze. It was simply another unsolved mystery, the kind seasoned officers like Clancy encountered regularly, and you had to learn when to walk away. Perhaps at 29, Jansen was still too inexperienced. Or perhaps it was the memory of that initial call months earlier that kept her circling the case. That first report had come from a neighbour who claimed to have seen a man carrying a goat into this single-storey house, right in the heart of Madison. A goat, this had sparked the predictable juvenile jokes between Clancy and the dispatcher. Maybe the guy had a thing for farm animals. Hilarious. But the same neighbour, an easily agitated woman, insisted she had also witnessed him on separate occasions ushering calves through his front door, and even a young horse. There was also mention of a cage full of chickens. Yet there were no complaints about noise, no telltale barnyard odours, no evidence of any living creatures inside. What was his game? Was he running a secret butcher shop, or something worse? Willis Lindsay had lived alone since his wife died in a car accident years prior. He had one daughter, Sally, an 18-year-old student at the University of Wisconsin-Madison who resided with an aunt. Lindsay had been some sort of scientist, even holding a theoretical physics position at Princeton once upon a time. These days, he earned a living as a travelling tutor at the university, and with his remaining hours, well, nobody really knew what he did, though Jansen had dug up records showing he'd done some contract work for the industrialist Douglas Black under an alias. That was hardly shocking nowadays. It seemed everyone ended up on Black's payroll in one form or another. Whatever Lindsay's project was, it certainly didn't involve stabling livestock in his living room. The whole thing could have been a malicious fabrication from a nosy neighbour trying to hassle the local eccentric. You saw that sometimes. But the next alert had been entirely different. Someone posted plans online for a device dubbed a stepper. The design was customizable, but the core was a portable unit with a large 3-position switch on top, various internal electronic components, and a power lead that connected to a potato. Authorities took notice and grew concerned. It resembled the sort of contraption a suicide bomber might assemble before a walk down State Street. It also looked like the perfect project for any tech-savvy kid with a pile of spare parts in their bedroom. Everyone assumed potato was a code word for something more sinister, like a block of plastic explosive. By the time a patrol car was dispatched to Lindsay's address, scheduled to meet Homeland Security officers there, a third unrelated call came in. The house was on fire. Jansen was part of the response team. Willis Lindsay had vanished. The fire was arson. Forensics found the oily rag, the cheap lighter, the pile of papers and splintered furniture used as kindling. The intent seemed to be the destruction of Lindsay's mounds of notes and materials. The arsonist could have been Lindsay or someone targeting him. Jansen's gut told her it was Lindsay. She'd never met the man, never even seen a picture. Yet her peripheral involvement with his case had left a distinct mental imprint. He was clearly fiercely intelligent. You don't land a physics post at Princeton without that, but there was a disconnect, a gap. His home was a chaotic mess, and this half-hearted, botched fire attempt fit that same pattern of brilliant yet disordered execution. What she couldn't grasp was the ultimate purpose. What had he been trying to achieve? Now, Jansen believed she was holding Lindsay's own stepper, the original prototype. The object sat on the living room mantel above a fireplace that hadn't seen a flame in years. Perhaps it had been left there deliberately, meant to be discovered. The forensic team had noted it, dusted it thoroughly for prints, and then moved on, planning to bag it as evidence once the scene was processed. Detective Jansen leaned in for a closer look. It was a simple, clear plastic cube, roughly 4 inches across each side. The forensics report suggested it might have originally held old 3.5-inch floppy disks, exactly the sort of obsolete tech a man like Lindsay would hoard. Inside, a jumble of electrical components was visible, capacitors, resistors, relays and coils, all connected by a web of twisted soldered copper wire. On the lid was a large 3-position switch, its settings handwritten in black marker: west, off, east. Currently it was set to off. The remaining space inside the box was taken up by a potato, just an ordinary potato with no hidden explosives, acid or shrapnel. One technician had joked it could be a power source, like those old science fair projects where a potato runs a clock. Most, however, saw it as a sign of madness or an elaborate, pointless joke. Yet this was the very device kids worldwide were now desperately trying to build. Found beneath the box was a scrap of paper with 2 words scrawled in the same hand: "Try me." It felt like a taunt straight out of a storybook, Lindsay's final laugh. Jansen realized nobody had actually taken that instruction. She picked up the box. It was surprisingly light. Opening the lid, she found another note titled "Finish Me," containing what appeared to be a rough circuit diagram, the same one now circulating online. A specific instruction was underlined: use no iron parts. Her task was to finish winding a couple of copper wire coils and then adjust some contacts to tune them. Winding the coils was strangely soothing, a simple, tactile process that reminded her of building a crystal radio as a child. Finding the correct tuning was intuitive. She felt a subtle click of alignment she couldn't quite explain, and she already dreaded having to describe that sensation in her official report. With the work complete, she closed the lid, gripped the switch, made a mental coin toss, and turned it to west. The house dissolved around her in a sudden gust of clean air. She was standing in a sea of prairie flowers, waist-high and vibrant like a preserved wilderness. The impact was physical. A blow to her gut that made her grunt and double over, the box falling from her hands. Solid earth was under her feet now, her polished shoes sinking into real grass. The air in her lungs was sharp and fresh, utterly devoid of the familiar sense of ash and industrial foam. Instinct took over. Had she been attacked? Her hand flew to her service weapon. The Glock was in its holster, but it felt wrong, loose and rattling as if partly dismantled. Cautiously, she straightened up, the nausea lingering, but the acute pain fading. She scanned her surroundings. No assailant, no walls, no house on Mifflin Street. Just an endless expanse of wildflowers, a distant grove of towering trees, and a pristine blue sky untouched by pollution or aircraft trails. It resembled the Arboretum, that massive prairie restoration project within Madison, but as if that sanctuary had expanded to consume the entire city. And here she was, dropped into the middle of it. Her first uttered word was a soft, "Oh, that felt insufficient." After a moment's thought, she added, "My." And finally, despite a lifetime of agnosticism leaning toward outright atheism, she concluded, God, holstering her unreliable gun, she forced herself into a detective's mindset. Observe like a cop. At her feet, beside the fallen device, she noticed litter, cigarette butts and what looked like dried manure. Was this where Willis Lindsay had escaped to? The air itself felt transformed, thick and potent, almost intoxicating. She couldn't see any trace of him or his creatures. The sheer impossibility of her surroundings made her laugh aloud in pure astonishment. Every child in Madison, she realized, would soon possess one of these devices. Every child, everywhere for that matter. They would all begin flipping those switches, a global phenomenon. The urgent need to return home crystallized in her mind. Snatching the stepper box from the ground, its surface still smudged with fingerprint powder, she saw the switch had reset to off. With a deep breath, she gripped the switch, closed her eyes, and counted down before turning it east. In an instant, she was back in the Lindsay house, standing over the ruined carpet, now littered with the disassembled metallic parts of her service weapon. Her badge, name tag, and tie clip lay amid other small components she hadn't even realized were gone. Clancy was still waiting in the car. She began mentally drafting the impossible explanation. Back at the station, Manager Dodd's tracking board was illuminating with missing persons reports. First a trickle from local neighborhoods, then a flood from across the nation. And it's global, Dodd murmured in awe, switching on CNN, a plague of disappearances. Even China. Look at that. The night swiftly grew more chaotic for everyone. A wave of burglaries erupted, including a brazen theft from a Capitol building strongroom. The Metropolitan Police Department was overwhelmed with calls even before directives started pouring in from Homeland Security and the FBI. Jensen managed to intercept the sergeant in charge. "What's happening, Sarge?" Harris turned, his face ashen. "You're asking me? I have no idea. Terrorists' homeland is fixated on that. Space aliens. That's the theory from the guy in the tinfoil hat in the lobby." He gave a weary, almost sarcastic shrug. "Maybe it's just a really bad case of collective stage fright." "So, what's my assignment?" she pressed. "Do the job right in front of you," he said. Hurrying away, she considered that. What would a terrified citizen care about most? The missing children. She left the station and got to work. She located the children, speaking to some in hospital rooms. Each account, between descriptions of fear and confusion, mentioned one particular boy who remained calm. A hero who guided them to safety, a modern Moses, though they called him Joshua. She found him, this boy who wasn't dribbling vomit like the others. He backed away from her. "You're Joshua, aren't you?" "I can tell. They all say Joshua saved them, that he carried them home. You're a regular catcher in the rye. Ever read that book? You should, though it's probably banned at the home."
Yes, I know about the home. How did you do it, Joshua?
"I didn't do anything wrong. I'm not a problem," he said, retreating further. "I know you're not, but you did something different. I just want to understand what you did. Tell me." He hated when people repeated his name. It was a tactic used to placate those deemed problems. "I followed the instructions, that's all. People don't get it. You just follow the instructions." "I want to get it," she said softly. "You don't need to be afraid of me." "Look," Joshua said, the words tumbling out. "Even if you're just making a simple wooden box, you have to varnish it. Otherwise damp gets in, the wood swells and it pulls everything apart. Whatever you do, you have to do it right. You have to follow the instructions. That's what they're for." He realized he was talking too much, too fast, and fell silent. Silence usually worked. What else could he say? Joshua perplexed Jansen. While everyone else was panicking in the dark, screaming, getting sick, stumbling, succumbing to sheer terror, Joshua was an island of calm. She studied him now. This boy who spoke of varnish and boxes while the world seemed to unravel. He was slender and taller than most boys his age, with a pale complexion and hair as dark as the Mediterranean Sea. He carried himself with a quiet, puzzling calm. Speaking aloud, she remarked, "You know, Joshua, listening to these stories, I might have guessed some of these kids were mixed up with drugs, but then I saw them, everyone covered in leaves and scratches, like they'd actually been hiking through a woods right here in the city." She edged forward slightly, and he retreated a matching step. She paused, letting her hands fall to her sides. "Joshua, I believe you, I really do, because I've walked a strange path myself. No more games, okay? Just talk to me. That device you're holding looks a lot more polished than the others I've seen. Mind if I take a quick look? Just set it down and step back. No tricks. I'm only trying to figure out why kids across town keep getting lost in some make-believe forest, terrified they're about to become lunch for a bunch of orcs." Surprisingly, that got to him. He carefully placed the box on the ground and moved away. "I need that back," he said. "I can't afford another trip to Radio Shack." He paused, then added, "You really think there are orcs?" "Not literally, no. But I'm running out of ideas. Look, you trusted me with your box, so I'm leaving my card right here for you, my direct line. I have a hunch you and I should keep talking." She took a couple of steps back, the box now in her hand. Solid craftsmanship, but then headlights swept toward them from another approaching car. Officer Jansen glanced over. "Just more officers checking in," she reassured him. "Nothing to." There was a soft pop. She stared at the box in her palm, then at the empty sidewalk. Joshua? Joshua knew at once he'd messed up. He'd stepped away without his box, and worse, that cop had seen him do it. Now he was in real trouble, so he fled. He just kept stepping, moving away from where he'd been. Whatever away even meant. He didn't pause or slow, one foot after the other, each step a gentle lurch in his stomach. One world after another, like passing through a chain of rooms. Each stride carried him farther from Officer Jansen, deeper into this endless corridor of trees. As he pushed forward, the city vanished. No buildings, no lights, no people. Only this forest which seemed to reshape itself with every step. Trees would materialize out of thin air and vanish just as quickly, like flimsy stage props from those plays they used to put on at the group home. Yet each felt utterly real, solid, and rooted in the earth. The air would grow warmer, then cooler, but the forest remained, always surrounding him, and it was always dawn. Some things, at least, were constant: the firm ground beneath his feet, the pale morning sky. It comforted him to find that order in this new reality. The online instructions had never mentioned stepping without a box, but here he was doing it anyway. The idea sent a dizzying drop in his stomach, like peering over a cliff's edge. Yet it was also a thrill, the guilty rush of breaking a rule. It reminded him of the time he and Billy Chambers had swiped a bottle of Budweiser from the repair crew fixing a broken window, drinking it hidden in the boiler room before smashing the bottle and tossing it in the recycling bin. He smiled faintly at the memory. On he went, weaving around trees when he had to. But gradually the forest changed. The bark grew rougher, the branches lower, dotted with sharp, narrow needles. A pine forest now, colder too. But it was still a forest, and he pressed on until he reached a wall. A place where he simply could not step forward, no matter how he sidestepped or angled his approach. He even backtracked a few paces and made a running charge at it, trying to bull his way through. It didn't hurt, it was like hitting a giant upraised hand. But he couldn't pass. If he couldn't push through this dense woodland, maybe he could climb above it. He spotted a tall pine, the tallest nearby. Hoisting himself onto the lowest branches, he scrambled upward, the pine needles pricking his palms every few paces. He attempted to shift sideways, testing the barrier's persistence. Then, without warning, it gave way. He stumbled forward onto a surface of hard, grey, unevenly smooth concrete, dry and unyielding. The forest was gone, only the open air, the vast sky, and this endless floor remained. A deep cold seeped through the thin denim at his knees and bit into his bare palms ice. He pushed himself upright, his breath forming clouds in the still air. The cold felt like needles piercing his clothing, seeking his skin. The entire landscape was a sculpture of ice. He stood in a wide, carved gully surrounded by hardened grey mounds of ancient, grimy ice. Above the sky held the pale, empty blue-grey of pre-dawn. Nothing stirred, no bird, no aircraft. On the ground, no structure or living thing broke the monotony, not even a solitary blade of grass. A grin spread across his face. Then he stepped back, vanishing into the pine forest with a soft popping sound. Lobsang's voice cut through his thoughts. "Officer Jansen kept tabs on you. You're aware of that, aren't you, Joshua?" Joshua snapped back to the present. "You're pretty clever for a snack dispenser. You have no idea, Selina. Would you escort Joshua downstairs, please?" The woman looked surprised. "But Lobsang, we haven't completed his security screening." A metallic clank came from the machine, followed by a can of Dr. Pepper dropping into the tray. What's the absolute worst that could happen? I'd like our guest to meet me face to face. The drink is for you, Joshua. Compliments of the house. Joshua stood. No, thank you. I lost my taste for soda a long time ago. And if I hadn't, he thought privately, watching you produce it would have done the trick. As they moved toward the staircase, Selina remarked, "It was good of you to shave, by the way. Honestly, full beards are becoming passé in these modern exploratory days. People are so trend-obsessed." She offered a thin smile. "I think we were anticipating more of a wilderness hermit." "I suppose I used to fit that description." His vague reply clearly irritated her. She appeared to want a more substantial reaction. They reached a landing lined with identical unmarked metal doors. One slid open silently as she approached and closed just as quietly after he followed her through onto another descending stairway. "Joshua, I have to confess something," she said with a sharp, humourless laugh. "I have a strong urge to shove you down these stairs, and you know why? Because you waltz in here and immediately get a security rating of 0, a big, fat nothing, which means, technically, you can be told every single secret this place holds. I, on the other hand, have laboured for Trans-Earth and its partners since the very beginning and only have a clearance of 5. You outrank me. Who are you, really, to just appear and be handed all our mysteries? Well, I apologise for that. I'm just Joshua, I guess. But what do you mean, since the beginning? I was the beginning. That's the whole reason I'm here, right? Yes, obviously. But I suppose everyone's first step is a beginning for them. Jim Russo had taken his own first step into what the excited online communities quickly dubbed the Long Earth out of pure ambition. At 38, after a life marked by disappointments and letdowns, he believed he finally had an edge. Very soon after Step Day, he formulated his plan and determined his necessary actions. He made directly for this specific part of California. He carried paper maps and photographs to pinpoint the exact location of Marshall's discovery all those years earlier, knowing GPS was useless in the stepwise worlds. Of course, on datum Earth, you didn't need a map to find Sutter's Mill on the bank of the South Fork American River. It was a California historical landmark, preserved in a state historic park. A monument marked the site of the original mill, and you could still see where James Marshall first spotted those glinting flecks of gold in the mill's tail race. Jim Russo stood on the exact spot, his mind racing. He took a step into West 1, and the reconstructed landmark vanished. The wilderness that spread before him was as raw as when Marshall and Sutter first arrived to build their sawmill, perhaps even more so, since no indigenous people had ever walked this ground before the stepping began. A handful of tourists from datum Earth were milling about the site today, peering at small information plaques. Sutter West and East 1 had already been absorbed into the official historic district, a mere extension of the original back home. Jim smirked at their wide-eyed, unimaginative gazes. As soon as the stepping nausea subsided, after 10 or 15 minutes, he moved on. He stepped again, and then again. He finally paused in West 5, deciding it was sufficiently remote. No one was in sight. He let out a loud whoop of laughter, which echoed back to him unanswered, accompanied only by a distant bird call. He was completely alone. Without waiting for the lingering queasiness to pass, he knelt by the stream, pulled his sieve from his pack, and took a few deep breaths to steady himself. Right here, on January 24th, 1848, James Marshall had spotted strange shapes in the riverbed. Within a day, Marshall was washing flakes of gold from this very water, sparking the California gold rush. Jim fantasized about unearthing the identical first flake Marshall found, now housed in the Smithsonian. What a spectacular stunt that would be. But there was no mill here, no disturbed tail race. The riverbed lay pristine, untouched by the frenzy of Marshall's time. Finding that specific flake was a long shot. Still, getting filthy rich would do just fine. This was his master plan. He knew precisely where the Sutter's Mill gold was located, because back on datum Earth every last speck had been mapped and mined by the prospectors who followed Marshall. He had charts of the untouched veins, right here. In this world, there had been no Sutter, no Marshall, no mill, and no gold rush. All that wealth, a perfect duplicate, still slept in the earth, just waiting for Jim Russo to claim it. Then came laughter directly behind him. He spun around, tried to stand, and stumbled backward into the stream, soaking his boots. A man stood facing him, dressed in rough denim with a wide-brimmed hat, carrying a heavy orange pack and a pickaxe. His face was smudged with dirt, but his grin showed bright white teeth. Others flickered into view around him, men and women all looking similarly worn and grimy. They grinned at Jim despite their own visible stepping sickness. "Not another one," said a woman. She was surprisingly attractive beneath the grime. An attractive woman mocking him. Jim looked away, his cheeks burning. "Looks like it," said the first man. "What's the deal, buddy? Here to make your fortune with the Sutter gold? What's it to you?" The man shook his head, his tone dripping with condescension. "What is it with people like you? You think one move ahead, but never the next two." He sounded like some smug college kid. "You figured out there's unmined gold on this spot. Sure, you're right. But what about the same site on West 6 and 7 and 8, and as far out as you can step? What about all the other guys just like you, panning every stream in every stepwise world?" "You didn't think of that, did you?" He dug a gold nugget the size of a pigeon's egg from his pocket. "My friend, everybody else has had the same brilliant idea," the woman chimed in. "Oh, go easy on him, Mac. He'll make some money if he moves fast. Gold hasn't been totally devalued yet. Not much has been hauled back, and he can always sell it as a commodity. It's just, well, gold isn't worth its weight in gold anymore." More laughter followed. Mac nodded sagely. Just another example of the curiously low economic value of all these stepwise worlds. A real paradox. That collegiate smugness made Jim's blood boil. "If that's all worthless, then what exactly are you two doing out here?" "Oh, we've been prospecting as well," Mac replied. "We've been following the same trail as Marshall and the others, just like you. We pushed further out, even constructed a replica of the old mill and a forge to make period-accurate iron tools. The idea was to locate the gold and extract it exactly as the original pioneers did. It's a historical reenactment project. It'll be featured on Discovery Channel next year. You should watch it. But we were never here for the gold itself here." He tossed the gold nugget toward Jim. It landed in the damp gravel at his feet. "You absolute morons." Mac's smile vanished, replaced by a look of genuine disappointment at Jim's lack of grace. "I don't believe our new acquaintance is much of a sportsman, folks. What a pity." Jim charged at the group, swinging wildly. They continued to laugh as they faded from view one by one. Not a single blow connected, for Sally Lindsay, leaving Datum Earth a year after Step Day, wasn't her first step into the unknown. She was leaving because her father had gone ahead of her. And before him, most of her family at 19, she had taken her time preparing, gathering her gear, settling her affairs. She wasn't planning on coming back. One quiet morning, she slipped on her sleeveled fishing vest with its many pockets, shouldered her pack, and left her room in her aunt's house for the last time. Aunt Tiffany was away, which suited Sally perfectly. She hated drawn-out goodbyes. She made her way to Park Street and wandered through the dormant university campus. It was emptier than she remembered, the early morning hush more profound. Perhaps more people had stepped away than she'd realized. At the lake shore, she passed the library, turned west along the lakeshore path, and continued toward Picnic Point. A few sailboats dotted Lake Mendota, along with a determined windsurfer in a bright orange wetsuit and some UW rowing shells. The coach's amplified shouts echoing over the water. The horizon was a band of green. Some might find this scene idyllic, the leafy campus by the lake. Not Sally. She appreciated real, untamed nature. To her, the long earth wasn't some flashy new amusement park that opened on Step Day. She had grown up out there. Now, looking at the rowers and the surfer, all she saw was disruption, fools scaring off the wildlife. It was the same careless intrusion beginning to happen in the other worlds as more slack-jawed people stumbled stepwise. Even this clear lake water seemed like diluted runoff to her now. At least she had chosen a beautiful day to say goodbye to this lakeside city, a place where she hadn't been entirely unhappy, and where the air was still fresh. But where she was headed, it would be fresher still. She found a secluded spot, stepped off the path into the tree shade, and did a final check of her kit. She carried weapons, including a lightweight crossbow. Her stepper was in a plastic case like her father used, crammed not just with the basic device, but also spares, delicate tools, solder, and printed circuit diagrams. And there, nestled in the jumble of well-worn electronics, was the potato. A brilliant idea, an edible battery for when lunch became the immediate priority. It was a professional traveller's kit. She'd even stuck a UW sticker on the box for old time's sake, but the box was just a prop. Sally didn't need a stepper to step. She understood the long earth and how to move through it. She was going out there to find her father, and finally, to answer a question that had nagged at her since she was a little girl playing outside his workshop in a stepwise Wyoming. What was the point of it all? She had never been one to hesitate. With a grin, she picked a direction at random and stepped around her. The lake and the clusters of trees remained, but the footpath, the rowing shells and the fool on the windsurfer were gone. In those first wild years, people scattered across the stepwise worlds for all sorts of reasons. Some with a plan, others just for the thrill. But nobody ventured as far or as determinedly as Joshua. Still just 13, then 14. He began constructing shelters in the higher earths, calling them stockades. His best ones were proper fortifications, like something out of Robinson Crusoe. Most folks had the wrong idea about Crusoe, picturing a relentlessly cheerful fellow in goatskin breeches. But at the home, Joshua had found a battered old copy of the actual book, and being Joshua, read it cover to cover. He discovered Crusoe had spent over 26 years on that island, and a good chunk of that time was dedicated to building stockades. Joshua respected that. The man clearly had his priorities straight. It wasn't easy at the start. Stepping out from Madison, Wisconsin, what he usually found to the east and west was endless prairie. Looking back, he realized he'd been lucky that first trip wasn't in winter, which could have dumped him into 40 below temperatures with no preparation, or that he hadn't materialized in some ancient marsh long since drained and farmed on the datum. His first solo night in the wild was a rough introduction. Blackberries were the only food he recognized, and he collected rainwater from the broad leaves of cup plants. He'd brought a blanket, which was too warm for the night, but became a vital mosquito net. For safety, he slept wedged in the branches of a tree, only learning later that cougars could climb just fine. After that experience, he got smarter. He borrowed a few field guides from the home and the city library to help identify plants and animals. He even asked Sister Serendipity, who knew a thing or two about historical foraging and cookery. He quickly realized you'd have to work pretty hard to starve out there. The land offered berries, mushrooms, acorns, walnuts and cattails, those tall green reeds with starchy roots packed with carbs. There were medicinal plants too, even wild quinine for fever. The lakes teemed with fish, and simple traps were easy to fashion. He tried hunting a couple of times. Rabbits were manageable, but the larger game, white-tailed deer, elk, moose, would have to wait until he was bigger and stronger. Even turkeys required an exhausting chase. Why bother, though, when the skies were thick with passenger pigeons, so naive they'd let you walk right up and pluck them from a branch? The animals, even the fish in the crystal-clear streams, seemed utterly innocent, almost trusting. Joshua fell into the habit of quietly thanking his catch for the gift of its life, and only later learned some Native American hunters held similar beliefs. Preparation was everything. He brought matches or a Fresnel lens for fire. He'd taught himself to use a fire bow in a pinch, but the effort made it impractical for daily use. He scored mosquito repellent for free from Clean Sweep, a government exchange on Badger Road that traded household chemicals, and he never forgot the household bleach for purifying water. The real trick was not becoming prey yourself, but to what? There were certainly animals that could take you down. He'd seen lynxes, dog-sized cats that would fix you with a cold stare before slinking off for easier game. He'd watched cougars, powerful as German shepherds with the perfect lethal face of a cat, once witnessing one spring onto a deer's back and bite clean through its carotid artery. Further out, he'd glimpsed wolf packs and stranger creatures, a monstrous beaver-like animal and a slow, ponderous ground sloth that moved with such dim-witted grace it made him laugh aloud. All these creatures, he supposed, had once roamed Dayton, Wisconsin before humans arrived and wiped them out. Here, in these untouched worlds, none had ever seen a human before. Even the fiercest predators tended to be cautious of the unknown. Honestly, the mosquitoes were a bigger daily nuisance than the wolves. In those early days, Joshua never stayed out too long, just a few nights at a stretch, each trip a lesson in self-reliance. Sometimes he found himself almost hoping his stepping talent would just shut off, leaving him stranded out there in the endless worlds, forced to truly test his survival skills. Back at the home, Sister Agnes would ask him, "Doesn't it get lonely and scary, all by yourself in those strange places?" But the truth was, it was never lonely enough, and what exactly was there to be afraid of? Telling someone to fear the long earth was like telling a person who dipped a toe in the Pacific to be terrified of the entire ocean. Before long, the low earths were practically overrun with tourists, all eager to gawk at the novelty. You'd see them, these steely-eyed explorers in their practical shorts and with knees set in grim determination, marching across the new terrain, or more often, getting hopelessly snagged in the thickets. They came with endless questions. Who owns this land? Are we still in Wisconsin? Is this even America anymore? Then there were the absolute worst, the ones running from divine judgment, or maybe desperately seeking it. There was a staggering amount of that. Was the long earth a harbinger of the end times, a sign the old world was being swept away to make room for a new one, reserved only for the elect? Too many were convinced they belonged among the chosen, and too many operated on the blind faith that God would provide in these garden worlds. And sure, God provided an abundance of food, much of it visibly scurrying around on legs. But God, as the saying goes, also helps those who help themselves, and presumably expected his elect to pack some common sense along with their zeal. Things like warm clothes, water purifiers, basic medical supplies, maybe one of those popular bronze knives, and a decent tent if you didn't. And you were fortunate. Your biggest problem would be the mosquitoes. Just the mosquitoes? In Joshua's view, if you wanted to stick with the biblical theme, this particular apocalypse came with its own 4 horsemen: greed, ignoring the instructions, total bewilderment, and general scrapes and bruises. He grew utterly weary of having to rescue the so-called saved. Frankly, he soon grew tired of all of them. What gave these people the right to trample through his private sanctuaries? Even worse, their noise shattered the silence. He was already calling it that. They drowned out the profound quiet and drowned out that faint, deep resonance he sensed behind the layered clutter of the worlds, a presence he felt he'd known his whole life and finally heard clearly once he was far enough from the datum Earth. He began to resent every sunburned hiker, every curious child, and the commotion they brought. Yet a confusing sense of duty compelled him to help these very people he looked down on, which left him feeling tangled and conflicted. He was also conflicted about spending so much time in solitude and the fact that he genuinely preferred it. This inner turmoil is what led him to finally talk to Sister Agnes. Sister Agnes was religious, undoubtedly, but in her own unique fashion. In her small room at the home, 2 pictures hung on the wall, one of the Sacred Heart and the other of the rock singer Meat Loaf. She played old Jim Steinman records at a volume that thoroughly annoyed the other sisters. Joshua wasn't a motorcycle expert, but Sister Agnes's Harley looked ancient enough that St. Paul might have taken a ride in its sidecar. Occasionally, burly bikers would make cross-country trips just to visit her garage on Allied Drive. She'd serve them coffee and sternly warn them to keep their hands off the gleaming paintwork. All the kids adored her, and she had a soft spot for them, but especially for Joshua, particularly after he executed a stunning custom paint job on her Harley. He'd meticulously painted the slogan "Bat into Heaven" on the gas tank in a beautiful italic script he'd discovered in a library book. After that, in her eyes, Joshua could do no wrong, and she gave him free rein to use her tools whenever he wanted. If there was anyone he could trust with his tangled thoughts, it was Sister Agnes. Around her, if he'd been out stepping for too long, his usual quiet reserve would sometimes crack, unleashing a torrent of words as if a dam had burst, and everything that needed saying would come pouring out in one cathartic rush. He had confided in her about the relentless burden of rescuing those who were lost, foolish, or simply unpleasant, and about their stares, their inevitable questions. "You're him, right? The boy who can step without feeling like absolute garbage for 15 minutes afterward." He never understood how word spread, despite Officer Jansen's promises of discretion. That knowledge set him apart, and being different labelled him a problem. It was a dangerous label, impossible to ignore, even here in Sister Agnes's quiet study, just above the framed images of the Sacred Heart and the rock singer Meat Loaf. A small crucifix served as a stark reminder, a man who had been a problem too. Sister Agnes suggested he might be caught in a calling, not so different from her own. She understood the struggle of making people accept what they refused to, like her firm belief that "For Crying Out Loud" was among the most sacred songs ever put to tape. She advised him to listen to his heart and to treat the home as his own, coming and going as he pleased. She also assured him he could trust Officer Jansen, describing her as a dedicated police officer and, in lieu of calling her a fellow believer, a devoted fan of Steinman's music. Jansen had visited, asking to meet Joshua and seek his assistance. Meanwhile, half a year after Step Day, Monica Jansen's career had taken an unexpected turn. Standing outside the Madison PD South District building, she steadied herself, flipped the switch on her department-issued stepper, and endured the familiar gut punch as the station dissolved into a dense forest of towering trees and dappled green shadows. In a clearing carved from this ancient woodland stood a modest wooden shack bearing the MPD crest, a rough bench out front, and an American flag hanging from a stripped young tree. Jansen sank onto the bench, doubled over as she waited for the nausea to pass. The bench was a thoughtful addition, a place to recover before facing colleagues. Progress since Step Day had been rapid. The techs had developed a robust, sleek black police stepper, durable enough to withstand a close-range bullet. Like all steppers, however, it required the user to personally complete the final assembly of its components, a quirk that led to endless jokes about needing potatoes to power it. Want fries with that step, officer? Very funny. Yet no one had solved the debilitating sickness that left most people reeling for 10 to 15 minutes. There was a medication that supposedly helped, but Jansen avoided reliance on pills, especially ones that turned your urine a startling shade of blue. As the dizziness faded, she stood the day in this Madison West 1 was cold and still, sunless but dry. This alternate world remained largely as she first encountered it after stepping from the wreckage of Willis Lindsay's home. The whisper of leaves, the crisp air, the chorus of birds. But change was creeping in. Clearings were being carved from the forest. Prairie flowers were trimmed back, homeowners expanding their lots, entrepreneurs eyeing the valuable timber and unique wildlife, and official entities like the MPD planting their flags in these adjacent realities. Rumours already spoke of hazy smog on windless days. Jansen found herself watching the empty sky, wondering when the first jet contrails would appear, and more personally where Joshua Valienté was now. He remained her private, guilt-tinged secret. Realizing she was nearly late, she pushed open the shack door, greeted by the potent aroma of overbrewed coffee. The office held 2 men. Lieutenant Jack Clichy sat behind his desk, his gaze fixed on a customized, non-ferrous laptop. Across the room, Patrol Officer Mike Christopher was hunched over a thick ledger of yellow-lined paper, slowly filling a page with careful handwriting. Across the country, law enforcement was having to relearn the lost art of penmanship, their usual electronic systems rendered useless. Clichy gave a vague wave in her direction, not looking up. "Coffee, sit." Jansen poured a mug of coffee so potent she half expected it to eat through the bronze spoon. She settled into a crude, handmade chair opposite the desk. Clichy was a solid, blocky man whose face had the rumpled, well-travelled look of an old duffel bag. She couldn't help a small smile. "You fit the rustic aesthetic, Lieutenant?" He finally glanced up, his expression dry. "Cut the crap, Jansen. Davy Crockett, I am not. I'm from Brooklyn. Downtown Madison feels like the frontier to me. This whole place is a damn amusement park." He took a sip from his own mug. "You know why you're here? Strategy. The brass wants a report. Short, medium, and long-term plans for dealing with these extra Earths. A version goes federal. Our chief is breathing down my neck because, as he so astutely notes, we have no plans. We've just been putting out fires, so I'm a consultant for a plan that doesn't exist. Let me pull it up." He tapped at his keyboard. Christopher's police radio hissed and crackled with a low voice, to which he murmured a reply. Cell service was non-existent here, of course. Standard radio gear worked if you stripped out all the iron, and there was talk of stringing up old copper wire for phones. "Here we go." Clichy turned the laptop screen toward her. "Case logs, video clips. I'm trying to find a pattern. Your name kept popping up, Jansen. That's why you got the call." She saw links to her own reports. The fire at the Lindsay house, the initial panic over the missing teens. The first week was chaos, Clichy continued. Kids vanishing, then some coming back with bones shattered from falling through skyscrapers or chunks taken out by who knows what. Prison breaks. A massive wave of people just not showing up for work or school. The economy nosedived overnight everywhere. It was like the world took an unplanned vacation, though most of the idiots eventually wandered back. Jansen nodded. Most of those early steppers had returned quickly, but not all. It was often those with the least to lose who stayed gone from the sprawling cities of Mumbai and Lagos. Even from some American streets, flocks of bewildered kids had stepped into untamed worlds. Worlds that, for the first time, weren't already claimed. Why shouldn't they belong to you? Agencies like the Red Cross had eventually mobilized, trying to bring order to the ensuing Lord of the Flies scenarios. That, to Jansen, was the core of the Long Earth. Joshua Valienté had demonstrated it from the start. It offered space, an endless escape route. A global trickle of people were just walking away into the green. No plan, no supplies. Meanwhile, back home, tensions were rising with the small, bitter minority who couldn't step at all, no matter how advanced their boxes. Clichy's immediate concern, however, was more pragmatic. "Check the log," he said, pointing at the screen. "After the initial madness, people got clever. We started seeing planned crimes, complex burglaries. A spate of suicide bombings in major cities, using the new geography as both shield and weapon. Officer Jansen, the Brewer incident, or rather the attempt, is where your name first came across our radar." Jansen recalled the case clearly. Mel Brewer, the estranged wife of a major drug trafficker, had agreed to testify for the district attorney and was slated for witness protection. She narrowly avoided a stepping assassin's initial strike. It was Jansen who proposed hiding her in a basement. On the adjacent stepwise worlds, West 1 and East 1, that same space was filled with solid earth, making a direct step-in impossible. An attacker would need to dig a corresponding pit or enter at ground level and battle downward. Either approach eliminated the advantage of surprise. Within a day, underground areas in police stations, even beneath the capital, were being converted into secure shelters. You weren't the only one to work that out, Jansen, but you were among the earliest even nationally. I hear the President now sleeps in a reinforced bunker under the White House. Glad to hear it, sir. Sure. Then things started getting unusual, odd to hear you use that word without adding dancer after it, sir. Don't get cute, Jansen. He slid reports across the desk detailing various religious extremists. Doomsday groups had rushed into what they called the New Edens, convinced the sudden appearance of stepwise worlds signalled the end times. One Christian sect argued that Christ must have survived the crucifixion and stepped away before his disciples found the tomb. And by extension, he might still be out there somewhere in the long earth. All of it created public order headaches for the department. Clichy pushed the laptop aside and rubbed the bridge of his broad nose. What am I? A theoretical physicist. My head is spinning. Meanwhile, you, Officer Jansen, seem to have embraced all this like it's second nature. I wouldn't go that far, sir. Just walk me through it as you see it. The most fundamental issue for Madison's finest, anyway, is that we can't bring our firearms through intact. Correct? Not even a Glock. No. The steel components prevent it. No metallic iron can be carried across, sir, or steel. You can take whatever you can carry, except for that. There's iron ore in other worlds, and you could mine and smelt it there, but you can't step with finished metal either. So you'd need to build a blacksmith shop on every world you settle. Yes, sir, here's what stumps even a layman like me, Jansen. I thought we all had iron in our blood. How come that doesn't get left behind? In your blood, the iron is bound up chemically in organic molecules inside your hemoglobin, one atom at a time. Iron atoms can cross if they're part of compounds like that, just not as pure metal. Rust can be carried over, for instance, because it's iron combined with oxygen and water. You can't bring your service weapon across, sir, except for any rust on the grip. He gave her a look. That isn't some kind of suggestive comment, is it, Jansen? Wouldn't dream of it, sir. Anyone have a clue why it works this way? No, sir. She'd followed the scientific debates as closely as she could. Some physicists noted that iron nuclei were the most stable in nature. Iron was the end product of fusion processes inside stars. Perhaps its resistance to stepping was related to that stability. Maybe stepping between worlds resembled quantum tunneling, a low probability jump between energy states. With iron's nucleus being so stable, maybe it lacked the energy to escape its local energy well on datum Earth. Or maybe it was magnetism, or something else entirely. Nobody knew. Clichy, ever practical, simply nodded. At least we know the rules. Still, it's a bitter pill for most Americans to have gun control thrust on them overnight. What else? There aren't any people in these other worlds, right? Except for the ones who slipped over from our side, of course. That's correct, sir. At least as far as anyone can tell. We haven't even begun a proper survey of the worlds right next door, let alone the distant ones. It's impossible to know what might be waiting just out of sight. They've sent up some reconnaissance, balloons with cameras, that sort of thing. No signs of civilization anywhere we've looked. All right, so there's this whole string of worlds, is that it, stretching out in two directions, east and west? Yes, sir. You simply move from one to the next, like walking down a very long hallway. You can go either way, east or west, though those are just names we gave them. They don't line up with actual compass directions back home. No shortcuts, then. I can't just zap myself over to world number 2 million. Not that we've discovered, sir. How many are there? A handful? Millions? Billions? Another thing nobody knows, sir. We don't even have a record of how far out explorers have managed to walk. The whole situation is, she made a vague gesture with her hand, messy at the borders, completely unregulated. And each of these places is a whole separate Earth, correct, as far as we can determine? But the Sun, Mars, Venus, the damn Moon, are they identical to ours? What I mean is, every Earth seems to come with its own full universe, sir, and the stars match. The date is the same across all the worlds, even the time of day. Astronomers have confirmed it with their charts. They'd notice a difference of a century or more. Star charts, centuries, good grief. You know, this afternoon I have to sit in on a governor's conference about legal jurisdiction. If someone commits a crime in Madison West 14, Do I even have the authority to make an arrest?" Jansen gave a slow nod. Not long after step day, while some folks had just wandered off into the wilderness, others had immediately started marking territory. You'd pick a spot, drive in your stakes, and get ready to farm and raise a family on what seemed like untouched land. But who actually owned any of it? You could claim it, but would any government back you up? Were these parallel Americas even considered United States soil? Well, now the administration was finally taking a stand. Clichy continued. The word is the president plans to declare all the stepwise Americas as U.S. sovereign territory where U.S. law applies. The official phrase is, they're under the aegis of the federal government. That should clear things up, I suppose. If you can call suddenly having a beat that's infinite clear, every agency is stretched paper thin. The military's pulling back from overseas, Homeland Security is inventing 1,000 new ways terrorists could slip through, and meanwhile, the big corporations are already quietly heading out to see what they can snatch up. Hell, my mother told me I should have stayed in Brooklyn. He leaned forward, hands clasped, his focus sharpening. All right, listen, Officer Jansen. Let me tell you why I called you in here, regardless of the legal fine print. Our job is still to keep the peace in Madison, and lucky us, Madison has become a magnet for every crackpot over this whole mess. I'm aware, sir, Madison was, after all, where the stepper technology originated, making it a natural focal point. But Jansen, from reviewing reports on the kinds of people arriving to begin their long stepwise journeys, was starting to suspect there might be another draw. Maybe stepping was somehow easier here. Perhaps the long Earth favoured stability. The oldest, most geologically settled parts of the continents were the simplest places to step from. Much like how iron possesses the most stable atomic nucleus. And Madison, sitting right in the stable heart of North America, could be one of the easiest places on the planet to do it. She made a mental note to ask Joshua about that if she ever saw him again, Clichy said. So we've got a unique problem on our hands. Which is precisely why I need you, Jansen. I'm hardly an expert, sir. But you keep doing your job, even through all this Twilight Zone nonsense you don't freeze up. From the very first night, you kept your cool and stayed focused on the job, while some of your fellow officers were too busy losing their lunches or their nerve. I need you to take point on this, do you understand? I want you leading the charge, both on the individual cases and on spotting the bigger picture. You can bet those troublemakers out there will keep dreaming up new ways to use this situation against us. Consider yourself my lead investigator on this, Officer Jansen. She offered a slight smile. Wouldn't that make me more of a skeptic, sir? Call it what you want. Look, I'm not making any promises here. This is an unusual assignment. It won't be easy to put a neat bow on it for your performance review, but I'll do what I can. You'll likely be spending a lot of time away from the precinct, a lot of time on your own, frankly. Your personal life. She gave a casual shrug. I have a cat. She's pretty self-sufficient. He tapped a key, and she assumed he was pulling up her file. 28 years old. 29, actually, sir. Born in Minnesota. Parents, still there. No siblings, no children, a dissolved same-sex marriage. I'm not very active in that department these days, sir. Jansen, I genuinely do not need the details. All right, head back to Datum Earth. Coordinate with your sergeant to rearrange your duties and figure out what you need to establish here and at the East 1 station. Honestly, just go look productive for the mayor, officer. Yes, sir. Reflecting on it, Jansen was satisfied with the meeting and her new role. It suggested that officials like Clichy and those above him were managing this incredible new reality. The sudden emergence of the long Earth about as competently as anyone could hope for. This was a stark contrast, she knew from news reports and other channels, to the chaotic responses unfolding in many other parts of the world. With all due respect, Prime Minister. Could we not simply outlaw stepping? It's a glaring security threat. Geoffrey, we might as well try to ban people from breathing. My own mother has a stepper box, but the population is draining away. Our city centres are becoming hollow shells. The economy is teetering. We must take action. Hermione Dawes recorded the exchange with practised efficiency. She was exceptionally skilled at taking minutes, viewing it as an art form, the art of discerning intent from words spoken. She had honed this craft for nearly 3 decades, serving political masters of every stripe. Unmarried and seemingly content with that fact, she would joke with other assistants that the gold ring she always wore served as her personal chastity belt. She was dependable and trusted, her only perceived eccentricity being a complete collection of every Bob Dylan recording ever made. She felt that none of her colleagues truly knew her, not even the gentleman who, periodically and with great care, would search her apartment whenever she was known to be at work. They would no doubt share an amused glance as they meticulously replaced the tiny sliver of wood she always wedged between her front door and its frame. Her own small, private smile would appear later when she noticed their heavy footsteps had once again crushed the bit of meringue she deliberately dropped just inside the living-room door, a clue they consistently missed. Since the ring never left her finger, no one but her, and perhaps a higher power, knew that inscribed inside the band was a line from a Dylan song titled "It's All Right, Ma, I'm Only Bleeding." Lately, she wondered if any of the bustling officials she worked for, ministers included, would even recognise the source. Now, several years after Step Day, as another frantic debate swirled in the Cabinet office, a new, almost rebellious thought crossed her mind. Perhaps she was not too old to seek employment with those who actually wielded power, rather than those who merely pretended to. Then they should be licensed, a voice insisted, circling back to the topic of stepper boxes. The long earth is a drain on our blessed economy, but taxing the boxes required to reach it might at least bring in some revenue. Oh, don't be ridiculous, the Prime Minister sighed, leaning back. We can't simply outlaw something just because we can't manage it. The Health and Safety Minister looked surprised. I don't see why not. That's never been an obstacle for us in the past. Tapping his pen lightly, the Prime Minister continued. Our urban centres are draining of people. The economy is collapsing. On the bright side, I suppose, immigration isn't an issue anymore. He gave a hollow laugh, his shoulders slumping. To Hermione, his voice then carried a tone of deep weariness. Gentlemen, the scientists inform me there could be more versions of Earth out there than human beings. What sort of policies can we possibly craft against a reality like that? Hermione had heard enough. As the trivial and absurd discussion droned on, a slight smile touched her lips. She jotted a few lines in her flawless shorthand, set her notepad on the desk, and with a silent nod from the Prime Minister, she rose and exited. It was unlikely anyone even marked her departure. Stepping out onto Downing Street, she moved into the adjacent London, bustling with security, but her face was so familiar after all these years that a flash of her identification was enough. Then she stepped again, and again without looking back. Much later, when her absence was noted, another secretary was summoned to decipher the elegant strokes and curves left on the pad. It looks like a bit of poetry, sir, or song lyrics. Something about folks finding fault with things beyond their grasp. She glanced up at the Prime Minister. Does that mean anything to you, sir? Sir, are you feeling quite all right? Do you have a husband, miss? Forgive me, I don't believe I caught your name. It's Caroline, sir. I have a steady boyfriend. Very reliable, good, with practical things. Shall I call for a doctor? No, no. It's just that we're all so terribly inadequate, Caroline. What a complete farce this governing business is. To think we ever believed we held the reins. If I were you, Caroline, I'd marry that reliable young man immediately. If you think he's worth it, and leave. Go to another world, anywhere but here. He sank into his chair and closed his eyes. And God help England, and God help every one of us. Unsure if he was asleep or awake, Caroline eventually slipped away, taking Hermione's abandoned notepad with her. Within a week of her meeting with Clichy, Jansen's co-workers had dubbed her Spooky Jansen. Within a month, she scheduled a visit to the home, as Joshua referred to it, an orphanage housed in a worn but tidy converted apartment block on Allied Drive, in one of Madison's tougher neighbourhoods. There, she quietly met once more with 14-year-old Joshua Valienté. She had promised that if he worked with her, he would be seen not as a problem, but as someone who could potentially help. Like a consultant, perhaps, that was how. For years after Step Day, Joshua's youth had been framed. That must feel like a lifetime ago now, Selina said easily, guiding Joshua further into the Trans-Earth facility. He remained silent. So you were a hero? Did you have a cape? Selina asked. Joshua had little patience for sarcasm. I had a raincoat for wet weather. That was meant to be a joke, you know. I know. Another imposing door slid open, revealing yet another corridor. This place makes Fort Knox look like a sieve, doesn't it? Selina remarked, a trace of nerves in her voice. Fort Knox is a sieve these days, Joshua replied. It's only because you can't step while carrying heavy gold bars that it still has anything left. She gave a slight sniff. I was merely drawing a comparison, Joshua. Yes, I know. She stopped walking. His hesitation in the middle of his answer was irritating, and it grated even more because what she had truly wanted to say was that, even now, the whole concept of stepwise worlds could still feel terrifying. Not to Joshua, apparently. She managed a tight smile. This is where I say goodbye for the moment. I'm not permitted to go any nearer to Lobsang, very few are. I understand Lobsang wishes to speak with you about your complications regarding the Congressional Review Board examining the results of your last journey into the distant stepwise layers. She was probing, obviously. Joshua had a strong suspicion this was precisely the pressure point Lobsang intended to use to bring him on board. He stayed silent, offering no reaction she could read. She ushered him softly into the next chamber. "It was a pleasure to finally meet you in person, Joshua," he replied. "May you achieve the security clearance you're hoping for, Selina." She watched the door seal shut. She was certain that stoic expression of his had finally cracked into a faint grin. The room inside this fortified core was furnished like an Edwardian scholar's library, complete with a roaring log fire in the hearth. The fire was an illusion, though, and not a very convincing one, at least to Joshua, who built and tended a real fire each evening out in the wilderness. The leather on the armchair positioned invitingly beside the hearth, however, was authentically worn and supple. "Good afternoon, Joshua," a voice stated from the empty air. "I apologize that you cannot see me, but the truth is there is remarkably little of me present to observe, and what is here, I'm quite certain, would be exceedingly dull to look at." Joshua lowered himself into the chair. A quiet settled between them, almost comfortable. Beside him, the fire emitted a synthetic crackle. If you listened closely, you could detect the pattern, the exact same sequence of pops and hisses recycling every 41 seconds. Lobsang's voice came again, smooth and calm. "I really should have adjusted that. Yes, the fire. Don't be concerned, Joshua. I'm not reading your mind. Not yet. You are glancing at the flames every few seconds, and you have a habit of moving your lips silently when you're counting. Fascinatingly, no one else has picked up on that particular flaw with the fireplace." The tone shifted then from observational to something almost wry. "But then, of course, you notice, you watch, you listen, you analyze, and inside that spacious skull of yours, you run little simulations of every conceivable outcome you can imagine for the situation at hand. It was once said of a certain English statesman that if you kicked him from behind, not a single muscle in his face would twitch until he had decided exactly how to respond. That watchfulness is one of the traits that makes you so remarkably useful. And you aren't afraid, are you? I can sense no trace of fear in you, none at all. I believe this is because you are the only person ever to enter this fortress-like room who knows, without a doubt, that he could leave at any instant. The reason you can step without a stepper-box. Oh yes, I'm aware of that, and without suffering the usual nausea afterward to boot." Joshua didn't take the bait. "Selina mentioned you had something to discuss concerning the Congressional Review. Ah, yes, the expedition. That landed you in rather hot water, didn't it? Listen. It's just the two of us here, correct? So, if you think about it, there is absolutely no need for you to keep repeating my name. I know why you're doing it. It's about dominance." This was a perennial annoyance for Joshua. "I may not be the sharpest tool in the shed," Lobsang, "but you don't need to be a genius to figure out the rules of the game." For a moment, there was only the looped crackling of the false fire. Joshua would later realize that any pause in a dialogue with Lobsang was purely theatrical. Operating at his computational speeds, Lobsang could formulate a reply a fraction of a second after a question was posed, even after the digital equivalent of centuries of reflection. "You know, we are of a similar mind, you and I, my friend," Lobsang offered. "Let's keep it at acquaintance for the time being," Joshua replied. Lobsang gave a soft laugh. "Of course, point taken," the voice shifted, becoming less ethereal and more grounded. "But I want to be your friend, Joshua. Fundamentally, I think we share a core trait. In any scenario, our first instinct is to figure out the rules of the game, and I consider you an exceptionally valuable person. You're intelligent, you had to be, to survive alone out in the long earth for so long. Sure, there are plenty of people in universities who are technically smarter, accomplishing very little, but real intelligence isn't just about breadth, it needs depth. Some minds skate over the surface of a problem. Yours grinds slow and exceedingly fine, like an ancient millstone. When you arrive at an answer, it's been tested and proven. That's your kind of smart." Lobsang emitted another chuckle. "And for the record, that laugh isn't a recording. Each one is generated fresh, a unique product of the moment. That one was just for you. I was human once, you know. In many ways, I still am. Joshua, let's become acquainted. I want to help you. And naturally, I'd like your help in return. I can't imagine a better partner for the expedition I'm planning, one that will involve stepping very, very far indeed. I suspect the idea might appeal to you. You prefer to be far from the maddening crowd, don't you?" Thomas Hardy's title referenced the madding crowd. Joshua corrected flatly. "Oh, so it did. But it's good for me to make the occasional slip. Lets me seem less than all-knowing now and then." Joshua's patience for this awkward courtship was wearing thin. Lobsang, how exactly are you planning to help me? I know the congressional expedition wasn't your fault. I can prove it now they were getting somewhere, Joshua thought. The arseholes, he muttered. Ah, yes, the assholes, Lobsang echoed. That was your official description to the Preliminary Inquiry Board, wasn't it? An unknown primate species resembling a particularly unpleasant carnivorous baboon. Though I doubt the Linnaean Society will ever adopt your taxonomy, assholes. I didn't kill those men. I can live without people, fine, but I had no motive to murder anyone. Did you even read the report? Those ass. Could we please stick with baboons for the transcript, Joshua? It reads better. The whole trip had been a paid job, set up by his old friend Officer Jansen. You grew up while I grew old, Joshua, she told him. Now I've got you some government work. Consider yourself a hybrid of bodyguard and trail guide. It was an official delegation heading into the far west worlds, a mix of scientists, lawyers, a congressman, and a full platoon of soldiers. It ended in carnage. The scientists collected samples. The lawyers snapped endless photos of the congressman planting his foot on each new world, a visual claim staking for the datum federal government's symbolic authority. The soldiers mostly complained about the rations and their blistered feet. Joshua was content to guide them for his paycheck, shrewd enough to hide his innate stepping ability. He carried a flask of curdled milk and chopped greens, a convincing stand-in for stepping sickness vomit. Who was going to inspect it too closely? The ruse worked for 2,000 Earths. They bickered and grumbled their way westward, and after every step Joshua would fake a retch and splash down his concoction. Then the attack came. They were ape-like, baboonish, but smarter and far more vicious. Some of the scientists called them superboons, Joshua. Watching their pink backsides disappear into the brush after he'd fought them off, had settled on assholes. At least, that was the story he told about what happened to the expedition. A sudden, unbidden memory surfaced, the congressman, just hours before the attack, boasting about naming a mountain range after his donor, a moment of absurd vanity that now felt like a grim prelude. The problem was that there were no witnesses to support his story, and the location was so remote that no one had yet been sent to verify it. Those creatures were capable of planning an assault. They left me alone after I took down 2 of them. But the soldiers were completely overrun, and the researchers had no idea how to protect themselves. You just left the bodies for the baboons? Try digging a grave with a wooden shovel in one hand and a plastic rifle in the other. It's not exactly practical. I torched the camp and got out of there as fast as I could. I always felt the board's preliminary findings were unjust. They left too much unanswered. Now, I want you to understand that I can confirm everything you said. I have evidence that there's a black rock formation roughly a kilometre from the campsite near the waterhole, exactly as you described. Behind it, the remains of the Alpha you shot are still there, by the way. That rock turned out to be low-grade coal. How could you possibly know all this? I followed your trail. The records you submitted were precise. I went back there, Joshua. You went back. When? Yesterday. You returned just yesterday? Lobsang replied calmly. I went and came back yesterday. That's impossible. Nobody can step that quickly. So you say, Joshua, you'll understand in time. You did try to cover the bodies with stones, and you left markers, just like you mentioned during the inquiry. I have photographic evidence. Proof, you see. I even recreated the entire event. I analysed pheromone trails, checked firing angles and the positions of the bodies. I recovered every bullet. And of course I took DNA samples. I brought back the Alpha's skull and the bullet that killed it. Everything matches your account. None of the soldiers mounted an effective defence when those aggressive baboons attacked, did they? By animal standards, these superboons are utterly deranged, unbelievably violent, but I doubt they would have charged if one of the nervous grunts hadn't fired first. Joshua shifted uncomfortably. If you went through all that, then you know I lost control of my bowels during the fight. Should I think less of you for that? Across the animal kingdom, lightening the load in a crisis is a sensible survival tactic. Every battlefield and every songbird in flight confirms it. But you came back. You stabbed one of those superboons through the skull, drove off the others, and didn't stop until you'd shot their leader dead. You came back. That counts for a great deal. Joshua was silent for a moment. All right, that's leverage. I get it. You can clear my name. But why do you want to recruit me in the first place? We've touched on this. It's the same reason Jansen recommended you for Congressman Popper's team. You have Daniel Boone syndrome. Joshua, it's very rare. You don't need other people. You might like them, some of them anyway, but being alone doesn't bother you. That will be incredibly valuable where we're headed. I don't expect to encounter many other humans once the expedition begins. Your ability to focus, to not be unsettled by the profound isolation of the long Earth, makes you an ideal partner. And as Officer Jansen recognized early on, your unique stepping talent, your ability to step without aid, and more importantly, to recover swiftly after each step, will be crucial when trouble finds us, as it inevitably will. The rewards for accompanying me will be exceptionally generous, tailored to your specific desires. Among them will be an official, authoritative report on the massacre of the congressional investigators, fully exonerating you, delivered to the authorities on the very day we depart. Am I really worth that much? Lobsang laughed softly. Joshua, what is worth any more? What holds value now, when anyone can have a gold mine of their own, and gold is prized merely for its shine property? The nature of the long Earth ensures that any individual can claim an entire world for themselves, should they desire it. This is a new era, Joshua, and with it will come new principles, fresh concepts of value, encompassing love, collaboration, honesty, and most importantly, yes, most importantly of all, the companionship of Lobsang. You ought to pay attention to me, Joshua Valienté. My aim is to journey to the farthest reaches of the Earth. No, to the farthest reaches of the long Earth, and I wish for you to accompany me. Will you join me? Joshua remained seated, his gaze unfocused. You know, the popping of your fireplace now sounds completely arbitrary. Indeed, simple to adjust. I believed it might help you feel more comfortable. So if I agree to go with you, you'll handle that congressional review for me. Yes, absolutely. I give you my word. And if I decide not to go, I will still address the review. In my judgment, you did all that was possible, and the loss of those individuals was unquestionably not your responsibility. Proof of this will be provided to the committee. Joshua rose to his feet. Correct answer. Later that evening, Joshua sat before a monitor at the home, researching Lobsang. According to common belief, Lobsang was housed in ultra-high-density rapid-access computer storage at MIT, and therefore not physically located within Transearth's facilities at all. Reading that, Joshua felt a firm conviction that whatever existed inside a super-cooled unit at MIT, it wasn't the entirety of Lobsang. If Lobsang was intelligent, and he most certainly was, he would have dispersed himself across countless systems, a safeguard against being shut down, and he would have placed himself beyond anyone's command, even that of his immensely powerful associate, Douglas Black. Here was someone who understood the rules, Joshua reflected. He powered down the screen. Another rule. Sister Agnes was steadfast in her belief that all computer monitors left active would eventually explode. Leaning back in the quiet, he pondered. Was Lobsang human or an artificial intelligence mimicking humanity? Like a smiley face, he thought. One curve and two dots, and you perceive a human expression? What was the bare minimum required to recognize a human being? What words must be spoken? What laughter must be shared? After all, people are fashioned from nothing more than clay, metaphorically speaking, though Joshua was never very adept with metaphors, viewing them as a sort of linguistic sleight of hand. And you had to concede that Lobsang was remarkably adept at discerning Joshua's thoughts, much like an observant person would be. Perhaps the only real distinction between a highly sophisticated simulation and a human was the sound they produced when struck. But the ends of the long Earth... Did an end even exist? There was talk of a complete circle of Earths, because the stepper device moved you either east or west, and everyone assumed east must eventually meet west, yet no one knew for certain. No one truly understood what all those other Earths were doing out there in the first place. Maybe it was time someone attempted to discover. Joshua glanced at the newest stepper box he had just assembled, using a double-pole, double-throw switch purchased online. Resting on the desk beside him, it was red and silver and appeared quite professional, a stark contrast to his first box, which had incorporated a switch salvaged from Sister Regina's antiquated stairlift. He had carried a stepper ever since the realization struck him that, since he didn't comprehend his own natural stepping ability, the prudent course was to carry a stepper box regardless. A talent that had arrived suddenly and mysteriously could just as easily vanish in the same manner. Besides, the box provided a cover. He had no desire to stand out among the stepping community, rotating the device in his hands. Joshua wondered if Lobsang grasped the most intriguing aspect of stepper box construction. He'd observed it on Step Day, and it was obvious upon reflection. It was a peculiar minor detail that nobody appeared to consider significant. Joshua always believed details mattered. Officer Jansen noticed details like these. It all came down to following the instructions. A stepper would only function properly if you built it yourself, or at least completed its final assembly. He tapped his fingers thoughtfully on the box. The choice was his: go with Lobsang or stay. At 28, Joshua didn't need anyone's permission. Yet the looming congressional review was a constant weight. The idea of being truly out of reach had always appealed to him. Despite Officer Jansen's assurances years back, people with bad intentions had still found him on occasion. He remembered the incident not long after Step Day, when men with official-looking badges forced their way into the home, intent on sedating him for transport. Sister Agnes had settled the matter decisively with a tire iron. The ensuing commotion brought the local police, which meant Jansen arrived, and eventually the mayor got involved. It turned out one of the children Joshua aided on Step Day was the mayor's son. After that, the unmarked black vehicles sped out of town. A new rule was established: anyone wanting to speak with Joshua had to go through Officer Jansen first. The mayor declared Joshua wasn't the issue. The real problems were the rising crime, the jailbreaks, and the collapsing security worldwide. The city council was informed that Joshua, while perhaps unusual, was remarkably gifted and, as Jansen testified, had already provided significant help to the Madison police. That was the official story. But it offered little comfort to Joshua himself, who despised the staring eyes. He hated that a growing circle of people knew he was different, regardless of whether they saw him as a problem or a marvel. In recent years, Joshua had taken to stepping alone, venturing deeper into the long earth, far past the Robinson Crusoe-style shelters of his youth, out to worlds so distant he didn't have to worry about the crazies, even the crazies with badges and court orders. When they did come looking, he'd simply step away. By the time they finished being sick from the transition, he could be 100 worlds gone, though he sometimes stepped back just long enough to tie their bootlaces together, while they retched. A man had to find his own amusements. These journeys grew longer and more distant. He thought of them as sabbaticals, a necessary escape from the crowds, and from that peculiar pressure in his skull whenever he was back on datum Earth, or even the nearer low Earths nowadays. That pressure muffled the silence he needed to hear, so he was strange, but the sisters insisted the whole world was getting stranger. Sister Georgina had told him exactly that in her crisp English accent. "Joshua, you may simply be a little ahead of the curve. I imagine the first Homo sapiens felt rather like you do, looking at the rest of us fumbling with our stepper boxes and losing our lunches, like early man, wondering why the other fellows took so long to manage a simple sentence." But Joshua wasn't convinced he enjoyed being different, even if it was a supposedly superior kind of different. He did, however, like Sister Georgina almost as much as Sister Agnes. She read him Keats, Wordsworth, and Ralph Waldo Emerson. She had studied at Cambridge, not the one in Massachusetts, she would clarify. Cambridge University, the real one, in England. It sometimes struck Joshua that the nuns running the home weren't quite like those he saw on TV. When he mentioned this to Sister Georgina, she laughed and said, "Perhaps it's because we're a bit like you, Joshua. We're here because we didn't quite fit anywhere else either." He realized with a pang that he was going to miss them all when he left with Lobsang. Somehow the decision had made itself. A week after his interview at Transearth, Sister Agnes gave him a rare honour. A ride to Dane County Regional Airport on the back of her Harley. He would forever recall her remark as they pulled up to the airport: "That divine intervention must have cleared their path, for every traffic signal turned green just as they approached." Not that Sister Agnes ever truly decelerated. Joshua, though, had a different theory. He credited Lobsang's digital orchestration for the seamless ride, not any heavenly hand. While he had traversed innumerable versions of Earth, actual air travel was a first for him. Sister Agnes, familiar with airport procedures, steered him firmly to the check-in counter. The agent entered his reservation code, grew suddenly hushed, and reached for the telephone. It was then Joshua grasped the advantage of having Lobsang as an ally. He was swiftly escorted away from the general queues, guided through private corridors with the deferential courtesy usually reserved for a diplomat from a nuclear-armed nation with a notably relaxed stance on protocol. He was ushered into a lounge featuring a bar as long as a fast food counter at a theme park. While impressive, Joshua wasn't much of a drinker and secretly craved a cheeseburger. He mentioned this offhand to the attentive young man assisting him. Mere minutes later, he was presented with a perfectly crafted burger, so laden with toppings that the beef patty was almost an afterthought. He was still contemplating this minor miracle when the attendant returned to lead him to the aircraft. His seat was positioned directly behind the cockpit, discreetly shielded from other passengers by a rich velvet curtain. No one requested his passport, which was just as well, since he didn't possess one. No one scanned his shoes for explosives. Once aboard, he was left in serene solitude, free to watch a news broadcast undisturbed. Upon landing at Chicago O'Hare, he was transferred to a surprisingly compact private jet parked away from the main terminal. Inside, nearly every surface was swathed in leather or plush carpet. What wasn't covered in either seemed to consist entirely of the brilliant, welcoming smile of a young flight attendant, who offered him a chilled cola and a satellite phone as he settled in. He stowed his small pack beneath the seat in front of him, keeping it in view, then powered on the phone. Lobsang called instantly. "Excellent to have you airborne, Joshua. How are you finding the accommodations?" "The aircraft is entirely at your disposal today. You'll discover a master suite behind you, reportedly very comfortable, and please do make use of the shower." "Is this going to be a long trip?" Joshua asked. "I'll be meeting you in Siberia, Joshua. At a black corporation skunk works. You understand the term? A facility that doesn't officially exist," Joshua replied. He wondered silently what they were building there. "Right, you failed to mention Siberia earlier, by the way." The sound of engines spooling up filled the cabin. "You have a human pilot, for the record. People find a uniformed figure at the controls reassuring. But don't be concerned in every meaningful way. I am the controls." Joshua leaned back into the sumptuous seat, organizing his thoughts. It struck him that Lobsang was rather full of himself, as the sisters might phrase it. Then again, perhaps Lobsang had ample reason for such confidence. Here was Joshua, essentially enveloped within Lobsang's sphere of influence. Joshua had never been overly enamored with computers or the intricately connected digital world they enabled. Out in the stepwise realms, a cell signal was non-existent. All that mattered was your own resourcefulness, knowledge, and skill. With his cherished hardened glass knife, he could survive almost anything thrown his way. He took a certain pride in that self-reliance. He sensed a potential friction brewing with Lobsang, or with whatever fragment of Lobsang was along for this journey. The jet lifted off with a whisper, its engines no louder than Sister Agnes's sewing machine humming in the next room as they flew. Joshua lost himself in the first episode of Star Wars, sipping a gin and tonic and indulging in a wave of boyhood nostalgia. He decided to take a shower, not because he needed one, but simply for the sake of it, and then tested out the massive bed. The young attendant came in after him, inquiring a few times if he required anything further, and appeared let down when his only request was for a glass of warm milk. Later, he woke to find her attempting to fasten his safety restraints. He shoved her off, despising the feeling of being confined. She protested with the polished firmness of her training until a phone rang. "My apologies, sir," she then said. "It seems the safety protocols have been temporarily waived." He had imagined Siberia as a bleak, frigid, windswept plain. Yet it was summer, and as the jet descended, the view revealed rolling hills blanketed in dark green grass, with wildflowers and butterflies adding vibrant dashes of red, yellow, and blue. Siberia was, against all expectations, stunningly beautiful. The aircraft's landing was more of a gentle caress against the runway. His phone buzzed. "Welcome to no such place, Joshua. We sincerely hope you choose no such airlines again. You'll find thermal undergarments and suitable outerwear in the closet by the door." Joshua, flushing, declined the attendant's offer to help him into the long underwear. He did, however, accept her aid with the heavy outer coat, which made him feel like a bloated marshmallow man, but was oddly lightweight. Descending from the plane, he joined a cluster of men dressed identically. The air was mild, and Joshua started sweating almost immediately. One man, with a distinct Boston accent, grinned, called out West to him, hit a button on the device attached to his belt, and disappeared. His companions began vanishing a moment later. Joshua stepped west and found himself in a nearly identical setting, except he now stood in the middle of a howling blizzard, instantly understanding the need for the winter gear. A small shack stood nearby, the Bostonian waving him in from a partially open door. It resembled one of those basic way stations, the traveller's rests popping up in these incremental worlds, purely functional. Just a spot to get out of the wind and maybe throw up in relative peace before moving on. The Bostonian, looking a bit green, shut the door behind him. "You really are him, aren't you? Feeling all right, are you? I don't get it too badly myself." But he gestured vaguely. Joshua glanced toward the back, where two men were slumped over the edges of cots, a bucket beneath each face. The smell said everything. "Listen, if you're genuinely okay, go on ahead. You're the VIP here. No need to wait for us. Take 3 more steps west. There are rest stops at each one, though I suppose you won't need them. Seriously, how do you manage it?" Joshua just shrugged. "Beats me. A natural talent, maybe." The Bostonian opened the door. Hey, before you go, we've got a little saying around here. You're stepping, wait for it, on the step. When Joshua's attempt at a laugh fell flat, the Bostonian added sheepishly, "Can't blame us for trying. We don't get much company out here. Good luck, pal." The next 3 steps delivered him into a steady cold rain. Another shack was close by, occupied by 2 workers, one a woman with a rich Russian accent who shook his hand firmly. "A pleasure to meet you, sir. Enjoying our weather. Siberia is 2 degrees warmer in this world, for reasons nobody can explain. I have to wait for the others, but you can just follow the yellow brick road." She pointed to a line of orange markers on poles. "It's a brief walk to the construction zone." "Construction of what? Trust me, you can't possibly miss it." He didn't, because it was impossible to. Acres of pine forest had been cleared away, and suspended over a vast circle of bare earth was what first appeared to be a floating structure. It was floating through the rain. He could make out anchoring cables. The scale was immense, a leviathan of the sky. The partially inflated airship loomed above him, a massive bag of reinforced fabric plastered with Transearth logos. Beneath it hung a gondola that looked like something from an Art Deco daydream, multiple decks deep, all polished wood, round windows and gleaming plate glass. As Joshua stared, another worker rushed over, waving a phone. "You must be Joshua." The man's accent was distinctly European, maybe Belgian. "A pleasure to meet you. Please, follow me. May I take your bag?" Joshua yanked his pack back so abruptly the man flinched. "My apologies," the worker said, stepping away. "Of course. Keep your bag. Security is not a concern for you this way." He led Joshua across the rain-soaked ground and under the vast, shapeless envelope. The gondola, crafted like the hull of an old wooden ship, was anchored to a steel gantry. At its base sat an open elevator cage, its frame likely made from local steel. The guide climbed in cautiously and, after Joshua joined him, pressed a button. It was a brief ascent to the gondola's underside. They stepped through a hatch, leaving the downpour behind. Joshua entered a small compartment filled with the rich scent of polished wood. Windows or portholes showed nothing but the grim weather outside. "I envy you, young man," the worker said cheerfully. "Off to wherever this beauty is headed. Not that any of us need to know, of course. If you get the chance, take a look at the engineering. All non-ferrous construction, an aluminium airframe. We're all very proud of her. Have a splendid journey." He stepped back into the elevator, and as it descended, a polished plate slid across the floor, sealing the hatch. Lobsang's voice filled the air. "Welcome aboard, Joshua. Dreadful weather, isn't it? Not to worry, we'll soon be above it, or rather, away from it entirely." A jolt rocked the floor. "We've detached from the gantry. Are we flying already? Well, you wouldn't be here if we weren't ready to depart. Below us, they are already breaking camp. Shortly, this site will experience a minor event reminiscent of Tunguska. Security, I assume. Naturally. The workers are a diverse group. Russians, Americans, Europeans, Chinese. None are the sort who enjoy conversations with authorities. Clever people who have worked for many employers, immensely useful and commendably forgetful. Who provided the jet? Ah, did you enjoy your flight in the Lear? It belongs to a holding company that occasionally rents it to a certain rock star, who is currently annoyed. Her jet is unavailable due to maintenance. She will soon be distracted, however, upon learning her latest album has climbed 2 places in the charts overnight. The reach of Lobsang is considerable. Now that we are underway, an inner door slid open smoothly, revealing a corridor of wood panelling and soft lamps, leading to a blue door at the far end. "Welcome to the Mark Twain. Please make yourself at home. Along this corridor are 6 identical staterooms. Choose anyone. You may remove your cold weather gear. Note the blue door. It leads to a laboratory, workshop and fabrication facility, among other things. You will find a similar door on each deck. I would prefer you not go beyond them unless invited. Any questions?" Joshua changed in a randomly chosen stateroom, then began to explore the Mark Twain. The enormous envelope, rippling under partial pressure, was clearly coated on the outside with solar cell film for power. There were propulsion units as well, large, delicate-looking fans that could swivel and tilt. Inside, the gondola was every bit as luxurious as it had appeared from the ground. The vessel boasted multiple levels, including private cabins, a navigation bridge, an open viewing platform, and a main deck that housed a galley rivaling a fine dining establishment. This deck also featured a grand hall, spacious enough to seat 50 for a meal, or, astonishingly, to function as a movie theatre. On each level, Joshua noted the same sealed blue door. As he considered it all, the logic of using an airship for stepping started to become clear, provided you could actually get the craft to step. A mechanism he still didn't grasp. One major hurdle with rapid stepping was physical barriers. He'd learned that lesson early on, during his first explorations of the long Earth, when he encountered the immense ice sheets covering North America during glacial periods, obstacles you couldn't simply walk around. An airship could soar over such nuisances, from glaciers to floodwaters, promising a far smoother journey. He muttered to the empty air, did it really need to be this extravagant, Lobsang? Why not aim for grandeur? We aren't trying to be discreet. I envisioned this exploratory craft, evoking the awe inspired by the 15th century Chinese treasure ships when they reached the coasts of India and Arabia. You'll certainly inspire awe, and I'm guessing there's no iron in this construction. Regrettably, no. The reality barrier's resistance to iron remains an enigma, even to the researchers at Black Corporation. I receive many theories, but few yield practical solutions. You know, when you first described this journey, I assumed I'd be the one carrying you in some manner. Not at all. I'm integrated directly into the airship's systems. In a very real sense, the entire vessel will become my physical form. Joshua, I will be carrying you, but only sentient beings can step. Precisely. And I, like you, am sentient, the realization struck Joshua. The airship was Lobsang, or served as his body. When Lobsang stepped, the physical structure of the ship moved with him, just as Joshua's own body and clothing transferred with each step. That was the secret to making an airship step. Lobsang's tone turned proudly triumphant. Naturally, this would be impossible if I weren't sentient. It serves as further validation of my personhood. Wouldn't you agree? I've already tested the technology, you're aware. As I mentioned, tracking your earlier expedition. It's all rather exhilarating, isn't it? Joshua made his way to the gondola's base and stepped into the observation deck he had seen earlier, a reinforced glass blister offering breathtaking views of this low-Earth Siberian landscape. Below sprawled the extensive construction site, with support facilities carved into the forest, supply depots, worker housing, and a small airstrip. As he took it in, the sheer scale of Lobsang's accomplishment began to dawn on him. If the stepping function worked as claimed, no one had previously succeeded in creating a vehicle that could step between worlds like a human, a limitation that had severely restricted trade across the long Earth. In regions like the Near East and even parts of Texas, people resorted to human chains, passing buckets of oil hand over hand. If Lobsang had truly solved this, essentially by becoming the vessel himself, he was akin to a pioneering railroad baron. He was poised to change the world, all the worlds. No wonder security was so intense if it worked. This was clearly all experimental, and Joshua would be travelling through the long Earth inside the belly of a silvery whale. You genuinely expect me to risk my life in this contraption? More than that, I expect you to bring me back safely, should this contraption fail. You're out of your mind? Quite possibly. But we do have a contract. A blue door slid aside, and to Joshua's utter astonishment, Lobsang presented himself in person, or rather, through an ambulatory unit. Welcome aboard once more. I thought I should dress appropriately for our maiden voyage. The automaton had a slim, athletic build, the chiseled features of a movie star, and a thick head of black hair. Dressed in a sharp black lounge suit, it resembled a waxwork figure of James Bond. When it moved, and especially when it smiled, the impression of artificiality was only heightened. Joshua stared, fighting back a grin. Joshua? Apologies. It's a pleasure to finally meet you face to face. A low hum vibrated through the deck as the engines engaged. Joshua felt a familiar, boyish thrill at the thought of the journey ahead. What do you think is really out there, Lobsang? I suppose if you travel far enough, anything could be waiting. Could there be dragons? I would theorize we may encounter any form of life that could plausibly evolve within this planet's environmental parameters, governed by physical laws and considering Earth's tumultuous history. Every creature here has been shaped by forces like gravity, which dictates scale and form. Therefore, I'm doubtful we will discover scaled, fire-breathing reptiles capable of flight. Sounds a bit boring. Yet, I would be less than human if I failed to admit one crucial possibility. I could be entirely mistaken, and that prospect is genuinely thrilling. I guess we'll see if this contraption actually starts stepping. Lobsang's artificial features arranged themselves into a smile. In fact, we have been stepping for approximately the last minute. Joshua spun toward a viewport. It was true. The construction site was gone. They must have slipped beyond the cluster of familiar worlds in those first few movements, though familiar was almost a laughable term. Even the worlds adjacent to the datum were largely uncharted. Humanity's presence in the long earth was little more than a faint stretched thread. Anything could be lurking in the deep woods, and he, it seemed, was plunging further into that wilderness than anyone before. How fast can this vessel travel? You will be agreeably astonished, Joshua. You're going to transform the world with this technology, Lob sang. Oh, I am aware. Until now, exploring the long earth has been a pedestrian affair. It's been positively medieval, worse, actually. We haven't even had horses, it's the Stone Age, and yet even on foot people have been streaming out since Step Day, chasing dreams of a new frontier, lured by the promise of untold riches. Monica Jansen had always known it was precisely that, lure, the dream of wealth in the new worlds, that pulled men like Jim Rousseau back into the long earth, time and again treating the law as a mere inconvenience on the path to their ambitions. A decade after Step Day, during her first visit to Portage East 3, it took Jansen a few moments, even after the step sickness faded, to place the strange familiarity of the scene. This new portage featured hulking steam-powered sawmills with smokestacks pouring grey clouds into the sky, and foundries that filled the air with a sharp, metallic scent. The shouts of workers, the blasts of steam whistles, and the relentless clang of blacksmiths' hammers created a cacophony straight out of the fantasy novels she'd devoured as a girl. Of course, no book she'd ever read included crews of labourers heaving massive timber beams onto their shoulders only to promptly vanish. But she could confirm that on this particular world, the grandly named Long Earth Trading Company was busily converting a slice of stepwise Wisconsin into a living steampunk exhibition. And here was the man orchestrating it all. Sergeant Jansen? I appreciate you stepping over to inspect my modest operation. Jim Rousseau stood a few inches shorter than her. He wore a rumpled grey suit, his hair an improbably vibrant shade of brown, and he offered a wide smile between cheeks that seemed artificially firm. She knew Rousseau was 45, a three-time bankrupt who always rebounded, and who had now leveraged his own home to fund this latest cross-world venture. No thanks necessary, sir, she replied. You're aware we must look into any formal complaints. Ah, yes, more anonymous grumbling from the temporary help standard procedure, I'm afraid. He guided her across the churned, muddy ground, clearly intending to awe her with the sheer scope of his endeavours here. I figured the Portage Police Department might have dropped by first, since they're the local law, Jansen remarked. Your official headquarters is listed in Madison, Rousseau pointed out. Besides, everyone knew Spooky, Jansen got pulled into the more prominent Long Earth-related cases all across Wisconsin. They stopped to observe a crew of workers manoeuvring an impossibly long log from a pile. A supervisor shouted, "Account 3, 2, 1," and with a soft pop, the log vanished. As you can see, Sergeant Jansen, this operation never sleeps, Rousseau said, gesturing around. We began with absolutely nothing, just what we could carry by hand without a single iron tool. In those first years after the sawmills, getting the foundries up was our top concern. Now we have a steady supply of quality iron and steel. Before long, we'll be constructing steam-powered harvesters and collectors, and then we'll clear these forests faster than you can imagine. Every piece of timber here gets stepped back to the datum, right onto fleets of waiting trucks. He led her to an open-faced log cabin that functioned as a display area. We're branching out far beyond basic raw materials. Take a look at this. He handed her what looked like a shotgun, gleaming with a brass-like finish. Not a trace of iron in it, designed for the new pioneer trade. Sure, the opening of the long earth threw the economy for a loop. But that's temporary. Losing some unskilled labour, a surplus of certain metals, it'll all stabilise. Back on the datum, America went from colonies to the moon in a couple of centuries. Why can't we do that again, across 1,000 other Earths? Frankly, I find it thrilling. It's a brand new era, Sergeant, and with goods like these, I intend to be right there when it takes off. Jansen was well aware that hundreds, if not thousands, of other eager entrepreneurs shared that exact sentiment. Most were younger than Rousseau, sharper, unburdened by past missteps, unlike Rousseau, whose track record included a laughably misguided attempt to mine gold from a stepwise replica of Sutter's Mill, a perfect example of misreading the new economic landscape. It must be quite a challenge, Mr. Rousseau, to reconcile your profit margins with the demands you place on your workforce. He offered an easy, practiced smile. I'm not constructing pyramids here, Sergeant Jansen. This isn't a slave operation, but it wasn't a charity either, Jansen thought. The labourers, often young and with little schooling, frequently arrived with no real grasp of what the long earth truly offered. Once it sank in that they could use their energy to build something for themselves, they usually began clamouring to join one of the new companies and head off into the deep crosswise to settle. Or as the realisation hit that an infinite number of worlds existed, none owned by men like Jim Rousseau, They'd simply wander away into the vast emptiness. Some folks just kept walking, surviving off the land as best they could. People called it Long Earth Syndrome. And that was the root of the complaints against Rousseau. Rumour had it he bound workers with harsh contracts to prevent them from leaving, then sent hired enforcers after them if they broke away. A sudden, clear intuition struck her. This man was headed for another failure. And when his enterprise began to crumble, he'd likely cut even more dangerous corners. Mr. Rousseau, we need to address the specific allegations that have been made. Is there a place we can speak in private? Certainly. All across the neighbouring Earths, Jansen knew, on worlds transformed overnight into industrial camps, people were fantasizing about breaking free. Waiting for a coffee, her eyes fell on a flyer in Rousseau's own inbox. Just a crudely printed sheet on rough paper announcing the formation of yet another new company, planning a trek westward. Even here, in this modest office, the dream of a new frontier persisted. Approaching 40, Jansen sometimes found herself contemplating a fresh start, leaving the datum and the shadowy complexities of the low Earths behind for good dreams of the long Earth. Dreams of the frontier. Jack Green had grappled with that very notion a decade after Step Day, recognizing it as his wife's vision. A force he worried was pulling his family in different directions. Flipping through his daughter's journal, a thick paper-bound volume with the characteristically rough paper produced in West 5, he read her New Year's entry. January 1, Madison West 5. We're staying at a lodge here after Christmas, but we have to go back to the datum for school soon. My name is Helen Green. I'm 11. My mum, Dr. Tilda Lang Green, says I should keep a journal in this book from Aunt Merrill. There's no electronics here, so no spell check. It's driving me crazy. Alone in Helen's room on a bright Sunday, Jack could hear the distant sounds of a softball game from Park Zone 4. Downstairs, Tilda was deep in conversation with friends and colleagues, rallying them around her idea of forming a company to push further west. Fragments of their discussion drifted up. Talk of fading empires, debates over American values and lost jobs, concerns about national direction compared to global competitors. Tilda's voice cut through, clear and persuasive. You can question the historical accuracy of manifest destiny, but you can't ignore how the frontier shaped the American mind. Now that door is open again for us and for generations to come. The murmur of conversation below gave way to the rich scent of brewing coffee. Jack returned to the diary, his eyes settling on a later entry. March 23, we've moved into our new house in Madison West 5. It'll be great here in summer. Mom and Dad take turns working back on the datum for money. We had to leave Rod with Aunt Merrill again, because he's phobic and can't step. It's sad I cried after we left this time, though Rod didn't, unless he did after we were gone. I'll write to him this summer and visit. But it's not fair. He can't come here when it's so much fun. That's private, you know. Tilda's voice came from the doorway. He looked up, caught. I know, but everything's shifting so fast. I feel like I need to understand what they're thinking right now. That feels more important than privacy. She shrugged, handing him a full mug of coffee. Your call. She moved to the large picture window, the finest pane of locally made glass they could find, and gazed out at Madison West 5 as afternoon shadows began to stretch across the landscape, with her short, greying strawberry blonde hair and the elegant line of her neck outlined against the light, she remarked. Still a beautiful day. A beautiful place, too. Yes. Almost perfect. Almost perfect. The phrase hid a world of complications. Madison West 5 spread across a landscape, mirroring its Datum counterpart, yet it was a place of openness and light, with only a fraction of the population. That didn't mean the architecture was modest. Many structures here were imposing, reflecting the substantial, weighty styles that had emerged in the low easts and wests. On the fresh, untamed worlds, raw materials were absurdly inexpensive, which led to a certain architectural bluntness. Buildings and furniture often embraced a kind of elemental simplicity, resulting in structures like the town hall with walls as thick as a fortress and roof beams carved by lasers from single massive trees. Yet this rugged aesthetic was peppered with imported smartness from the datum, sleek electronics and lightweight tech that felt almost out of place. You'd find a rustic log cabin, sporting a roof coated in high-efficiency solar paint. The constant subtle reminders that you weren't on Earth were unavoidable. Encircling the settlement lay an extensive network of fences and deep trenches, a necessary defence against the more unusual local fauna. The entire suburb had to be evacuated once when a wandering herd of Colombian mammoths decided to pay an unexpected visit. In the early days following Step Day, many established couples, much like Jack and Tilda Green, began gazing at these new stepwise frontiers with a speculative eye. They had careers, children, and comfortable savings, and the idea of securing a little extra space, a wild playground for their kids, was deeply appealing. They quickly dismissed Madison West 1. It felt like a chaotic, half-finished appendage to the datum, all rushed expansions and messy commercial plots. Their initial rental on West 2 soon lost its charm, feeling overmanaged and artificial, like a corporate-owned theme park. The real draw came when they learned about the Madison West 5 initiative, a planned community built from scratch with high-tech, eco-conscious principles, aiming to be something genuinely new. Both were captivated. They plunged a significant portion of their savings into the project to secure an early stake. Jack, as a software engineer, helped refine the city's integrated smart systems, while Tilda, a cultural history lecturer, designed innovative civic structures and community engagement models. The bitter irony was that they couldn't actually make a life there. Both had to retreat to the datum to maintain their regular incomes. "This is supposed to be our city," Jack muttered. "But it's only nearly perfect." "Exactly," Tilda replied. "We're living in a dream, but it's a dream someone else wrote. I want to author our own. But our son, with his anxieties—" "Don't use that label. It's the term people use, Tilda. He won't be able to handle that kind of dream." She took a slow sip of her coffee. "We have to consider what's best for the whole family. For Katie and Helen, as much as for Rod, we can't let one fear dictate everything for everyone else. This is a unique historical moment, Jack. Right now, with the Aegis regulations and the new Homestead Acts, the government is practically handing out land in the stepwise Americas. That window won't stay open forever." Jack let out a dismissive grunt. "It's pure ideology. The whole New Frontier slogan, recycled from an old political campaign, grated on him. The federal push was clear. Encourage American citizens and others willing to comply to settle these new versions of the continent, ensuring they lived under US law and paid you. Taxes. They just want to plant our flag on every stepwise map before anyone else gets there." "And what's wrong with that?" Tilda countered, her tone shifting from earnest to almost teasing. "It's the same drive that fueled the westward expansion centuries ago, though. I do find it amusing that most Americans still head west, even when it's just an arbitrary direction on a new world. I hear most Chinese immigrants are instinctively heading east. Talk about cultural momentum." "For heaven's sake, the trip alone takes months," Jack argued, his frustration mounting. "All that for the privilege of marooning our kids in some uncivilized backwater. What exactly am I supposed to do out there? Write code for the squirrels, and your expertise in cultural history? How many pioneer villages need a lecture on postmodern theory?" She gave him a warm, infuriatingly patient smile. He could tell she wasn't taking his objections seriously at all. "We'll learn whatever we need to learn," she said softly. Setting her mug aside, she wrapped her arms around him. "I truly believe we need to do this, Jack. It's our generation's chance. It's our kids' future. Our kids," he thought, the weight of it settling in his chest. All of them, except for poor Rod. He looked at his wife. One of the sharpest minds he knew, her thoughts always soaring toward a brighter future for humanity. Yet here she was considering leaving their son behind. He leaned his face against her silvering hair and questioned if he could ever truly grasp the depths of her heart. Across the original Earth, dreams of the long Earth took hold. They felt both startlingly new and ancient, as if remembered from a deep, shared past. A group of friends sat beside their truck, parked deep in the outback, sharing beers and discussing the shifting times and the stepping devices they'd built, now sitting on the rust-coloured sand. Above them, the Australian desert sky was so crowded with stars it seemed they were queuing to shine. After a long silence, one man spoke grimly. Something ripped Jimbo open, left him hollowed out like an old canoe. "This is serious." A policeman went in as well, came back missing his face. Billy, who rarely spoke without days of consideration, finally said, "It's the dream time, mate, like before the first people walked here. Remember what that researcher told us? They found bones of massive creatures everywhere, huge, slow beasts with even bigger teeth. All these new worlds under the same sky, and not a single person in any of them. It's like this place before everything got messed up. Imagine what we could do out there from across the fire," someone replied. "Yeah, and we could mess it all up again, and I'm rather fond of my face staying right where it is." A round of laughter followed. But Albert pressed on. "Think about it. Our ancestors wiped them all out, ate them until nothing was left but what we see now. But we don't have to repeat that, right? They say the worlds out there are just like here, but with no people, no cities, no laws, just the land repeating itself. The waterhole here is the waterhole there waiting for us. Not quite. The waterhole's actually half a mile that way. Close enough. You know what I mean. Why don't we try it, boys? But this is our land. This spot right here. Albert's eyes gleamed as he leaned in. Yes, and so are all the others. Everyone, I heard the scientist talking. Every rock, every hill, it's all there, just waiting. The next morning, slightly worse for wear, the group flipped coins to choose who would test the step. Billy returned half an hour later, stumbling out of thin air and vomiting violently. They helped him up, gave him water, and waited. He opened his eyes and gasped. "It's true, but it's pouring rain over there. Mates." They exchanged glances. Someone muttered, "But what about those ancient creatures we've heard of? Kangaroos with fangs, enormous things with claws." Silence fell. Then Albert said, "Aren't we as tough as our ancestors? They faced those monsters. Why can't we?" There was uneasy shifting in the sand. Finally, Albert declared, "Tomorrow I'm stepping across for good. Who's coming? It's all there, mates." It's been waiting for us since the very start. By the following evening, the songlines had begun to stretch, as the distant never, never started to feel like the always ever, though sometimes the guys still came back for a cold beer. In time, unfamiliar towns emerged, blending old traditions with new ways of living. The food, it must be said, was excellent, and in the years that followed, surveys revealed that after Step Day, a larger percentage of Aboriginal Australians left Datum Earth for good than any other group on the planet. From the Journal of Helen Green, respectfully spell-checked by Dad, Mr. J. Green. This is the story of how the Green family walked across the long Earth. To find our new home, February 11th, 2026. We got to ride in a helicopter. Yay! Our journey began at Richmond West 10, which is located in Richmond, Virginia. We chose this starting point because you have to begin south of all the glacial ice from the Ice Age worlds. After returning to the Datum, we took a helicopter ride all the way to Richmond. Saying farewell to Rod at the Chicago airport was difficult, a genuinely somber moment. Jack Green was no stranger to travel, given his long career in software, but these past few years had turned moving from place to place into something far more fascinating. Everyone made their major geographical journeys on the Datum, relying on its extensive transportation systems. A stepper could shift you 1,000 worlds away stepwise, but it wouldn't move you an inch sideways. Consequently, transport had become one of the few thriving sectors in the Datum's otherwise struggling post-step economy. In many ways, the Datum was beginning to feel like the central hub of the entire long Earth. You truly never knew who you might bump into at the next train station. There were pioneer types returning to purchase new bronze tools and get dental work done. You'd see high-tech hippies trading artisanal goat cheese for mastitis treatments. Once Jack spotted a woman dressed like Pocahontas, happily clutching a white wedding dress sealed in clear plastic. Her radiant smile seemed to hold a whole untold story. It was a peculiar mix of people with entirely new lifestyles, all temporarily thrown together on the Datum during their travels. For this final leg down to Richmond, Jack and Tilda decided to give the girls a special treat, a helicopter flight. Soon enough they'd be riding in ox-drawn carts and hollowed-out canoes. Why not let them experience a bit of advanced technology while they still could? Besides, the excitement helped take their minds off the awkward and painful goodbye with Rod at the helipad. Tilda's sister, Merrill, had agreed to take the boy in, but she made no effort to conceal her disapproval of the family being split apart. Rod, just 13, had simply shut down, his expression blank. Jack suspected everyone felt a wave of relief when the helicopter finally lifted off. He caught one last glimpse of that small, upturned face and the short, strawberry blonde hair, so reminiscent of Tilda's, and then they were airborne, the girls whooping with joy as they left the tension behind. Richmond West 10 had carved out a niche as the primary gathering point for expeditions heading into the stepwise versions of the eastern United States, including the one Tilda's company was joining. Jack wasn't sure what to expect, and what he found left him feeling completely disoriented. He stood in a street of bare, packed earth, lined with buildings arranged in a grid, structures made from heavy logs, rough clapboard, and even chunks of sod. Hand-painted signs indicated that the main street housed churches, banks, inns, hotels, and stores selling food, clothing, and other essentials for the treks launching from here. The stars and stripes fluttered from poles and rooftops, interspersed here and there with the flag of the old Confederacy. The place was bustling. Some folks looked like clean-cut newcomers, dressed in bright synthetic fabrics much like the Greens, but most wore weathered frontier attire. Jackets and trousers covered in patches, even coats and cloaks made from hand-cut leather. The whole scene was like a deliberate imitation of an earlier era, when the original Datum Richmond itself was a trading post for furs, hides and tobacco on the edge of a vast empty continent. It felt less like reality and more like a movie set for some dated Western film. Jack rubbed his stomach, trying to quell the familiar stepping nausea. The Prairie Marble Inn, they discovered, owed its name to its primary construction material. Prairie marble, which was essentially sod stacked around a wooden frame. The interior was dim, damp and cavernous, and it was clearly packed with people. The woman at the counter directed them to the ballroom, which turned out to be a barn furnished with rough wooden tables and chairs set on a worn rag carpet. It was quite full, maybe 100 people, mostly adults with a handful of children and infants. One man was addressing the group, a loud and energetic fellow with a magnificent mane of grey-blonde hair, lecturing about the importance of setting up duty rotas. A few faces turned toward the newcomers, some wary, others offering tentative half-smiles. Tilda smiled warmly back. Most of these are people I've only ever dealt with online while we were organising all this. She whispered to Jack. Jack had never laid eyes on these people before. He realised these might be the faces he'd see for the rest of his days. Complete strangers. He trusted Tilda with the selection, but he knew putting together a capable company for a long trek wasn't simple. You could hire captains, scouts, guides and porters easily enough. Those were professionals. But the heart of the group were the settlers, the ones who'd build a life together on a world unimaginably far from home. You needed a balance of skills, tailors and carpenters, blacksmiths and wheelwrights, weavers and furniture makers. Doctors were essential, a dentist if you were lucky. After several companies turned her down, Tilda had reinvented herself as a teacher and historian. Jack had focused on basic farming. He was strong enough for that and picked up some emergency medical training. Looking around now, he saw that most of his new companions were like him and Tilda. A range of backgrounds, but all looked reasonably well off. Sincere, a little nervous, middle-class folks stepping into the unknown. That was the typical Long Earth pioneer, just as Tilda said it had been in the Old West. The wealthy wouldn't leave. They were too comfortable back on the Datum to give it all up. The desperately poor couldn't afford an organised journey like this. So it was the middle class, especially those squeezed by hard times, who headed into the far reaches. The man holding forth was Rhys Henry. Jack learned a salesman and weekend survivalist. He'd finished with latrine duty talk and was now declaring, "Once again, young Americans are venturing into the wild, where there are no streetlights and no police just a phone call away. We've been urbanized, wired, civilized, pampered, and now we're thrown back into raw nature." He flashed a grin. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to reality. The only bookseller in Richmond West, 10 celebrated every sale to the aspiring pioneers passing through. Real books, printed on paper. Ancient, dead-tree technology, information that, if stored right, could last 1,000 years, and no batteries needed. He felt it should be on a billboard. If Humphrey Llewellyn III had his way, every book ever written would be preserved, at least one copy bound in fine leather and illustrated by monks, or, given his particular leanings, perhaps by enthusiastic amateurs with a similar appreciation for classical art. Here, he believed, was a chance to guide humanity back to the love of the printed page. He took smug satisfaction in it. Out in the pioneer worlds there was no electronics, was there? Where was your internet? Your search engines? Your sleek tablets and e-readers, all gone? He'd think with a smirk. All those flashy gadgets were now stuffed in drawers, screens as blank as dead eyes abandoned back home. But books, real honest books, were flying off his shelves. Out in the long earth, humanity was starting over in a new Stone Age. They needed the old knowledge. They needed to know what was safe to eat and what would kill them. They needed to know how to build an outhouse and how to fertilize fields safely. They needed to know how to dig a well, how to make shoes, how to find iron ore, and even how to produce ink. So Humphrey's presses worked overtime, churning out geological surveys, almanacs and practical guides, rescuing wisdom that had nearly been lost to the digital age. He ran a hand over a volume bound in polished leather. Sooner or later, he knew, all that knowledge would once again be locked away precariously in circuits and wires. The books, however, had waited patiently, and their moment had returned. Elsewhere, in Richmond West 10, a bustling labour market hummed with activity as various companies sought to fill their final roster spots. Franklin Tallyman manoeuvred through the throng, his sign held aloft. The afternoon sun was relentless, and he regretted not bringing a canteen. A small group, led by a man in his 50s, approached him. "You'd be Mr. Tallyman, the blacksmith. We came across your qualifications posted at the Prairie Marble Inn." Franklin gave a nod. "That's correct." "We're aiming to finalize our company's roster," the man said, extending a hand. "Jack Green. This is our captain, Mr. Batson, Tallyman. That sounds like a Caribbean surname, doesn't it?" "From what I understand, it's more of a job title from that region. I could be mistaken. Never visited. I was born in Birmingham, the English one, not Alabama, the superior original." His attempt at humour was met with polite confusion. "I take it you've reviewed my experience?" A woman with a concerned expression spoke up. "Can you truly do everything listed? Work with bronze? Does anyone even practice that craft anymore?" "Absolutely, ma'am. Over on West 1 I completed a 4-year apprenticeship under master smiths. Regarding ironwork from the ground up, I just require the raw ore. I can construct my own forge and furnace, and I'm proficient at drawing wire. I'm also a competent electrician, provide a water wheel, and I could wire your settlement for power. And weapons, I can craft a serviceable musket. It's no match for modern firearms, but it's adequate for hunting." He was finding his rhythm now. "The commitment I'm seeking is for 3 years. Under the Aegis regulations, I'll attain American citizenship by the 3rd year's end. You folks would be securing a significant advantage." He presented his open notebook. "This outlines my required compensation." A collective murmur of surprise rippled through the aspiring pioneers. After a pause, Green asked, "Is that figure open to discussion?" "I'm afraid it's only adjustable upward. You can arrange a deposit through Pioneer Support. Also, should you wish for me to train an apprentice, that would incur an additional fee, considering they'd likely slow me down more than assist." He offered a smile to their uncertain faces. Now, wasn't the time for aggressive negotiation, he reasoned. They seemed like good people. Just folks eager to head west with a community of shared ideals, searching for space to grow and neighbours they could rely on in a world with clean air and a chance for a fresh start. It was the classic dream. Even their children looked keen and alert. "Listen, Mr. Green, I've done my research as well. I've seen your company's prospectus, and it's clear a lot of careful planning has gone into this endeavour. You have your medic, your carpenter, a chemist. I appreciate your approach. Yours won't be the only offer I receive today, but your group strikes me as sensible and well organised. I'm in, if you'll have me. Do we have an agreement?" They shook on it. That evening, Franklin packed his belongings and his toolbox of non-ferrous metals for the journey ahead. His main task now was to guard his secret throughout the long trek, which strictly meant never attempting to step without a potato in his stepper unit. He'd stumbled upon whispers about natural steppers online. Then, back on West 1, purely out of reckless curiosity one night, he'd tried stepping with the potato removed from the powerless box. To his astonishment, it worked. The bizarre part was he still needed the empty box to throw the switch. He required that audible click to initiate the step. How utterly strange was that? Yes, he'd heard the rumours about people like him. And the darker rumours, too, about the violent reactions they could provoke, as if he were some kind of unnatural oddity. So, on the trail, he would keep to himself, meticulously replace the potato, and feign the nausea and the other expected side effects. It wasn't terribly difficult once it became routine, though it did make you wonder just how many of your fellow travellers were putting on the very same act. He slept deeply that night, his dreams filled with the glow of hot forges and the silhouette of faraway hills. It was now day 3 since leaving Richmond West 10. 3 whole days had passed, yet Captain Batson insisted it would take 100 just to cross the ice belt. After that, we'd spend months more traversing something called the Mine Belt. We had to reach our destination before winter set in, and winter, it seemed, arrived with the same harshness on every world. Our pace was painfully slow, about 1 step per minute for roughly 6 hours each day. We took pills to curb the constant nausea, but every movement still felt like a struggle. The guides tried to route us where the ground level stayed consistent between worlds. A sudden drop was jarring, and you couldn't take a step at all if your foot would sink 5 inches into solid earth. Still, there was a strange beauty in watching 200 people laden with packs flicker out of sight only to shimmer back into existence in the next world over and over. I desperately missed being online. I missed my phone. I even missed school, or at least a few of the people there. Definitely not everyone. I missed Rod. Sure, he could be a total weirdo sometimes. I missed being a cheerleader. Dad said I should write about things I enjoyed too, Or this journal would be a dreary read for his future grandchildren. Grandchildren! He'd be lucky by day 5. I had to admit I liked camping. We'd done some in West 5 and during pioneer studies, but it was far more thrilling out here. After a couple days, we teamed up with a family named the Dokes. They had 4 kids, 2 boys and 2 girls. We arranged it so I shared a tent with the girls, Betty and Marge, making every night feel like a sleepover. I learnt to build a fire using a lens, and I now understood tinder, kindling, and which woods burned best. I could identify edible weeds, roots and mushrooms. I knew about hazelnuts and berries too, though it wasn't the season for them. I could even fashion a fishing line from old thread or nettle stalks and knew where to find the fish. Pretty cool. Then Mr. Henry showed us how to build a trout trap in the river, a walled pool where fish would swim in and get stuck. He grinned while clubbing them. I had to fight back tears. Mr. Henry just said, "The youngsters have to learn." On a brighter note, Marge Doke used to be a cheerleader. We started practicing routines together. Day 8 brought a real challenge, an ice sheaf. We were following an established trail with markers, little cairns and posts that numbered the worlds like highway signs. There were even supply caches and small mailboxes where you could leave post to be carried east or west by other travellers. We reached a sign that bluntly stated, "Ice next." We'd passed through a few Ice Age worlds early on, but only one at a time, and you could hurry through them. Now we faced a whole band of them. Everyone halted, and porters distributed Arctic coats, trousers and ski masks. The next morning, Captain Batson had us tie into rope teams of 8 or 10. Babies were bundled snugly in papooses with no fingers or toes exposed. We stepped through, and the world was dazzling. A bright blue sky, few clouds, and not much ice. But the ground was frozen solid beneath my feet. Then the cold hit, like tiny needles pricking my cheeks. We stepped on again and again into more winter worlds. Sometimes we emerged into a whiteout blizzard. Other times it was slightly warmer, leaving the ground boggy and marked with our footprints. There were strange bent dwarf trees and swarms of midges. I spotted a huge deer with antlers like a chandelier. Dad helped me spell that. Ben Doak claimed he saw a woolly mammoth, but nobody ever believes a word he says. This was the reason we had to travel so far south to Richmond to walk west. Datum Earth sat in the middle of the ice belt, a stretch of worlds locked in ice ages, so you had to go south of the ice to find a passable route. But even away from the ice caps, the cold gripped everything. The first night of bitter cold sent a few folks packing right away. They claimed nobody warned them, which wasn't true. They just hadn't listened. Day 25 nights mean squeezing into cramped tents with people you barely know. It's uncomfortably close quarters. Marge Doak is fine, but Betty has this habit of picking her teeth and her snoring could wake the dead. Mom had a real blow-up with Mr. Henry after he declared the women should handle all the cooking and cleaning. Captain Batson backed her up, saying Mr. Henry wasn't in charge, though Dad mentioned he didn't say it to the man's face. Drama and nonsense as usual day 43. I keep meaning to write more, but I'm just too worn out, and there's always something happening between the frozen worlds. You find milder patches that feel almost like home. Dad calls them interglacial zones. These places are absolutely teeming with wildlife. I spotted vast herds that turned out to be horses, odd-looking cattle, antelope, and even camels. Camels, Dad says. These are the kinds of creatures that might have roamed America before people ever showed up. We've seen wolves, coyotes, elk, curlews, and bears. Captain Batson warned us about grizzlies in the wooded areas. So we steer clear. Snakes are everywhere, so you watch your step. The skies are full of crows, ravens, turkey vultures, and owls. Days are filled with bird calls, and nights bring the chorus of frogs and the relentless whine of mosquitoes near any water. The men sometimes hunt, bringing back rabbit, duck, or antelope. We even saw armadillos, huge ones, nothing like the little things in zoos. Dad thinks they might have migrated up from South America where they first evolved. There are even stories of people spotting apes here in America. Continents connect and disconnect over the ages, letting animals cross over, or trapping them. It's all a mystery, really. Nobody has a proper map for any of these worlds. In some places, trees are so scarce we have to gather dried buffalo dung, chips, for the fire. It burns surprisingly well, but you can just imagine the smell, my dear. Then there are the bizarre worlds, everything covered in ash, or endless desert, just a single strange layer thick. If a place is dangerous, there are usually signs, and we have to put on hats or use filter masks. Captain Batson calls these places jokers. Sometimes you see traces of previous travellers, the ruins of shacks. the scorched frames of old teepees, even simple crosses marking graves out here in the long earth. As Captain Batson says, just hoping for the best won't cut it. Day 67. Ben Doak fell ill after drinking from a waterhole that hadn't been checked. It was contaminated. They gave him a strong course of antibiotics. I really hope he pulls through. We've had a few sick, but thankfully no one has died. More people have decided to turn back. Captain Batson tries to reason with them while Mr. Henry just mocks them and calls them weak. Honestly, I think it takes real strength to admit you've made a mistake. We must seem like the strangest creatures to the animals here, who've probably never seen a human before. What right do we have to come tromping through and disturbing everything? Day 102. We've finally left the ice belt, and we're only 2 days behind schedule. It's weird to think we've stepped through 36,000 worlds, but the actual sideways distance we've covered is just a few miles. Now we're about to travel in earnest across this particular Earth, heading a few hundred miles north into what would be New York State. After that, we'll step across another 60,000 worlds or so to reach our new home. I thought we'd be walking the whole way. Not a chance. There's a proper little town here, a trading post. We can trade in all our cold weather gear for supplies better suited to the worlds of the mine belt. And there's a wagon train waiting for us. They're big covered wagons, Dad says. They're called Conestogas. They look like boats on wheels pulled by these strange-looking but unmistakable horses. This place even has a foundry to make the iron parts, and the wagon wheels have proper tyres like on a car. When we saw those wagons, we all just whooped and hollered and ran toward them. Conestogas. I wonder if the journey ahead will top the thrill of the helicopter ride. Day 199. We're on Earth West 70,000 and some change, as my dad likes to put it. I'm jotting this down at dawn before we pack up camp. The grown-ups were up late again last night, debating the division of labour, but when they get deep into their group discussions, us kids can sneak off for a bit. It's not like we get into trouble. Well, not usually, mostly. We just observe. That's the heart of it. We watch. Dad worries we're becoming mindless out here with nothing but chores and the lessons they push on us. But he's got it wrong. We're quiet because we're paying attention, not because our heads are empty, and we notice things the adults completely miss. There are bizarre creatures and plants that defy every evolution textbook I've seen. These are the joker worlds sprinkled through the dull, dry mine belt. The adults write them off as barren. They're not, trust me. Then there are the greys, we call them that, even though they're a bright orange. They look like fuzzy toddlers from a distance, but get a close look at the gear in those orange midsections, and you'll know they're no children. Their eyes are huge, like something from a cartoon about aliens. They flicker around the edges of camp. Here, then gone. Obviously stepping, animals that can step. The long earth holds more secrets than anyone imagines. Even Dad, even Captain Batson, even Mr. Henry, especially him. Day 281. Is it November yet? Dad will have the date. We did it. We reached Earth West. 100,000, or good old 100K, as us seasoned pioneers call it. This is the beginning of the Corn Belt. Good old 100K even has a gift shop. You can buy T-shirts and mugs that read, I stepped all the way to good old 100K. The irony, the tags say made in China. The landscapes have been shifting for a while now. Greener, wetter, new animals, and most crucially trees lumber, is the essential ingredient for building a colony, a town, everything. That's why we had to trek so far. The mine belt was too sparse. Here, there's prairie, steady rain, and forests. Prime farmland. No one knows how vast the Corn Belt is. There's space for everyone, and it's impossible to picture it ever getting crowded anyway. We've arrived. To drive the point home, they've got a couple of fields behind the shop with corn stubble and grazing sheep, just like back home. Sheep, Dad explained. They're descended from lambs that had to be carried out here from the datum in the arms of steppers, since no native sheep exist in North America on any world discovered so far. The shop folks made a big deal over us kids. They served homemade beer and lemonade, the kind with seeds in it, which was the most amazing drink I've ever tasted. They peppered us with questions about news from the datum and the low earths back east. We chattered and boasted, telling our own Trek story. Apparently, the tale changes a little each year, it's told. An English woman named Hermione Dawes wrote our account in a large ledger, in a small library nook filled with similar records. She told Mom her purpose was to document things, and she was thrilled to be out here recording real history. She'll probably be there forever, scribbling as folks pass through. People are odd, but if she's happy, that's all right with me. I heard she's married to a rancher. We went shopping. What a treat. Meanwhile, the adults had to go register their land claims. A US government official, who rotates out every few years, is here to verify the land grants we purchased on the datum before leaving. Everyone compared claim forms to figure out where to head next. In the end, the adults picked a world at random. West 101,753, an easy week's walk. We gathered up the dokes, Harry Burgreen with his fiddle, thank goodness, Melissa Harris, fine, and Rhys Henry, the less said the better. 100 of us in total, and we set off. We moved and made camp with a discipline that would have earned Captain Batson's approval, though. Mrs. Harris continued to avoid her share of the laundry duties. A week later, as we reached world 101,753, a steady rain was falling. We exchanged glances, linked hands within our groups, and took that next step together into brilliant sunshine. That simple sunlit moment was how we selected an entire reality, choosing one world over countless others, simply because the weather was pleasant when we arrived. For all we knew, the Australia of World 753 might have had mountains of diamond, but it didn't matter. Earth West 101,754 was ours. We had arrived. That initial afternoon of flight, the Mark Twain stepped repeatedly, each transition sending a fresh jolt of excitement through Joshua. The stepping rhythm gradually quickened as Lobsang tested the ship's capacities. Joshua tracked their progress via small monitors, earthometers, Lobsang called them, set into the cabin walls. He noted they had enough digits to count into the millions. As it stepped, the airship also travelled westward across the landmass of Eurasia. The monitors included a simple map display. Their position was calculated from the stars, though the geography of these unknown worlds was mostly speculative. On the observation deck, Lobsang sat across from him, offering one of his slightly artificial smiles. They both held coffee cups. Lobsang even took a sip, and Joshua pictured some internal reservoir filling up. "How is the journey so far?" Lobsang inquired. "Perfectly smooth," Joshua replied. In truth, it was more than smooth. As always, when he left the datum behind, that heavy, claustrophobic feeling he carried there began to lift almost immediately, a background pressure he hadn't even recognized while growing up. Not until it was gone. He suspected it was the weight of too many other minds, too much crowded human consciousness. It was a peculiar sensitivity. Even on the emptiest stepwise worlds he could sense if another person was nearby, even a small group. He had only ever discussed this strange, almost telepathic perception or burden with Sister Agnes, not even with Officer Jansen. And he certainly wasn't going to bring it up with Lobsang now. Yet the feeling of liberation was profound. Along with it came his awareness of the silence, like a distant mind faintly perceived, akin to the echo of a great ancient bell from far-off mountains, or at least he felt it when Lobsang wasn't talking, which he was again. We will follow this line of latitude westward, approximately. We can maintain 30 miles per hour comfortably, a leisurely pace suitable for exploration that should bring us over the area corresponding to the continental United States in a matter of weeks. Lobsang's face still seemed not quite genuine to Joshua, like a very good but slightly imperfect animation. Yet here, aboard this incredible vessel, a manifestation of Lobsang's extraordinary vision. Joshua found himself feeling a grudging affinity. "You know, Lobsang, I read up on your story after I returned to the home following my interview with Trans-Earth. There was talk that the smartest action for any supercomputer upon activation would be to ensure it could never be deactivated. The tale about the reincarnated Tibetan monk was supposedly a clever cover for exactly that, a way to make switching you off unthinkable. We discussed it, and Sister Agnes remarked that if a machine possesses a desire to continue existing, then it must have a sense of self, which implies a soul. I know the Pope later ruled differently, but I'd take Sister Agnes's word over the Vatican's any day." Lobsang considered this. "I hope to meet Sister Agnes one day. I understand what you're telling me. Thank you, Joshua." Joshua paused, then ventured, "Since you're in a thanking mood, perhaps you could clear something up for me. Is this really you, Lobsang? Or are you back on the datum stored on some server at MIT? Is that even a sensible question to ask?" "Oh, it's a perfectly sensible question, Joshua. On the datum, my consciousness is distributed across numerous storage systems and processing units. My setup is partly for security, and partly to make data retrieval and processing more efficient. If I wanted to, I could view myself as spread across multiple centers, multiple points of awareness. But I am human, Joshua. I am Lobsang. I remember what it was like to see the world from a single vantage point from inside a skull. That's the experience I've chosen to preserve. There is only one of me, even though my memory backups are stored across different worlds. The me that is speaking to you is fully committed to this journey. And for the record, when I operate the ambulant unit, that becomes me as well, though enough of my consciousness remains outside of it to pilot the airship." Should something happen to this instance, a backup copy on Datum Earth would be activated and synchronized with any memory stores you could recover from the ship. But that entity, while sharing my memories, would not be me. I hope that makes sense. Joshua considered this. Makes me glad I'm just a regular human. More or less, in your particular case, Lobsang replied with a hint of dryness. On another note, now that we're moving, you should know my report on the Congressional Expedition tragedy has already been dispatched to the authorities. As a precaution, I've also sent it to several trustworthy newspapers, including the Fortean Times, an invaluable resource for anyone studying the Long Earth. You can browse their archives on your stateroom screen. A promise is a promise. I appreciate that, Lobsang. And so we embark. By the way, don't be startled if the coffee maker starts a conversation. It's a beta test AI from one of our partners. Also, are you allergic to cats? They make me sneeze. Shimmy won't. Shimmy? Another innovation from Transearth. You've seen how many cramped, difficult-to-reach spaces this gondola has. Pests could become a real issue, especially if they climb the anchor lines when we land. The last thing we need is a rodent chewing through a cable. So, allow me to introduce Shimi here, Kitty. A cat padded onto the deck. It moved with a fluid, silent grace that was almost perfect, save for the faint LED gleam in its green eyes. I should mention that she Lobsang? She can, on command, produce a purring sound engineered to be optimally calming to humans. She tracks rodents via infrared and has exceptional hearing. She subdues her prey with a mild electrical charge, transfers it to a specialized internal compartment with food and water, and later places it in a small holding vivarium where the creature can live comfortably until we release it somewhere safe. That seems like a lot of effort for a mouse. It's the Buddhist approach. This prototype is clean, hygienic, causes no harm to its quarry, and performs most functions you'd expect from a house cat. It notably avoids one common feline grievance. It will not defecate in your stereo headphones. Oh, and by default she's programmed to sleep on your bunk. A robotic cat on a robotic ship. There are benefits. She uses a gel-based brain, similar to my ambulant unit, and is considerably more intelligent than the average feline. Her fur is synthetic. No allergic reactions, I assure you. Abruptly, the stepping ceased. Joshua felt a strange jolt, as if he'd been pitched forward. Brilliant light washed over the deck. Peering through the windows, he saw they had emerged into a world of glaring sunshine and vast, frozen whiteness. Why did we stop? Look down. You'll find binoculars in the lockers. A small, colourful speck in the ice resolved into a fluorescent orange dome tent. Two figures, bulky and anonymous in heavy Arctic gear, moved stiffly nearby. A portable drilling rig stood on the ice, and an American flag hung slack from a pole. Researchers, a university team from Rhode Island. They're studying local biology and taking ice core samples. I'm logging all signs of human activity we encounter, of course. I had been anticipating the arrival of these gentlemen, even though their journey has taken them considerably farther than their officially logged destination would suggest. Yet you located them regardless. My perspective is rather omniscient, Joshua. Joshua squinted downward, uncertain if the college students below had even registered the presence of the airship. A leviathan now suspended silently in the sky above them. Are we descending? That would achieve little. We could, however, communicate without ever touching the ground. The vessel is equipped with an array of communication devices, from medium and shortwave radios capable of reaching any corner of an individual world to more rudimentary methods. A naval-issue heliograph, for instance, even a public address system, a loudspeaker, you'd boom down from the heavens like a biblical deity. Lobsang. The equipment is purely functional, Joshua. Not every gesture is laden with symbolism. Every human action is. And you are human, are you not? Lobsang. Without a word of warning, Lobsang resumed the stepping process, the ship giving another soft lurch. The science camp vanished in an instant, replaced by the strobing blur of countless other worlds flashing past. Waking after his first night aboard, Joshua felt invigorated, as if his veins were sparkling with energy. The ship continued its steady stepping, the hum of its machinery a comforting feline purr. He soon realized the actual purring came from the cat, which was curled atop his legs. As he shifted, she rose gracefully, stretched and padded out of the room. Driven by a growling stomach, Joshua ventured to the galley. These days, securing a good meal in the stepwise worlds wasn't difficult for him. The pioneering steppers viewed him as something of a lucky charm, recognizing his name and reputation, and were always happy to share. A hot meal was his for the asking at any of the burgeoning travellers' lodges scattered across the nearer earths. But it never paid to be a moocher, as Sister Agnes had drummed into him, so he made a habit of bringing along his own provisions, a freshly caught deer or some wild fowl. Many of the newer settlers appreciated fresh meat, but still wrestled with the grim reality of processing it, so Joshua would often spend a quiet hour field dressing his game. He'd usually trade portions of it for supplies like sacks of flour or a basket of eggs, provided he remembered to bring a basket. The airship's galley, however, was in a different league of luxury compared to any roadside lodge. A well-stocked freezer held ample bacon and eggs, and a dry cabinet was filled with sacks of valuable salt and pepper. This was no small thing on numerous worlds. A handful of salt could purchase a full dinner and a night's lodging, with pepper being even more prized. Joshua set to work on the bacon. Lobsang's voice suddenly filled the space, making him jump. "Good morning, Joshua. I hope you rested comfortably?" Joshua flipped a sizzling strip of bacon. "I don't recall dreaming at all. It felt perfectly still. Where are we now? We are over 15,000 steps from our starting point. I've slowed the stepping for your comfort during your meal and stabilized our altitude at 3,000 feet, occasionally dipping lower when the sensors detect something noteworthy. It's a clear, dewy morning across many of the local worlds below. I recommend you finish your breakfast and join me on the observation deck to take in the scenery. Incidentally, you'll find sacks of muesli in the larder. Sister Agnes would undoubtedly insist on you maintaining regular digestive health." Joshua scowled at the empty air, having no physical form to direct his annoyance toward. Sister Agnes isn't here. Even so, with the nagging feeling that nuns possessed a supernatural awareness of one's actions, he guiltily rummaged in the larder. He munched on a mix of dried fruit and nuts, adding a few slices of watermelon for good measure. Before returning to his bacon, he then fried a slice of bread to soak up the rich bacon fat. The air was brisk at this altitude. He needed the calories. Remembering the chill, he returned to his stateroom. In the spacious closet next to the cold weather gear he'd arrived in, he found an assortment of clothing for milder conditions, some of it patterned in various camouflage designs. Lobsang was clearly processing a great deal. He chose a parka and made his way to the observation deck, settling in alone to watch the procession of Earths, a celestial slideshow. Abruptly, the vessel traversed a cluster of frozen worlds. Light erupted around Joshua, a searing, blinding glare as sunlight ricocheted off endless ice, flooding the deck as if a giant flashbulb had gone off, leaving him feeling like a bug trapped in a jar. The landscapes below were vast plains of gently folded ice, with only the occasional ridge of darker high ground breaking through like a skeletal stripe. Then, in a dizzying sequence, they passed into cloud, then hail, then back into sunlight, the local climate shifting with each new world. The strobing light was harsh on the eyes. Joshua observed the ice cover rising and falling from one Earth to the next, like a colossal slow-motion tide. On each of these worlds, the immense Eurasian ice sheet must be in constant sluggish motion, ice domes creeping, southern edges advancing and retreating over centuries. He was witnessing frozen snapshots of that monumental continental flow. When the band of glacial worlds passed and they drifted over interglacial Earths, his view was mostly an endless sea of treetops. The long Earth was profoundly generous with its trees, world after world, an unbroken canopy. Joshua wasn't one to bore easily, but as the morning stretched on, he was startled to feel a creeping tedium set in so fast. Here he was, gazing upon thousands of vistas likely never before seen by human eyes. It brought to mind Sister Georgina and her fondness for Keats. He recalled the lines, then felt, I like stout Cortez, when with eagle eyes he starred at the Pacific, and all his men looked at each other with a wild surmise, silent upon a peak in Darien. As a boy, he'd pictured a wild surmise as some rare, flamboyant bird. Now, surveying these new worlds, he was struck by a feeling more akin to a tame surmise. The sheer scale was numbing. Footsteps sounded behind him. Lobsang's mobile unit approached, dressed appropriately in a safari shirt and trousers. Joshua mused at how quickly Lobsang had transitioned in his mind from an it to a he. It can be disorienting, can't it? Lobsang said. I remember my own reactions during my initial survey flight. The long Earth is infinite, Joshua. An overabundance of marvels has a way of dulling the senses. On a whim, they halted at a world approximately 20,000 steps out. The sky was a blanket of heavy cloud, promising rain. Without direct sun, the rolling grasslands below appeared a muted grey-green, dotted with patches of darker forest. On this specific Earth, Joshua could detect no trace of humanity, not a wisp of smoke. Yet there was movement to the north. An enormous herd drifted across the terrain. Horses, bison, perhaps even camels or something stranger. Down by a lakeshore, he discerned more clusters of animals, a dark fringe along the water's edge. Now that they were stationary, the Mark Twain systems activated. Hatches on the gondola, and the envelope opened, releasing a flurry of balloons and sensor buoys that parachuted gently to the ground, each marked with the Trans-Earth logo, and the stars and stripes, small-sounding rockets, hissed skyward, leaving streaky smoke columns in the damp air. "This is our standard procedure when we pause to sample an Earth," Lobsang explained. "It allows me to extend my study beyond this single vantage point. I'll collect preliminary data now, and ongoing observations will be downloaded from the probes when we return through this world, or when another vessel passes by in the future." Among the creatures gathered by the lake were some rhinoceros-like beasts, gigantic but with oddly slender legs. They jostled at the water's edge, shoving each other aside to drink. Lobsang observed, "You'll find binoculars and cameras stored around the deck. Those animals bear a resemblance to an elesmatherium, perhaps. Or a highly evolved descendant. That means absolutely nothing to me," Lobsang. "Naturally, are you in the market for a species of your own to name?" Joshua leaned back in his seat. "Let's keep moving. We're just sitting here time. We have more of it than we could ever spend." Still. The rhythmic stepping resumed, and the herd of creatures resembling rhinos vanished. To Joshua, the motion now felt like a steady, cushioned rocking, similar to a well-built vehicle navigating a bumpy country road. He estimated they were transitioning to a new Earth every few heartbeats. If they maintained this pace continuously, which they wouldn't, they'd witness over 40,000 distinct worlds in a single day. The scale was staggering, but Joshua kept that admiration to himself. Vast landscapes streamed beneath the airship's nose, their grand outlines the only details he could catch before they were gone, entire planets flashing by in time with his own pulse. Glimpses of animal herds and solitary creatures were snatched away instantly, swallowed into the unreality of stepwise existence. Even clusters of trees morphed in form and density from one world to the next, a constant hypnotic shift. There were sudden interruptions, brief plunges into darkness, unexpected flares of light, landscapes washed in impossible hues. These were exceptional worlds yanked from his view before his mind could process them. The relentless chain of Earths, smoothed into a uniform blur by the ship's relentless motion, was otherwise all there was. "Joshua, do you ever pause to consider your location? I know where I am right here, but define here. Every few seconds you occupy a different stepwise reality. So where does this specific world sit in relation to the datum? And the next one? How is there physical space for them all?" Truthfully, Joshua had pondered that. You couldn't be a stepper and not ask. I recall Willis Lindsay wrote something like, "The adjacent world is only a thought's thickness away. Annoyingly, that may be the only clear statement he ever made. Beyond that, we're essentially guessing. So where is this Earth? It occupies precisely the same spatial and temporal coordinates as datum Earth. Think of it as a different vibrational state of the same string. The sole difference is that we can now access it, a reality we couldn't even perceive before. That's the best our contracted physicists have managed to explain. Is all this theoretical groundwork in Lindsay's documents unclear? He appears to have developed his own mathematical language. A team at Warwick University is attempting to decipher it. Worse, he encoded his writings into an infuriatingly obscure cipher. IBM won't even give us a cost estimate to crack it. And to top it off, his penmanship is atrocious. Lobsang continued speaking, but Joshua practiced the valuable skill of tuning him out. The deck was suddenly filled with the precise crystalline notes of a harpsichord. "Could you turn that off?" "It's Bach," Lobsang said. "A fugue, a predictable selection for a mathematical entity like myself, I'm aware. I'd rather have quiet, naturally." The music ceased. "You won't be offended if I continue to listen to it internally, so to speak. Suit yourself." Joshua gazed blankly at the latest terrain rolling past, and the next he got up and inspected the deck's facilities. A chemical toilet and a cramped shower stall were enclosed by thin plastic walls. Joshua idly wondered if Lobsang had sensors here too. Of course he did. The day dragged on. Eventually, darkness fell across the countless Earths, their myriad suns dipping below endless horizons. "Do I need to go up to my room to sleep?" "Your couch converts. Use the lever on the right. You'll find bedding in the storage compartment." Joshua tested it. The couch unfolded into a bed comparable to a premium airline sleeper seat. Wake me if something noteworthy occurs. Every moment is noteworthy, Joshua. Rest now. Burrowing under a reassuringly weighty blanket, Joshua listened to the steady hum of the engines and felt the faint, dizzying pull of each step. For Joshua Valienté, this gentle rocking between existences was almost comforting. He drifted off without difficulty. When he awoke, the airship was once again motionless. The airship had settled close to a jumble of weathered stone where Lopsang had secured an anchor line. Morning light washed over a brilliant blue sky dotted with thin clouds. This was a world of the ice belt, and vast fields of snow glittered painfully bright, though a patch of dark open water was visible not far off. Joshua ignored the view entirely until he had drawn a cup of coffee from the spigot. "Welcome to West 331V7, Joshua." Lobsang's voice filled the gondola. "We've been holding position since before first light. I was beginning to think you'd sleep the day away." "I assume you didn't wake me for the scenery." Look down. On the rocky outcrop where the anchor was set, black stone broke through the blanket of white. There stood a solitary ancient pine tree, or what remained of it. It had been cleanly felled near the base, its upper trunk and tangled branches cast aside in the snow, leaving a pale, raw disk of heartwood exposed to the cold air. The marks of an axe were clear. "I thought that sign of activity might catch your eye. And, Joshua, the second reason we've stopped, it's time to test my auxiliary mobile unit." Joshua scanned the cabin. "Which is where you—" A storage locker contained the equipment. He was to wear a compact chest rig holding a breathing mask with emergency oxygen, a medical kit, a powerful flashlight, a sidearm made of a non-ferrous alloy, a coil of remarkably strong cord, and other essentials. On his back went a canvas pack housing a sealed, rugged case containing an enigmatic module. An old-fashioned wireless earpiece would keep him in contact with Lobsang, though Joshua suspected the gear was studded with additional microphones and speakers. He retreated to his cabin, returned clad in his heavy Pillsbury cold weather suit, and hefted the backpack into place with a grunt. "This thing weighs a ton. You'll wear it whenever you're outside the ship. And the sealed box in the pack contains me," Lobsang said simply, "or a remote node. Consider it a backup. So long as the airship remains functional, the pack stays synchronized with my primary systems aboard. Should the airship be lost, the pack will sustain my core consciousness until you can return to civilization." Joshua let out a short, humorless laugh. "You've wasted your credits, Lobsang. In what possible scenario would this be useful? If we're far enough out that the airship is destroyed, neither of us is getting home. It never hurts to plan for every conceivable contingency. You are my final fail-safe, Joshua. That is in part why you are here. But your kit isn't complete." Joshua peered back into the locker and extracted another device. It was a skeletal frame studded with lenses and microphones, mounted on a shoulder harness. "You cannot be serious. It's lighter than it appears. The sensor array should sit securely on your shoulder. A data cable connects it to the backpack. You expect me to explore a world a million years advanced with this mechanical parrot on my shoulder?" Lobsang sounded mildly affronted. "Parrot, then, if you insist." "I didn't expect vanity from you, Joshua. Who is here to see you? It is intensely practical. I will see your view, hear what you hear, will maintain constant contact, and if you encounter difficulty. What's it going to do, squawk for help? Just wear it, please, Joshua." The apparatus settled onto his right shoulder and was, as promised, surprisingly light. Yet Joshua knew he would never be unaware of its presence, the feeling that Lobsang was perched, literally on his shoulder, observing every breath he took. To hell with it. He hadn't expected this journey to be a pleasure cruise, and the so-called parrot didn't make it any more absurd. The gadget would probably malfunction at the first opportunity anyway. Without another word, Joshua made his way to a lower access deck, heaved the door open against the cabin's slight overpressure, maintained to prevent any untested external atmosphere from seeping in, and stepped into a small elevator cage. A winch lowered him smoothly to the snow-covered ground beside the rocky outcrop. Once down, knee-deep in powder, he drew a deep, sharp breath of the frigid air of this distant Earth and slowly turned, taking in the silent, frozen expanse. The sky had grown overcast, the air taking on a pale, almost glowing quality that promised snow. "I assume you're seeing this, your typical snowy landscape." Lobsang's voice was a soft whisper in his ear. "I see it. The parrot's olfactory filters could allow me to detect scents." "Not interested," Joshua cut in. He walked a few steps away from the airship, then turned to look back at it. "Can you get a good view from there? Just an opportunity for a maintenance check." "Prudent," the parrot replied quietly. Joshua crouched near the base of a pine. There are tiny markers here, pinned to the tree rings. He pulled one free and squinted at the inscription. University of Krakow. Researchers placed these. What's the purpose? For climatic data, Joshua. The rings tell a story, just as they do back home. It's fascinating these records indicate the divergence between adjacent worlds is often only about 50 years, a mere blink in the life of a tree like this. That fact alone opens up countless mysteries. A low rumble reached him, followed by a splash and a sharp trumpeting cry. He turned slowly. He was not the only visitor to this silent world. Further inland, a primal drama was unfolding. A feline predator with such enormous, saber-like teeth its head seemed weighed down was stalking a lumbering beast armoured like a battle tank. These were the first living creatures he'd encountered here. Lobsang observed through his eyes. The over-specialised hunter pursuing the over-fortified prey, a classic evolutionary stalemate. This same tragic play has been performed on Earth countless times in different eras, until both actors vanish from the stage, from the age of dinosaurs and earlier, a universal pattern, it seems, as on the datum. So it is across the long Earth. Joshua, move round that rocky ridge ahead. You'll find open water. Joshua turned and made his way around the stone formation. The snow was deep and cumbersome, but it felt liberating to move his legs after the long confinement of the gondola. The lake spread out before him, a vast plain of ice broken near the shore by dark, liquid water. There was motion there, immense and serene, a family of elephants, shaggy-coated adults with calves sheltered between their pillar-like legs. Some waded into the shallows. The adults possessed remarkable broad shovel-shaped tusks, which they used to dig into the lake bed, clouding the water for a great distance. In a glittering shower of spray, a mother engaged in a gentle game with her young, fresh snow began to fall in earnest now, large fat flakes dusting the fur of the oblivious beasts. "Gomphethers," Lobsang murmured, "or their cousins. I'd advise staying back from the water's edge. I suspect crocodilians may be present." Joshua felt an unexpected swell of emotion at the sight. There was a profound tranquility about these gigantic animals. Is this what you wanted me to see? Not precisely. Though these worlds are veritably crowded with proboscideans, a plethora of pachyderms, I wouldn't typically point them out, but they are high-value prey, and it appears they are being hunted, and intriguingly so are you. Joshua froze. Thanks for the update. He scanned the area, peering through the increasingly dense snowfall, but saw nothing else stirring. Just give me the signal to run, all right, frankly. I wouldn't object if that signal was right this second. Joshua, the entities now approaching you with caution are engaged in a discussion concerning you, though I doubt you can hear it as the frequency is exceedingly high. Your dental work might vibrate. I don't have any fillings. I was meticulous with my dental hygiene. Naturally you were. The communication is also complex and is accelerating, as if they are rapidly reaching a consensus about their course of action. The signal fades in and out because they are continuously stepping. It's nearly too swift for the eye to follow, certainly too fast for yours. From this behavior, I can infer they employ a highly sophisticated method to triangulate the position where their primary hunters will converge upon the target. Which is to say, wait, go back. You said they are stepping? Animals that step? Predators that step? For Joshua, the entire world seemed to tilt on its axis. Well, that's a first. Indeed. You stopped here because of these things, didn't you? Incidentally, I don't see any cause for alarm on your part. You don't see any cause for me to be alarmed? They strike me as curious, not ravenous. They're probably more scared of you than you are of them right now. Care to wager on that, my life, for example? Let's observe the situation. Joshua, raise your hands if you would. Excellent. Let them get a good look. The snowfall is limiting visibility naturally now. Turn in a slow circle. That's it. Just hold your position until I instruct otherwise. No need for concern. I have the situation well in hand. This assurance did nothing to settle Joshua's nerves. He remained as motionless as possible. The snow was falling in thick, heavy sheets now. A sudden panicked move might cause him to misstep, and who knew what he'd step into? With predatory animals potentially lurking, a wrong move could land him in an even more dire predicament. Lobsang's voice was a soft murmur in his ear, seemingly attuned to his anxiety, attempting to soothe him. Joshua, simply recall that I constructed the Mark Twain, and it, which is to say naturally I, monitors your safety constantly. Any entity I perceive as intending you harm will be neutralized before it comprehends its own mistake. I am, of course, a pacifist by philosophy, but the Mark Twain is equipped with a diverse arsenal ranging from the imperceptibly minute to the unimaginably vast. I won't utter the word nuclear naturally. Please, really don't. Then we are in agreement. Given this, would you kindly sing a song? A song? What song? Any song. Pick one and sing. Something lively. Just start singing. Lobsang's directive, while utterly deranged, carried the same formidable authority as Sister Agnes's voice stretched to its absolute limit, a tone that would send cockroaches fleeing for the county line. So Joshua plunged into the first tune that popped into his head. Hail to the chief! We salute him! He's the chief! Hail to the chief! He's the one we must acclaim. When he finished, a profound quiet settled over the snowy expanse. Lobsang remarked, a fascinating selection. Another imprint from your convent upbringing, no doubt. Quite spirited in their civic engagement, were they? Well, that should suffice now. We wait. Please do not move a muscle. Joshua waited. Just as he was about to declare he'd had quite enough dark shapes materialized all around him. They were pitch black, like voids in the snowscape, with broad chests, large heads and massive paws, or rather hands, which thankfully appeared devoid of claws. They looked more like padded mitts or oversized boxing gloves, and they were singing, their large pink mouths opening and closing with evident delight. But this wasn't the patriotic ditty Joshua had offered, nor was it some bestial howl. It was unmistakably human song, and he could understand every word as they repeated them again and again, the singers weaving in different harmonies and echoes, creating layered chords that hung in the frigid air like intricate ice crystals. It went on for minutes, this wild, meandering musical journey, until it gradually coalesced into one great, warm silence. The main refrain had gone, "Watcher!" All the neighbours cried, "Who you going to meet, Bill? Did you buy the street bill?" "Laugh! I thought I would have died. Knocked 'em in the old Kent road." Astonished, Joshua found he could barely draw breath. Lobsang, interesting musical choice, written by Albert Chevalier, originally from Notting Hill in London. Oddly enough, a version was later recorded by Shirley Temple. Shirley Temple. Lobsang, I'm going to assume there's a perfectly good reason why these giant snow beasts in a blizzard are belting out old English music hall tunes. Oh, undoubtedly. And I'm also going to assume you know what that perfectly good reason is. I have a working hypothesis, Joshua. All in due course. Then one of the creatures ambled right up to him, its dinner plate-sized hands gently cupped, as if holding something precious. Its mouth was open, still panting slightly from the energetic singing. It revealed an impressive array of teeth, yet the overall expression was unmistakably a grin. "Fascinating," Lobsang whispered, his voice full of awe. "Definitely a primate, some kind of ape. It stands as upright as any early human, but that doesn't automatically link it to our own evolutionary path. Not the moment for a biology lesson, Lobsang." Joshua said quietly, "You're right, of course. We need to see this through. Accept the offering." Joshua moved forward slowly, extending his open palms. The being seemed thrilled, like a kid entrusted with a critical task, and determined to get it perfect. It placed something surprisingly weighty into Joshua's hands. He glanced down. He was cradling what appeared to be an enormous, brilliantly coloured salmon. Lobsang's voice filled his ear. "Splendid, not precisely what I anticipated, but absolutely what I was hoping for. Incidentally, it would be customary for you to offer something in return." The creature who had just surrendered the magnificent fish was watching him with an encouraging, expectant grin. Joshua felt a wave of awkwardness. "Well, I have my glass knife, but I have a feeling this fellow has no use for a blade." He paused, conflicted. "And it's my knife. I made it myself from a piece of imported obsidian, a gift from someone whose life he'd saved. It's been with me for years." Lobsang's tone was brisk. "Think it through. Moments ago, you were braced for a violent assault, correct? Now, the obvious fact is that was his fish, and he gave it to you. I believe the ritual of exchange holds more significance here than the object itself. If you feel uncomfortably vulnerable without a weapon, you are welcome later to select one of the composite blades from the ship's armory. For now, give him the knife." Frustrated, mostly with his own sentimentality, Joshua snapped, "I didn't even know we had an armory." "We live and we learn, my friend, and be thankful you still can. A gift carries a value no currency can measure. Hand it over with a gracious smile for the record, Joshua, because you're making history, first contact with an alien intelligence, albeit one polite enough to have evolved right here on Earth." With a pang of loss, Joshua offered his cherished knife. The creature accepted it with elaborate reverence, holding it up to the light, examining it closely, and delicately testing its edge. Then a jarring, grinding roar erupted in Joshua's headset, like rocks tumbling in a metal drum. After a few agonizing seconds, it ceased, replaced by Lobsang's upbeat narration fascinating. They address you in audible frequencies while their internal communication appears to be ultrasonic. What you just endured was my crude attempt to translate that ultrasound conversation down into a range a human ear could detect, if not comprehend. And then, in a blink, they vanished. The only evidence they had ever stood there were the massive footprints in the snow, already being erased by the howling wind, and, of course, the salmon back aboard the ship. Joshua stored the huge fish in the galley refrigerator. Clutching a mug of coffee, he slumped into a seat in the lounge and spoke to the empty air. "I want to talk to you, Lobsang, not to a voice in the ceiling. I want a face I can theoretically punch. I perceive your irritation, but I can assure you you were never in any real peril. And as you've likely deduced, you are not the first human to encounter these beings. I have a compelling theory that the first man who met them believed they were Russians." And so Lobsang recounted to Joshua the tale of Private Percy Blakeney, pieced together from scribbled diary entries and the bewildered accounts of a nurse in a datum French hospital where he had mysteriously appeared in the 1960s after his ordeal. For Private Percy, confronted by a line of stoic, chanting strangers in the untouched green of his forest, the realization had come swiftly. Of course they had to be Russians. The Russians were in the war now, weren't they? The sheer absurdity of it almost made him laugh, a brief, hysterical bubble of relief in the midst of the unknown. Percy's memory drifted back to a tattered copy of Punch magazine that had made the rounds in the trenches, a cartoon depicting Russians looking, well, exactly like bears. His own grandfather, another Percy, had been captured during the Crimean War and never tired of telling his eager grandson about the Russians. "They reeked, boy," the old man would say. "Filthy brutes, every last one. Savages, if you ask me. Some hauled in from the farthest wilderness. I'd never seen anything like it. Covered in fur, beards so thick you could stable a goat in 'em, though any self-respecting goat would bolt straight out, fussy about the company it kept. But they could sing, lad, stank to high heaven. But they could sing better than the Welsh, I swear it. If nobody told you, you'd have thought they were wild animals." Now Percy studied the line of shaggy, impassive though not unfriendly faces before him, and mustered his courage. "Me, English Tommy? Yes? On your side, long live the Tsar." That earned him a few curious glances as the hairy men exchanged looks. Maybe they were hoping for another tune. His mother always said music was a language everyone understood. At least they weren't locking him up or shooting him on the spot. So he launched into a hearty rendition of "It's a Long Way to Tipperary," ending with a crisp salute and a shout, "God save the King." To his surprise, the Russians responded by raising their massive hands and bellowing, "God save the King," with startling vigour, their voices echoing like shouts down a long tunnel. Then they leaned their shaggy heads together, seeming to reach some agreement, and broke once more into "Pack Up Your Troubles." But this wasn't the same kit bag, and these weren't the same troubles. Private Percy strained to make sense of what he was hearing. The melody was there, yet they sang it like a Sunday choir, taking his familiar tune and weaving it into something entirely new. Harmonies coiled and unravelled like twisting eels, then burst apart in a rush of sound, yet it remained unmistakably, "Pack Up Your Troubles." No, it was a better "Pack Up Your Troubles," fuller somehow, more alive. Percy had never heard anything like it. He clapped his hands, and the Russians joined in with a thunderous applause that rumbled like distant artillery. They clapped as fiercely as they sang, maybe even more so. It was then that Percy remembered last night's crayfish had been more of a nibble than a proper meal. If these Russians were friends, maybe they had rations to share. They certainly looked well padded beneath those heavy fur coats. Worth a try. He rubbed his stomach, pointed suggestively toward his mouth, and put on his most hopeful face. After another quick huddle, their whispers faint and buzzing like gnats on a summer night. They burst into song again. This time it was all whistles and trills, uncanny imitations of birdsong, a touch of nightingale, a hint of starling, flowing together like the most beautiful dawn chorus he'd ever heard. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling they were singing about him. Then one of the men stepped forward, watched closely by the others, and sang Tipperary perfectly from start to finish. In Percy's own voice, he was certain of it. Even his mother would have recognized that tone. Afterward, a couple of Russians slipped away into the woods, while the rest settled calmly around Percy. When he sat down on the grass among them, a wave of exhaustion washed over him. Years of war, and not a single day of this kind of peace. Maybe he'd earned a short nap. He scooped a few handfuls of water from the river, and despite the circle of hairy strangers, stretched out on the soft grass and closed his eyes. He drifted off, only surfacing slowly much later. Private Percy was a sensible and orderly sort of fellow, so as he lay there in the tall grass, caught in that hazy state between sleep and waking, he made a conscious decision not to fret over the Russians, provided they weren't actively trying to end him. The old hands had a saying, "Save your worrying for your boots." Boots. His drowsy mind latched onto the thought. They were everything. Take care of your boots, and your boots would take care of you. He'd always given his footwear a great deal of consideration. As he drifted toward full consciousness, still feeling the bruises of his war and disconnected from any clear sense of when or where he was, a new, unsettling question surfaced. Did he even have legs left to put those boots on? A man could lose his limbs and not realize it until the numbness faded, or so the stories went. He recalled poor Mac, who only discovered his feet were missing when he attempted to stand. Percy remembered walking through this forest, of course he did, but perhaps that was just another dream, and maybe he was still back in the muck and the gore after all. With cautious effort, he tried to sit up, feeling a flicker of relief when he confirmed he at least seemed to possess both of his hands. Shifting his sore body carefully, he managed to rise just enough to look down. Yes, boots. Thank heaven for boots. They appeared to be on legs that were likely his own, and, as a wonderful bonus, still connected to the rest of him, but boots could be deceptive, just like legs. They gave you a false sense of security. He remembered an incident when a 40-pounder shell struck an ammunition crate, and he was part of the detail sent to deal with the aftermath. The sergeant had been unusually subdued, offering an uncharacteristically gentle word when Percy became distressed. He'd found a single boot lying in the churned earth, but couldn't locate the leg that belonged to it. The sergeant had patted his shoulder and said, "Well, lad, seeing as he's missing his head as well, I doubt he'll mind, eh? Just focus on what I told you. Paybooks, watches, letters, anything to put a name to the poor blighters. Then prop 'em up over the trench parapet. That's right, lad, stick those lads up there. They might catch a bullet, but they won't feel a thing where they've gone, and that's one less round meant for you or me. Good lad. Fancy a drop of rum? Best medicine for what ails you." The simple, profound discovery of his own feet, still reliably attached, filled Private Percy, known to his mates as Pimple, because when your given name is Percy Blakeney, pronounced Black Knee, and you're still battling acne in your 20s, you accept Pimple and are thankful it isn't something crueler, with a wave of pure exhilaration. He lay back again and must have slipped into a light doze. When his eyes opened next, the daylight was still strong, and a powerful thirst gripped him. He sat up. The Russians were still there, watching patiently. He thought, through a clearing mental fog, that they looked at him almost kindly behind those furry faces. For the first time it struck him that he ought to take stock of his gear. He opened his kit bag and dumped its contents onto the green earth, and he discovered he'd been robbed. His canteen was missing. So was the blade from his bayonet and the blade from his entrenching tool. Come to think of it, his helmet was gone too. He didn't recall having it when he woke, though he found its strap still around his neck. Good grief, they'd even taken the little metal aglets from his bootlaces and the nails from his heels. Anything made of steel. The oddest part was that while his canteen was gone, it was only the steel inner flask that was missing. The stitched leather outer carrier lay on the grass, perfectly intact. But his paybook was undisturbed, the few pennies in his bag were ignored, and even the glass bottle holding his rum ration was still there. It must have been a very peculiar sort of thief. He still had his paints, though the small metal box that held the tubes had vanished. Not only that, someone had gone to the trouble of removing the metal bands from his paintbrushes, leaving the bristles scattered at the bottom of his canvas bag. Why? He checked the pistol at his belt, finding only the wooden stock remained. Steal a pistol, certainly, but who would take just part of it? It defied logic. Then again, what, on the Western Front, ever made sense? The Russians watched him, silent and seemingly puzzled by his rummaging. Memory began to seep back from its hiding place. After a leg wound, Private Percy had been assigned to the Camouflage Corps. The army, in a rare moment of sense, had noted his past as a draftsman. This army, which always needed men to hold rifles and absorb bullets, occasionally needed men who could hold a pencil and choose from nature's palette the exact shade to turn a Mark I tank into a harmless haystack, complete with a wisp of smoke if the crew was sneaking a cigarette behind it. The respite had been welcome. That was why he carried a paint box for colour matching and fine details after the usual slathers of camouflage green. What else came back? The last moment before the shelling, the sergeant berating a new recruit over one of those small testaments that fit in a breast pocket, the kind mothers and sweethearts sent hoping holy words would protect their boys, or that its metal cover might succeed where faith fell short. Percy, packing his gear, recalled the sergeant's fury, waving the little book and shouting, "You absolute fool, has your mother never heard of shrapnel?" There was a sapper once, a good lad. A round hit his iron testament and drove the heart clean out of him. Then the shelling tore everything apart. Why had the red-faced kid and the sergeant vanished into that blast? While Percy now sat in this quiet place with these calm Russians still hearing birdsong deep down. He knew some questions had no answers. Best not to dwell. The Russians waited patiently as he clawed his way out of the darkness in his mind. When the two hunters returned, one carried a freshly killed deer with casual strength. Dropping the carcass before him might have confused another man, but Percy's youth as a poacher and years of near starvation on the front lines united in a single sharp purpose. Butchering without proper tools was messy, but the brass button rod from his pack helped, as did smashing his last rum bottle to create a few crude blades. He was taken aback when the Russians ate with their hands, eagerly devouring the guts and lungs, what he'd always called the lights, but he charitably assumed they simply knew no better. He noticed no steel, and certainly no rifles, which struck him as strange. Weren't they here to fight alongside the English? What was a soldier without a weapon? Then it clicked for Private Percy. Some might call him a deserter, though only heaven knew the full truth of what had happened. Perhaps these Russians were actually deserters. They'd likely tossed their weapons aside, holding on to nothing but their massive, shaggy greatcoats. If that was the case, Percy reasoned, why should he be concerned? That was their affair and the Tsar's, so he claimed a venison steak for himself, tactfully moving off to spare them the awkwardness of his gaze as they ate. He gathered some dry grass and snapped brittle twigs from the decaying limbs of a fallen tree, using one more of his precious matches to start a small fire. Within minutes, as the meat sizzled, they had gathered around him as if he were royalty. Later, as they all walked on together, their voices rising in song, Percy entertained them with every music hall tune he could remember. "How do you know all this," Lobsang, about Private Percy? Primarily from that archive of the Bazaar, the 14 Times. A story in their December 1970 issue told of an elderly man in outdated British Army uniform being brought to a French hospital some years prior. He seemed to be trying to communicate through whistling. A British Army paybook, still tucked in his tunic, identified him as Private Percy Blakeney of a Kent regiment, listed as missing in action after the battle at Vimy Ridge. Yet he appeared well-fed and in decent spirits, if utterly bewildered, though severely hurt after being struck by the tractor of the farmer who found him. The farmer insisted to police that the man had simply been standing in the middle of the field, staring as if he'd never seen such a machine, and the farmer couldn't stop in time. Despite the hospital's efforts, Percy succumbed to his injuries. A bitterly ironic end. But before he died, a nurse who spoke English heard him murmur something like, "In the end, I told the Russians I wanted to go back, to see how the war was getting on. They were good lads, found me a way home. Good lads, loved singing, so very kind," and so on. The combination of the antiquated uniform and his mention of Russians sparked enough security worries that the local police were summoned. According to the British Legion, there really was a Percy Blakeney who fought at Vimy Ridge and was reported missing after the initial artillery barrage. No official explanation was ever offered for why his paybook would surface decades later with a mysterious wanderer now buried in a cemetery in rural France. But you have an explanation, I assume? I'm certain you can piece it together, Joshua. He stepped away into that forest with his Russians? Possibly, Lobsang replied. Or perhaps one of the trolls accidentally found itself in the trenches and guided him out. Trolls. It seems the most fitting mythological term for such beings, drawn from legends that likely stem from much older encounters. Creatures briefly glimpsed in our world only to vanish again, completely misunderstood, becoming the seeds of folklore, a term that's already in use in some corners of the long earth. Joshua. Percy's experience wasn't the only one. So you expected to find these stepping humanoids? From logical deduction, yes, and I anticipated the singing from Percy's own story. Think about it. Humans can step. Chimpanzees cannot. Experiments have confirmed that. But perhaps our hominid relatives from the distant past, or rather their modern descendants, were, or are, capable of stepping. Why not? To have met such beings so early in our voyage is, of course, the realization of a significant objective. And we must at least hope, to encounter many more such communities as we press onward. What an intellectual adventure this is, Joshua. So they kept him alive all those years. It appears so. These Russians discovered Percy lost in a France empty of French people, and they showed him kindness for decades, across several of their own generations perhaps. Truly extraordinary. To my knowledge, he never fully grasped the reality about his companions. Percy, having likely never encountered anyone from another nation before being sent to France, and being both English and uneducated, was probably halfway ready to accept that a foreigner might resemble almost anything. Why couldn't a Russian look like a large, hairy ape? For a great deal of his remaining years, Private Percy journeyed with his Russians through a serene, heavily forested and well-watered landscape where they provided him with meat and vegetables, treating him with consistent consideration in every way. This continued until the day he somehow managed to convey, and I confess I have no idea how he communicated this, that he wished to return to his place of origin. Songs possess a profound expressiveness, Lobsang. One can sing their longing for home, perhaps. And as we have witnessed ourselves, they learned those melodies thoroughly and have preserved them. They must have been transmitted through generations of trolls, possibly even exchanged between different groups. Fascinating. We really must study the social structures of these beings. Well, in the end, the trolls returned him home, as benevolent spirits ought, back to France, though thankfully not to a time when mankind was tearing itself apart with high explosives. At that moment, the mobile unit ambled through the blue door at the rear of the deck, and with a seamless and somewhat unsettling transition, resumed the conversation from its disembodied counterpart. Do you have additional questions, Joshua? I've read about that war. It didn't continue for an exceptionally long period. Why didn't he return sooner? The mobile unit placed a cool hand on Joshua's shoulder. Would you have been eager to? It was a dreadful, inhuman struggle, a conflict that had transformed into a machine designed to eliminate young men as efficiently and as horrifically as possible. How enthusiastic would he be to walk back into that? Also remember, he wasn't truly aware he was a stepper. He believed he had been blasted into a different region of France. Moreover, his Russians were delighted by his company. I suspect the songs were the decisive factor. He claims they adored listening to him sing. He taught them every song he knew, and you, Joshua Valienté, heard one of them earlier today. The unit paused, its expression unreadable for a moment. So, our initial field excursion, perhaps we require an operational review. You believed I had placed you in danger, correct? Please trust that I would not do so. It would not serve my own interest, would it? You possess an astonishing amount of knowledge about what we're facing, even before we face it. You could have given me some warning about what was coming, true. I acknowledge that. We must improve our communication. Consider this. We have only just embarked on our epic voyage. We scarcely know one another. What would you say to spending some meaningful time together? Sometimes, the only possible reaction is a blank stare, meaningful time proposed by an artificial man. Joshua was familiar with the phrase, if only because Sister Agnes would fly into a fury every time she heard it. Her rages were not explosive affairs. Few harsh words were spoken, aside from Republican, which was a profoundly offensive term to Sister Agnes, and certainly nothing was ever thrown, at least not with much force, and never anything that could cause injury. But expressions like me time and meaningful time ignited her. Phrases carved from mist, diluting the value of language, allowing anything to mean whatever you desire until nothing carries weight and nothing is exact. He recalled the day someone on TV uttered the doomed phrase, "Think outside the box." Some of the children went and hid in anticipation of the impending eruption, meaningful time with Lobsang. Joshua studied the mobile unit's simulated face. It appeared strangely fatigued or strained, insofar as its expression could be interpreted at all. Do you ever sleep, Lobsang? Now that face adopted a look of mild offence. All my components undergo a scheduled downtime cycle, with backup systems managing the load as necessary. I suppose this could be construed as sleeping. I see you frowning. Is the concept of my resting so difficult to accept, or is it the idea of sharing this so-called quality time that troubles you? Joshua listened to the familiar symphony of the ship around him, the low, organic groans of its structure, the constant, almost imperceptible hum of its subsystems. All of it was Lobsang, perpetually at work. He tried to imagine the weight of that unending consciousness, like having to manually command every breath and heartbeat in his own body. Is something in particular troubling you? He asked. The face before him softened into a smile. Naturally, everything troubles me, particularly the vast unknowns and the variables beyond my influence. Understanding is my core function, my very reason for being. For the record, my mental state is perfectly optimal. I feel that needs stating. Lobsang paused, his tone shifting to something lighter, almost playful. I confess, I have no idea where one might procure a bicycle built for two, though I'm confident I could manufacture a rather swift tandem model in a few hours. You look confused. Never mind. Tonight, we shall utilize the cinema. 2001. A Space Odyssey is the featured presentation. Your cultural education remains a work in progress, Joshua. Assuming, for argument's sake, that you possess human-like frailties, Joshua ventured, is it possible you experience stress? If so, stepping outside your own head now and then could be beneficial. Fine, we'll have our bonding time. Just don't you dare tell Sister Agnes I agreed to this. A sudden, odd idea struck him. Can you fight, Joshua? I am capable of rendering entire landscapes barren. No, I mean physically, hand to hand. Clarify. A little sparring now, and then keeps you sharp back in my old neighbourhood. We'd scrap on the street corners just to stay loose. Even hitting a heavy bag can help you sort your thoughts. It could be fun. What do you say? It's a very human activity, and it'd give you a chance to really test the limits of that physical form you're wearing. There was a brief silence. Well, are you in? Lobsang smiled again. My apologies, I was reviewing the Rumble in the Jungle. You were what? The 1974 championship bout between George Foreman and Muhammad Ali. I always complete my research, Joshua. Fascinating, Ali employed superior strategy and experience to defeat the younger, stronger Foreman. Brilliant. Are you seriously telling me you have every televised boxing match ever recorded stored in some memory bank? Obviously. Why wouldn't I? Based on anticipation and extrapolation, I have already initiated fabrication. Joshua could hear the distant, accelerated whirring from the ship's workshops, 2 pairs of sparring gloves, the necessary hand wraps, shorts, mouthguards for aesthetic authenticity, and 1 plastic protective cup for your groin. With the safety of his most vulnerable area now prominently on his mind, Joshua said hurriedly, the Rumble in the Jungle wasn't a friendly spar, Lobsang. It was practically a small-scale war. I've seen it a few times myself. Sister Simplicity has a thing for the classic bouts. We all suspect she has a secret appreciation for large, perspiring athletes. I have thoroughly analysed the official rules for sparring, Lobsang stated, rising to his feet. The analysis took 2/millionths of a second, to be precise. Did that come across as arrogant? Joshua let out a sigh. Actually, it sounded like an attempt at a joke through wild exaggeration. Excellent, Lobsang replied. That was precisely the intended effect. That sounded smug. Well, one could argue I have a considerable amount to be smug about, wouldn't you agree? Now, if you'll excuse me. Lobsang walked away. Joshua remembered the unit's movements initially being stiff and mechanical. Now, it moved with the fluid, confident grace of a trained athlete. The entity certainly believed in continuous refinement. He returned a few minutes later, clad in a thick white robe, and handed Joshua a bundle of gear. As Joshua turned to change, Lobsang recited, sparring, a salutary method of obtaining physical exertion while simultaneously refining the cerebral faculties responsible for observation, deduction, and anticipation. It also fosters the principle of sportsmanship. I propose we adhere to the rules established for training exercises as opposed to full combat, codified in 1891 by Brigadier General Houseman. I couldn't help but note the irony that the very man was later accidentally shot in the head by one of his own soldiers in the Sudan, a situation where no amount of sparring skill could have possibly saved him. Since then, I've collected countless other references to the sport. Honestly, Joshua, I appreciate your modesty in turning away while pulling on your shorts, though such formality is hardly necessary. When Joshua turned back, he was met with a transformed Lobsang. Shedding the robe revealed a physique beneath the boxing gear that would have intimidated even Arnold Schwarzenegger. You really don't do anything halfway, do you, Lobsang? What are you implying? Never mind. All right, Joshua said. We touch gloves, step back, and then we begin. His eyes drifted to the window where worlds streamed past. But shouldn't you be monitoring the Mark Twain? I'm not comfortable with both of us trading punches while the ship sails on unattended. No need to worry. Autonomous subsystems are handling navigation for now, and incidentally, Mark Twain himself would have found this scenario wonderfully appropriate. I'll explain why after my victory. Shall we begin, Joshua? Joshua wasn't shocked to discover his reflexes were still sharp. Survival in the long earth demanded you maintain your stamina and agility, or you didn't survive at all. He found himself landing more punches on Lobsang than he received. Blocking another swing, he asked. Are you holding back, Lobsang? They separated, and Lobsang flashed a grin. I could end you with one strike. These arms are engineered like industrial pile drivers. He smoothly evaded Joshua's testing jab. That's precisely why I let you hit me first, to calibrate an appropriate response. I'm matching your strength, though unfortunately not your speed, which seems naturally superior due to muscle memory. Embodied cognition is fascinating, isn't it? The muscles as part of the mind's intelligence. I'll need to incorporate a more distributed processing design in this body's next upgrade, and Joshua, your deceptive moves are impressive, even with your limited physical tells. I commend you for that. This praise was timely, because Joshua immediately drove a solid punch into Lobsang's broad chest. Joshua said, I'm not sure it's Tibetan, but there's an old saying, when you're fighting, stop talking and fight. You're absolutely correct. One must engage the entire mind. Suddenly, a fist was poised perfectly between Joshua's eyes. It never made contact. Lobsang halted the blow with incredible control, leaving Joshua feeling only a faint brush against the hairs on his nose. Lobsang remarked, there is a fitting Tibetan proverb. Don't stand too close to a Tibetan chopping wood. You're still too slow in every way, Joshua. Yet perhaps your cleverness can outmatch me a little longer until I surpass your skill level. I find this activity strangely therapeutic, energizing, and instructive. Shall we go on? Joshua resumed his stance, breathing heavily. You're actually having fun, aren't you? With your background, I half expected some flashy kung fu moves. You've been watching too many of the wrong films, my friend. I was a motorcycle mechanic, remember? More skilled with wires and wrenches than with fists or feet. Once I rigged a magneto to my workshop door so the neighbor who kept stealing from me got a powerful shock. A little instant karma, that was the only time I ever laid anyone out. No fancy kickboxing required. They broke apart once more. Lobsang remarked, You know, my friend, you've just helped me follow in the footsteps of the original Mark Twain. According to his own telling in Life on the Mississippi, he once got into a brawl with another pilot on a steam-powered stern-wheeler. The man had been harassing an apprentice. Every so often, Twain had to break away to check the boat was still on course. Much like I am steering our ship through the worlds, even as we trade blows. Given Twain's fondness for polishing a good story, I can't swear it's all true, but I've always admired the man. That's why I named this vessel after him. Honestly, he probably would have preferred to call his book Stepping Westward, but that title, unfortunately, was already taken by William Wordsworth, the old bard of the Lake District, a fine poet, certainly, but somehow exploring on the Wordsworth doesn't have the same adventurous ring to it, does it? Joshua replied. Sister Georgina always said Wordsworth had his moments. It is a beauteous evening, calm and free. Of course I know it. The holy time is quiet as a nun, breathless with adoration. Quite fitting. Are we going to spar with poetry now, Joshua? Just shut up and box, Lobsang. By the time they finished, the sun was dipping below the horizons of countless worlds. Joshua stood under the shower, turning over the many shades of meaning in the word strange. Here he was, boxing like some 19th-century riverboat captain with an artificial being, while a cascade of realities streamed past beneath them. Could his life possibly get any weirder? Almost certainly, he conceded with a sigh. He was starting to genuinely like Lobsang, though he couldn't quite pinpoint why. He still wasn't entirely sure what Lobsang was either. Strange, absolutely. But then, plenty of people had called Joshua strange too, and far worse names. After drying off, he pulled on a clean pair of shorts and a fresh T-shirt that read, Don't worry, on another Earth it already happened, before making his way back toward the saloon deck. The silent, empty staterooms he passed gave him an uneasy feeling, as if the Mark Twain were a ghost ship and he its first and perhaps last. Spectral passenger. Entering the galley, he found Lobsang waiting, dressed in a plain coverall, standing as still as a statue. Dinner time, Joshua. Based on a preliminary analysis, your fish isn't technically salmon, but it's close enough for the grill. We have all the usual accompaniments, we even have tracklements, and I'd wager you've never heard that term before. Tracklements are those extras that complement the main part of a meal and, traditionally at least, are found near where the ingredient comes from, like horseradish growing in good cattle country. I'm impressed, Lobsang. Lobsang looked genuinely surprised. Well, now I'm impressed too, considering I'm a certified genius with access to every dictionary ever printed. How did you come across such an old-fashioned word? Sister Serendipity is an expert on historical cookery. She has this book by Dorothy Hartley called Food in England. Serendipity knows all that kind of thing. She can make a decent meal out of almost anything. You should try her roadkill stew, always a hit at the home. She taught me a lot about living off the land. It's remarkable that a woman with such talents would dedicate herself to troubled youngsters. That's real devotion. Joshua nodded. Yeah, it is. Though it might also have something to do with the fact she's wanted by the FBI, which is why she rarely goes out and sleeps in the basement. Sister Agnes claimed it was all a big misunderstanding, and anyway, the bullet missed the senator by a wide margin. They don't really discuss it. Lobsang began pacing back and forth along the deck, turning crisply at each bulkhead like a sentry on duty. Joshua started preparing the fish, but the relentless pacing and the groan of the floorboards began to grate on his nerves. When Lobsang passed by for the 12th time, Joshua finally said, "You know, Captain Ahab used to do that. And look how that turned out for him. What's occupying your thoughts, Lobsang?" "My thoughts? Nearly everything. I will say, though, that light physical activity, like our sparring session, genuinely clarifies the mind. A rather human insight, wouldn't you agree?" He continued his pacing. The salmon-like dish was finally cooking, requiring Joshua's occasional attention. At last, Lobsang ceased his movement. "You possess a remarkable ability to focus, Joshua. You can tune out the world around you, a valuable skill that fosters a deep sense of calm." Joshua offered no reply. Beyond the window, a sudden flash of light erupted, a distant volcano briefly igniting the vast Eurasian greenery, only to vanish an instant later as they stepped forward again and again. Lobsang continued, "Listen, Joshua, let's discuss natural steppers, individuals like you and Private Percy. You inquired about my research. Since Step Day, I have dedicated myself to exploring every facet of this extraordinary new reality. For instance, I dispatched teams globally to examine cave systems once inhabited by early humans. Their mission was to inspect corresponding caves in adjacent worlds, searching for evidence of parallel occupation. It was a costly undertaking, but it bore results. In a cave near Chauvet, in a stepwise version of France, my team discovered, among other artifacts, a painting. More precisely, it was the insignia of a Kent regiment from the First World War, rendered with meticulous detail. Private Percy? Exactly. I was already aware of him and his stepping. But then, in a stepwise counterpart of the Cheddar Gorge Caves in Somerset, England, my persistent investigators made another discovery, the complete skeleton of a middle-aged man. With him were a corked flask of cider, a few coins, and a gold watch from the mid-18th century, its metal components now only gold and brass. The cave was damp, yet his boots had survived, coated in a faint, shimmering layer of calcium carbonate from the ceiling drips, much like the poor man himself. Interestingly, the hobnails and the aglets on his laces were absent. Aglets? The small metal tips once fixed to the ends of laces. "I'm building a scene for you, Joshua." "It's a somewhat bleak scene, Lobsang." "Patience. The compelling aspect of this discovery is that the corpse was only found because the fingers of one hand were wedged into a tiny crevice at the cave's lowest point. My operatives, exploring a cavern below, spotted the bones protruding through the ceiling, as if the man had been desperately and futilely trying to enlarge that narrow gap. All very Edgar Allan Poe, don't you think? They broke through from below, and you can deduce the rest. The man was a locally infamous thief and rogue known as Passover. He was a stepper, stated Joshua, his voice devoid of inflection, and I'd wager there was no other way into that cave. For a fleeting moment he pictured it, the relentless drip of icy water over bloodied fingers in utter blackness, a man clawing at stone like a prisoner in a tomb. So he'd likely been drinking Sister Serendipity once told me Somerset cider was brewed from lead, apples, and sheer recklessness. He got lost, stepped without realizing it, and found himself trapped. Disoriented, he tried to feel his way out, struck his head, and was knocked unconscious. How's my theory, impeccably reasoned, and the skull did, in fact, show minor trauma, confirmed Lobsang. Not a pleasant end. It makes one wonder how many others have become ensnared in some forgotten pocket of reality before they even understood what was occurring. Natural steppers, Joshua? The history of datum Earth is littered with them. If you know how to read the signs, unexplained vanishings, sudden, inexplicable appearances, every manner of locked-room mystery. Thomas the Rhymer is a personal favourite of mine, that Scottish seer who, legend has it, kissed the fairy queen and vanished from our world. Moving to more recent times, there's no shortage of documented cases in the classified scientific and intelligence archives, as you might expect, naturally. You are an exception, Joshua, but not the only one. Why share all this with me now? Because I believe we should have no secrets between us, and because what comes next ventures into perilous territory. I'm going to speak about your mother, The Mark Twain glided westward, the only sound a soft whisper of displaced air. Joshua carefully adjusted the flame beneath the cooking fish. Trying to sound relaxed, he asked, "What about my mother? Sister Agnes told me everything she knew." "I doubt she knew the full story." "I do, and the complete truth is, overall, a positive one. It clarifies much. I believe knowing will help you. But if you ask me not to speak of it, I will erase the subject from my memory entirely. The decision is yours." Joshua kept his eyes on the fish, his tone steady. "What possible choice do I have except to say, 'Tell me'?" "Very well. You must realize, or at least have guessed, that Sister Agnes took charge of the home largely because of the scandal surrounding your birth. It was a shake-up that made the cleansing of the temple look like a tame office party. I've reviewed the records. Even a council of cardinals would hesitate to challenge her authority. Now she knows every buried detail and what lies beneath those details. Your mother was very young when she became pregnant with you, far too young. The home failed her in that regard, unquestionably. And your father, for the record, remains unknown even to me. I'm aware Maria never spoke of him. Under the old administration, her life was one of daily atonement. Signed testimonies detailing how this penance was enforced are kept in Sister Agnes's personal safe, along with copies in my own files, waiting for the proper moment to come to light. That regime was wholly unsuited to the modern era, or any era, though it might have been grudgingly accepted in the past." Joshua looked directly at Lobsang, his voice devoid of inflection. "I know someone took her monkey bracelet. It was a childish thing, but it came from her own mother. It was nearly all she had left. Sister Agnes mentioned it. I suppose they saw it as superstition. That was their view, yes, though a mean-spirited pettiness also played a part. Maria was in her final weeks of pregnancy then. It might seem a small thing, but it pushed her past her limit at the worst possible moment. So that evening, when her contractions began, Maria tried to run from the home. In her panic, she stepped, and that is when you entered the picture. She actually stepped twice. She gave birth to you, then stepped back to the datum, appearing on the road outside the home where Sister Agnes found her. Agnes tried to soothe her. Maria was clearly in a terrible state. But Maria understood what she had done and stepped once more. When she returned, she brought you back with her, wrapped in her pink Angora sweater, and placed you into the arms of a bewildered Sister Agnes, who could make no sense of what had occurred. It wasn't until step day, when stepping became widespread, that she began to piece the truth together. And Maria died, Joshua, from a hemorrhage after childbirth. I'm truly sorry. Even Sister Agnes, swift as she was, couldn't save her. All of which makes you, my friend, uniquely alone, because at the instant of your birth, if only for a minute or two, you were almost certainly the only person in an entire universe. Completely solitary, utterly on your own, Joshua considered the question, aware as he had always been of the distant, solemn presence of the silence. What had that truly done to his infant mind? Lobsang continued, "You had no knowledge of these events, of course. Does this new context make your own nature clearer to you now?" Joshua's response was a blank stare. "The fish will go bad if we don't eat it." In silence, Lobsang observed as Joshua consumed a decent portion of the meal. Fish cooked with minced onions, since the ship's pantry held no shallots, accompanied by green beans and a dill sauce, whose precise recipe even Lobsang's analytical sensors couldn't fully decipher, though fennel was clearly a dominant note. He watched Joshua meticulously wash, dry, and stow each utensil until the galley gleamed with nautical order. Then he saw the man seem to awaken as if a cold wave of reality had just washed over him. Lobsang spoke softly. "I have something for you. I believe your mother would have wanted you to have it." He placed a small object wrapped in tissue paper on the bench, simultaneously downloading several recommended texts on processing grief and loss into the ship's library, all while running routine system diagnostics. Joshua carefully unwrapped the packet. Inside was his mother's inexpensive but cherished plastic bracelet. Without another word, Lobsang left him alone. Walking back through the ship's corridors, Lobsang was reminded not for the first time how the physical act of pacing aided thought, an observation once made by Benjamin Franklin. An element of embodied cognition, he mused, a concept worth further study, or perhaps recollection. Behind him, lights gradually dimmed as the vessel shifted into its night cycle. Upon reaching the wheelhouse, he opened the viewport, letting the frigid air of countless worlds brush against the nanosensors woven into his synthetic skin. He gazed out at the long Earth, illuminated by the glow of numerous moons. The underlying landscape remained largely consistent, the silhouette of hills, the winding courses of rivers, though sometimes volcanic fury would paint the sky, or a lightning-ignited forest would blaze against the darkness. The sun, the moon, the fundamental geometry of Earth itself formed a static stage for the fleeting, teeming biologies of these parallel worlds, yet even moonlight was not a constant. Lobsang paid close attention to the moons, noting how that familiar, ancient visage shifted subtly from one reality to the next. While the old lava seas persisted, each world had been struck by a different set of random celestial debris, leaving a unique pattern of craters and rays. He knew it was only a matter of time before they encountered a world with a missing moon, a negative moon. The moon's very existence was a contingency, a chance outcome of ancient collisions. Its absence was an inevitability. If one journeyed far enough across the long Earth, Lobsang merely had to wait, as he did for many other anticipated oddities. He understood a great deal, yet the farther they travelled, the more the essential mystery of the long Earth gnawed at him. Back home, he kept academics on retainer who described the long Earth in terms of quantum physics, because that language at least seemed to sketch a plausible picture. But he was beginning to suspect his experts didn't just have the wrong sketch. They might be in the wrong museum entirely. That the long Earth could be something far stranger he didn't know, and he despised not knowing. Tonight, he would watch and worry until the moons dipped below the horizon, and then he would worry until daylight brought the day's chores, which in his case would inevitably include more worrying. The following day, Joshua approached Lobsang with a quiet curiosity, hoping to learn more about natural steppers like himself and his mother. He wasn't interested in dusty historical tales. He wanted to hear about modern cases, knowing Lobsang likely had a wealth of such stories. Lobsang obliged, beginning with the account of Jared Orgill, one of the earliest natural steppers flagged by the authorities. It all started with a game they called Jack in the Box in Austin, Texas, a childhood pastime that seemed to spring up spontaneously among kids everywhere under different names. On that fateful day, 10-year-old Jared was chosen to be Jack. He and his friends had discovered an old refrigerator lying on its back in an illegal dump. Debbie Bate joked it looked like a robot's coffin. After clearing out the shelves and plastic bins, it was plenty big enough for someone to climb inside. Contrary to what his parents would later claim, Jared wasn't forced in. He'd have fought for the chance. He handed his phone to Debbie. You never took a phone into the box, and climbed into the cold, uncomfortable interior. The ridges of the inner fittings digging into his back, a sharp chemical smell hanging in the air. The heavy door slammed shut, cutting off the sky and his friends' grinning faces. He wasn't worried. It would only be for a few minutes. He heard the usual bumps and scrapes as the others piled garbage on top to weigh down the lid. Then, after a moment of quiet, the fridge began to rock. His friends had devised a new method to trap him. They lined up, heaving at the heavy appliance until it rolled over, landing with its full weight pinning the door shut. Jared was tossed in the darkness, landing face down on the inside of the door. He heard a sickening crunch. His stepper, a fragile plastic box of jumbled components tied to his belt with string, had taken the impact. The game's rules were simple. Wait 5 minutes, 10, maybe even an hour in the timeless dark. Then step out to an adjacent world, move aside from the fridge, and step back for a triumphant reveal. But now his stepper was damaged. He didn't test it immediately, not wanting to seem scared by exiting too soon, and frankly, not wanting to know if he was truly trapped. Time became impossible to measure. The air grew hot and stifling. Maybe 10 minutes passed, maybe more. Finally, with a trembling hand, he felt for the stepper's sliding switch, closed his eyes and pushed it to east. Nothing. Only the oppressive dark. A spike of fear shot through him. He shoved the slider to west, still nothing. In a frantic panic, he yanked the switch, back and forth until it broke off in his hand. He stifled a scream, turning onto his back to pound uselessly against the fridge's metal hull. Help! Get me out! Debbie Mac! Somebody! He listened, waited. Silence. He knew the drill because he'd follow it himself. His friends would wait a while, then get nervous, split up, and run home. Eventually they'd talk, adults would rush to the dump, and his dad would be there screaming at the kids and tearing at the garbage with his bare hands. But that rescue was hours away. The air was already thickening, each breath a labour for his tightening chest. A fresh wave of panic crashed over him. He clawed at the broken stepper until it disintegrated in his hands. He screamed, banged on the walls, wet his pants. And finally, utterly alone in the metal tomb, he broke down and cried. Exhausted, he collapsed back onto the ground, his fingers tracing the broken pieces of his stepper in the darkness, the potato, the power cable, the scattered fragments of the circuit board. He shouldn't have torn it apart like that. He should have tried to repair it. If he could just recall how he'd built it in the first place, maybe he could piece it back together now. The memory of the circuit diagram surfaced in his mind, glowing on his phone's screen as it had the first time. He had a knack for remembering details like that. Mentally, he traced the pathways of the diagram, the coils, the precise tuning, and then he fell, a short drop, landing with a soft thud on damp earth. Suddenly, a brilliant sky was above him, and he gulped in a rush of clean, rich air, out. He scrambled to his feet, his whole body trembling. Pieces of the shattered stepper tumbled from his grasp. The sheer vitality of the air made him light-headed, as if he'd returned from the dead. To his embarrassment, he felt the dampness of his pants. He looked around, finding himself in a dense thicket of trees, but he could see the glow of city lights through the branches. Austin east or west. It didn't matter which, he had to get home. But how? The stepper was now a complete wreck. Still, he took a few cautious steps away from where the refrigerator would be, and he was standing on a pile of foul-smelling, shattered debris right beside the large, junk-covered mound that was the refrigerator. He had stepped back to the datum. He didn't understand this time. He hadn't even touched the stepper. He didn't feel sick at all. He didn't care about the mystery. He was home. He took off running, away from the fridge site. With a bit of luck, his parents might not have realized he was gone yet. A wave of elation hit him as he began plotting how to retrieve his phone and boast to his friends. As it turned out, Jared's luck had run out. His parents had already noticed his absence and called the police. One particularly observant officer spotted the destroyed stepper and asked the pivotal question: how had Jared managed to step between worlds without a functioning device? To Jared's utter frustration, he was kept out of school for a battery of medical examinations and mandatory counselling sessions with so-called experts on stepping and the long earth, a physicist, a psychologist, and a neurologist, for whatever their insights were worth. The story briefly surfaced on a local news site before being hastily removed. After that, a significant cover-up operation was required, a task the US government, quite experienced in such matters, handled efficiently. They issued denials, discredited the witnesses, Jared included, and sealed the entire incident away in classified archives. Naturally, Lobsang was privy to every detail within those files. Joshua posed the question, so why do people need steppers in the first place? Perhaps the need is more indirect than we assume, Joshua, came the reply. The sparse notes Lindsay left behind emphasized that the placement of each component requires absolute pinpoint precision, wholly absorbing the builder's focus. The process of aligning the two hand-wound coils reminds me of tuning an old-fashioned metal detector. As for the remaining parts, they seem to serve an aesthetic purpose, and that appearance can be critically important. The very act of winding the coils is particularly hypnotic. If I may indulge a Tibetan perspective for a moment, I believe we are looking at a form of technological mandala. It is designed to shift the mind into a subtly altered state, all while masquerading as a piece of mundane Western tech. You see, it is the act of making a stepper that enables one to step, not the gadget itself. I personally underwent the physical process of constructing one via an ambulant unit. One might suggest it is about unlocking a door within us, a door most people never realize is there. But as Jared Orgill's experience demonstrates, or even your own, some individuals are discovering they don't require steppers at all, whether they step accidentally with a broken box or in a moment of panic without any box. We're all natural steppers, Joshua said, a sense of wonder in his voice. Most of us just don't know it, or we need this crutch to get those mental muscles working. Something along those lines. But not everyone, Joshua. You're mistaken there. We've studied enough steppers now to compile some preliminary statistics. It's estimated that perhaps 1 in 5 people are natural steppers, able to access the long earth as easily as walking through a local park. No special equipment needed, just a bit of guidance or the kind of mental focus Jared stumbled upon while picturing his circuit board. Conversely, another fifth of humanity might be permanently anchored to the datum, unable to step unless someone else carries them, a humbling prospect. Joshua considered what this meant. Humanity, without even realizing it, was now split at its very core. To Joshua, the endless procession of worlds resembled the pages of a picture book flipping by. As they continued their journey westward, they crossed a significant landmark, the Ural Mountains, a rugged north-south spine of terrain that persisted across nearly every world. The scenery had shifted dramatically. The frigid ice belt and the mineral-rich mine belt were distant memories. Now, the Earth's unfolding below were what American scouts and Trek leaders termed the Corn Belt worlds, fertile, temperate and blanketed in North America by vast grasslands and prairies, dotted with familiar trees and thickets, teeming with robust wildlife. These were lands ready for the plough. Lobsang's earthometer indicated they had travelled beyond 100,000 worlds. A journey that would take footbound trekkers the better part of a year had been accomplished by their airship in a mere 4 days. During their periodic stops, Lobsang would search for shortwave radio signals which could travel the curvature of any Earth with a functioning ionosphere. They paused on a couple of these abundant worlds to listen. On West 101,754, they picked up a lengthy, informal news broadcast from a colony in a stepped version of New England. The broadcaster was a young woman, originally from Madison, reading aloud from her journal. Joshua pictured a whole string of such hopeful settlements, sprinkled sparsely across the continents of the long Earth, each nurturing its own unique story. Hello again, loyal listeners. Helen Green here, your decidedly low-tech correspondent once more filling the airwaves. This entry is from 3 years back. The date was July 5th, which, as you know, comes right after the 4th of July. Let's dive in. Is this miserable feeling? What they call a hangover. Goodness gracious. Yesterday was Independence Day. Hooray for us. We've managed to survive out here for 8 whole months without anyone dying. Now, that's a reason to celebrate if I ever heard one. We're Americans, this is technically America, it was the 4th of July, end of discussion though. Honestly, looking at us this first summer, you'd probably mistake us for a band of pioneers. We're all holed up in lean-tos, teepees, makeshift shelters, and a few big communal cabins. Some folks are still using their trek tents. There are chickens and puppies that people carried in on their backs running absolutely everywhere. Farming, not yet. That's next year's project for our first real harvest. Right now, we work on a rotation clearing the land, burning brush, chopping trees, hauling rocks. It's all brute force labour, nothing but human muscle. For the future, we've brought seeds, corn, beans, flax, cotton, enough to weather years of bad crops if we have to. We've already started small, planting pumpkins, squash and beans in the cleared patches near our homes, our little victory gardens, but for now, we're hunter-gatherers, and it's a generous land for it. This past winter, we pulled base from the river. In the woods, we've taken game that looks like rabbits and deer, and even some of those odd little horses, though, that made a few of us squeamish. It felt too much like eating a pony. Now, in the summer, we're spending more time at the coast, fishing and gathering clams. You truly feel the wildness here. Back on the datum, I was living atop centuries of other people's work to control and tame everything. Here, the forest has never been cut, the swamps never drained, the rivers never dammed or constrained. It's wonderfully strange, and frankly, a little dangerous. I sometimes think my dad believes some of the people here are just as unpredictable as the wilderness. We're all slowly getting to know each other, but you can't always judge a book by its cover. People come out here not always with a destination in mind, but often to leave something behind. We have an army veteran, a woman my mother suspects endured a difficult childhood, and another who lost a child. That's all right with me. We're here now. When you wander through the woods or follow the river, you can spot the thin trails of smoke curling from rooftops and catch the distant calls of people working the land. Step just a world or two to the side, and you can genuinely feel the shift, a place humming with human life versus the deep, empty silence of a world without us. It's a real sensation, something you notice in your very thoughts. We had quite a debate over what to name our new settlement. The grown-ups held a meeting that quickly turned into the usual battle of words. Melissa was set on something grand and inspiring, like New Independence or Deliverance or maybe just New Hope. My dad chuckled at that last one and cracked a joke about a certain famous space saga. I'm not certain if it was my idea or Ben Doak's, but we landed on a name that finally stuck, or at least one nobody disliked enough to fight over. Once it was settled, Dad and a few others crafted a sign and placed it on the trail leading up from the coast. It reads, "Welcome to Rebot, founded 2026, AD Pop. 117. Now all we need is a zip code," Dad remarked. Here's an entry from about a year later, written by my dad himself. He's helped me with this journal, especially with the spelling, so thanks, Dad. My name is Jack Green. If you're reading this, you likely know I'm Helen's father. She's given me special permission to add a few notes to this journal, which has become something of a treasure in its own right. Helen is busy elsewhere at the moment, but today is her birthday, and I wanted to make sure the day was properly recorded. Where to begin? Our houses are mostly built now, and we're gradually clearing the fields. Most days, my head is down working, we all are. But But every now and then I take a walk around our little town and see how we're steadily carving our space out of the wilderness. The sawmill runs constantly. It was our first major community project. I can hear its distinctive two-stroke rhythm even as I write. We keep it going day and night, slowly turning forest into lumber for our homes. We have a pottery kiln, a lime kiln, a soap kettle, and thanks to our brilliant young blacksmith Franklin from Britain, a working forge. The geological surveys were right on the money. In some ways, it's astonishing how quickly we've managed to advance, though we've also had help from outside. A family of Amish folks found their way to us, following a tip from Reverend Herrin, our travelling preacher. They're different, sure, but friendly and incredibly skilled. They helped us set up that boxy pottery kiln with its chimney stack. Our pots are still rough as can be, but there's an undeniable pride in placing a vase you shaped yourself on a shelf you built, filled with flowers from a garden you dug out of untouched soil. But honestly, that feeling is nothing next to the thrill of the first iron tools from Franklin's forge. We simply couldn't manage without iron and steel tools, of course. Yet the iron has had a strange effect on how we've organised ourselves. When we first arrived, our group of over 100 spread out across several nearby worlds. Why not? When there was so much space. But you can't carry iron between worlds, not even items made locally. So, bit by bit, people are moving back to World 754, where the forge is located, rather than starting the whole arduous process over somewhere else, even though Franklin jokingly offered to do just that for a hefty multiple of his usual fee. It strikes me that nearly everything about how humanity is settling the long Earth comes down to one simple, frustrating rule: you can't step across with metallic iron. We once considered farming parallel fields on neighbouring Earths to protect our crops from blight or bad weather. It wasn't worth the hassle. Better to use the iron tools we already have here to expand our work right on 754. By the way, how we pay visitors like the Amish for their help is its own interesting story. It's a fascinating question, isn't it? What does money even mean out here in the endless expanse of the long Earth? When anyone can walk a few worlds over and find a vein of gold, what truly holds value? Back on the datum, we still use the old currencies. The US dollar and the yen have proven surprisingly resilient, especially since they're nearly impossible to counterfeit. The British pound wasn't so lucky. It took a nosedive when half the population decided to leave that crowded little island, taking skilled folks like our indispensable blacksmith Franklin with them. But in a twist of irony, it was Britain that stumbled onto a solution during its own tough times. They pioneered the favour, a wonderfully fluid concept of currency. It's essentially a notional coin. Its worth decided on the spot by the people making the trade. Try taxing that. It was a disaster back in the structured datum economy. But out here, it's perfect. It reminds me of how things worked in the earliest days of America, before there was reliable coinage or a strong central government to back it up. Life in a place like Reboot is built on 1,000 tiny exchanges. You render tallow from animal fat and end up with more than you need. Your neighbour takes some off your hands, offering a chunk of iron ore in return. That ore might be useless to you, but it's pure gold to Franklin. So you pass it to him, and he owes you a favour, a debt to be settled later. That favour could be anything. A repaired tool, a promise to bring back real coffee from his next supply run to 100k, or even just an extra pair of hands during harvest. It's laughably simple, almost charmingly naive. You'd never run a civilization on it, but for a tight-knit community of 100 souls where everyone knows your name, it's brilliant. There's no room for cheats here. Burn one person, and soon every door in the colony is closed to you when winter comes. So you keep a mental tally. If you're ahead on favours, maybe you treat yourself to a quiet afternoon by the river. The midwives and medics always seem to be in the black. How do you put a price on a healthy newborn or a mended bone? You don't. You just remember who helped you and you help them back. It's common sense, forged in mutual dependence. This spirit of casual barter even extends to the wanderers, the hobos, who drift through our worlds. They're a different breed, these perpetual walkers with no desire to put down roots, just moving through the green and living off the land, and honestly, more power to them. There's space enough for every kind of life in the long earth when they see our campfire smoke and wander in. We welcome them. We share a meal, our doctors patch them up, and in return we might ask for a few hours of help stacking wood, or better yet, some gossip from the worlds they've passed through. Most people understand this unspoken contract. Left to our own devices, we humans generally remember how to be decent to one another. I suppose our Neanderthal cousins had this all figured out long before us, though. I have to say, some of these drifters seem lost in a different way. They get a hollow look like they've seen too much sky and they can't bear to stay in one place for more than a day. They call it long Earth syndrome. It's a quiet, restless haunting. We do get more formal reminders of home now and then. A postman, a solid fellow named Bill Lovell, makes the rounds through his mail. We learn some distant federal office has officially stamped our land claims. For me, the most important letter was from Pioneer Support. It was just a statement, really. A quiet confirmation that my old life, bank accounts, investments, is still ticking along, back on a world that feels a million miles away. Of course, I'm still providing for Rod, our son who's too afraid to leave the datum, what they call a home alone these days. Tilda thinks it's a bit like cheating, not really in the pioneer spirit we're supposed to have. But my goal was never for any of us to suffer out here. Why should we? This is my way of making sure my family stays safe. My own personal compromise. We haven't gotten a single letter back from Rod, even though we write to him. We don't really talk about it for better or worse, but it chips away at my heart a little more each day. I want to end this on a happy note, though. It's been over a day now since Cindy Wells went into labour for the colony's very first birth. Cindy called her friends over, and Helen went along too. She's been training in midwifery, and she's only 15, for heaven's sake. It was a long labour, but everything went smoothly in the end. As I'm writing this, dawn has just broken, and they're all still there with Cindy. I can't even begin to describe how proud I am, and on Helen's birthday no less. Thanks, Dad. So, I've got one extra thing to do today. Our town sign needs an update. Wilkim to Reboat, founded 2026, AD Pop. 11:11:11. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, a brightly coloured airship hung in the dawn light, listening to these quiet stories before it slipped away into deeper layers of reality. Joshua woke up. The heavy wool blanket he liked to sleep under felt a bit stale and was definitely weighty, but in a comforting way. Through his stateroom window he watched Earth's flicker past, the endless Eurasian forest, sometimes on fire, other times blanketed in snow. Another morning on the Mark Twain. He carefully got out of bed, took a shower, dried off, and slipped the monkey bracelet onto his wrist. It was the only thing he had ever owned that belonged to his mother. Made of cheap plastic and a little too tight, to him it was worth more than any gold. The ship gave that familiar tiny lurch he'd come to expect when it stopped stepping. Logically, he knew there shouldn't be a lurch, but every ship has its quirks. He looked outside again. Unexpectedly, the ship was now hovering over an ocean that stretched to the horizon in every direction. After days of crossing the vast landscapes of Eurasia, the sight was a shock. Joshua was a Madisonian, used to the lakes back home man, he thought. I could really use a swim right now. He changed into his trunks and, without bothering to check with Lobsang, ran to the gondola's elevator and lowered the open cage until it was just a short way above the deep blue, lake-calm sea. The ambulant unit appeared in the hatch above him. There you are. If you're considering a swim in that salty water, I'd advise you to reconsider. My usual probes and sounding rockets indicate that if there's any dry land on this Earth, there's very little of it. The sea level is exceptionally high. We're likely floating over drowned continents. An ocean world, then. I have no data on whether anything as complex as a fish swims down there. Initial scans show little beyond floating seaweed, some of it a rather vibrant green. It's a fascinating place. An exploration would be a worthy endeavour, however. While I cannot technically forbid you, I strongly recommend against entering the water before I complete a full safety analysis. The undisturbed sea sparkled, utterly inviting. Oh, come on, it can't be that bad, can it? He heard the sound of mechanical activity above him on the ship. Lobsang replied, can't it? Who knows how evolution unfolded here? Joshua, until I run my checks, for all we know something could rise from the depths and remove you from this and every other world with a noise best described as a clop and all the finality that implies. Just then Joshua heard a hatch open on the ship, followed by the distinct splash of something hitting the water below. Lobsang remarked, a person as unique as you shouldn't be the test subject when there are far more suitable candidates available. In this instance, my mobile underwater probe, observe. A sleek mechanical shape, resembling a dolphin shot from the ocean, hung in the air for a moment and plunged back beneath the waves. Joshua glanced at Lobsang, still puzzling over whether the expressions on that artificial face were meticulously designed or genuine, reflexive displays of inner emotion. Whichever it was, Lobsang was clearly radiating joy as he monitored his new invention. He did adore his gadgets, but that grin vanished abruptly. Multiple fish species logged, Lobsang reported. Water samples collected, plankton catalogued, ocean floor depth indeterminate. Something's approaching. Might be wise to return to the deck. Hold on. The elevator jerked upward, clanging as it reached its limit. Peering down, Joshua saw the aquatic unit whirl through the air one final time before enormous jaws snapped shut around it with terrifying finality. Rattled, he turned to Lobsang. Would you classify that as a clop, upon reflection? I believe it may indeed, all things considered, qualify as a clop. Consider me duly corrected. Sorry about your submersible. Was it pricey? Outrageously so, and covered in patents, but unfortunately not in armour. We have backups, though. Come on. I'll handle breakfast for a change after the meal. Lobsang joined Joshua on the observation deck. I've temporarily classified our voracious guest as a shark. Exceptionally large sharks have existed on Earth, and I captured a clear image. The ichthyologists can make the final call. Please relish with my compliments the ongoing functionality of your legs. All right, I understand, thank you. The Mark Twain was already moving forward. Joshua found himself gazing down on forests once more. The oceanic world now far behind. No more sea, no more dazzling sunlight. Falling into what was becoming a routine, Lobsang and Joshua sat together in quiet. Though their rapport was amicable now, they could spend hours like this with scarcely a word exchanged. And as Joshua's thoughts drifted westward again, he felt a strange pressure in his head, almost as if he were returning home to the datum, not journeying farther out. For the first time, without clear reason, he began contemplating an end to this voyage. Lobsang, how much farther do you plan to go? I'm with you for the long run. That was our agreement. But I do have obligations back home. Sister Agnes and the others aren't as nimble as they once were. An interesting reaction from the famed solitary man, Lobsang said wryly. It strikes me that you, Joshua, resemble the old trackers and hunters of the historic American frontier. Like Daniel Boone, whom I've mentioned before, you generally avoid company, but not perpetually. Recall that even Daniel Boone had a Mrs. Boone and quite a few little Boones, Joshua replied, though from what I've read, some of those little Boones actually belonged to his brother. I do grasp your point, Joshua. That is precisely what I'm conveying. Joshua stiffened. I seriously doubt you comprehend anything about me, Tin Man. Then how about this arrangement? If we don't encounter anyone for you to converse with, in, say, the next 2 weeks, I'll turn the ship around. We likely already have sufficient data to delight my academic contacts immensely. You can get some rest, and I'll begin drafting plans for the Mark Trine, hoping Mr. Clemens's spirit will pardon me. Noting Joshua's confused look, he softened. In the dialect where Twain means two, Trine means three, just a bit of wordplay. I thought you destroyed your airship workshop, called it a minor Tunguska incident. The Black Corporation maintains numerous discrete research facilities. Joshua, it's interesting, isn't it, that you bring up turning back just as I'm discovering our musical acquaintances from that icy world we passed earlier seem to have had the exact same thought. The trolls, what are you talking about? I've been noticing small groups of them moving between the worlds, trolls, and what look like similar kinds of creatures in different shapes. It's hard to be certain from our quick observations. There's a lot more to learn, but basic population tracking indicates that, overall, they are moving back the way we came, and there are quite a few of them. It could be a migration of some sort. Joshua felt that familiar, slight pressure building in his skull. Or perhaps they're running from something. Whichever it is, it's fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Walking, thinking humanoids. And I can't help but wonder what will occur when a greater number of these travelling trolls arrive at the datum Earth itself. More of them? What are you implying? I've mentioned those bits and pieces from old stories, sightings of fleeting creatures, mythological tales. I'm convinced that trolls and related species have been coming to our Earth for thousands of years. Maybe just to travel through, maybe for other reasons. Reports like that have become less common in the last few hundred years, likely due to the rise of scientific thinking. Or maybe it was that crushing mental sensation Joshua considered. As Earth's population exploded, if the trolls and their kin felt the same overwhelming dread around crowds that he did. But in recent years, and especially since Step Day, those kinds of sightings are becoming more frequent again, possibly the leading edge of the migration we're seeing. Let me share a specific example, one that starts to fit into place now. The official report, later filed by the two students, quickly buried under Britain's Official Secrets Act, described the night as overcast, the sky a pitch black. This was the heart of the Oxfordshire countryside, the deep centre of England. By the shaky light of their battery-powered storm lantern, Gareth pulled items from his canvas backpack, a cricket bat and stump, a baseball bat, drumsticks borrowed from the university orchestra's percussion cabinet, even a croquet mallet, tools for striking the ancient stones. Meanwhile, Lol was rhythmically bumping his forehead against the rough bark of a massive oak. The great tree, along with its companions, loomed over the stone circle, which lay like a ring of shattered giants' teeth pushed into the earth. This site was rumoured to be among the oldest in the nation, perhaps even older than the farming cultures responsible for most of Britain's great stone monuments. Nobody could say for sure, as there had never been a proper archaeological dig. There was no neat gravel path, no helpful signage with trivia for the tourists who never visited. Just the stones, the forest that had nearly swallowed them, and the local legend claiming they would sing to ward off elves and other demons. That very legend was what had drawn Gareth here in the first place. Lol hugged the tree's twisted trunk. Trees anchor us, Gaz. They sustain us. They've been on this planet for 300 million years. Can you imagine? Giant tree ferns back in the Carboniferous period. A tree is defined by its shape, not its species. We lived in them once. They're central to all our oldest stories. Every culture has myths about world trees, like ladders reaching into the heavens. Both were science majors, 20-year-old undergraduates. Lol studied quantum physics. Gareth focused on acoustics. Lol looked younger than he was, like a teenager dressed in biker gear, and he did still live at home with his parents. But despite all his rambling about green mythology, you had to remember Lol possessed a brilliantly sharp mind. Gareth found the non-linear equations for fluid mechanics that underpinned his acoustics work to be a serious challenge, but Lol's quantum physics was on another level entirely. A soft pop echoed, like the sound of a footstep. Gareth spun around. In the long dancing shadows cast by the lantern light among the stones, he was sure he saw something move. Lol broke the quiet, his voice cutting through the night. "Get me a beer!" Gareth just stared. "You were in charge of the beer." "No, that was your job." "I brought the mallets, for crying out loud. You never buy your round?" He snatched up a kettledrum stick and hurled it, the wood whistling past Lol's ear. "If we're out of ale, let's just do this and get back to the pub before we're stone-cold sober." "My bad, man." Lol retrieved the drumstick. Gareth fumbled for his phone, setting it to record. This whole stunt was for a girl from his bus route, an art student he could never think of anything to say to. His engineering coursework was a conversation killer. He'd hoped this weird experiment in archaeoacoustics might catch her interest. Archaeologists had ignored sound for centuries, but Gareth remembered a barbershop quartet in a Neolithic tomb. The acoustics were incredible, clearly intentional. Now, he was here to test if these standing stones, locally called the Singing Stones, were arranged for their sonic properties, a notion backed by the old tale that they sang to ward off evil spirits. It was also a way to ponder how all our ghost stories and legends had gotten a wild new context, now that reality itself had become porous with the stepwise worlds. Admittedly, it was still pretty geeky, and his main goal had flopped. He was here with Lol, not her, but at least it was a more creative take on the long earth than you usually found in Britain. This was only a few years after Step Day. He'd spent a summer in the States where they were already dreaming of epic treks and building endless versions of America. Back in England, it all felt like a dull grey shrug. The long earth just hadn't sparked John Bull's imagination. It didn't help that every stepwise England was a wall of forest, but really all you saw were little rectangular plots carved into the green, mirroring suburban back gardens where middle-class families would pop over to grow runner beans, chase a patch of sun when it rained at home, or, on a really bad day, get charged by a wild boar. Meanwhile, the young and the old, the ones with no prospects, drifted away from welfare and dead-end jobs, vanishing into the trees. The cities were rotting from the inside out, and the whole economy was quietly coming apart at the seams. Lol had been quiet for an unusually long stretch. Gareth glanced up. Lol was frozen, staring at the exact centre of the stone circle, stood a cluster of squat, stumpy shapes that hadn't been there a moment before. At first, Gareth's mind supplied more standing stones, another rough ring of monoliths. But no, they had the faces of chimpanzees covered in coarse black hair, and they stood upright. They looked like children in shabby monkey costumes. The lantern light was feeble, casting pools of deep shadow. "They must have stepped in," Lol whispered, his voice tight. "Is this a joke? Trick or treat?" "It's not Halloween, you freaks." Gareth felt a familiar knot of anxiety. He was never good with unsupervised kids. "Listen, if you don't all just as one," the little figures opened their mouths and sang. They hit a chord immediately, a complex, multi-part harmony. They held it for a breathlessly long moment, then launched into a rapid, cascading song. The melody seemed formless to Gareth, a chaotic tumble of notes, but the harmonies were flawless and achingly beautiful, so pure they twisted something deep in his gut. On the far side of the ring, Lol looked utterly terrified, his hands clamped over his ears. Make them stop! A sudden, desperate idea struck Gareth. He snatched up his mallets. Hit the stones now! He swung the baseball bat hard against the nearest monolith. It rang out with a deep, resonant tone. Together he and Lol began to beat the stones in a wild, frantic rhythm, the air filled with a harsh, jarring clatter. Even as fear of the ape creatures gripped him, Gareth felt a surge of fierce satisfaction. He had been correct. These were not mere rocks. They were instruments carved for their sound. He and Lol struck the stones with renewed vigour, and the effect was immediate. The orderly ranks of the singing creatures fractured. Their masked faces contorted, revealing sharp teeth, and their eerie chorus broke apart into startled shrieks and clicks. One by one they began to flicker and vanish, as if being erased from the air. Was this the true purpose of the singing stones, to create this awful cacophony and repel these beings, exactly as the old tales warned? In moments the clearing stood empty again. Gareth gazed at the monoliths and their stretching shadows, feeling the unsettling fragility of reality itself. It was through analysing such events that Lobsang and Joshua, aboard the Mark Twain, realised the early troll migrants had ventured far deeper into the long earth than anyone had suspected. Joshua and Lobsang continued their methodical exploration, pushing further into the layered worlds. The seemingly endless variations of the American Midwest were punctuated by startling anomalies. They passed through a locust-infested dimension where heavy insects thudded against the gondola like hail, and lingered in one where the Tibetan plateau had never risen. Lobsang's drones mapped a planet without the Himalayas, revealing a shockingly altered climate across Asia and Australia. Then came the utterly inexplicable. A world drowned in a perpetual red dust storm, and another that was a featureless, polished sphere under an empty blue sky. The familiar disorienting lurch signalled another halt. Joshua looked down upon a parched landscape of yellow grass and withered trees. Their airship drifted over a shrunken river, its banks a mosaic of cracked mud where a desperate congregation of animals gathered. A glance at the earthometer showed the number 127,487. Just another digit in an infinite sequence. A severe drought, Lobsang observed. It concentrates the wildlife, offering efficient observation. You may have noticed I have a fondness for such convenient stopping points. A hell of a lot of horses, Joshua remarked, and there were a bewildering array of them in all sizes and shapes, some shaggy, some stout, with varying numbers of toes. None resembled the horses of the datum Earth. Mingling with the herds were other strange forms, tall, spindly creatures like camel-giraffe hybrids, their spindly-legged young looking terribly vulnerable, and elephants sporting an odd assortment of tusks. The tense, jostling crowd of herbivores was skittish, for predators lurked at the edges. Joshua spotted hyena-like pack hunters and a sleek, leopard-esque cat, all watching the thirsty herds with patient hunger. Then a new player entered the scene. A massive, powerfully built bird resembling an ostrich. It strutted toward the water, causing a family of rhino-like beasts to back away nervously. With a sudden startling motion, the bird extended its neck, gaped its beak, and launched a dense cannonball-like projectile. The shot struck a large male rhino squarely in the ribs, dropping it with a pained bellow. As the family scattered in panic, the bird moved in to claim its prize. With clinical efficiency, Lobsang dispatched the creature with an anaesthetic rifle from the gondola and sent an ambulant unit down for examination. The bird possessed a specialised stomach pouch that gradually packed itself with a messy blend of waste, bone fragments, pebbles, wood chips, and other undigestible material. This collection was then cemented into a single, rock-hard ball with guano as dense as aged teakwood. For Joshua, the cannonball bird earned its spot in his mental museum of the long Earth's endless marvels. Their survey of this world complete, the airship resumed its journey. That evening, Lobsang selected the film. Galaxy Quest. Joshua found his attention drifting from the screen, but as the vessel swayed with its step, he mumbled the film's defiant mantra, "Never give up, never surrender," until he finally slipped into sleep. He awoke to a brilliant morning. The ship was stationary once more, and sounding rockets streaked upward into a peaceful blue sky. This Earth felt noticeably warmer than the previous few. Lobsang noted a consistent warming trend as they pushed farther west, and here the endless forest was punctuated by a chain of lakes. Lobsang theorized they were craters from a clustered meteor impact. Two of the largest lakes were nearly connected by a slim ribbon of land, a formation that instantly brought to Joshua's mind the narrow isthmus separating Lake Mendota and Lake Monona back in Madison. "This is Earth West, 139-1 Lobsang stated. We remain within the extended Corn Belt. Why have we stopped? Look north." Joshua spotted the smoke, a thin, dark pillar rising a few miles to the northeast. "That's no campfire," Lobsang said, "nor a natural wildfire. It suggests a settlement burning. So it's human." "Undoubtedly, and I'm detecting a radio signal." Lobsang played a brief clip, a calm, recorded female voice, announcing her presence to an empty world, repeating her message in English, Russian and French. "Spindrift colonists. They identify as the first heavenly church of the cosmic confidence trick victims. We are profoundly far from the datum. Substantial communities are rare at this distance. That fire is structural. Clearly, a crisis has occurred here. Let's go take a look." The risks are entirely unknown, unmeasurable. Joshua was a natural solitary, but an unspoken law held sway in the deep, long earth. You aided the other traveller, the lone wanderer, the community in distress. "We're going." The airship's large rotors whirred to life, and they turned toward the smoke. "Would you like some background on these confidence trick victims?" Lobsang asked. Thus, Joshua learned that while the major world religions largely stayed near the lower earths to maintain proximity to sacred datum sites like the Vatican or Mecca, countless splinter sects had voyaged into the remote long earth seeking absolute freedom to practice their beliefs, much like dissident communities had done throughout history. These pilgrims often chose locations that were geographically isolated even by long earth standards, just like this one. On this distant world, they were still far east of where Moscow would be. Yet even among these unconventional groups, the cosmic confidence trick victims were notably peculiar. Their faith is built on the core truth of the universe, which they believe is its fundamental absurdity. Devout victims hold that a new believer is born every minute. Their doctrine commands them to be fruitful and multiply, creating more human minds capable of comprehending the grand cosmic joke. Joshua muttered, "I have a feeling this particular joke just delivered a very bad punchline." They drifted over several square miles of cleared forest surrounding a central township, which was built around a modest hill, the sole elevated point on the isthmus. A comparatively elaborate structure crowned the hilltop. Neat fields, outlined with rows of stones, spread out below. Lobsang directed his attention to a distinctive hue among some crops, acres of marijuana plants which spoke volumes about this community's character. The scene below was strewn with bodies. Lobsang elevated the ship to 500 feet and held position. Disturbed rooks burst into flight in a dark cloud, only to settle again moments later. The victims of the cosmic confidence trick seemed to favour green robes, and so the central square and the dirt roads branching from it were dotted with vivid emerald shapes lying motionless on the ground. A sudden sharp smell of ozone from the ship's systems mixed with the distant scent of ash, a stark reminder that discovery here came with a price. Who would travel all this distance just to slaughter hundreds of peaceful people whose only real quirk was believing life itself was a solid gold treasure? "I'm heading down," Joshua declared. Lobsang responded. "This was recent, this massacre. Look, the bodies haven't even been picked over by scavengers yet. Something or someone murdered 300 souls, Joshua. Whoever did this might still be nearby. Or maybe the 301st is still breathing. Focus on the large structure at the village centre on that little rise." The hillock was the sole elevated point on the narrow strip of land. "That's where the radio signal is coming from. Set me down about a football field away." Joshua paused, thinking, then shift to another world, move a short distance in space and step back in. If anyone's still here, maybe you can draw them out into the open. Draw them out. That's not exactly a comforting plan. Just do it, Lobsang. The airship descended. A foul smell hung in the air, a mix of scorched fat and seared meat. Joshua, with his parrot perched on his shoulder, walked along a straight dirt road. A handful of crows, disturbed, took flight with indignant caws. It was a surprisingly organized settlement for such a remote location. The buildings were constructed from wattle and daub over sturdy timber frames, arranged in neat, orderly rows. He imagined the original settlers laying out these plots and streets, dreaming of the city that would one day rise from this blueprint. Now, many structures were burned out shells in the distance, and entire neighborhoods smouldered unevenly. He encountered his first body, a middle-aged woman with her throat torn open. No human could have done this. He was certain. Joshua continued on. He found more victims in a ditch, in doorways, inside homes, men, women and children. Some appeared to have been cut down while fleeing. None seemed to be wearing steppers, but that wasn't unusual here. They had been at home in this world. They believed they were safe. He reached the large central building on its mound. If this colony followed the typical pattern of religious settlements, this was likely the church, the sacred building, the first permanent structure erected. It would house communal resources like the radio equipment and any power generator. It also would have been the designated refuge in times of crisis, just as churches had been throughout Western history. There were certainly plenty of bodies scattered around its base. Perhaps the attack came right after morning prayers or whatever ritual the residents observed. Morning assembly, maybe. The main doors were shut. Anything could be waiting inside. Thick clouds of flies erupted into the air as Joshua approached, and crows watched him bitterly from the rooftops. The airship materialized directly overhead. Lobsang, any movement? No heat signatures near your position. I'm going to check the church, temple, whatever it is. Be careful. He reached a set of double doors, set into a stout stone wall covered in plaster. Joshua tried a kick and nearly shattered his own ankle in the process. He steadied himself for another attempt. Spare your delicate bones, Lobsang said dryly. There's an open door around back. The back door was in fact smashed off its hinges and hung limply outward into the street. Joshua stepped through the broken frame into a small radio room where a transmitter was still dutifully sending its harmless signal out into the void. With a sense of solemnity, Joshua switched it off. Another door led to a utility room, the kind of combined kitchen and storage space found in every church or community hall. A large tea urn sat in one corner, alongside playgroup toys made of roughly carved wood. Children's finger paintings adorned the walls, and a cleaning schedule was pinned up, written in English. Sister Anita Dowsett was scheduled for duty next week. A further door opened into the main hall, and this was where the majority of the dead lay. A thin layer of blood coated the floor and was sprayed across the walls. Flies swarmed in a dense, buzzing cloud over the slumped, motionless forms. Moving into the room, Joshua had to step carefully over the bodies. A handkerchief pressed to his mouth. He turned some of them over, examining their wounds, his mind already racing with grim, sarcastic thoughts about the sheer, pointless brutality of it all, as if some cosmic joke had gone horribly wrong. Right here, in this makeshift sanctuary. At first, Joshua assumed the townsfolk had rushed into the church for protection. Falling back on the ancient instinct to seek shelter behind thick walls and heavy doors, yet something about the scene felt off. Joshua, I'm right here, Lobsang. He approached the altar, its centerpiece a large silver hand giving a golden nose a playful thumb. These were comedy atheists. It must have been a joyful place to live. They didn't deserve this. If this is a crime, if people did this, we'll have to report it when we return. It wasn't people, Joshua. Look more closely. All the injuries are gouges, bites, crushed skulls. This was the work of animals, terrified animals. And that door behind you was broken outward, not inward. Whatever did this didn't come in through the door. It appeared right here in this room and then forced its way out. Joshua gave a slow nod. So maybe the townspeople weren't seeking shelter here. They were already gathered for their morning service. And whatever it was erupted right in the middle of them, stepping animals fleeing from something. The creatures clearly panicked, Lobsang observed, though I do wonder what role the weed fumes I'm detecting in the air might have played in their behaviour. Joshua's gaze settled on one broken form. It was naked and covered in coarse hair, clearly not human. The body had roughly human proportions, slim and bipedal, suggesting a wiry strength, topped with a small chimp-like head and a flat ape nose. This wasn't a troll, but some other kind of humanoid. A deep knife wound to the throat had ended its life. The chest was stained with dried blood, so someone had found the courage to fight back against the fury of these terrified, super-strong ape men who had stepped into the midst of their family. Do you see this, Lobsang? Cameras on the parrot whirred as they adjusted. I see it. Joshua stepped back from the corpse and stood with his eyes closed, reconstructing the scene in his mind. We're on a hilltop, the highest point for miles. A dense forest is a difficult place to step through in a panic. If you were fleeing with your family across many worlds, you'd be forced to gather in an open, high place to avoid being blocked by the trees. But on this particular world, the townsfolk had built their church right on that highest point, directly in the path. Go on. I believe these creatures were stepping. They gathered on the hilltop, heading east, fleeing from whatever lies further west, just like the trolls. It was a stampede. Lobsang's voice held a new gravity. Stampeding from what? That is a question we must answer before we can even think of going home, Joshua. Suddenly they found themselves here, in this enclosed space surrounded by all these humans. They panicked. More and more of them piled in. They killed everyone inside, broke out, and hunted down anyone else they could find. From what we understand of them, Joshua, trolls wouldn't act that way. Consider how they treated Private Percy. They could have killed him easily. Perhaps not, but these weren't trolls. I would like to propose we label these creatures elves. I'm drawing from broader mythology. Partial records of more tentative, misunderstood encounters with mysterious, slender, human-like beings who passed through our world like ghosts. The existence of a variety of stepping humanoids could explain a significant portion of our folklore, Joshua. And no doubt you're drawing on other encounters out in the long earth you haven't bothered to tell me about, Joshua said, a dry edge to his voice. That too, Lobsang admitted. Then, more urgently, he added, by the way, I've spotted something else, approximately a quarter-mile west of your position. Humans, trolls, what is it? Go see. He hurried out of the church, grateful for the open air and the chance to escape the lingering scent of blood. A quarter-mile west, Lobsang had said. Joshua checked the sun's position, turned and began to run. Before he had covered 200 yards, he heard it, a low, pained moaning. A humanoid figure lay on her back in the dirt. Not a troll, and based on Lobsang's definition from the temple finds likely a variant of elf, though not identical to the one he'd inspected inside. At any rate, it was another species entirely new to him. She stood maybe 5 feet tall, thin and covered in a coat of hair, like a chimpanzee that had been stretched upright, yet her face held an unsettlingly human quality despite the flat, ape-like nose. To Joshua, her head appeared oddly enlarged, the cranium seeming too big for her slender frame. Her brain, he guessed, was even larger than a human's, and she was in clear distress. Heavily pregnant and barely conscious, she moaned and writhed, clawing at the fur over her swollen belly, while a thin, watery blood trickled from between her legs. When Joshua leaned closer, her eyes fluttered open. They were large and slanted, an alien cartoonish shape, but deep brown like an ape's without the whites of a human eye. For a moment they widened in alarm, then fixed on him with a desperate, pleading look. He pressed a hand to her stomach. She's near full term. Something's wrong. The baby should have come by now. Lobsang's voice was a soft murmur. I would have guessed the infant's head size makes natural delivery impossible for her kind. What did you pack in here? Without waiting for an answer, Joshua had the chest pack open and was digging through it for the medical kit. And Lobsang? Get the ship down here now. I'm going to need more supplies before this is over. Over with what? I'm getting that baby out. He gently stroked the female's cheek. His own mother had once laboured alone, stranded in a dying world. Too fancy for the old-fashioned way, huh? Let's do this the American style. You intend to perform a caesarean? Lobsang asked. You lack the necessary capability. Maybe I don't, but I'm pretty sure you do. We're doing this together, Lobsang. He emptied the medkit onto the ground, mind racing. I'll need morphine, sterilizer, scalpels, needles, sutures. We are a very long way from home. You'll drain our medical reserves on this endeavour. I can manufacture more, but I need to do this. He couldn't help the victims, but he could try for this elf-like female. It was Joshua's small, stubborn way of mending a broken piece of the world. Help me, Lobsang, a silence that felt eternal stretched out. Then I maintain complete records of most major surgical procedures. Obstetrics included, though I never anticipated needing it on this journey. Joshua positioned the parrot so Lobsang could observe, laying out his tools. Talk me through it. What's first? We must decide between a vertical incision or a lower uterine segment approach. Working quickly, Joshua shaved the lower abdomen. Then, fighting to keep his hand steady, he lifted a bronze scalpel over the taut skin. Just as he began to press down, the baby simply vanished. He felt the sudden emptiness as the womb seemed to collapse inward. He jerked back, stunned. It stepped. Damn it! The baby stepped. Then the adults arrived. 2 females, a mother, a sister. They moved in a blur of sprints and steps, flickering in and out of existence around him. Joshua hadn't believed stepping could be so rapid, Lobsang whispered. Do not move. The adults fixed Joshua with fierce glares, gathered up the mother, and vanished with soft popping sounds. Joshua slumped. I don't believe it. What just happened? Lobsang sounded almost giddy. Evolution, Joshua. Evolution just happened. All upright humanoids struggle with childbirth. You know that. Your mother learnt it the hard way. As we evolved, the female pelvis narrowed for walking upright, but the infant's brain grew larger, which is why human babies are born so helpless, with so much development still ahead. But this species has bypassed the pelvic problem entirely, quite literally. He gave a soft, amused laugh. Here, the baby isn't delivered through a birth canal. It steps right out of the womb. Joshua, placenta, umbilical cord, and all I expect. It makes perfect sense. If you have the ability to step, and evolution has enough time to work with, it will reshape every aspect of life. And if you don't have to be born the usual way, your brain can grow as large as you like. Joshua felt hollow, the purpose he'd grasped for slipping through his fingers. They look after their sick. If I had operated, the mother would never have survived the injury I would have caused. Lobsang whispered quietly, "You couldn't have known. You did everything you could. Let's go home now. You really need a shower." Farther west, the long earth grew steadily greener, with dry worlds becoming scarce. The wooded worlds were draped in thicker blankets of forest, with oak-like trees spilling from the river valleys and creeping up the slopes like a rising green tide. Out on the broad, seldom-seen plains, most animals still looked recognizable to Joshua, varieties of horses, deer, and camels. Yet now and then he caught sight of stranger creatures. Squat, low-slung predators that were neither feline nor canine, and herds of massive, long-necked grazers that resembled some odd fusion of elephant and rhinoceros. On the 19th day, around Earth West 460,000, Lobsang rather arbitrarily announced they had passed beyond what could be considered the Corn Belt. Here, the worlds were simply too warm and the forests too dense for farming to be practical. Roughly around that same time, they crossed over what would have been the Atlantic coast of Europe, at a latitude similar to Britain's. What had already become a monotonous trek over an unbroken green carpet of woodland grew even duller as they drifted out over the open sea. Joshua spent hours on end in the observation deck. Lobsang spoke little, which Joshua considered a small mercy. The gondola was nearly silent, save for the faint sigh of air pumps and the soft whirring of suspended instrument panels as they pivoted slowly. Confined in this drifting sensory deprivation chamber, Joshua worried about losing his muscle tone and fitness. He sometimes passed the time with stretching routines, yoga poses, or jogging in place. One thing the airship definitely lacked was a proper gym, and Joshua had no desire to ask Lobsang to manufacture exercise equipment. He'd only end up locked in some absurd rowing machine competition with the ambulant unit. Over the ocean, Lobsang had increased their lateral speed. On the 25th day, they crossed the eastern coastline of America, somewhere near the latitude of New York, and found themselves gliding over yet another forest-smothered landscape. There was no further discussion of stopping or turning back. Both understood they had to press on as far as possible until they had uncovered some clue about the force behind the humanoid migration. Joshua shuddered whenever his mind replayed the panicked slaughter he had witnessed in that town of the Cosmic Confidence trick victims, and the thought of that chaos unleashed in a place like Madison, Wisconsin was chilling. Once over land again, they settled into a new routine. Lobsang continued travelling through the night. This didn't disturb Joshua's sleep, and Lobsang's senses were infinitely sharper in the dark than Joshua's eyes in full daylight. During the day, however, Joshua negotiated at least a few hours where he could stand on solid ground, whichever version of Earth it happened to be. Sometimes Lobsang in the ambulant unit rode the elevator down with him. To Joshua's surprise, the unit handled rough terrain with ease, strolling along and even taking occasional, convincingly realistic swims in lakes. Generally, the endless forest persisted in these distant worlds. During his daily excursions, Joshua noted subtle variations, different mixes of plant-eaters and predators, and a gradual shift in the overall character. Fewer flowering plants, more ferns, giving the worlds a duller, more muted feel. Joshua was traversing 20 or 30,000 new worlds with every cycle of day and night. But honestly, after thousands more worlds clicked by, it became a matter of seeing one and having seen them all. Between stops. While Lobsang catalogued observations and drafted technical reports, Joshua sat in his couch, drifting in and out of sleep, or letting his mind float through vivid, green, tooth-filled dreams so intense he sometimes couldn't tell if he was awake or asleep. Every so often something novel would appear in a region that would one day be known as Tombstone, had there been anyone present to give it a name. Joshua carefully collected specimens from towering, person-sized fungi. These massive growths would have presented quite a hurdle for legendary figures like Wyatt Earp or Doc Holliday had they ever trotted down this non-existent street. The fungi possessed a smooth, pale appearance, and, to be perfectly blunt, an absolutely delightful aroma, a fact not lost on the tiny, mouse-like creatures that had riddled them with tunnels, giving them the appearance of Swiss cheese. Through his earpiece, Lobsang's voice chimed in. Feel free to sample it if you like, and regardless, bring back a decent-sized piece for analysis. You want me to eat it before you know whether it's toxic? I consider that highly improbable. In fact, I plan to taste it myself. That doesn't shock me. I've watched you drink coffee, so you consume food as well. Indeed I do. A certain intake of organic material is necessary. As I digest the fungus, I will decompose and study it. A somewhat monotonous procedure. Many humans with specific dietary needs undergo a similar process, though without the benefit of a mass spectrometer, which is integrated into my physical form. You might be amazed how many food products actually contain traces of nuts. That evening, Lobsang delivered his assessment. A few pounds of the giant mushroom's flesh held sufficient proteins, vitamins and minerals to sustain a human for weeks, though anyone eating it would be utterly bored by the taste. However, he continued, something that grows this rapidly, contains every nutrient a person requires, and can thrive almost anywhere is definitely something the fast food corporations would want to examine. Always happy to help Transearth turn a profit, Lobsang. Seeking a break from the monotony, Joshua stayed up that night to watch the world scroll by in the darkness. Occasionally pinpricks of fire glowed across the shadowed landscapes. But fires are a constant wherever you find trees, lightning and dry grass. Move along, nothing remarkable to observe here. He grumbled about the blandness of the vista. What were you anticipating? Lobsang replied. Broadly speaking, I would expect most Earths to be, at least upon initial inspection, and recall, Joshua, a first look is typically all we obtain. Rather mundane. Remember those childhood illustrations of dinosaurs in the Jurassic? All those varied species crammed into one dramatic scene with a tyrannosaur battling a stegosaur up front. Nature usually isn't like that, and neither were the dinosaurs. Nature, for the most part, is either reasonably quiet or deafeningly loud. Predators and their prey are dispersed thinly. This is precisely why I prefer to pause in comparatively arid worlds, where numerous specimens congregate at watering holes, even if under somewhat contrived circumstances. But think of all we're overlooking, Lobsang. Even when we pause at a world, we scarcely examine it before moving on, despite all your probes and sensors. If all we're gathering is one superficial glance after another from his own time spent on sabbaticals, Joshua had a gut sense that to truly comprehend a world, you needed to inhabit it. Not just skim over it while flipping through the endless deck of Earths. This was the 33rd day of their voyage. So where are we now? I presume you mean in terms of geographical correlation? Roughly over Northern California. Why do you ask? Let's stop. I've been cooped up in this flying hotel for over a month. Let's spend at least one full day in a single spot, just, relaxing, all right, and actually experiencing it one whole day and night. You could refill your water tanks, and honestly, I'm going stir-crazy in here. Very well, I can scarcely refuse. I will locate a suitably fascinating world and cease stepping. Since we are over California, would you like me to manufacture a surfboard for you? Very funny. You have changed, Joshua. Are you aware of that? You mean because I'm disagreeing with you? As a matter of fact, yes, I find it intriguing. You are more responsive, less tentative, less like someone lost in his own thoughts. Naturally, you're still fundamentally you. I've been thinking, maybe you're more yourself now than you have been in years. Now that you understand your own origin. Joshua dismissed the idea with a shrug. Let's not go there, Lobsang. I appreciate the bracelet, but you're no counselor. Maybe all this travelling is supposed to open my mind. Joshua, if your mind got any broader, it would leak right out of your ears. Even though it was past midnight, Joshua felt wide awake and started putting together a late meal. How about a film, Joshua? I'd rather read. Got any recommendations? The book screen glowed to life. I can't think of a more fitting title. Joshua squinted at the display. Roughing It. In my opinion, it's Mark Twain's finest work, though I'll always have a fondness for life on the Mississippi. Give it a read. It's exactly what it promises, a journey into uncharted land, often sharply funny. Enjoy. And Joshua did enjoy it. He read, drifted off, and this time dreamed of raids by Native American warriors. The next day, close to noon, the stepping came to a halt with that now familiar jolt. Joshua looked down upon a lake, a broad sheet of grey-blue water interrupting the endless woods. Lobsang declared, "Surf's up, dude. Oh, for crying out loud." On the ground, the forest felt welcoming. Flocks of bats darted after insects in the green-tinted air, which carried the scent of damp wood and decaying leaves. The gentle sounds around him were, strangely, much more soothing than total silence would have been. Joshua had come to learn that complete quiet in the wild was so unusual. It felt not just noticeable, but downright threatening. This deep forest's murmur was a natural, calming white noise. Lobsang said softly. Joshua glanced to your left, slowly now. They resembled horses, skittish, elusive creatures with oddly arched necks and soft padded feet, no larger than puppies. Nearby was something like a miniature elephant with a short trunk, standing only about 2 feet tall at the shoulder. Adorable, Joshua murmured. The lake is just ahead, Lobsang reminded him. The lake was encircled by a dense wall of trunks and a narrow strip of open shore. The still water was thick with reeds and rushes, and where sunlight broke through under a clear blue sky, exotic birds descended in fluttering clouds of pink and white. On the opposite bank, Joshua caught sight of a canine-like creature, monstrously large. It had to be 12 or 15 feet long, with a huge head and enormous jaws that themselves extended another 3 feet. Before he could lift his binoculars, it vanished into the forest shadows. "That had to be a mammal," he said. "But it had a crocodile's snout." "A mammal, yes. I suspect it's a very distant cousin of the whale. Our whale, I mean. And there are actual crocodiles in this water, Joshua, as usual. Some things are universal. It's like animal parts got shuffled around, like someone's been tinkering with evolution. We're hundreds of thousands of steps from the datum now, Joshua. In this far-flung world, we're seeing versions of many animal orders from our own probability branch, but as if they've been reimagined. Evolution clearly has a chaotic side, much like the weather. A low grunting reached his ears like a large, heavy-chested pig coming from behind. "Joshua, don't run behind you. Turn around very slowly." He did as he was told. He mentally catalogued the weapons he carried, the knife on his belt, the air gun in his chest pack, and above them was the airship, with Lobsang controlling an entire airborne arsenal. He tried to let that reassure him. Enormous hogs. That was his first impression. There were half a dozen, each as tall as a man at the shoulder, with powerful legs, bristly humped backs, tiny black eyes, and long, strong jaws. Each one carried a humanoid rider, not a troll, but a lean, upright figure with a chimp-like face and rust-brown hair, sitting astride its hog as if riding some grotesque horse. Joshua was a long way from the safety of the trees. "More elves," Lobsang whispered, "the same kind that wiped out the victims, or their very close relatives." The long Earth is a vast stage for evolution, Joshua. Countless new species must be emerging all the time. You arranged this little field trip for me to meet these things. Is that it? This is your idea of a relaxing vacation. You have to admit it's fascinating. One of the elf-like creatures let out a sharp, chattering call and dug his heels into his mount's sides. The 6 massive beasts began to trot toward Joshua, their deep grunts rumbling in the air. Lobsang, any suggestions? The hogs were picking up speed. Lobsang, run. Joshua bolted. But the pigs were quicker. He hadn't made any meaningful distance toward the descending airship or the tree line when a heavy, muscled form crashed down beside him. The air filled with the stench of soil, blood, dung, and a pungent, oily odour. A small, hard fist struck him between the shoulder blades, sending him tumbling forward. The pigs danced around him, their movements almost playful despite their terrifying bulk. Their sheer, unpredictable power was horrifying. He braced for a crushing weight or a goring from the tusk-like teeth protruding from their snouts. Instead they charged past, and the whooping humanoids, the elves, leaned from their saddles, swiping at him. He saw the flash of stone blades. Cowering, he rolled away. Finally they drew back, forming a loose ring around him. Trembling, he pushed himself to his feet, his hands checking for his own gear. He wasn't seriously wounded. He realized just a few shallow cuts on his face and a slash through the shoulder of his coverall, but they had sliced the supply pack from his chest and even lifted the knife from his belt. He'd been expertly cleaned out, left with only the parrot on his shoulder and the processor unit on his back. They were playing with him. Now the elves rose to stand on the backs of their strange mounts. They weren't like the trolls. They were leaner, more agile, wiry and powerful, their hairy, upright bodies reminding him of young acrobats. They had long, climbing-adapted arms, very human-like legs, and small heads with wizened, chimpanzee-like faces. They all appeared to be male. Some of them were visibly aroused. Joshua searched for a silver lining. "Well, they're shorter than I am, maybe 5 feet tall. Do not underestimate them. Lobsang's voice whispered urgently in his ear. "They are stronger than you, and this is their world, not yours." The pant-hooting cry started up again, building to a feverish pitch. Then one elf kicked his animal forward. The beast, its eyes locked on Joshua, began a steady, deliberate advance. The elf bared surprisingly human teeth and hissed. The game was over. There are moments when fear acts like a thick syrup, slowing time to a crawl. Once, as a boy, Joshua had slipped over a ledge at a local limestone quarry, just a short bike ride from the home. His friends couldn't pull him up, and he had to hang on, his arms screaming in agony, while they ran for help. What he remembered most wasn't the pain, but the minute details of the rock wall before his eyes, the flecks of mica glittering in the sun, the patches of lichen like a tiny, sun-bleached forest. That miniature landscape had become his entire universe, until distant shouts echoed and strong hands finally seized his wrists, hauling him up from the abyss. The elf launched itself into the air and vanished. The hog continued forward, grunting, gaining speed. The understanding crystallized in Joshua's mind as sharp and clear as a fleck of mica in warm stone. The elf was hunting him, and it had stepped away. The hog was still coming. Joshua held his ground. At the final moment, the beast faltered, stumbled, and swerved aside, and the elf reappeared, stretching into existence with its feet planted on the hog's back and its powerful épée-like hands already closing around Joshua's throat, positioned to choke him even as it stepped back into this world. Joshua was stunned by the flawless execution of the move. But now those strong hands were squeezing, driving him to the ground, cutting off his air. He grabbed at the creature, but its arms were longer. He thrashed, unable to reach its snarling face. A dark border began to close in on his vision. He tried desperately to think. His gear had been taken and tossed aside, yet the parrot remained perched on his shoulder. He seized the artificial bird with both hands and smashed it into the elf's face. Shards of glass and plastic exploded outward. The elf stumbled back with a shriek, and the choking pressure on his throat finally eased. But the other elves on their hogs howled and surged forward. "Joshua!" A loudspeaker voice thundered from above. The airship descended, heavy and slow, a rope ladder swinging beneath it. Gasping for air through his bruised throat, he pushed himself up, only to find a line of elves blocking his path to the ladder, while the wounded elf on the ground screeched in rage. The sole opening in the ring around him was the direction from which their leader had come. So he ran that way, away from the airship, but out of the encirclement the shattered parrot, still tethered by cables to his coveralls, scraped through the dirt behind him as the elves gave chase. If he could just loop back or make it to the tree line... "Joshua! No, look out for the..." The earth collapsed beneath his feet. He dropped about a yard into a hollow swarming with creatures, not quite dogs, more like a blend of dog and bear, with sleek canine bodies and powerful bear-like heads. He'd seen their kind before. Dark furred bodies writhed around him. Females and pups alike. This was a den, not a trap, yet even the puppies were growling, snapping little bundles of fury. The smallest one, almost adorable, clamped its bearish jaws onto Joshua's leg. He shook his leg, trying to pry the tenacious creature loose. The adults barked and snarled, and Joshua braced for them to swarm him. But then the elves arrived on their swine mounts. The adult beasts erupted from the den as a pack and flung themselves at the hogs. A chaotic fight erupted, filled with yelps, grunts, barks and screams, blood spraying through the air as the elves flickered in and out of sight like images under a strobe light. Joshua hauled himself out of the den and tried to run from the fray, but the stubborn pup still clung to his leg, and he was still dragging the ridiculous broken parrot. He looked up. The airship was nearly directly overhead. Joshua leaped for the rope ladder, caught it, and ruthlessly kicked the pup free. The airship began to climb at once. Below, the dog bears had surrounded the massive hogs, which fought back savagely. Joshua watched one large creature sink its teeth into a hog's neck, bringing it down while another hog caught a dog bear in its tusked jaw and hurled it through the air, its chest torn open. All the while, the elves flickered through the bloodshed. He saw one elf confront a leaping dog bear. The elf vanished and reappeared beside the animal in mid-air, spun with eerie grace and slashed its belly open with a slender stone blade before it hit the ground. The elves were fighting to survive, yet Joshua sensed they fought alone, not as a unit. It felt less like a battle and more like a collection of solitary, brutal contests. Every being for itself, or it would have been if they'd been human. And the airship rose higher above the trees and into the clear sunlight. The conflict below shrank into a distant, dusty, blood-stained speck over which the airship's shadow drifted calmly. Joshua, still struggling to draw breath, climbed the ladder and tumbled into the gondola. "You kicked a puppy," Lobsang said, tone full of reproach. "Add it to the list," Joshua wheezed. "Next time you pick a getaway spot, Lobsang, aim for something more like Disneyland." Then the darkness that had been crowding his vision since the elf's attack closed in completely. He later discovered he was in pretty rough shape. A collection of minor injuries, many he hadn't even registered in the moment. The worst of it was the damage to his neck and throat. The marks on his skin told a story, scratches, a few cuts, and one distinct bite on his shoulder that was clearly human. Lobsang's medical unit had cleaned the wounds, given him antibiotics and something for the pain. After that, everything blurred. He drifted in and out, catching glimpses of pale stars above or endless green forests sliding beneath the airship. The steady, swinging rhythm of their stepwise travel was oddly soothing. He slept through whole days in the end. Yet, the farther west they moved, the more Joshua noticed that familiar, stuffy pressure building in his mind, even in his sleep. It was the same crowded feeling he always got near the datum, all those minds pressing in, smothering the silence. Could the long Earth actually curve back on itself? Was he being carried in a loop, right back to where he started? That idea was strange enough. But if not, what was ahead, and what force was pushing the trolls across so many worlds? When he finally woke completely, the stepping had ceased again. He pushed himself up on the couch and looked around. "Easy, Joshua." Lobsang's voice came from the air. "We've stopped." Joshua's own voice was rough, but it worked. "Felt like I was out for days. You were, and I'm glad you're back with us. We need to talk. You do know you were never truly in danger, don't you?" Joshua rubbed his throat. "Sure, didn't feel that way in the moment. I could have neutralized every one of those elves at any time. The airship's targeting systems are." "Then why didn't you? You requested shore leave." "I thought you were having fun." Joshua managed a dry smile. "Like you said before, we really need to work on communication." He pushed off the blanket, stood and stretched. He was wearing shorts and a t-shirt he didn't remember changing into. He didn't feel ready for a marathon, but at least he wasn't about to collapse. Moving carefully, he went to wash up, scrubbing away the stale sweat. The small wounds were healing, and his throat only gave a faint twinge. After pulling on fresh clothes, he looked out the stateroom window. The airship hovered about 100 feet above a dense rainforest that rolled toward a misty green horizon. Patches of fog clung to the valleys below. The sun was low early morning, he guessed. "We haven't been stopping daily," Lobsang said, "but it's hard to see much from this height because the forest is so thick. I've been sending the medical unit down to scout. We're a long way out, Joshua. Over 900,000 steps. Think about that. This is what it looks like here. Forest covering everything, probably the whole continent. Makes observation a challenge. But you've found something worth stopping for." "Look at the live feed," Lobsang replied. The wall screen showed a shaky image from a distant camera. It revealed a break in the canopy, a clearing created by a fallen giant tree, its trunk now covered in lichen and strange fungi. Sunlight poured in, encouraging a burst of young trees and shrubs, and drawn to this new growth were humanoids. Joshua made out a group of trolls sitting close together, patiently grooming one another, picking insects from each other's backs. All the while they sang fragments of melody like half-remembered tunes, harmonies in 2, 3, or 4 parts, improvised on the spot and then let go, faintly picked up by the remote microphones. "Trolls?" Joshua asked. "So it appears," Lobsang murmured. "It would take musicologists a century to decode that singing. Keep watching." As Joshua's eyes adjusted to the jittery video, he began to spot more groups of humanoids, some in the clearing, others in the dappled shadows of the trees. There were types he didn't recognize, some at play, some working, some possibly hunting. It was a whole hidden society, quietly thriving in the green depths below. The figures moving below were clearly humanoid, not apes. Whenever one rose to its full height, the clean, upright posture of a biped was unmistakable. Joshua observed, "They aren't fighting the different types." "Quite the opposite, it appears," Lobsang replied. "They've gathered here for a reason. I believe this community has developed a mutual dependence. They utilize one another. Their sensory ranges likely vary. Slightly, one species might notice a threat the others miss. Trolls, as we know, use ultrasonic communication. It's not unlike different dolphin species traveling together. I've been following your suggestion, Joshua, taking more time to truly observe the wonders of the long Earth, like this gathering of humanoids. It's a remarkable vision, almost a glimpse into a lost chapter of our own evolutionary story, with multiple hominid types coexisting. "But what comes next, Lobsang?" Joshua asked, his tone shifting from wonder to a sharper, more cynical edge. "When human settlers really push out this far, what then? How does this delicate little utopia survive? Or what if they all get swept up in that bigger migration east? Should we go down for a closer look?" "Not today," Joshua answered his own question. As the airship continued its journey, their conversation turned to humanity's peculiar solitude across the infinite Earths. Lobsang recounted how, shortly after Step Day, he had launched searches for mankind's potential cousins across 1,000 worlds. It was then he told Joshua the story of a man named Nelson Azikiwe. The family legend claimed he was christened Nelson for the famous admiral, but the truth probably pointed to Nelson Mandela. His mother believed that particular Nelson now sat at God's right hand, a position Nelson Jr., growing up, decided was rather advantageous, as Mandela could presumably stop the vengeful God of the Israelites from piling more woes onto humanity. His mother had raised him in Jesus, as she said, and for her sake he persevered. After a winding career and an even more convoluted philosophical journey, he eventually took holy orders. An invitation to Britain followed, to bring the good news to the heathen, a turn of events that proved the old saying about what goes around. He found he liked the English. Their frequent apologies made a certain tragic sense, given their history. For reasons known perhaps only to herself, the Archbishop of Canterbury assigned him to a rural parish, so overwhelmingly white it practically shone. Maybe it was a joke, a statement, or simply an experiment. This was certainly not the United Kingdom his mother had described in his youth. Now, with her long gone, he walked through a London vibrant with a multi-hued population. It was hard to find a news presenter whose ancestors hadn't recently walked under African skies. Good heavens, there were even black meteorologists to announce the rain over the cradle of democracy. All this amid the strange quiet of an emptying nation, a capital city being relinquished neighbourhood by neighbourhood. He mentioned this to the retiring vicar of St. John on the Water, the Reverend David Blessed, a man who embodied his name upon first meeting Nelson. Blessed declared, "My son, you won't lack for a dinner invitation for the next 6 months." At least, a prophecy that proved accurate, as the Reverend, aided by family money, retired early to a cottage to, in his own words, watch the fun when you take your first service. Nelson was left alone in the rectory, save for an elderly woman who prepared his lunch and tidied up. She was a woman of few words, and he, for his part, often found himself at a loss for what to say to her. He had his hands full as it was, thanks to a presbytery that let in every draught imaginable and plumbing, so baffling it might have puzzled the heavens. More than once the toilet would flush on its own in the dead of night, without any discernible cause. This corner of England felt like a place the long earth had simply passed by, or, as Nelson saw it, one that the 21st century hadn't quite reached either. The locals here, he decided, were like the Zulus of Britain. Nearly every man in the village had served as a soldier, many at a high rank. And now, in retirement, they tended their gardens, drilling potatoes, where they once drilled troops. What caught him off guard, though, was their old-fashioned politeness. Their wives baked him so many cakes, he ended up sharing them with the retired Reverend Blessed, who Nelson suspected had been asked to stay on and keep Lambeth Palace informed of his progress. They were talking in David's cottage while the Reverend's wife was off at a Women's Institute meeting. "You'll always have a few who never quite come around," David remarked. "But you won't find many here. The English class system has its own reflexes, you see. You're tall, well-spoken, and your English is better than what most of their own children manage." And when you quoted from W.H. Hudson's A Shepherd's Life after old Humphrey's funeral, a service you led splendidly, by the way, a few of them quietly asked me if I'd put you up to it. I told them I hadn't, of course. Once that got around, you were in. They realised you aren't just fluent in English, you're fluent in England, and that means a great deal down here. Then, as if that weren't enough, you took on an allotment. Seeing you out there digging, planting, working the soil, that won everyone over. People were a bit uneasy when they first heard you were coming. They expected someone more, let's say, earnest. You seem remarkably well prepared for your mission among us. Nelson nodded slowly. In a way, my whole life has been leading here. I was lucky as a child, very lucky for a Bongani like me growing up in the South Africa of that time. My parents could picture a brighter future for anyone willing to work for it. Some might have called them strict, and maybe they were right. But they kept me off the streets and made sure I went to school. Then the Black Corporation launched its Searching for the Future program. My mother caught wind of it and made certain I got an interview. After that, it felt like fate had taken over. I aced every test they threw at me. Suddenly the corporation had its poster boy, a poor African kid with an IQ of 210. They more or less told me I could ask for the moon. But I didn't know what I wanted to do, not until step day. Where were you on step day, David? The elderly priest moved to a large oak desk, pulled out a hefty day book and flipped through the pages. Let's see, I was preparing for Evensong when word first started spreading. What did I think? Honestly, who had time to think straight? It wasn't too chaotic around these parts. Country life is different from the city, people don't panic as easily, and I doubt many local youngsters were keen on tinkering with electronics anyway. The nearest place with a ready supply would have been Swindon, but everyone watched what was unfolding on TV. Folks here spent time gazing at the sky, wondering if they could spot those other worlds. That's how little we grasped what was happening. Still, the wind kept blowing through the trees, the cows got milked, and life mostly went on between news bulletins and episodes of The Archers. I can't recall having any strong opinion on the matter until the official announcement confirmed there were indeed other Earths, millions of them, seemingly just a thought away and ripe for the taking. That certainly got people's attention around here. It always comes back to land, doesn't it? Mention land in the countryside and everyone leans in. He glanced into his empty brandy glass and gave a slight shrug. To put it simply, I found myself asking, "What hath God wrought? Book of Numbers," Nelson replied automatically.
Exactly right, Nelson.
And rather fittingly, those were the very first words Samuel Morse officially sent over his electric telegraph back in 1838. He refilled his own glass and offered a subtle, questioning gesture to see if Nelson wanted another. The younger man, however, seemed lost in thought. What hath God wrought? Let me tell you what unfolded, David. Step day arrived, the long earth was revealed, and the world was suddenly flooded with new, impossible questions. By then I'd immersed myself in the work of Louis Leakey and his wife at Olduvai Gorge. The idea that every person's roots ultimately traced back to Africa thrilled me. So I told the corporation I wanted to understand how we became human. I wanted to learn the why. More than anything, with this new long earth spread before us, I wanted to discover what we were meant to do. I needed to know our purpose. Naturally, my mother's faith had lost its hold on me by that point. I suppose I'd outgrown my own God. I'd taken the time to study the tumultuous 4 centuries following the birth of Jesus and the often erratic path of Christianity since. It became clear to me that whatever universal truth existed, it wasn't something likely to be uncovered by a bunch of squabbling ancient clerics. David let out a short, sharp laugh. And I adored paleontology. The bones fascinated me, the stories they held, especially with the tools we have now. Technology researchers 2 decades ago would have considered magic. That was the path to truth. And I was good at it, remarkably good. It was as if the bones whispered their secrets directly to me. The Reverend Blessed wisely chose to remain silent. So, not long after step day, I received a call from the Black Corporation. They said they had arranged for me to establish and lead expeditions to as many versions of Olduvai Gorge as funding would allow, to the birthplace of mankind on these new worlds. When you're dealing with the Black Corporation, funding is essentially infinite. Our real challenge was a scarcity of skilled personnel. It was a paleontologist's dream. We trained scores of young people. Anyone with a relevant degree and a trowel could practically have their own personal gorge to excavate. Whatever chaos was unfolding elsewhere, we bone hunters had found our own golden age. The African Rift Valley, or something very much like it, stretches across a vast swath of the long earth. Geology tends to be stubbornly consistent. And, as we'd hoped, we frequently found hominid bones in the target zones. I led that project for 4 years. We expanded our search to other promising global sites, places that might have nurtured a different Lucy, a Chinese branch of the family tree, perhaps from an early migration out of Africa. The work was intoxicating, fueled by a sense of boundless discovery. But here's the bitter twist, the joke the universe played on us. After more than 2,000 excavations across adjacent Earths, funded by the Black Corporation and others, we found nothing. No signs of progressing humanity beyond those same early fragile bones, some deformed, some scarred by predators, most heartbreakingly small. There was nothing beyond the Australopithecines, the Lucys. Every cradle was empty. The workers are still out there searching. I ran the program myself until just last year, clinging to a hope that has grown increasingly faint. In the end, the profound emptiness of the long earth, so devoid of human presence, wore me down until I resigned. The Black Corporation offered a generous severance, a parting gift I accepted. aware they held out hope for my eventual return. I had simply seen too much, too many vacant skulls, too many fragile little bones. You could witness the struggle, but never the achievement. It struck me one day to question where everything had veered off course across all those other worlds. Or perhaps the flaw was right here. With us, could the entire evolution of mankind be some dreadful cosmic error? And so you came back to the church. That's quite a shift. I'm told my ordination was among the swiftest in modern memory. Historically, the Church of England had a kindly regard for what were once called natural philosophers. Picture a vicar spending a tranquil Sunday afternoon happily collecting new butterfly species in jars. It always seemed an idyllic existence. Scripture in one hand, a sturdy bottle of ether in the other. Isn't that how Darwin began? Darwin never took holy orders. He became excessively preoccupied with beetles. So here I am. I needed a new structure, a fresh lens. I decided to engage earnestly with theology to see what truths I could unravel from it. My initial tentative conclusion, for what it's worth, is that there is no God, no offence intended, none taken. Which leaves me with the task of discovering what does exist. For now, my personal philosophy is captured by a certain quote: "When you arise in the morning, think of what a precious privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love." Reverend Blessed gave a warm smile. "Ah, Marcus Aurelius. A fine choice, Nelson, though he was a pagan, which rather underscores my point, doesn't it? May I pour myself another brandy, David?" Lobsang later reflected to Joshua that Nelson's core insight was sound. The hominid lineage and the apes before them clearly possessed immense evolutionary promise. Yet, if the ability to step first emerged on the datum, those early stepping humanoids must have rapidly dispersed far across the long Earth, leaving barely a trace in the fossil record behind them. Only on the datum itself do we find the bones that chart humanity's slow, arduous march. But what does it signify, Lobsang? That was Nelson's real question. What is the purpose of the long Earth? I suppose determining that is precisely why we embarked on this journey. Shall we continue? And so they sailed on, leaving the complex hominid settlement in their wake. Their course turned eastward, away from the Pacific coastline and back into the continent's vast interior. Almost without notice, they crossed a significant threshold, 1 million steps from the datum. There was no fanfare, no sudden shift in perception, only the quiet advancement of a digit on their earthometers. They had now entered the realm pioneer wavefronts termed the high megas. It was uncertain if anyone, even Lobsang, had ever ventured this far before. The North American jungle grew ever more impenetrable, lush, dense, and humid. From the air, it appeared as an unbroken green sea, dotted occasionally with patches of open water. Aerial surveys suggested these forests might stretch, uninterrupted all the way to the ice-free poles. Each day, Lobsang still paused to let Joshua descend for exploration and to stretch his legs. Joshua would find himself in a primordial world of towering ferns and unfamiliar trees, all woven together with thick climbers resembling wild grapevines. The blossoms were a constant, dazzling explosion of colour. Some days he returned with clusters of hard, wild grapes, smaller than cultivated varieties, but surprisingly sweet. The thick undergrowth limited large fauna, but he encountered peculiar hopping creatures with long, flexible snouts, somewhat like miniature kangaroos. Over time, Joshua learned to rely on these animals, whose well-worn trails through the brush reliably led to sources of fresh water, a welcome discovery in the overwhelming green wilderness. He observed creatures moving through the air, high in the treetops. Enormous wings beat against the sky. At one point, something that writhed and flapped, looking remarkably like an octopus, spun like a disc through the branches. How in the world had that ended up here? He took a few nights to camp outside the ship, mostly for nostalgia. It felt similar to his old sabbaticals, particularly if he stepped a world or two away from Lobsang, though his companion and commander frowned on that practice. Still, whenever the opportunity arose, he would sit by his fire, straining to hear the silence. On the best nights, he felt he could sense the other Earths, immense and empty, surrounding him just beyond the small ring of his firelight. Infinite possibilities. Then he would return to the airship, leaving behind an entire world with its own secrets barely touched. Their journey continued, one world after another. After 50 days, more than 1.1 million worlds from their origin, the landscape and atmosphere began to shimmer, the forest dissolving as the worlds parted to unveil a sea that reached the horizon, dotted with foam and sparkling, situated at the centre of North America. Still stepping between worlds, Lobsang guided the airship south, searching for solid ground. Across world after world, the sea remained brimming with life, patches of green from algal blooms, faint pale shapes that could have been coral reefs, and leaping, swimming creatures reminiscent of dolphins. Careful dips to the water's surface confirmed it was salt water. That didn't automatically mean this American sea connected to a global ocean. Inland seas could grow saline through evaporation alone. The water samples Lobsang collected were filled with strange strands of seaweed and tiny crustaceans. Strange, at least, to an expert. Lobsang catalogued specimens and images. Finally, as they travelled south, a coastline emerged. Lobsang halted the stepping, and they examined one specific world from this new sequence chosen randomly. They encountered banks of fog first, then gigantic bird-like forms skimming low over the water, and then the land itself, where thick forest cascaded nearly to the shore. Lobsang speculated that the higher ground ahead might be a relation of the Ozark Plateau. From there they sailed east until they reached a massive valley, possibly carved by some ancient relative of the Mississippi or Ohio River. They followed it north to an estuary where the river met the inland sea. The fresh water flowing into the saltwater ocean was marked by a muddy stain that stretched for miles from the coast. And here, in the open along the banks of the freshwater river, animals gathered to drink. As they journeyed on, stepping through the worlds once more, Joshua watched herds of enormous beasts flicker into view and disappear. Four-legged and two-legged creatures, some almost like elephants, others resembling large, flightless birds, with smaller animals darting around their feet. A glimpse lasting only seconds. Then another astonishing alien vista, and another like a Ray Harryhausen show reel, Lobsang remarked. Joshua asked, "Who's Ray Harryhausen, and what's a show reel?" Tonight's feature will be the original Jason and the Argonauts, followed by a lecture with visuals. Do not miss it, but what a discovery, Joshua. This American sea, all this coastline. What a place to establish a colony. This North America possesses a second Mediterranean, an enclosed sea, offering all the wealth and cultural exchange that implies. As for colonization potential, it utterly surpasses the Corn Belt. This could become the foundation of an entirely new civilization, not to mention the tourism prospects. Just one of these worlds alone, and we've already flown over hundreds, Joshua said wryly. Maybe they'll name it the Lobsang Belt. If Lobsang understood the jest, he didn't show it. Another night passed, another restful sleep for Joshua. The next morning, Joshua woke to find his room's monitor displaying what appeared to be a flickering campfire. He sprang from the bed, his heart racing. As he was hurriedly pulling on his trousers, Lobsang entered without warning, prompting Joshua to dress even faster. He made a mental note to later explain the concept of knocking. Lobsang offered a serene smile. "A good morning to you, Joshua, on this most promising of days." "Right, sure," Joshua mumbled, his mind already elsewhere. The mere possibility of genuine flesh-and-blood human contact was a thrilling jolt to his system. He grabbed his socks and laced up his boots. "All right, I'm heading down. Lobsang, that fire, the person who made it, are they human? It would seem so. You may even find her enjoying the sunshine among the dinosaurs." Dinosaurs, her, sunbathing. The words tumbled out in a burst of disbelief. "You will need to see it to believe it. But do exercise caution, Joshua. The dinosaurs appear quite docile, most of them anyway. She, however, might be inclined to bite." In addition to the elevator, Joshua now had a secondary, decidedly less elegant method for reaching the ground. It involved an old car tyre, salvaged from the airship's vast hold of miscellaneous junk, a length of sturdy rope, and a simple panic button on his chest pack that could summon the tyre down, or, more critically, yank it rapidly upward if he needed a quick escape. After his harrowing run-in with those vicious elves, installing this backup plan had given him a much-needed sense of security. These days he always insisted the tyre be waiting on the ground, a tangible lifeline to bolt toward. Once again he was being lowered toward a new version of Earth, and there was another person here, somewhere. He could sense it, a palpable shift in the atmosphere. For Joshua, the presence of people fundamentally changed the feel of a world. True to his recent habits, Lobsang had set him down a cautious distance from the target, opting for a stealthy approach over a dramatic skydrop. The airship hovered near the edge of an estuary, a landscape of scattered trees, thick scrub, marsh, and small lakes. The air was fresh, but carried the tang of salt and a damp, decaying odour from the jungle fringe. As he descended, Joshua also detected a subtler, drier scent he couldn't quite identify. Dense forest encroached upon the muddy plain, spilling down from higher ground to the south. That telltale thread of smoke curled upward from somewhere inland. Joshua landed a short walk from the water's edge. Within the tree line, on the ground, he moved forward carefully, his eyes fixed on the smoke. I smell something dry, metallic. It reminds me of the reptile exhibit at a zoo. This world is likely quite distinct from the datum, Joshua. We have travelled a considerable distance across the contingency tree. The forest thinned, revealing a stretch of beach and the sluggish water. On a rocky bluff near the shore, Joshua came across a group of large, rotund, seal-like creatures basking in the sun. There were about a dozen, including several pups. Their bulky bodies were covered in pale blonde fur, streamlined against their forms. They had almost conical heads with small, dark eyes, tiny mouths, and flat, chimpanzee-like nostrils. They resembled seals with strangely humanoid faces. The parrot on his shoulder, meticulously repaired since its service as an improvised club, whirred softly as its lenses focused. The seal beasts noticed him long before he drew near. Their ape-like heads swiveled, and with alarmed hoots they clumsily clambered from their rocks, sliding across the sand toward the water, the calves scrambling after the adults. Joshua saw their limbs were a peculiar compromise between ape-like arms and legs and true flippers with stubby webbed hands and feet. They slipped into the water with an ease that eluded them on land, suddenly graceful. But then the water erupted in a flurry of spray, and upper jaw the size of a rowboat levered itself from the depths. The seal beasts scattered in pure panic, squealing and thrashing. Crocodile, Joshua muttered with a weary sigh. Some things never change, no matter what world you're on. He bent down, picked up a smooth, flat stone and began walking purposefully toward the water's edge. "Joshua, watch out! Hey, over here!" He flung the stone with all his strength, sending it skimming across the water's surface. A surge of satisfaction hit him as it struck the crocodile directly in its right eye. The creature twisted in the water with a low, guttural growl. Then it erupted from the sea, rising up on muscular hind legs that looked impossibly powerful. This crocodile had to be nearly 40 feet long. It was like watching some amphibious vehicle launch itself onto the shore. Joshua could feel the ground tremble with each thunderous step as it charged toward him, utterly enraged. "Oh, hell!" He spun around and sprinted for his life. He dove into the damp, shadowy cover of another cluster of trees, the beast's furious roar cut off by the dense foliage. Confused, the massive creature swung its head from side to side before bounding away down the beach. Presumably, after easier prey, leaning against a rough trunk, Joshua tried to catch his breath. The forest around him was unexpectedly vibrant. Flowers dotted the trees and forest floor, splashes of colour even in the dim light. The air was filled with a chaotic symphony of sound. High-pitched squeaks from the canopy above mingled with deeper rumbling calls from somewhere in the distance. "That was a reckless move with that mega-croc." Lobsang's voice chimed in. "Incredibly foolish, but you got lucky. But if it's eating those human-like creatures now, that's on me." "They were humanoids, right, Lobsang? I'd classify them as such. They're only partially adapted, though. 2 million years isn't nearly enough time to transform a bipedal ape into a seal. Think of them like Darwin's flightless cormorants caught in an evolutionary halfway house." Suddenly, enormous shadows slid across the ground. Something colossal blotted out the sky, moving like a skyscraper on the march. A foot round as an elephant's crashed down, a leg thicker than an ancient oak, and taller than Joshua stood. He didn't dare leave the trees, merely squinting upward at a mountainous body. Its skin was heavily wrinkled, pockmarked with old, crater-like scars that looked as if they'd been made by cannon fire. Then, out of nowhere, a predator shot into view. It moved like a tyrannosaur, with massive hind legs, smaller clawed forearms, and a head built like an industrial compactor, a beast with the size and speed of a freight train. Joshua shrank back deeper into the shadows. The hunter launched itself at the giant, clamped its vast jaws, and tore away a chunk of flesh the size of Joshua's own chest. The wounded behemoth let out a bellow that sounded like a foghorn from a supertanker, but it simply kept walking, as indifferent to the gaping wound as a person might be to a mosquito bite. Lob sang. "I saw it. I'm still watching it. Jurassic fast food." "More like a quick bite," Joshua muttered. "Have we actually found dinosaurs?" Lob sang. "Not dinosaurs, though I knew you'd use the term. There's been far too much evolution for that here. These are likely the highly evolved descendants of Cretaceous-era reptiles from a strand of worlds where the dinosaur killer asteroid never struck. There might have been a close call here, a gentle brush with extinction. But the reality isn't so straightforward, Joshua. That giant herbivore that nearly flattened you isn't a reptile at all. It's a mammal. Seriously, a female, I believe, a kind of marsupial. Had you gotten a better look, you might have seen an infant the size of a draft horse tucked in her pouch. I'll show you the footage later. Ironically, the overall dynamic, massive herbivores hunted by ferocious predators was a hallmark of the dinosaur age and might be a recurring theme across worlds. Joshua, never forget, you haven't travelled backward or forward in time. You've journeyed far across the tree of possible realities to a planet where dramatic, quasi-random extinction events periodically wipe the slate clean, allowing new evolutionary experiments to begin. On every Earth, the results will vary, sometimes slightly, sometimes profoundly. You're nearing the campfire now. Make for the water with a loud crunch of trampled undergrowth. A new group of animals moved through the forest toward the estuary and fresh water. Peering through the trees, Joshua caught glimpses of low-slung bodies, sharp horns, and spectacularly coloured crests. The sheer bizarre normalcy of it all was almost laughable. Here he was, hiding from prehistoric monsters, while the local wildlife just went about its daily commute for a drink. A number of these creatures moved around him, the full-grown ones standing taller than Joshua's shoulder, their young navigating the forest of shifting adult legs. They were massive, yet still smaller than the enormous marsupial he had spotted before. The herd was heading toward water, and Joshua trailed them as closely as he could manage. He emerged from the tree line beside a winding stream of clear water. On the far side of the marshy estuary, enormous flocks of birds, or perhaps bird-like creatures, strutted, squabbled, and pecked at the ground. The marsh was a riot of colourful flowers beneath a vast, deep blue sky. In the darker channels of water, Joshua thought he saw the ridged backs of crocodilian creatures gliding silently. At the water's edge, the large crested animals jostled for a place to drink. Nearby, on a stretch of pale sand, upright bipedal lizards were sunning themselves. Smaller versions darted back and forth across the beach, occasionally plunging into the gentle surf. Their playful antics were oddly human, reminiscent of teenagers on a California beach. Then, one of the larger bipeds noticed Joshua and nudged the creature beside it. A brief exchange of hisses followed, after which the second miniature dinosaur settled back to doze, while the first remained sitting up, observing Joshua with keen, bright-eyed interest. "Quite entertaining, aren't they, Kame?" a woman's voice. Joshua spun around, his heart pounding. The woman was compact and sturdy, her blonde hair pulled back in a practical bun. She wore a functional, sleeveless jacket covered in pockets. She appeared a bit older than Joshua, perhaps in her early 30s, with a square, strong-featured face that was deeply tanned. She studied him with an appraising look. "They're harmless unless provoked," she said. "Surprisingly clever, too. They've developed a division of labour and create what you could call tools, digging sticks for clams, for starters. Beyond that, they build crude but functional boats and fairly sophisticated fish traps. That requires observation, deduction, planning, teamwork, and even the concept of investing effort today for a reward tomorrow." Joshua simply stared. She laughed. "You might want to close your mouth," she suggested, extending her hand. Joshua looked at it as if it were a strange artifact. "I know who you are. You're Joshua Valienté, right? I had a feeling our paths would cross eventually. Small worlds, wouldn't you agree?" Joshua stood frozen. "Who are you?" "You can call me Sally," in Joshua's ear. Lobsang's voice insisted urgently. "Invite her aboard the ship. Entice her. We have excellent cuisine, rather wasted on you, I must admit. Offer her companionship. Do whatever it takes to get her onto this vessel," Joshua whispered. Lobsang, "You truly understand nothing about human interaction?" He sounded offended. "I have studied every significant text on human sexuality ever written, and I once inhabited a physical form. How do you think infant Tibetans come into being? Regardless, we must get this young woman on board. Consider it. What is someone like her doing out here in the high megas?" Lobsang had a point. Whoever she was, how had she reached this place over 1,000,000 steps out? Was she a natural stepper, immune to the nausea, like him, possibly? But there was a limit to how many steps anyone could manage in a day. He could do 1,000 unaided. Surely everyone needed to eat and sleep. You could step hunt an unsuspecting deer once you got the technique down, but butchering and cooking couldn't be rushed, and that slowed progress tremendously. It would take years to step this far out. She was watching him with a suspicious glint. "What's on your mind? Who were you talking to?" "Ah, the captain of my ship," Joshua said. It wasn't exactly a lie, and since the sisters had always frowned upon dishonesty, he felt a flicker of relief. Really? You mean that absurd floating gas bag, I assume, and just how large is the crew of that monstrosity? By the way, Robert the Conqueror, I hope you have no plans to claim this world. I've grown rather fond of these little fellows. Joshua glanced down. The miniature dinosaurs had formed a loose circle around them and were carefully balancing upright on their hind legs, like meerkats, their curiosity now barely outweighing their caution. "The captain would like you to come aboard," Joshua said. She offered a smile. "Get on that." "Not a chance, no offence, but," she added, her tone shifting, "do you happen to have any soap? I make my own lye soap, but I wouldn't mind something gentler. I'm sure we can. Maybe something with a rose scent. Is that everything? And some chocolate? All right. In return, I can offer information, Deal." A voice whispered in Joshua's ear. "Ask what she knows that we can't discover ourselves." When he posed the question, Sally let out a short laugh. "How should I know what you can find out? With all those antennas and dishes up there, you could probably read the Almighty's private messages." "Look," Joshua said, "I'm heading back up. I'll get the soap and chocolate and come right back down. Just stay put, okay?" To his surprise, Sally burst into laughter. My, a real gentleman. I bet you were a Boy Scout." As he ascended toward the Mark Twain, Lobsang's voice murmured in his ear, "If there is a more efficient method of stepping, we must discover it." "I know, Lobsang, I'm working on it." But at that moment, the intricacies of stepping were the furthest thing from Joshua's mind. They shared a lunch on the beach, oysters roasted over an open fire. The whole encounter left him unsettled. He wasn't accustomed to the company of women, at least not those without wimples. Back at the home, all the girls felt like sisters, and the nuns had eyes and ears everywhere. You were constantly observed around the opposite sex. And if you spent most of your time out on the new earths, rarely seeing another soul, anyone you did meet felt like an intrusion, a disruption of your space. Now, adding to the distraction, a ring of miniature dinosaurs craned their necks, not wanting to miss a thing. It was like being stared at by a bunch of overly curious children. He half felt he should slip them a few dollars to go catch a movie. But he needed to speak with this mysterious Sally. It was a pull inside him, a deep, unmet curiosity, and watching her, he suspected she felt it too. "Don't mind the little dinos," she said. "They're harmless and clever too. They're excellent at avoiding the bigger reptiles and the crocs. I make it a habit to check on them now and then." "How? How did you get here, Sally?" Sally prodded the embers of her fire, causing the small creatures to hop back, startled. "Well, that's my business. That was the code of the Old West, and it's definitely the same here. These oysters roast up nicely, don't they?" They did. Joshua had just finished his fourth. "I taste something like bacon. I've seen plenty of pig-like animals. They seem common, but this tastes like it has Worcestershire sauce. Am I right? More or less I come prepared." Sally looked at him, oyster juice glistening on her lips. "A deal, right? I'll be straight with you, and you'll be straight with me." "Well, within reason, let me tell you what I already figure I know about you. First, that enormous thing floating up there holds only one person, I'm guessing. Because when you found me, any real crew would have been all over me and my little camp. So, with you, that makes 2 big ship for just 2 people, no? Second, it looks incredibly expensive, and since universities lack that kind of funding and governments lack the vision, that points to some corporation. I'm guessing Douglas Black," she smiled. "Don't blame yourself. You didn't give it away. Black is shrewd, and this is exactly his style." There was only silence from Joshua's earpiece. She noticed his slight hesitation. No word from command. Oh, come on. Sooner or later, anyone with a talent that intrigues Douglas Black ends up working for him. My own father did. The money isn't the real draw, though. If you're truly talented, your friend Douglas will hand you a whole bag of toys to play with, like that airship. Isn't that so? I don't work for Black Corporation. Just a contractor, is that the polite fiction? She said, with a wave of her hand. At their headquarters in New Jersey, every single employee wears a little earpiece just like yours. It lets Douglas speak to any of them personally whenever he chooses. They say even his silence feels like a threat. But one day my father decided, I won't wear this thing anymore, and now, Joshua, you will do me the courtesy of removing yours. I don't mind speaking with you. I heard how you saved all those children on Step Day. You're clearly a decent person. But take off that modern slave bracelet." Feeling a pang of guilt, Joshua complied. Sally gave a small, satisfied nod. "Now we can have a real conversation. There's nothing dark about what we're doing." Joshua offered cautiously, though he wasn't completely convinced of that himself. "We're here to explore, to observe, to learn, to chart the long Earth. At least that was the expedition's original goal. Or it had been, he reflected, before everything became centred on the strange humanoid migrations and the disruption they seemed to be causing. But that's not your goal, Joshua Valienté. You're no explorer, whatever else you might be, so why are you here? He shrugged. I'm the backup plan, if you want the truth. Hired security. She let out a short laugh. Interesting. You mentioned your father worked for Black, Joshua said. He did. What was his role? He invented the stepper, though he did that on his own time? Your father was Willis Lindsay. Joshua could only stare, his mind flashing back to Step Day and how Lindsay's creation had irrevocably altered his own life. She smiled faintly. All right, you want the whole story? I come from a family of steppers, natural steppers. Oh, close your mouth, Joshua. My grandfather could step, my mother could step, and I can step. My father, however, couldn't. That's precisely why he felt driven to invent something like the stepper box. So he did. I took my first step when I was 4. We quickly discovered Dad could step if he was holding my hand. There's even a photograph of us. I never struggled with the whole magic door concept, thanks to Mom. She was a voracious reader and filled my childhood with Tolkien, Larry Niven, E. Nesbit, and just about everything else. I was homeschooled, of course. I essentially grew up with my own private Narnia. Honestly, since Step Day, I've been pretty annoyed about having to share my secret world with everyone else. But back then, Mom made me promise never to tell anyone what I could do. Joshua listened, utterly astonished. He could scarcely imagine what it must have been like to belong to a family of steppers, a family entirely like himself. Those were good days. I spent a lot of time with Dad in his workshop, mainly because the shed was located in another world, though I always had to guide him in and out of that alternate Wyoming. But he was hardly ever around, constantly flying off wherever the Black Corporation needed him, which could be anywhere from MIT to a research lab in Scandinavia or South Africa. Sometimes, late at night, a helicopter would appear. He'd climb in, and maybe an hour later he'd be back home as the chopper flew away. Whenever I asked what he'd been doing, the answer was always, just taking care of some things. But that was fine by me because my dad knew best. He knew everything. I knew nothing about his official projects. So I wasn't surprised when he finally succeeded in inventing the stepper. He was a rare combination of brilliant theorist and practical engineer. I believe he came closer than anyone to understanding the true nature of the long Earth. But none of that brilliance helped him when Mom died. That was one problem his technology couldn't solve. Things got strange after that. Sally paused, her expression darkening. I mean, stranger than they already were. He just kept working. I sensed he had lost all passion for his work, and its purpose no longer mattered to him. He was always a principled man, you understand? A true free spirit, born into a family of them. But that changed. He began leading a secret life, concealing projects like the stepper. My father had a knack for hiding things. He claimed he learnt it back in his days as a young idealist, when he kept a marijuana garden hidden in a basement. He showed it to me once, a secret door that only opened if you pushed a specific loose nail just right and rotated an old paint can 90 degrees. A panel would slide away, revealing a cavernous space you'd never believe was there, the faint, earthy scent of past plants still lingering in the air. So that's my history. Stepping was as natural to me as breathing. Step Day was merely a minor event for my family. You, however, Joshua, had to find it on your own, correct? The story goes you were raised by nuns. It's become part of your mythology. I have no interest in mythology. Nuns, really, were they harsh, or did they ever try anything? Inappropriate. Joshua's expression tightened. Nothing like that happened. Well, except for one sister. But Sister Agnes had her removed within the hour. Let's just say she was profoundly mistaken. Reflecting on it, it was an unusual environment, but the right kind of unusual, a positive strangeness. The sisters enjoyed considerable liberty. We were reading Carl Sagan before we ever opened the Old Testament. Liberty. I can appreciate that. It's why my father left Douglas Black. Black discovered the stepper device somehow forced the truth from him. With my mother gone. I believe Dad was growing to resent people in general, but what Black did was the final insult. One day, Dad simply vanished. He took a position at Princeton under a fabricated identity. That was too visible, however. So, when he sensed Black's people were closing in, he moved to Madison, taking another college post under a different alias. He took his ongoing stepper research with him. I followed, attending university there. We rarely saw each other, though I suppose I kept a distant watch over him. His real name isn't Willis Lindsay, by the way. I never assumed it was. That was when he decided, because he suspected the Black Corporation was tracking him again, to give stepping to everyone, so no single entity could own it, control it, or profit from it. He had a deep distrust of big industry and governments. I think he genuinely believed the world would improve if everyone could simply step beyond their reach. As far as I know, he's still alive out here somewhere. Is that why you're out here? Searching for him? It's one reason. A subtle shift occurred in the atmosphere. The small dinosaurs stood, stretching, their eyes scanning the skies. Joshua watched Sally. She showed no reaction, intently fishing the last stray oyster from the pan with a stick. He asked, "Do you believe he was right to do what he did? Releasing the stepper?" Perhaps. At least he offered people a new choice. Though he said humanity would have to learn to think differently, out here in the long earth. He once told me, "I am giving mankind the key to infinite worlds, an end to scarcity, and we can hope to conflict. Perhaps even a new purpose for existence. I leave the exploration of all these realms to your generation. Though personally, I suspect you will manage to make a spectacular mess of it. Why are you looking at me that way? Your father said that to you." Sally gave a slight shrug. "I told you, he was a free spirit through and through." He was always saying things like that. At that moment, Lobsang's amplified voice erupted over the beach, startling the small dinosaurs once more. "Joshua, return to the ship! Immediately! Emergency!" A peculiar new scent filled the air, acrid like melting plastic. Joshua looked toward the northern horizon. A grey cloud was swelling, growing larger. "I call them suckers," Sally stated calmly. "They're rather like oversized dragonflies. The creatures inject a potent toxin into any living tissue, dissolving cellular structures with terrifying speed. You essentially liquefy from the inside out, becoming little more than a nutrient slurry they can siphon away. Strangely, they leave the dinosaurs entirely alone. Your electronic companion is correct about the urgency, Joshua. Be a good boy and run along now." And then she was gone. As she vanished, Joshua instinctively retreated eastward, stepping back against the airship's direction of travel. In moments of peril, the instinct is always to retreat toward the known, fearing what unknown dangers might lie ahead. He found himself in a world of timber, an endless expanse of trees that limited his view to barely 100 yards in any direction. No sign of the girl, the dinosaurs, or the airship remained. Noticing a slightly brighter glow to his right, he rose and ambled toward it. He stepped into a vast clearing of charred stumps and ash fields, a landscape scarred by an old forest fire. New saplings were already pushing green shoots through the foul, blackened soil, just another natural cycle of dieback and regrowth. After witnessing such cycles over 1,000,000 times, the sheer predictability of it all was enough to make you want to scream. Suddenly, the shadow of the airship sprawled across the clearing like an abrupt eclipse. Joshua reinserted his earpiece, only to be met by Lobsang's irritated whine. "We've lost her. Could you not have persuaded her to board? She has evidently mastered a new method of stepping, and furthermore," Joshua pulled the earpiece out again. He sat on a crumbling stump, its surface a vibrant mosaic of fungi. The encounter with Sally had left him reeling, stunned by the torrent of words she had unleashed, words that had clearly been dammed up for a long time. And she was travelling alone, just as he once had. The thought sent a jolt through him. On his own sabbaticals he had survived in countless worlds like this one. A sudden rebellious clarity struck him. He no longer wanted or needed a colossal airship looming over him. He reinserted the earpiece, considering his words. What was that phrase Sister Agnes always used when some self-important official tried throwing their weight around at the home? "Can you hear me, Lobsang? You're not my boss, sir. You most certainly are not. The only thing you could do right now is kill me, and even then you wouldn't be my boss." Silence was the only reply. He stood and began strolling downhill, or at least in the direction of a gentle slope. A slope meant a river eventually, and a river meant open ground, cover, and almost certainly some form of game, everything he'd need to survive here. Lobsang's voice finally returned. "You are correct, Joshua. I'm not your boss and have no wish to be. However, I find it difficult to believe you are serious in suggesting you might abandon our journey. We are travelling with a purpose, if you recall. Whatever your purpose is, I'm not about to kidnap anyone, Lobsang." He paused. "All right, I'll come back aboard, but under specific conditions the airship was directly overhead now. The first condition is that I come and go to the ground whenever I wish, understood?" This time, Lobsang replied through the external loudspeaker, his voice a booming pronouncement from the heavens. Are you attempting to negotiate with me, Joshua? Joshua scratched his nose thoughtfully. Actually, I believe I'm making demands. And as for Sally, I have a feeling we'll be seeing her again very soon. Regardless of your plans, you'll never locate a single person in all these forest worlds, but she will find it incredibly easy to spot a massive airship in the sky. She will find us, but she travels alone as you did. She has in fact journeyed much farther. Perhaps she has no need for people and will feel no motivation to seek us out. Joshua walked across the damp ashes toward the descending lift ring. She may not need people, but I believe she wants people. How could you possibly know that? Because of the way she spoke to me, all those words had to come out. They needed saying, "Your beloved mountain men at their rendezvous were likely no different. I'm no different either. This person named Joshua keeps finding his way back home. Every so often just to visit, to be around people, to be human, to put it plainly. And Daniel Boone can go hang. I've mentioned it before, Joshua. Travel has certainly expanded your perspective, if not your choice of words. And there's something more, Lobsang. Something you're overlooking. Do you really think it was coincidence that she appeared right beneath us, with her campfire burning? Well, she knew we were coming, Lobsang. I'm sure of it. She wants something from us. The real question is what? A fair point. I will give it thought. On another note, I have collected and examined several of those flying creatures. They bear a striking resemblance to wasps, yet behave more like bees, an entirely new classification. It serves as a reminder to be cautious about hastily applying labels such as dinosaurs. Did you alter your voice? Yes, indeed. It is rather warm and thoughtful, wouldn't you agree? It makes you sound like a rabbi. Ah, close enough. It is in fact the voice of David Kossoff, a Jewish actor well known during the 1950s and 60s. I find the occasional pause and gentle tone of puzzled goodwill fosters a sense of familiarity and calm. It does, but you probably shouldn't admit that's what you're doing. It's like a magician revealing how the trick works. Damn it. Lobsang was making him laugh again. Staying angry with him was nearly impossible. All right, I'm coming up. Do we have a deal? The ring lifted without a sound. On board, the ambulant unit of Lobsang awaited Joshua in the stateroom. More upgrades were evident. Joshua couldn't help but laugh. You look like a hotel bellhop. What's the idea? Lobsang responded with a smooth, purring tone. I was aiming for the impression of a British butler from around 1935, sir, and rather smartly turned out, if I may say so. I believe the effect is less unsettling than the Blade Runner replicant style I tried previously, though I am open to feedback. Smartly turned out. Well, it's a different flavour of unsettling. I'll give you that, but drop the sir, okay? The butler gave a slight bow. Thank you, Joshua. Let me say, Joshua, that I believe this journey is teaching us both. For the time being, I will maintain a stepping pace no faster than an average human's daily walk until the young lady decides to reveal herself. Sounds good. There was the familiar slight sense of disorientation as they resumed stepping. Below, moving past at a leisurely rate of just a few steps per hour, the long earth resembled the old slide viewer Joshua once found in the attic back at the home. Click once, there's one image. Click twice, another. You remained still while worlds drifted by. Choose the one you like. That evening, on the saloon deck's large screen, Lobsang played an old British film titled The Mouse on the Moon. In his mobile form, he sat beside Joshua to watch, which would have seemed strange. Joshua mused, if viewed through Sally's eyes, had this voyage not already left strange far behind and raced straight into utterly bizarre. Still, they watched the vintage comedy, a satire of the 20th century space race, and Joshua immediately recognized David Kossoff. For what it was worth, Lobsang had captured his voice perfectly. After the movie ended, Joshua was almost certain he saw a mouse dart across the deck and vanish. The mouse on Earth million, he joked. I'll send Shimi after it. The cat? I was wondering what became of that creature. You know, Sally mentioned growing up in a family of natural steppers. She was never truly alone out in the stepwise worlds, but her family made her keep it secret as they always had. Naturally they did. Just as you have always tried to, Joshua. It's a natural human impulse, isn't it? To want to blend in to avoid standing out. I suppose nobody truly wants to be different. That's part of it. Consider a power like stepping in another era. You might have been condemned as a witch and burned at the stake. Even now, years after Step Day, there's a growing number of people back on Datum Earth who are deeply unsettled by the very concept of stepping and the existence of the long Earth. Who are these people? You really don't have a political bone in your body, do you, Joshua? Think about it. Those who can't step at all, they feel a deep-seated resentment toward the long earth, and those who traverse it toward everything this grand expansion has unleashed. Then there are those whose fortunes are crumbling in this new reality. There's never a shortage of those. So here was Officer Monica Jansen, 15 years after the world changed forever. Her life, like so many others, had been twisted and reshaped by the long earth phenomenon. She was just trying to make sense of it all as the world relentlessly transformed around her own aging self, while she and every cop she knew struggled to maintain some semblance of order. On this particular evening, she stared with profound weariness at a screen displaying Brian Cowley. He was the increasingly infamous face of a toxic movement calling itself Humanity First, spewing his manipulative venom. His folksy homespun stories were just a thin veil for some clever but dangerously divisive politics. With a frustrated jab, she muted the sound. The hatred still seemed to ooze from the man's pores like a toxic sweat. But then the entire saga of the long earth had been steeped in violence and animosity from the very beginning. Consider the panic that erupted just 2 days after Step Day itself, when terrorists targeted both the Pentagon and the British Houses of Parliament. It could have been far more catastrophic. The young man who stepped into the Pentagon had miscalculated his angles and distances. His makeshift bomb detonated in a deserted corridor, making him its sole casualty. The British attacker, however, had clearly paid better attention in geometry class. He materialized perfectly and instantly in the very chamber of the House of Commons. His fatal error was neglecting his other homework. The chamber was nearly empty, with only 5 members of Parliament present, engaged in a mind-numbingly dull debate about herring fishing quotas. The last thing he ever saw was a politician droning on about fish. Ironic, really. Had he chosen the Commons bar instead, he might have achieved his grim objective, yet both explosions sent shockwaves of terror around the globe, and governments reacted with blind panic. This fear spread to ordinary people too. It didn't take a genius to realize that now anyone could theoretically step into your bedroom while you slept. And where there is widespread fear, opportunists are never far behind. Almost overnight, a cottage industry of anti-stepper devices sprang up in garages and basements everywhere. Some designs were ingenious, many were laughably stupid, and a significant number were downright lethal, often to their inventors rather than any potential intruder. One particularly ill-conceived trend involved crisscrossing rooms with wires and traps, which succeeded mainly in snaring children's fingers and injuring family pets. People quickly realized the simplest deterrent was a very old-fashioned one: just fill a room with furniture, Victorian style, leaving no clear space for a stepper to arrive. In truth, the rampant fear of stepping-enabled home invasions was more a product of urban anxiety than widespread reality. Sure, plenty of folks skipped worlds to dodge debts or vengeful enemies, and there were always bounty hunters willing to follow, and yes, there were the inevitable predators, thieves, rapists, killers, who roamed the worlds until someone put a stop to them. But statistically, crime rates per capita were actually lower out in the vastness of the long earth, where the intense social pressures that fueled so much datum-side disorder were largely absent. Governments, of course, were furious at the idea of taxpayers simply stepping beyond their reach. Only a handful, like Iran, Burma, and the United Kingdom, ever attempted an outright ban on stepping. Most free world nations initially adopted some version of the American Aegis Plan, stubbornly asserting sovereignty over their national footprint across the endless chain of worlds. The French, for instance, announced that any person willing to become French and to accept a meticulously crafted document defining what that entailed could colonize any French footprint. It was a bold concept, somewhat undermined by the reality that even after a countrywide discussion, no 2 French citizens seemed to agree on the precise meaning of Frenchness. Some argued, however, that this very debate was itself a core component of the French identity. In practical terms, no matter what system was established, you didn't have to travel far to leave any government's authority behind, simply because there was no government present to exercise it, whether well-intentioned or not. And the people, they just kept stepping, this way and that, driven less by a clear destination and more by a powerful desire to leave their old lives behind. Naturally, many ventured out recklessly and paid a heavy price. But over time, communities began to learn from groups like the Amish, understanding that survival depended on cooperation and careful planning. 15 years later, prosperous settlements were flourishing far out in the silent expanses of the long earth. While the great exodus was believed to be slowing, estimates suggested a full 20% of Earth's population had simply walked away to seek a new beginning, a shift in humanity comparable to a global war or a devastating plague. But in Janssen's view, this was only the beginning. Humanity was just starting to wrap its mind around the concept of infinite abundance. With no shortage of land or resources, entirely new lifestyles became possible. Janssen had recently seen a theoretical anthropologist on television exploring this very idea. Think about it, the scholar said. If the long Earth is truly limitless, then all of humanity could theoretically revert to a hunter-gatherer existence, fishing, foraging, and simply moving on when the local resources thin out or the mood strikes. Without farming, our original Earth might sustain 1 million people that way. We have 10 billion, we'd need 10,000 Earths, and now, suddenly, we have them, and infinitely more. Do we even need agriculture to support our vast numbers? Do we need cities? Do we need reading, writing, or arithmetic? Yet, as this monumental shift in human destiny unfolded, it was becoming painfully obvious that a great many people were permanently locked out from the long Earth's ambiguous riches, and their discontent was growing. That, 15 years after Step Day, was what increasingly worried Monica Jansen as she watched Brian Cowley with a deepening sense of alarm. The airship came to another halt above a desolate world. Joshua tested the air. It was barely breathable and carried a thick, ashy stench under a gloomy, clouded sky where the usual test rockets streaked upward. Lobsang observed an aftermath world, possibly an asteroid impact, but I suspect a Yellowstone-scale eruption. Perhaps a century past. There might be life clinging on in the southern hemisphere, but nature's recovery will be measured in millennia. It's a complete wasteland, naturally. Earth is a mother who repeatedly consumes her own children. But the rules have changed. It is an absolute certainty that the volcano beneath Yellowstone National Park on the datum Earth will erupt violently in the near future. And what will happen? People will just step away. For the first time, such a catastrophe will be an inconvenience, not an apocalypse. Until the sun itself burns out, there will always be another world. Humanity will persist somewhere in the long Earth, finally immune to extinction. Sometimes I wonder if that's the whole purpose of the long Earth. I am not yet in a position to speculate on that. So why have we stopped here, Lobsang? Because I'm detecting a signal on an AM frequency. The reception is quite poor. The source is very near. Would you like to see who's calling? Lobsang's face displayed a perfectly simulated grin. Joshua had to concede that the airship's restaurant featured a rather fine dining table, a definite improvement over the makeshift shelf on the observation deck he used when dining alone. The main course before him was a delicate white meat. He glanced up and met Sally's gaze. She was the one who had supplied it. It's a type of wild turkey common in these local worlds, she explained. Tasty if you're willing to put in the effort. But they're prey animals and can almost outpace a wolf. Occasionally I'll catch a few and sell them to settlers. For someone who lived like a hermit, she certainly had a lot to say, Joshua mused. But he understood the reason. For now he simply ate, savouring the meal. Perhaps he was growing accustomed to female companionship. This particular woman's, at any rate. Lobsang entered carrying a tray. Orange sorbet. While oranges aren't indigenous to the New World, I've brought seeds for cultivation in suitable areas. Please enjoy. He served them, then turned and vanished through the blue doorway. Sally had managed a degree of politeness after learning Lobsang's true identity and nature. Well, once she'd finally stopped laughing, now she lowered her voice. What's with the whole butler act? I believe he's trying to make you feel welcome. I knew you'd send a signal, you know. How? Because I would have done the same in your position. Let's be honest, Sally. You return to us, and we assume that's because you want something. So let's make a deal. You know what we need to learn. How did you travel so far out? She studied him. I'll give you a hint. I'm not the only one. There are more of us out here than you'd imagine. Every now and then, a stepping box. Malfunctions, for lack of a better word. I once met a man 20,000 clicks from the datum who was convinced he was one step from Pasadena, utterly baffled as to why he couldn't get back. I guided him to a way station and left him there. I always wondered why I kept encountering so many confused people. I assumed they were just foolish. Many probably were, she agreed. Lobsang's voice seemed to materialize in the air around them. I'm familiar with the phenomenon you describe, Sally, and I must thank you for providing such an apt label for it. Stuttering. However, I have been unable to replicate it. Sally scowled at the empty air. Have you been listening to our entire conversation? Naturally. My ship, my rules. Perhaps you would be so kind as to answer Joshua's question more fully. Your hint only deepens the mystery. How did you get out here? I would speculate it was rather more intentional than mere stuttering. Sally looked out the window. Darkness had fallen, but the stars shone with fierce intensity. I still don't completely trust either of you. Out in the long earth, everyone needs an advantage, and this knowledge is mine. I will tell you this much. If you continue much further, you will encounter trouble heading your way. That persistent throb in Joshua's skull was a constant presence. What kind of trouble? Even I don't know the full answer. Not yet. It's what caused the trolls and the other humanoids to migrate, isn't it? So, you know about that. I suppose it would be hard to miss. Lobsang and I believe we should investigate, discover the cause, what, and save the world, she retorted, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Joshua was growing familiar with her mockery. She remained utterly unimpressed by Lobsang's luxurious airship, his grand pronouncements and ambitions, and seemingly by Joshua's own reputation as well. So why did you come back to mock us? To help us, or because of what we can do for you? For a variety of reasons, that can wait. She stood up. Good night, Joshua. Please have your valet prepare another stateroom, preferably not adjacent to yours. Oh, don't look so worried. Your virtue is secure. It's just that I snore, you understand. The ship continued stepping throughout the night, and for the first time Joshua felt he could perceive each individual shift. He finally drifted into a fitful sleep just before dawn, managing perhaps an hour of rest before Sally began pounding on his door. Rise and shine, sailor. Joshua groaned, rubbing his eyes. What time is it? Time to see something worth waking up for, Sally replied. I gave Lobsang a set of coordinates last night. We're here. After pulling on his clothes, Joshua made his way to the observation deck. The airship hung perfectly still. Outside, a version of Washington State stretched below, not far from where the Pacific coast should be. And there, nestled deep in the long earth, far beyond any known frontier of colonization, was a town. It had no business existing out here. Joshua could only stare. The settlement sprawled along the banks of a wide, slow-moving river, a jumble of wooden structures connected by muddy tracks that wound through a dense, misty forest. He scanned the area, looking for the usual signs of survival, crop fields, livestock pens, but found none, yet the place teemed with life. People milled about, many pointing and chattering excitedly at the airship overhead. How could a community this size sustain itself without farms? Then he saw them, down by the water, massive, shaggy forms that were neither fully human nor entirely animal. Trolls, he breathed. Sally glanced at him, one eyebrow raised. So you've heard the local name for them. I'm impressed. Lobsang might have mentioned it once or twice before we left. Joshua admitted. Have you actually met one? She asked, a hint of challenge in her voice. If you want to understand trolls, if you want to understand the long earth at all, you need to understand this place. That's why we're here. Call it orientation. On the datum, we'd be floating over a little town called Hump Tulips in Grays Harbor County. We're close to the coast, give or take a few million worlds. The river's path is different here, the trees are thicker, but some comforts remain. I hope they've got a pot of clam chowder going. Chowder? You know this place that well? Like the back of my hand, she said, with a smile that was just a little too pleased with itself. Sometimes Joshua thought she could be as insufferably smug as Lobsang. The airship descended into a wide, unpaved square at the town's centre. The buildings surrounding it looked ancient, built from grey, weathered wood perched on worn stone foundations. Joshua got the immediate, unsettling feeling that this town, home to maybe 200 souls, had been here long before Step Day changed everything. Dominating the square was a sturdy communal hall, Sally called City Hall. She led the way inside. The space was framed by massive cedar beams, with a high ceiling, polished wood floors and simple furniture. Windows without glass let in the damp air, and large doors stood open at both ends. A fire pit in the centre cast a warm, flickering light. Lobsang had joined them, his ambulatory unit clad in saffron robes that, despite his bulky 1980s bodybuilder frame, made him look more Tibetan than ever. He seemed uncharacteristically reserved, which was understandable, given the hall was packed with staring, smiling townsfolk and trolls, mingling among them as casually as family dogs at a backyard barbecue. A faint, musky scent hung in the air. True to Sally's hope, huge pots of clam chowder simmered near the fire, an absurdly normal luxury considering their staggering distance from the datum. The mayor, a small, polished man with a faint Eastern European accent and excellent English, greeted them warmly. Sally, of course, knew him. She pressed a small wrapped parcel into his hand the moment they met, and he guided them to a central table. Joshua caught the exchange. "What was that? Pepper," Sally said simply. "You barter often." "Doesn't everyone out here?" She shrugged. "I stay over too. Not just here. When I find settlers who are interesting, I stop a while. Help them plant crops, fix a roof. That's how you learn a world, Joshua. You and Lobsang zipping around in your giant sky-born ego trip, you're not learning a thing. Told you she'd say something like that. Joshua muttered under his breath to Lobsang. Perhaps Lobsang's quiet voice replied in his ear. Yet for all our perceived flaws, she returned to us. You are correct, Joshua. She wants something. Amid these distractions we must discern what it is. Sally was already speaking again, her tone shifting from lecturing to something more reflective, almost wistful. This place is special, though, unique among all my stopovers. Spencer smiled as he set down his bowl. I've always called it Happy Landings. Lobsang glanced around the cosy, lantern-lit room. It feels ancient, he remarked quietly. Oh, it is, Spencer agreed, his voice warm. People just find their way here. It's like this place pulls them in, you'll understand soon enough. He introduced himself simply as Spencer and over steaming bowls of chowder. He spoke fondly of his home. A people magnet. That's one way to put it, but over the centuries newcomers have called it many things, sometimes with gratitude, sometimes with curses in languages long forgotten. We've got buildings that have stood for ages, and sometimes we uncover old bones in simple coffins. People have been arriving for thousands of years. He took a thoughtful sip of ale. Most folks you'll meet were born here like I was, but there's always a steady stream of newcomers. None of them know how they got here. The story's always the same. One moment you're on the datum Earth, going about your day, and the next you're here. Sometimes it happens during a moment of panic. When you're running from something, other times it's perfectly ordinary. Just a blink and everything's different. He leaned in slightly, his tone softening. Sometimes children arrive alone. Lost boys and girls, even babies often. They've never stepped between worlds at all. They're always welcomed, I assure you. Please try the ale. We're quite proud of it. More chowder, Mr. Valienté. Now where was I? These days, Spencer continued, many of our more scientifically minded residents believe there's a physical anomaly here, a sort of hole in space that draws people in. That's replaced the older notion that this place is the heart of some grand curse, or perhaps, given our peace, a blessing in disguise. He sighed contentedly. So here we are, in a manner of speaking marooned, though I doubt any shipwrecked sailor ever washed up on a kinder shore. We can't complain. From what the newer arrivals tell us, many of our elders are rather relieved to have skipped most of the 20th century. A wry smile touched his lips. Some think they've stumbled into heaven, most arrive confused, even scared, but everyone is welcomed. Newcomers bring news of the other Earths, and we value any fresh ideas, skills, or knowledge. Engineers, doctors, and scientists are particularly cherished. But I'm happy to say we're cultivating our own unique culture now. Fascinating, Lobsang murmured, carefully manoeuvring a spoonful of chowder. An indigenous human society emerging naturally out in the long Earth. And a new method of travel, Joshua added, his mind reeling from the implication. A way to bypass the slow step-by-step journey. He thought of Sally and her mention of stuttering. This was another piece of the puzzle. The long Earth keeps revealing new layers of strangeness. Studying this place could teach us much about its deeper connections. But the real question is how practical this phenomenon will be. Practical? Spencer asked. Less so if it functions like a fixed tunnel between two specific points. Like a rabbit hole to Wonderland, Joshua said. We need to learn everything we can. Across the table, Sally was staring, her mouth slightly open. Joshua, it eats, he grinned. Wouldn't it seem stranger if he didn't sitting here with us? Nobody else seems bothered. We'll talk about it later. Spencer settled back into his chair, the picture of ease. We know Sally quite well, of course. Now, please tell me about yourselves. The world is changing, and that change has brought your remarkable airship. You first, Lobsang. You must forgive our particular curiosity about your unique presence. For the first time, Joshua could recall in this bustling, friendly tavern with trolls, observing them like a captivated audience. Lobsang appeared genuinely flustered. Joshua found himself in one of those moments where he simply couldn't decide if Lobsang was truly a human soul or merely a brilliant simulation. One so advanced it could perfectly mimic the subtle, awkward flush of human embarrassment. Lobsang gave a soft cough before speaking. Fundamentally, I'm a human consciousness residing within an artificial form. You understand prosthetics, yes? Artificial limbs and organs that sustain life. Think of me as the logical, if extreme, extension of that concept. Spencer didn't even blink. Remarkable. What a leap forward. When you reach my age, you do start to question why the universe chose to house intelligence in such fragile biological containers. Might I inquire if you possess any particular skills to share? We ask every newcomer, so please take no offence. Joshua winced internally, bracing for Lobsang's response. Special talents. It would be a shorter list to name what I cannot do. My watercolour technique, for instance, remains a work in progress. He cast a curious glance around the hall. This is clearly a unique settlement with a distinct developmental path. What of your industry? I see evidence of iron. Do you have steel, lead, copper, tin, wireless radio? You must be well beyond the telegraph. And printing, assuming you have the paper for it. Spencer nodded. We do, though only handmade, I'm afraid. Knowledge arrived with people from Elizabethan times. We've made our own improvements, of course, but we haven't been fortunate enough to host a true paper-making artisan for many years. We depend on the scattered skills of those who find their way here. Provide me with the necessary ferrous metals, and I will construct a water-powered flatbed printing press for you, assuming you're acquainted with water power. Spencer's smile was gentle. We've had water mills since the Romans walked the earth. The sheer weight of history in that simple statement struck Joshua anew. Noticing his expression, Sally looked amused. In that case, Lobsang continued, I can build you a durable alternator for generating electrical current. Mayor, I can also leave you a comprehensive encyclopedia of medical and technological advances up to the present day, though I must advise you to absorb it gradually. Too much, too fast, leads to future shock. A murmur of approval rippled through the crowd that had gathered, drawn by Lobsang's peculiar nature. But Sally, who had been listening with growing impatience, cut in. That's very generous, Lobsang, but all this Robert Heinlein-inspired gadgetry can wait. We came here about the problem, remember? She turned to Spencer. And you know exactly which one. Ah, the troll migration. Yes, Sally is quite correct. It is a cause for significant concern. A slow-burning crisis, you might say, but we believe its repercussions will be felt across the worlds, your long Earth. But even that can wait until tomorrow, Sally. For now, let us go enjoy the sunshine. He ushered them out of the building. You are most welcome here. I cannot stress that enough. You'll see we gather scatterlings from every branch of humanity. Sally enjoys calling this place Happy Landings, which we find charming, but to us it is simply home. There are always spare rooms in City Hall, but if you prefer privacy, the family cabins are quite spacious. You are welcome, truly welcome. The visitors walked through smiling crowds. Joshua noted the unusual, almost chaotic layout of the settlement. There was no discernible grid to the roads. Instead, a tangle of crisscrossing lanes meandered off into the surrounding forest, as if they had grown organically. The buildings themselves were perched atop foundations that looked incredibly ancient. The whole place felt like it had accreted slowly over immense stretches of time, layer upon layer, like the rings inside a tree. Yet there was a noticeable abundance of relatively modern structures built upon that ancient core, as if a larger wave of newcomers had arrived in more recent centuries. Overlaying the old with the new, it was around that time. Joshua guessed that the population back on Datum Earth must have begun its rapid expansion, inevitably sending a greater tide of wanderers to Happy Landings. Strolling beside the river, he started to piece together the rhythm of life in this place. The banks were lined with racks of drying fish, predominantly large, robust salmon, expertly cleaned and filleted, with more hanging inside the homes, some cured over smoke. While nobody appeared to be labouring intensely, he noticed fish weirs set in the current, along with traps, nets, and a handful of people repairing hooks, lines, and harpoons. He learned that farther from the settlement centre lay a few cultivated plots, mainly growing potatoes as a reserve food supply, and to fuel the steppers of the occasional visitor who relied on stepping boxes. Yet it was the river that furnished the bulk of what kept this community alive. According to the amiable locals who spoke with an array of wonderfully odd accents during the yearly salmon runs, the entire population, human and troll alike, would gather by the water to harvest migrating fish so plentiful that the river would actually spill over its banks. There were other fish as well, and Joshua spotted enormous mounds of clam and oyster shells. The forest offered its own bounty, evident from baskets brimming with berries, acorns and hazelnuts, alongside cuts of game he couldn't readily identify. This is why almost nobody farms here, Sally whispered to him as a light rain began to fall. They don't need to. The land provides so abundantly. Back on the Datum, the hunter-gatherer peoples in this region built societies just as intricate as any farming culture, with a fraction of the toil and none of the chronic aches. It's the same story here. She gave a soft laugh. Maybe that's why Happy Landings emerged right here, in one of the most generous corners across all the worlds. It would be an absolute paradise, if not for the fact that it rains constantly. but the trolls were everywhere, a sight you would certainly never have encountered in Washington state back on the datum. These humanoid creatures moved among the gawking human visitors with a deliberate grace and attentiveness that Joshua found surprising for beings that resembled a cross between a bear and an upright pig. The evidently harmonious rapport between humans and trolls here, and the uniformly warm reception they all received, lent the whole settlement an atmosphere of profound tranquility. Ironically, this very peacefulness made Joshua uneasy. He couldn't quite articulate why. It just felt that, with the trolls so thoroughly woven into the fabric of the place, the community seemed almost too serene, not entirely human. Once again in his life he felt conflicted and adrift. There was so much about happy landings he still didn't grasp. Then, in the central square, one of the trolls settled back on its haunches and began to sing. Others swiftly joined. A troll song was always a staggering experience. Hearing it felt like being pinned to the spot by some inexplicable force, a sensation Joshua knew he would never be able to properly describe. The powerful harmonies seemed to stretch on endlessly, echoing back from the distant woods, though when he finally checked his watch afterward, the entire performance had lasted only about 10 minutes. Sally nudged his shoulder. That kid is what's known as the troll's short call. The long call can go on for a month, quite moving in a deeply unsettling way. Sometimes you'll find them in a clearing, hundreds just singing, each seeming to do their own thing, utterly oblivious to the others, until it all stops on one monumental chord. It's like Thomas Tallis, as if the music is reaching you through 4 dimensions at once. I'm familiar with Tallis's complete works, Sally, Lobsang remarked. The comparison is apt, not wanting to be excluded. Joshua chimed in. I've heard of Tallis. Sister Agnes used to claim that if he were alive today, he'd be roaring around on a Harley. Then again, according to her, most of her historical heroes would probably be riding Harleys. I'm detecting complex patterns within the music, Lobsang observed. A full analysis will require more time. Good luck with that, Sally said with a grin. I've been around trolls for years, and I can only make wild guesses about what they're actually communicating. I'm fairly certain they're talking about us and the airship right now. By sundown, every troll across this land will be singing the same tune until it's flawless. I see their songs as a kind of collective memory, a living record. There's even a built-in verification, a self-correcting rhythm, so the message stays true as it passes from one to another. In time, it'll likely spread across worlds, following wherever trolls wander. Sooner or later, every troll within reach will know we stood here today. The group fell quiet, letting the idea settle. To Joshua, it was a haunting and remarkable notion, a melody of memory echoing between worlds. They continued walking beneath a gentle warm sky, interrupted now and then by soft passing showers that nobody paid much mind. There were no cars or pack animals, only a few hand-pulled carts and rows of fish racks lining the path. Joshua turned to Sally. Let's get straight to it. You understand, trolls? Honestly, you seem to really care about them. You know about this humanoid migration. You led us to this unusual community where humans and trolls live side by side. You clearly want something from us. Is it about the migration, Sally? For a moment, she stayed silent. Then she replied, Yes, all right. I haven't been trying to hide anything. It's just better if you figure some of it out on your own. Yes, the migration worries me. It's a disruption rippling through the long earth. And no, I don't think I should or even can look into the cause alone. But someone has to, don't you agree? Then our aims align, Lobsang stated. Joshua pushed further. Come on, Sally, lay it all out. Time for a fair exchange. We'll help, but you have to be completely honest. You knew this place existed and exactly how to find it. How? And how did you travel so far out here in the first place? Sally looked cautious. Can I actually trust you both? I mean, truly trust you? Yes, Joshua said firmly. No, Lobsang answered plainly. Any information you share that could benefit humanity will be applied as I judge best. However, I will do nothing to harm you or your family. You have my word on that. You know something we don't about how the long earth connects, don't you? A couple strolled past, holding hands. She had a Scandinavian look. He was deeply dark-skinned. Sally drew a long breath. My family calls them soft places. Soft places? Joshua echoed. Shortcuts, she explained. They're usually found deep inland, near the centre of a continent, often close to water. They feel strongest around dusk. I can't really describe how they look or how I spot them. It's more like a gut feeling than anything you see. I'm not sure I follow. They are locations that let you jump across many earths at once. Like 7-league boots, Lobsang murmured. Wormholes might be a closer comparison, But they move, Sally added. They open and close. You have to find the path and follow it. It's something you're taught to sense, but it doesn't feel like learning. It feels like remembering like something you were told long ago that surfaces when you need it. It's not like stepper stuttering, it's more like a guiding hand. It feels natural, you know. Like sailors who understand the ocean's currents, the push and pull of the tide, the wind, even the salt in the water. And these places drift. They open, close, or reconnect somewhere new. It's trial and error at first, but nowadays if the flow is right, I can reach almost anywhere in 3 or 4 steps. Joshua tried to picture it. He usually imagined the long earth as a long tube of worlds, a hose he trudged along, one world at a time. These soft places were like, what? Gaps in the hose wall, letting you skip over whole stretches of possible earths. Or maybe it was more like a subway system hidden beneath a city, linking point to point on its own map, separate from the streets above. Within that intricate network, there would be nodes and exchanges, lobsang cut straight to the point. Explain how they function, these soft places of yours. Honestly, how should I know? My father had his theories concerning the long Earth's framework. He mentioned solenoids. Mathematical chaos. Don't look at me for answers if I ever track him down. How many individuals with this ability have you encountered? She gave a dismissive shrug. Not even everyone in my own lineage. But I'm aware others exist, our paths cross sometimes. All I can tell you is I recognize a soft place when I stumble upon one, and I usually have a sense of its reach and trajectory. My maternal grandfather was a true natural. He could detect one from 2 miles away. He called them the fairy paths. Born in Ireland, he'd say that stepping into one meant you could step lively, as he put it. My mother warned that stepping lively builds up a kind of debt, one that eventually comes due. Joshua pondered this. Then what about happy landings? Why do people become unmoored and wash up here like the mayor described? It might be connected to this web of soft places. Individuals drift and accumulate like snow gathering in a dip. Possibly, Lobsang conceded. We understand stability is a fundamental principle of the long Earth. Perhaps happy landings acts as a sort of potential well, and it's evidently been functioning long before Step Day, reaching far into history. Sure, Sally replied, her tone thick with scepticism. But listen, that's not the issue. The trolls are on edge, even here. I can feel it if you can't. That's what demands our attention. It's the reason I'm tolerating you too and your absurd flying barge. Because in your own foggy manner, you've noticed what I have. That across the entire long Earth, something is terrifying the trolls and the other humanoids, and that frightens me. And like you, I need to understand why. Joshua pressed her. But what worries you more, Sally? The danger to people or to the trolls? What do you imagine? She shot back. As twilight settled, an evensong began, courtesy of the trolls. Their song was their essence. They existed in a perpetual stream of communication. But then, so did the residents of Happy Landings. Even at dusk, they were still out and about, strolling, waving, laughing, simply enjoying each other's company. Fires sprang up everywhere. In the Pacific Northwest, across most worlds, firewood was never in short supply. Joshua noticed more people streaming in from nearby communities as evening deepened on foot, some pulling small carts laden with children and elders. So, the Humptulips' heart of Happy Landings wasn't isolated. They learned some had journeyed from as far as this world's version of Seattle. That area on this earth had been named Seattle since 1954, when a woman named Kitty Hartman, minding her own business on her way home from Pike Place Market, stepped without realizing and was stunned by the sudden disappearance of the city around her. She later remarked she felt like she'd wandered into a storybook, half expecting a yellow brick road to appear at her feet. The travellers from the Mark Twain were introduced to Mrs. Montacute, as she was now known, white-haired, remarkably spry, and delighted to chat. Of course, it was quite a shock, and I distinctly recall thinking, I don't even know what state I'm in. I'm certainly not in Washington anymore. I wondered if I should have had a small dog and some ruby slippers. Then the first person I met here was Francois Montacute, who was indeed rather cute, who completely turned my head, and who was, let's say, a true artist between the sheets. She shared this with the cheerful bluntness of an older woman, determined to remind the younger generation that she too had lived a full and passionate life. Mrs. Montacute radiated a certain serene contentment, and it seemed to Joshua that everyone in Happy Landing shared a measure of it, a quiet, pervasive satisfaction that was difficult to define. When he tried to articulate this feeling, Sally simply said, I know what you mean. Everybody seems so grounded, sane even. I've visited this place countless times, and it never changes. There's no grumbling, no one-upmanship. They don't require a formal government, not in the traditional sense. You might call Mayor Spencer the first among equals. When a major task needs doing, everyone just rolls up their sleeves and gets it done. Joshua remarked. It feels a bit too perfect, like something out of a storybook. Sally chuckled. Does it unsettle you? A contented community bothers Joshua Valienté, the legendary loner who's almost forgotten how to be human himself. I admit it is unusual, but in a good way I'm not suggesting mind-reading or anything like that. Joshua smiled, as opposed to the kind of unusual that involves jumping between worlds on a whim. Okay, I see your point, Sally said, but you understand what I'm getting at. Everything is just so pleasant. I've asked them about it, and they credit the clean air, the lack of crowding, the abundant food, the absence of oppressive taxes and so on. Or perhaps it's the trolls, Joshua stated plainly. Trolls and humans living side by side. Possibly, she allowed. Sometimes I can't help but think what? I think there might be something happening here so significant that even Lobsang would have to reconsider his worldview. It's just a feeling for now. I'm naturally wary. But then, a stepper without suspicion doesn't stay a stepper for long. Joshua woke at dawn the next day and set out to explore on his own. The residents were welcoming, eager to stroll with him, converse, and even offer handmade mugs of cold lemonade. He pushed past his instinct for quiet, engaging in conversation and truly listening. He discovered the region was now well established with homesteads, with prosperous communities along the coast and the river valleys. None held more than a few hundred people, though they gathered for festivals or when notable visitors arrived, like Lobsang with his airship, due to an increasing number of newcomers over recent years. The community had expanded with new settlements sprouting across the landscape. This rapid growth, he learned, was largely thanks to the trolls. They were helpful, amiable and sociable, and most importantly, they took genuine joy in hauling heavy loads. This gift of brute strength allowed the settlers to compensate for their shortage of workers, beasts of burden, and machinery. Ironically, much of the construction and expansion was for the trolls. He found out that trolls had an aversion to large gatherings of humans, regardless of how many trolls were present. They grew anxious if more than 1,890 humans were nearby, a number apparently determined through past trial and error. They didn't become angry. They simply wandered off, returning somewhat apologetically only after enough humans had dispersed to bring the number below the threshold. Because the trolls' cooperation was so invaluable, Happy Landings was evolving into a loose network of small, troll-friendly towns spreading southward. This wasn't a hardship, as you could reach the next town with a short walk, and the river-fed land had ample space. That morning, Joshua also met a young man named Henry, for whom the township size was a point of fascination. Henry had grown up among the Amish before accidentally stepping through a soft place and finding himself, as he put it, among a different sort of elect. He seemed to have adjusted to this new life with remarkable ease. He told Joshua that his people back home always believed a community of about 150 souls was the ideal size for genuine care and connection, so he felt right at home here. He also confided, with a calm that was almost unsettling, that he believed he had died and that Happy Landings was either heaven itself or a peaceful way station on the journey onward. Being dead, it seemed, didn't trouble him in the least. Henry had carved out a comfortable niche in his small community, known as a kind farmer with a special affection for animals, especially the local trolls. So when Joshua brought him up to the airship that morning with a few of the creatures at Lobsang's request, Henry was utterly convinced he had finally reached the afterlife and was standing before the divine. Having been raised by nuns, even ones as unconventional as Sister Agnes, instills certain expectations, and meeting a majestic figure in saffron robes after soaring into the sky certainly fit the bill. Joshua attempted to correct Henry's assumption that this imposing presence was actually God, but given Lobsang's immense self-assurance and aura of total capability, there was little he could say to change the man's mind. For his part, Lobsang was intensely eager to decode the troll's complex language. This explained why, out on the observation deck, a pair of adult female trolls now stood calmly beside Lobsang's mobile unit, while several youngsters tumbled about, gleefully chasing the robotic cat, Shimi. Henry had been invited along to help soothe the creatures, a thoughtful idea from Sally, but the Happy Landings trolls were unfazed by anything. They had marched cheerfully into the elevator and, once aboard, accepted every novelty from the artificial man to the mechanical feline with unflappable, wide-footed ease. Trolls are mammals, of course, Lobsang remarked, and mammalian beings adore their young, generally speaking. Mothers instruct their children. So I'm learning as a child would, taking those first tentative steps. By assuming the role of an infant, I can carefully begin to assemble a basic vocabulary. Good, bad, up, down. Progress is being made. Joshua could see he was thoroughly enjoying himself. "You're the troll whisperer." Lobsang ignored the comment and strolled among his contented troll troop. "Observe, please. I present a lovely shiny sphere." "Excellent, Joshua. Listen to those tones of delight and curiosity. See the pretty shiny object. Now I remove it." Ah, the murmurs of loss and disappointment. Very instructive. But notice, the adult female is watchful, producing sounds of weariness with just the faintest suggestion that if I were to threaten her favourite fuzzy offspring, she would probably tear my arm off and bludgeon me with it. Marvellous. Joshua, watch. I return the ball to the little one. Now the mother is less anxious and harmony is restored. And it was, Joshua reflected. The Mark Twain, moored above Happy Landings, swayed softly in a sun-warmed breeze, its wooden frame creaking gently like a rocking hammock. It was a serene scene with blissfully content trolls. The peaceful moment shattered when Lobsang inquired, "Henry, do you suppose you could procure a deceased troll for me?" Henry shifted uneasily, his voice carrying a soft musical cadence. "Sir, when one of them passes, they dig a right deep hole and lay the body to rest, sprinkling flowers over it first to promise a rebirth or so, I reckon." "Ah, so a post-mortem examination is off the table. I suspected as much, my apologies," Lobsang added with a degree of consideration Joshua found uncharacteristic. "I meant no offence. The scientific insight, however, would be immense. I am faced with a previously undocumented species that, despite lacking what we proudly term civilization and our brand of intellect, possesses a communication system of such complexity and richness that humanity didn't match it until the internet age. I theorize that anything noteworthy a troll discovers is swiftly shared with all others. They seem to have enlarged frontal lobes, likely used to store and process memory, both individual and collective. Oh, for a specimen to study. Well, without one, I shall do what I can, which will naturally be the finest work possible." Henry chuckled. "You're not one for humility, are you, Mr. Lobsang?" "Not in the slightest, Henry. Humility is just arrogance in disguise." Joshua tossed a ball toward a young troll, watching it scamper after the new toy with a happy grunt. The breeze picked up slightly, carrying the scent of distant pine from the forests below. A detail Henry noted with a quiet, homesick smile, remembering his own farm on the edge of those very woods. Even Neanderthals laid flowers with their dead. You know, I caught a special about it on TV once. So, does that mean trolls are almost human? He wisely ducked as the pup's enthusiastic return throw whistled past his ear and cracked against the wall. Lobsang observed, "The young do love to test boundaries. Almost human is apt, Joshua. Consider dolphins, orangutans, and if I'm feeling generous, the other great apes. The divide is astonishingly narrow, and yet no one truly understands how Homo sapiens gained its sapience." "Sally, do trolls employ tools?" She glanced up from her game. "Absolutely. Away from people, I've watched them use sticks and stones as makeshift tools. Bring a new band to Happy Landings. Let them watch someone repairing a river weir, and a troll might even pick up a handsaw to help if shown how. By nightfall, every troll in that group will have learned the skill." Lobsang gave a nearby troll an affectionate pat. "So it's monkey see, monkey do." "Not exactly," Sally corrected. "It's troll see, troll sit and ponder. Then, if it makes sense, troll crafts a decent lever or something similar. By evening, that troll shares the new knowledge with the others. Their long chart is like a living encyclopedia. If a troll wonders, will this purple elephant make me sick? Another troll has the answer." Joshua blinked. "Wait, are you saying you've actually seen a purple elephant?" "Not in those words," Sally replied. "But out in one of the Africas, there's an elephant with camouflage, so perfect, it's uncanny. Out in the long earth, you can stumble upon almost anything your mind can conjure. Anything you can imagine." Lobsang mused. "A telling phrase. Between us, Sally, I sometimes wonder if the long earth possesses what I can only term a meta-organic quality. Or perhaps meta-animistic." "Maybe," Sally said, scratching a troll's head thoughtfully. "But the whole arrangement gets under my skin. The long earth is too accommodating. It's too convenient. Just as we've wrecked the datum, just as we've driven most shared species to extinction and teeter on the edge of resource wars, presto, an infinity of Earths appears. What sort of deity pulls a stunt like that?" "You take issue with being saved?" Lobsang asked. "You truly are misanthropic, Sally. I've earned every bit of that misanthropy." Lobsang gently stroked the troll beside him, but perhaps no deity is involved. Sally, humanity is merely at the dawn of understanding the long earth. Newton once described himself as a child playing on the shore, amused by a smoother pebble or a prettier shell, while the vast ocean of truth lay unexplored before him. Newton, we comprehend so little. Why should the universe reveal itself to patient, dedicated study at all? And why be so abundant, so life-giving, so fostering of intelligence? Maybe the long earth is an expression of that very generosity. If that's true, we haven't earned it. Well, that's a discussion for another time. You know, my research will hit a wall unless I can examine a troll cadaver. Don't you dare consider it, Sally warned. Lobsang retorted sharply. Please refrain from dictating my thoughts. I think, therefore, it is my nature. Why don't you both go enjoy the delights of happy landings and allow me some peace to converse with my friends? I give my word, no killing, no dissecting. Below on the access deck, the elevator hatch clanged open, a clear signal to depart. Once back on solid ground, Sally let out a light laugh. He can get pretty snippy, can't he? Maybe, Joshua said, feeling a thread of unease. He'd never heard Lobsang sound quite so unsteady. Is there really a person in there somewhere? Yes, Sally answered plainly. And you know there is, because you just called him Snippy. You didn't say the word it, she noted. Oh, aren't you clever? Let's go check out a few more of these cheerful little homes. For Sally, that evening felt like a joyful reunion with a string of old friends. Joshua trailed behind her, content to let her lead, his own thoughts turning inward as he tried to pin down his feelings about happy landings. He found he genuinely liked the settlement. But why? There was a sense of correctness about it. It felt like a place humanity was meant to be, a notion that perhaps stemmed from his own faint awareness of the soft places, those gentle pathways all leading here to Lobsang's anchor of stability. The vague maybes swirling in his head began to irritate him as he walked alone, and there was that other feeling, the one that shadowed his appreciation, a distinct distrust of the place. He'd heard Sally's debates with Lobsang. She was certainly more vocal on the subject, if not necessarily more knowledgeable, and he was trying to piece together everything he was learning. Where did people truly belong? On the datum Earth, obviously, with the bones of their ancestors buried deep in its stone, yet here was the human race, exploding across the long Earth at a breakneck pace, regardless of what any government decreed or what protective measures they tried to impose. Nobody could halt it, and controlling it was a fantasy. No matter how many furious isolationist preachers back on the datum ranted and raved. You'd run out of people long before you ran out of worlds. But to what end? Sister Agnes had always told him life's purpose was to become everything you were capable of being, with the added duty, naturally, of helping others do the same. Maybe the long Earth was precisely the arena where, as Lobsang might say, human potential could reach its fullest expression. Could that be the point of it all? A grand stage for humanity to truly flourish, and right in the heart of this vast cosmic puzzle sat happy landings, a sieve catching the drifting fragments of mankind. What was that supposed to mean? Answers, of course, were in short supply. In the deepening dusk, Joshua was mindful not to collide with any trolls. Trolls, for their part, almost never walked into people. The general etiquette here was simply for everyone to avoid walking into anyone else, which made it all the more surprising when Joshua suddenly walked straight into an elephant. Luckily, it was neither purple nor trying to blend in. It was relatively small, about the size of a sturdy ox, covered in a coat of coarse brown hair. A rider sat atop it, a stocky man with a grizzled beard, who called out cheerfully, "Another fresh face! Where'd you blow in from, sport? Name's Wally. Been here 11 years. Strange setup, ain't it? Bit of a shock to the system. Good thing I wasn't hitched, not for lack of trying, mind you, before or since." The man who called himself Wally slid down from his miniature elephant and thrust out a leathery hand. "Put it there." They shook, and Joshua gave his name. "I've only been here a couple of days, came in by air. In an aircraft," he clarified. "You don't say? Fantastic. When are you heading out? Got an extra seat?" It had struck Joshua as odd that so few residents here ever asked that question. So few seemed to want an exit. "That's still up in the air, Wally. We're here on a sort of assignment." "No worries," Wally said, utterly unbothered. "I've been working the river, found Jumbo here." He patted the elephant's side. "Good-natured little chap, isn't he? Perfect for the long haul, and clever too. They wander up from the plains." He let out a contented sigh. "I'm a spaces man myself. Can't stand forests. Too closed in, gives me the creeps." I like to feel a proper wind on my face as they ambled towards City Hall, with Jumbo plodding obediently behind. Wally continued, "We've been clearing the new road south. Don't mind trees so much if I'm allowed to chop 'em down. But I reckon I've paid my dues here now. Time to build a boat and go discover Australia. That's the ultimate long haul, no doubt about it. That's halfway around the world, Wally. And it won't be the Australia you might remember from the Daytomb. Fair enough, any Australia'll do for me. Course, I can't do it all in one shot. A simpler plan would be to follow the coastline south, sticking near the shore where there's plenty of good food to be found, and then make the crossing to Hawaii. You can be certain that's a prime spot the steppers would aim to settle. After that, we'll just have to wait and see. But wherever people gather, a pub is sure to pop up, and wherever there's a pub, Wally will eventually turn up." Joshua shook Wally's hand, wishing him a safe journey. He found Sally back at City Hall, as usual, surrounded by a crowd of well-wishers. She excused herself when she spotted him. Folks are beginning to take notice, even here. Notice what? About the trolls, that more of them are stepping away to the east. We've had wild groups passing through, and I think even the local ones, the somewhat tamer ones, are feeling the pull to leave, though they're being polite about it. It's making the residents uneasy. Ripples in our peaceful little pond at Happy Landings. Has Lobsang finished his wildlife studies? It's time we were back in the air, heading west. Let's go check on him. Back aboard the ship. The observation deck seemed empty except for a large, furry heap of snoozing trolls. Then the pile shifted, and Lobsang's grinning face emerged. Their fur is remarkably soothing against the skin, don't you think? I feel absolutely content, and they communicate very high-pitched with a limited set of words. They have multiple methods, it seems. Communication appears to be central to their existence. But I suspect the real deep exchange happens through their songs. So far, I've identified concepts for good and bad, yes and no, pleasure and pain, night and day, hot and cold, right and wrong, and a rather specific request about nursing, though that last one probably won't be much use to me. I'll learn more as we travel, which, by the way, we will resume with great enthusiasm at dawn tomorrow. I'm bringing these trolls with us. I hope my new companions don't mind flying. I believe they've grown fond of me." Sally's expression was a masterpiece of restrained disbelief. "How perfectly wonderful," Lobsang. "But are you accomplishing any actual research in there?" "I'm forming some preliminary theories. They are clearly highly adaptable omnivores. No surprise they've spread so far across the long Earth. They're the perfect nomads. Probably the product of a couple million years of evolution ever since the original Habeline ancestors learned to step." Joshua asked. "Habeline? Homo habilis?" "Handy man, the first in the human line to make tools. I'm wondering if the stepping ability evolved alongside tool-making. Both require a similar leap of imagination to picture a stone as an axe, or to envision a different world and then step into it. Or maybe it's linked to imagining different futures based on choices to hunt today or return to that plentiful grove. Either way, once such a trait emerged, the species would have split. The adept steppers would gradually wander off, while those less capable or unable to step would remain behind, possibly growing resentful of the steppers who held such an advantage. A stay-behind group that eventually became humanity on the Datum Earth, Joshua suggested. Possibly. My colleague Nelson's archaeological work seems to point that way, but this is just speculation. The stepping trait might have emerged even earlier in our pre-human ape ancestors. We should call these creatures humanoid, not hominid, until proper studies can map their evolutionary lineage, Sally pressed. Have they told you why they're all moving? I have a notion. It's still a guess, though. The lead female is surprisingly expressive with gestures. Try to imagine a persistent pressure inside your skull, storms in the mind. Joshua felt the tempest building within his own thoughts, a mounting pressure as they journeyed westward, as if the weight of the Datum's billions was looming just ahead. Perfect, he mused. Incoming psychic bad weather. But what's the source? Lobsang fell silent. Amid the soft chirps of the troll pups, he once again vanished into his mound of fur. Ah! Textured surfaces, then abruptly, Lobsang was gone. The physical shell of the ambulant unit remained, but some vital animating essence of the ship had simply evaporated. Joshua glanced at Sally. "You feel that?" she asked. "Is it something we just stopped perceiving?" "Where did he go? He can't die, right? Or shatter?" Joshua had no answer. The ship hummed along, its countless systems whirring and ticking as if nothing was amiss. Yet within this brightly lit vessel, Joshua could no longer sense the guiding presence, could no longer detect Lobsang. Something fundamental was absent. It reminded him of when old Sister Regina passed, confined to her bed for years. She still loved seeing the children, and against all odds remembered every name. They'd filed in to visit, uneasy about the medicinal smell and her fragile, parchment-like skin. And then, suddenly, it was as if a background presence they'd never consciously acknowledged had simply ceased. I wondered if he might be sick, Joshua ventured, unsure. He hasn't seemed right since getting swarmed by those troll cubs. A voice issued from the speakers. Please do not be alarmed. Sally jumped, then let out a tense laugh. Should we be appropriately alarmed? Sally, we ask for your patience. No malfunction has occurred. You are addressed by a contingency subsystem. Lobsang is currently recompiling, integrating significant volumes of new data. This process will require several hours. However, we auxiliary systems are fully operational and will maintain all essential functions. Even the most sapient beings require periods of offline integration for reflection, as you will surely appreciate. You are perfectly secure. Lobsang anticipates resuming your company around dawn. Sally snorted. I half expected a have a nice day at the end. Guess you can't have everything. How much of that do you buy? Joshua shrugged. He's learning a tremendous amount, and quickly from the trolls, and now he's digesting their bad dreams. So we've got a free night. What do you say to one last visit to the bar? Which bar, after a long, sentimental round of farewell drinks, all generously on the house, he had to carry her back to the ship. He placed her gently on the bed in her stateroom. In sleep, she looked younger. An irrational pang of protectiveness hit him, and he was grateful she was unconscious and couldn't see it. There was no trace of Lobsang, no sound of his voice. The trolls, it appeared, had also taken their leave on their own. Joshua pictured it. Troll sees elevator button. Troll contemplates button. Troll presses button. Farewell, troll. Lobsang had hoped to gain more from the trolls. Clearly, the trolls had gotten what they wanted from him. Alone, Joshua lay on his couch on the observation deck, watching the stars at dawn. With all passengers asleep, the ship lifted gently, climbing above the canopy of the tallest forest giants, and then stepped away, vanishing with a soft thunderclap. By morning, Lobsang had returned. Joshua could feel him, sensing a restored sense of intention permeating the ship, even before the ambulant unit joined him on the observation deck as he sipped his first coffee. Sally was still asleep, evidently. They were stepping gently, worlds streaming beneath them. As always, the long earth was mostly endless trees and water, a silence bordering on monotony. Joshua was relieved to be away from the elusive peculiarity of happy landings. But as they continued west, that gathering pressure in his skull returned. He tried to dismiss it, and failed. They sat together without speaking. The absence of the trolls, Lobsang's lost companions, went unremarked, as did his recent disconnection. Joshua found it impossible to gauge his friend's state of mind. He speculated idly whether Lobsang felt a hollow loneliness without the trolls, or a simmering irritation that his work remained incomplete after their departure. It was unsettling, this sense that Lobsang was growing more volatile, more erratic, perhaps overwhelmed by the sheer volume of new data he was processing. After a long, quiet hour, Lobsang spoke abruptly. Joshua, do you contemplate the distant future? Not really. I imagine you do nothing but the expansion of humanity across the long earth will create complications far beyond the political. Lobsang mused. I envision an era where our species is so thinly spread across countless worlds that significant genetic divergence will occur at the extremes of human settlement. It may become necessary to mandate population exchanges just to ensure we remain a single, coherent species. Below them, a wildfire sent ripples of hot air upward, causing the airship to sway gently. That's a problem for another millennium, Lobsang. But it preoccupies me, Joshua. The more I comprehend the true scale of the long earth, the more it weighs on me. Humanity will be attempting to administer what is, in essence, a galactic empire, but confined to a single, endlessly repeating planetary template. The airship shuddered to a standstill, hovering above a landscape veiled in thick cloud. Sally emerged onto the deck, wrapped in a robe with a towel twisted around her hair. Must we really? Are we doomed to replay every historical blunder? Will there be Roman legions trudging into an infinity of new frontiers? Good morning, Sally, Lobsang greeted her. I hope you slept well. The beer at Happy Landings has one stellar quality, purity, rivaling the finest German lagers. No morning after consequences whatsoever. Joshua added, though you certainly tried your hardest to prove that theory wrong last night. She dismissed his comment with a glance and surveyed the still craft. Why were we crawling along? And more importantly, why have we stopped? We proceeded slowly to allow you a late repose, Sally, Lobsang explained. But I also considered your earlier critique. It is prudent to observe the finer details, hence I reduced the speed of our airborne vessel. Your flying penis, as you so colourfully termed it. Details such as the ruins of a sophisticated culture directly below us. That is why we have halted. Joshua and Sally shared a look, instantly alert. As the ship began a cautious descent, they strained to see through the mist. My radar is imaging the terrain through the cloud cover, Lobsang stated, his gaze seemingly fixed on nothing. I detect a river valley, long since dried up. Evidence of cultivated floodplains, no traces of advanced electromagnetic technology. There are signs of deliberate construction along the ancient riverbank, including the remains of a shattered bridge and my friend's geometric patterns on the ground. Rectangles of brick or stone, yet I detect no surviving complex life. The identity of the builders is a mystery. While this may be a detour from our primary objective, I believe I speak for everyone when I suggest we conduct a preliminary investigation. Do you agree? Another glance passed between Joshua and Sally. Sally's question was practical. What's our armament? Weapons. It's called being prepared. If you refer to personal arms, Lobsang detailed, we have an assortment of knives, compact yet effective pistols and crossbows. The crossbows fire specialized darts, calibrated for the physiologies we might meet, with effects ranging from profoundly drowsy to immediately deceased. They are color-coded and feature braille and pictogram labels, a design of which I am quite fond. The airship itself houses several projectile systems under my control. If the situation demands, I could even manufacture a small, exceptionally discreet tank. Sally let out a derisive snort. A tank? We're investigating a dead civilization down there, though, to be fair, dead civilizations have been known to leave behind unpleasant booby traps. Lobsang paused, processing her point. A valid observation. One must always be suitably equipped. Please hold. He rose and disappeared behind a blue door. Joshua and Sally shared another look. A few minutes later, the door slid open and the ambulant unit returned to the deck, now sporting a fedora, a holstered revolver, and unmistakably a bullwhip. Sally's eyes widened. Well, Lobsang, you've just aced my personal Turing test. My thanks, Sally. I'll treasure that. Joshua was baffled. You made a bullwhip in minutes. Braiding leather takes ages. How is that possible? As much as I'd enjoy appearing all-powerful, I must confess the whip was already listed in the manifest. A wonderfully simple and versatile tool, really, needing almost no upkeep. Now, shall we go see what's out there? They descended into a near desert. Joshua found himself in a wide valley where a handful of scraggly trees clung to life on the floor. The cliffs on either side pocked with countless caves. He noted a complete absence of animal movement, not even the scurry of a lizard. He spotted the wreckage of the broken bridge, and the rectangular marks scraped into the ground, but his attention was instantly stolen by the structure further down the valley. One massive, imposing rectangle from the air. It might have seemed modest, but from here it loomed like the windowless headquarters of some secretive global corporation. They started toward it, led by Lobsang in his hat. Generally speaking, Lobsang remarked, reality lacks a sense of drama. Ancient sites seldom come equipped with decapitating blades or dart-firing wall panels. A bit of a letdown, really. However, I have detected a classic assortment of enigmatic symbols. The valley cliffs appear to be pale grey limestone, extensively carved by unknown hands. The symbols don't match any known human script. Meanwhile, that large building ahead is built from black blocks, basalt likely, and rather crudely fitted as masonry goes. No obvious entrances on this side, but while we were still airborne, I glimpsed what might be a sloped face or shadow on the far side, possibly an entry, he added, perfectly deadpan. Isn't this delightful? Any thoughts? Sally replied, only that we're nearly a mile off and don't have your eyes, Lobsang. Have pity on us mere mortals, would you? Why land us so far away? My apologies to you both, I thought. A cautious approach might be prudent. It's his usual routine, Sally, Joshua said. They pressed on, the ship hovering quietly behind them. Scree slopes littered the base of the canyon walls, and in patches between the sparse trees, lichen moss and tough grass had taken root. Still, there was no sign of animal life, not even a circling hawk overhead. This was a barren, forgotten place where nothing seemed to have happened for eons, and nothing was happening now. The heat was intensifying. Sunlight broke through the clouds and reflected off the stone, turning the arid canyon into a solar oven. Unfazed, Lobsang strode ahead, as if in an athletic trial. Joshua, however, grew hot, dusty, and increasingly uneasy. They finally reached the looming structure. Sally breathed, "Good grief, look at the size of it. You don't grasp the scale until you're right here." Joshua tilted his head back, gazing up at the sheer windowless face. It wasn't architecturally impressive, just stark and immense. The black basalt-like blocks were roughly shaped and uneven, leaving visible gaps and flaws here and there. What looked like ancient bird droppings and remnants of nests had hardened into a natural mortar, but even that appeared weathered by centuries. Sally observed lovely design someone clearly ordered big, heavy, and built to last forever, and they certainly got it. All right, let's head over to the entrance and avoid that rolling boulder. Stop. Lobsang cut in, freezing in place. New plan. I'm picking up a far more subtle threat. The entire building is radioactive. It's a short-range emission, undetectable from a distance. My apologies. I strongly recommend we move with considerable haste back the way we arrived. No discussion. Save your questions until we're clear. They didn't sprint. It was more of a brisk, urgent stride. Once they had put some distance between themselves and the structure, Joshua asked, "What is this place? A disposal site for hazardous material?" "Did you see any warning signs indicating that entering this building unprepared would be fatal?" "Neither did I," Lobsang replied. "The technological level seems far too primitive for this to be a reactor or anything similar. I doubt they understood what they had found. My hypothesis is that this society discovered a particularly useful ore with unusual properties, possibly a natural nuclear reactor." "Like the Oklo site," Joshua said. "In Gabon, right?" "A natural uranium deposit. Maybe they found something that made their sacred glass glow." "That would certainly look like the work of spirits," Sally added. "Spirits that ended up killing their followers." "We can still examine some of the caves farther out before we leave," Lobsang suggested. "They should be sufficiently distant from this temple, or whatever it is, to be safe." The first cave they entered was spacious, broad, pleasantly cool, and filled with the dead. For a long moment, the three of them stood at the threshold of this charnel house. Joshua felt a profound dismay at the sight, yet it somehow felt like a fitting end for this lethally deceptive place. They moved in carefully, choosing their steps on patches of clear ground. The skeletons were brittle, many crumbling at a touch. The bodies had likely been tossed in here, Joshua thought, perhaps hastily in the community's final days when there was no one left to handle burial rites. But what were these beings? At first glance, they seemed almost human. To Joshua's untrained eye, the leg bones and narrow hips suggested they walked upright. Yet their skulls, shaped like carved helmets, were utterly alien. In the centre of the cavern, the crew of the Mark Twain stood feeling utterly lost. With a soft mechanical whir, Lobsang's head turned slowly, scanning and recording the symbols carved into the walls with an uncharacteristically robotic precision. Sally observed, "Notice anything, these remains haven't been scavenged, not by animals. Nothing has disturbed them since they were left here." As he worked, Lobsang murmured, "I deployed the standard survey drones, by the way. There is no sign of technology or of advanced intelligence anywhere else on this version of Earth. Only here, the mystery just got deeper." Sally let out a short laugh. Maybe the very poison that drew them here inspired their cultural golden age, right before it wiped them out. "Ironic, isn't it? Of course there's another option." "What's that?" Joshua asked. "That the nuclear reactor under that temple wasn't natural, just incredibly, impossibly ancient." Joshua and Lobsang had no reply to that. "Still," Sally said, "a dinosaur civilization. It's a one-of-a-kind discovery." "Dinosaurs?" Joshua asked, bewildered. "Look at those crested skulls. A civilization built by the evolutionary descendants of dinosaurs, more accurately." Lobsang corrected with fussy precision. "We must be specific." Joshua's gaze fell on a fragment of bone, likely a finger, adorned with a heavy gold ring set with deep blue sapphires. He bent down and picked it up. "Look at this. This is ornamentation, plain and simple. Dinosaurs or not, they were so much like us. They were intelligent, they used tools, they built structures, a city, or at least this one. And they had art, they made beautiful things. Indeed," Lobsang said, "they were like us in one fundamental way, unlike the trolls, for instance. These beings, like us, constructed a world of culture around themselves. Our cities and artifacts are like libraries of knowledge left behind by those who came before us. The trolls don't appear to have anything similar, though their songs might be a small step in that direction." "These beings clearly possessed that capability," Joshua observed. "They even stand upright on two legs, just like we do, don't they?" Maybe we're seeing universal patterns here, Lobsang suggested. An upright, two-legged form is practical for a creature with 4 limbs that needs to use tools. Perhaps intelligent, tool-using beings naturally come together to build something like cities. Maybe even a fondness for shiny, decorative objects is common, but it's all gone now. They destroyed themselves, and in doing so they are poisoning us. Sally looked at Joshua, a strange heaviness in her chest. It feels like I just discovered I had a twin who never got to live. There's not much reason for us to stay longer, Lobsang said. This place needs a real archaeological team, complete with protective gear. It isn't going anywhere. We're a long way from the datum, and I don't expect sightseers to be lining up. Come on, let's head back. There's nothing left for us here. Walking toward the elevator. Joshua's voice was thick with frustration. What a colossal waste, all these worlds. What's the purpose of it all, if there's no consciousness to experience it? That's simply how existence works, Lobsang replied. You're viewing it incorrectly. What are the odds of finding intelligent life on another planet? Astronomers have catalogued thousands of exoplanets, yet we have no proof anyone else is out there. Evolving a tool-making mind might be extraordinarily rare. In a way, we should feel fortunate we came this close to encountering them, so near in the vast landscape of possibility. Sally frowned. But if they were truly sentient, why did we only find traces in this single world? We should have seen signs in the adjacent worlds, at least around here. Couldn't they step, even with their intelligence? Perhaps not, Lobsang answered, or maybe the natural steppers were pushed out by those who couldn't step at all. It's not unlike what's starting to happen on Datum Earth. This might be a preview of our own destiny. Sally and Joshua, both natural steppers who guarded their secret, shared a look of silent understanding. The natural steppers. What a pleasant little term, isn't it? I mean, we all step. We learn it as toddlers, right after we're done with our mother's milk. Oh, look, baby took her first steps. Brian Cowley, ever the performer, took exaggerated tiny strides across the stage, microphone in hand, illuminated by the spotlights in the vast underground conference hall. The silly act earned him a few enthusiastic shouts. Monica Jansen, dressed in civilian clothes, scanned the crowded basement room to see who was cheering. Walking is natural, but what they call stepping. He shook his head dismissively. There's nothing natural about that. You need a machine to do it, don't you? You don't need a gadget to walk, stepping. That's not what I call it. That's not what my grandfather would have called it. We, simple people, who maybe didn't get the fancy education, we have other words for that kind of thing. Words like unnatural, words like abomination, words like unholy. Each word was met with louder, more fervent cheers. Jansen knew she'd eventually have to join the applause to maintain her cover. The room was packed, poorly lit, except for the stage, the air thick and humid. Cowley always insisted on holding his public events underground, in basements, cellars, venues like this hotel's subterranean conference room. Places the stepping folk couldn't easily reach without literally digging down to him. Jansen was here undercover, alongside colleagues from the Metropolitan Police Department, Homeland Security, which had adopted the 80s a decade after Step Day, the FBI, and several other agencies. They had grown increasingly concerned about the extreme rhetoric emerging from the radical edges of Cowley's Humanity First movement. Jansen recognised a few people in the audience, and even one on the stage itself. There, among Brian Cowley's affluent supporters, sat Jim Russo. His once ambitious Long Earth Trading Company still existed in name, still conducted some business, but the man had watched several fortunes evaporate, as reality reshaped itself in ways he never foresaw. After interviewing Russo years ago regarding labour grievances, Jansen had privately resolved to monitor him, curious how he would handle the next inevitable blow to his wealth. The answer, it appeared, was poorly. Now in his 50s, embittered by fresh disappointment and a sense of betrayal, Russo was funneling a slice of his remaining capital to Cowley, this self-declared champion of the anti-stepper movement. He wasn't the only financier nursing economic wounds from the Long Earth's emergence. Cowley had no shortage of backers. Cowley was now delving into the economic rhetoric that had won him such media attention. I pay my taxes, he declared. You pay yours. It's our part of the bargain with our government, and it is our government, no matter what those permanent residents inside the Beltway might claim. But the other half of that bargain, they're supposed to use that money for your benefit. For you, your family, your children, and your elderly to keep your homes secure. That's the deal, plain and simple. But then, I'm not a Washington insider. I'm just a regular guy like you and you, he said, gesturing to the crowd. And you want to know what this regular guy discovered they're doing with your hard-earned money? I'll tell you, they're funding colonists. They're paying for people playing pioneer on unnatural worlds that don't even have proper horses or cattle like the ones God placed right here. They get mail delivery, they get census workers, they get advanced medical supplies. They even get police protection for when those unhinged souls decide to murder their own mothers or father children with their own daughters. Jansen knew this last part at least was outright fiction. In the spacious, stepwise worlds, freed from the crushing pressures of overpopulation and poverty, such horrific crimes were notably uncommon, and they've built an entire system, propped up by your taxes to make sure the money those so-called brave pioneers left behind in the real world, the only world that matters, is locked up just to keep them supplied with all their little toys. I'm talking about pioneer support. Some of them even have houses sitting empty back here. Do you know how many Americans are homeless tonight? And all for what? What do you get from this arrangement? You or you? There's no real trade with these other worlds, nothing beyond the first few where you can drag back some lumber. You can't build an oil pipeline from Earth number 1,000,000 to Houston. You can't even drive a single herd of cattle across. The federal government has spent years selling you this story that expanding into the long Earth is just like the pioneer trails and the Old West. Well, I may not understand the ways of Washington, but I do understand my country's history, and I understand the value of $1. And I'm telling you, this is a sham. This is a colossal waste. Someone is absolutely getting wealthy off this madness. But it isn't you, and it sure isn't me. Honestly, we'd have gotten more from going back to the moon. At least that's God's own moon up there. At least you can bring back moon rocks. And I can promise you, when I meet with the president in a few days, my main request will be this: slash all support for the long Earth colonies. If the steppers left any property here, confiscate it. If they're managing to turn a profit out there in those godless places, tax them until they weep. If those people want to be pioneers, fine, let them. But not one more dime of my tax dollars or yours. A rumble of agreement swelled through the room, louder and more unsettling than before. Scanning the crowd, Jansen's eyes landed on Rod Green, just 18, his shock of strawberry blonde hair making him easy to spot. Rod belonged to a group the police had dubbed the Home Alones, kids who couldn't step, left behind by families chasing dreams in the distant reaches of the long Earth. These were people wounded in ways far beyond money, scarred by the very existence of that infinite frontier. And now he was swallowing Cowley's venom. Cowley was reaching the core of his speech, the raw material his disenfranchised audience truly craved, the reason he forbade any recordings. "Listen to this," he said, holding up a torn piece of newsprint. "It's from one of those university professors. This so-called expert claims, and I quote, 'The stepping ability heralds a new dawn for humanity, a cognitive leap rivaling language or complex tool-making,' and on and on." Do you grasp what he's really saying, folks? He's talking about evolution. Let me tell you a tale. Long ago, another kind of human shared this world. We call them Neanderthals. They were like us in many ways. They wore skins, crafted tools, built fires, even cared for their sick and buried their dead with honor. But they weren't quite as sharp. They lasted hundreds of thousands of years, yet not a single one ever invented something as sophisticated as a bow and arrow, something any 7-year-old boy in America could put together. They went about their lives hunting and fishing until a new kind of people arrived. These newcomers had flat faces, slender builds, clever hands, and big, bulging brains. They could make bows and arrows. I imagine some Neanderthal scholar probably stood up and declared, "The bow and arrow represents a glorious new dawn for our species." Maybe he even convinced old Uggan Mug to hand over a share of their mammoth meat to fund more arrow making, all for the benefit of these new neighbours. And for a while, everything seemed just fine. But where are Uggan Mug today? Where are the Neanderthals? Gone, wiped out 30,000 years ago, extinct. Now there's a word that should chill you. It's worse than death, because extinction means your children are gone. Your grandchildren never had a chance to draw breath. You know what I'd tell those Neanderthals? You know what they should have done the moment those bow and arrow makers appeared? He slammed his hand hard on the table. They should have raised their heavy fists and their crude stone tools, and they should have crushed the skulls of every last one of those newcomers. If they had, their descendants would still be here. He kept pounding the table, driving his point home. Now we have politicians and professors telling us a new kind of human is among us, an evolutionary leap, a Superman living beside ordinary folks, a Superman whose great power is sneaking into your child's bedroom at night without a sound. What kind of hero is that? You think I'm a Neanderthal? You think I'll repeat their fatal error? Will you let these mutants seize the world God gave us? Will you bow to extinction? Will you, or you? The room erupted. Everyone was standing, shouting, applauding wildly. Jansen joined the clapping, blending into the crowd for safety. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted FBI agents discreetly photographing the frenzied audience. Change was in the air again, a restless energy buzzing through the room. Soon the Black Corporation's nearly secret airship projects would unlock vast new capacities for moving between worlds, promising torrents of trade and explosive economic growth. But that future was arriving too slowly for men like Rousseau, or for Cowley and his furious followers. Jansen worried over the damage that could accumulate while everyone simply waited for another miracle to appear. The Mark Twain felt like a sanctuary. The moment you were aloft and stepping away, your burdens seemed to stay behind. Now, leaving the unsettling rectangles behind to venture into the new and unknown was a profound relief. Joshua embraced this escape, even as the ominous pressure continued to build inside his skull. Lob Sang was stepping with deliberate slowness, examining each earth with meticulous care, while Joshua and Sally lingered on the observation deck. They travelled at the height of the clouds, yet once over a world of deep emerald, Joshua was certain he heard the faint rasp of leaves against the hull, the brush of what must have been the colossal trees of some joker earth. Lobsang's troubled, Sally observed, and upset by what we saw back there. Well, he is a Buddhist, reverence for all life, and so on, but bones are never a cheerful sight. Elephants understand that too, don't they? They recognise the meaning in bones as a sign of danger or the loss of one of their own. He sensed her focus was somewhere else entirely. Sally, is something the matter? What exactly do you mean by the matter? Her tone felt like an attack. Joshua flinched. He wasn't in the mood for a confrontation. He retreated to the galley and began peeling potatoes, a thoughtful provision from Happy Landings delivered in a hand-woven sack. He concentrated wholly on the motion of the blade against the skin. It was displacement activity. He knew that, but it was soothing nonetheless, given what he was trying to displace. Sally followed and stood framed in the doorway to the lounge. You watch me a lot, don't you? It wasn't truly a question, so he responded with what wasn't an answer. I watch everyone. It's useful to understand what they're thinking. So what am I thinking right now? You're scared. You're likely as shaken by the rectangles as I am, and as Lobsang is, and beneath all that, the troll migration has you genuinely terrified. You more than either of us, since you understand the trolls far better than we do. With the potato diced, he bent to select another from the woven bag. He'd have to keep the bag. Someone in Happy Landings had likely invested hours crafting it. I'll make chowder. Shouldn't let the clams wait too long. Another gift from. Just stop, Joshua. Stop with the potatoes. Talk to me. Joshua wiped the knife clean and set it down with care. You always looked after your tools, then he turned. Sally was glaring at him. What makes you think you know anything about me? Do you actually know anyone? A few. One police officer. My friends at the home. Even some of the kids I helped on step day who stayed in touch later. And then there are the nuns. It's practical to know nuns when you live nearby. They can be rather unpredictable. I'm tired of hearing about your nuns, she cut in sharply. He held on to his calm, fighting the instinct to hide in the cooking again. This felt like a pivotal moment. Look, I know I'm not a people person, and Sister Agnes would have my hide for using a phrase like that. But there's no replacement for people, I understand that. Consider the trolls, yes, they're friendly and helpful, and I'd never wish them harm. They are content, and I could envy that. But they don't build, they don't create, they accept the world as it is. Humans start with the world as it is and try to change it. And that's what makes them fascinating. Across all these worlds we're rushing over, the most precious thing we could ever find is another human being. That's what I believe. And if we are the only minds like ours in the long earth, in the entire universe, well, that's a terribly lonely and frightening thought. Right now, I see another human being. And it's you, and you are not happy, and I would like to help you if I can. You don't have to say a word. Take your time. He offered a small smile. The clam chowder won't be ready for a couple of hours anyway. Oh, and the movie tonight is The Ballad of Cable Hogue. Sally had always been the first to poke fun at Lobsang and Joshua's shared quirk of watching vintage films deep within the Mark Twain. Joshua was privately relieved she hadn't been present for their Blues Brothers tribute. This time, however, she offered no sarcastic remark. The quiet was broken only by the steady, rhythmic sounds of the galley's automated systems. Two imperfect people, Joshua reflected, adrift together. He returned to his task, finishing the chowder with bacon and a careful blend of spices. Cooking was a comfort. It was a reliable process that rewarded attention. It was dependable, and he valued dependable things, though he found himself wishing for some celery to complete the dish. When he was done, he found Sally in the lounge, curled tightly on the couch with her arms wrapped around her knees, as if willing herself to disappear. "Want some coffee?" he offered. She gave a non-committal shrug. He poured 2 mugs as evening settled over the landscapes below, and the deck lights softly illuminated the room, casting everything in a warm, honeyed glow that felt like an immediate upgrade. Joshua spoke cautiously. "I found it helps to focus on the small stuff, the things you can actually fix by paying attention to them, like making a decent chowder or pouring a cup of coffee. The bigger problems, you just have to meet them when they show up." Sally offered a faint, tight smile. "You know, Joshua, for a reclusive oddball, you can be surprisingly insightful sometimes. Here's what really gets under my skin. I had to come to you too for help, to anyone. I've relied on myself for years. I probably can't handle this alone, and I hate admitting that. But there's more." She studied him intently. "You're different. Don't bother arguing, the superstepper, the unofficial monarch of the wild long earth. I have a gut feeling you're at the heart of all this. That's the real reason I sought you out." Her words left him feeling exposed and strangely disloyal. "I don't want to be at the heart of anything." "Too bad. Get comfortable with the idea. And that's my issue, you see. When I was younger, the whole long earth felt like my personal playground. Now I'm just jealous, because all of this might belong to you more than it ever did to me." He was struggling to process her confession. "Sally, maybe you and I?" At that exact, spectacularly inconvenient moment, the door slid open and Lobsang strolled in, beaming. "Ah, clam chowder, and with bacon, splendid." Sally and Joshua exchanged a brief loaded look, shelving their conversation. Sally turned her focus to the newcomer. "So here's the eating android devouring clam chowder, are we?" Lobsang settled into a chair and crossed his legs with deliberate theatricality. "Naturally. The gel matrix that houses my consciousness requires organic replenishment. Why not satisfy that need with gourmet fare?" Sally shot a glance at Joshua. "But if he eats, then he must eventually." Lobsang's smile widened. "Any minimal waste is processed into carefully compacted compost within biodegradable packaging." "Why is that humorous? You did ask, Sally. I must say your mockery is a refreshing change from your customary contempt. Now, to business." "I need you both to identify these creatures." A wall panel behind him descended, revealing a screen that flickered to life. Joshua found himself staring at a familiar, scrawny, bipedal figure, grimy and yellowish. It clutched a crude club and glared at the unseen observers with a look of pure, calculating malice. Joshua knew it all too well. "We call them elves," Sally stated flatly. "I am aware," Lobsang replied. "I believe some of the frontier colonies refer to them as greys, borrowing from old UFO tales. They are ubiquitous in the high megas and occasionally appear in lower step worlds. Typically, they avoid humans but will attack if they sense isolation or vulnerability. They are incredibly fast, preternaturally strong, highly intelligent hunters, and they use stepping as part of their predatory strategy." "I know," Joshua said quietly, a cold familiarity settling in his gut. "We've encountered these beings before." "Elves. It's a fitting name when you consider it. Elves weren't always depicted as gentle, tiny things, were they? The old Northern European tales described them as tall, formidable, and utterly soulless. A rather sinister name. I can accept that. They deserve every bit of negative publicity we can muster. And in those old myths, weren't elves frequently fearful of iron? No surprise, I suppose. Iron could be employed to capture them to prevent their stepping." Joshua returned to the galley to tend to the chowder, and while he was occupied, Lopsang provided Sally with a brisk summary of Joshua's confrontation with the hog-riding killers. Upon his return, she regarded Joshua with a newfound appreciation. "You did remarkably well to come out of that alive." "Indeed. And that was meant to be my day off. It's a long tail, charming company to keep, right?" "Observe another variant," Lobsang stated, the screen illuminated with an image of the pregnant, large-brained elf Joshua had attempted to rescue. "I refer to this type as lollipops," Sally remarked. "Obviously big-brained, but from what I've witnessed, not particularly intelligent." Lobsang gave a nod. "It's logical. The stepping birth process has enabled a significant physical expansion of the brain, but perhaps the corresponding growth in functional capacity hasn't yet caught up. They possess the hardware. The software is still under development," Sally added. "In the interim, some of the other elf varieties cultivate them for their brains. They consume the large brains, I've witnessed it firsthand." A heavy silence followed her statement. Lobsang let out a sigh. "Not exactly the idyllic Rivendell, then, with all these trolls and elves. Tell me, Sally, do unicorns exist anywhere in the long earth?" "Chowder's ready," Joshua announced. "Best eat it while it's hot." As they settled to eat, Sally said, "Actually, unicorns do exist. Some are not too many steps from happy landings. I could show you if you're interested. Hideous creatures, and certainly not the type to associate with Barbie. Just enormous, brutish slabs of living battering ram, so dim-witted they frequently impale their horns in tree trunks. Happens often during the mating season. The screen now displayed images of elves feasting on a carcass, bickering with bloodied mouths. Sally inquired, "Why are you showing us all this, Lobsang?" "Because this is a live transmission from what lies directly below us, on our most recent Earth. Hadn't you noticed we'd ceased stepping? Finish your chowder, the elves will still be there in the morning." The following dawn arrived tardily, much to Joshua's confusion. The emerging daylight unveiled a desolate expanse below, a parched, dust-choked world that appeared to hold very little water, and consequently very little of anything else. Lobsang joined Joshua on the observation deck. Not the most inviting locale, is it? Yet it possesses its own peculiarities, such as the delayed sunrise. Precisely. Additionally, both trolls and elves are migrating through this area, nearly all moving eastward, and I'm capturing excellent imagery of both species with the underside cameras. The deck listed slightly. Joshua asked, "We're descending affirmative, and I would prefer Sally to disembark with us. I aim to capture an elf, if feasible. I wish to attempt communication with one." Joshua responded with a skeptical snort. He didn't anticipate much from such a meeting, but one could never be certain. "As a precaution, I have fabricated protective helmets and neck armor for you both. Anyone attempting to strangle you from behind will regret it, stepping ability notwithstanding. I will meet you at the elevator in 30 minutes. Sally was fully dressed when Joshua knocked on her door. "Helmets!" she exclaimed sharply. "It was Lobsang's notion. My apologies. I've managed to survive in the long earth for years without a nanny like Lobsang." All right. I'm the passenger here, I'm aware. Any insight into what he's planning?" "To apprehend an elf, I believe," she responded with a derisive sound. Lobsang brought the airship to a hover above a bluff of severely weathered rock. The terrain was a desert of rust-coloured earth. This was an odd earth, even by the standards of most jokers. Joshua felt unnaturally heavy, as if his bones were lined with lead, and his customary pack was a significant burden. The air was thick, yet strangely unsatisfying to breathe, and his lungs strained. A constant wind moaned with a hollow, lonely sound. The desolate landscape stretched out before them, a vast plain devoid of any true grass or plant life. Instead, a strange greenish-purple fuzz coated the ground, giving the unsettling impression the land itself had neglected to shave. Joshua's eyes caught a flicker at the edge of his vision, a phantom movement so swift it felt more like a thought than something actually seen. Something had stepped into their world and then vanished just as quickly. "What is this place, Lobsang?" Sally asked, her voice tight. "It feels like a graveyard." "A very accurate observation," Lobsang replied, his ambulant unit standing motionless as dust devils danced around it. "A cemetery, but one that is empty even of bones. Now, look up, toward the zenith and slightly to your left. Tell me what you notice." Joshua strained his eyes, finally shaking his head. "I don't see anything special." "Precisely," said Lobsang. "You are noticing a profound absence. If we were standing on the datum Earth at this very moment, you would see a pale moon in the daytime sky. This Earth has no such companion, no moon to speak of, just a few insignificant rocks in orbit, invisible without a telescope." Lobsang explained this was a scenario he had considered. The colossal impact that had birthed the moon for datum Earth, and most of its stepwise neighbours, had evidently never occurred here. The resulting moonless planet was more massive, accounting for the heavier gravity weighing them down. Its axial tilt was different, unstable, and the world spun faster, creating a bizarre day-night cycle and relentless winds that scoured the barren rock. It was a place utterly hostile to life, without lunar tides. The oceans had grown stagnant, devoid of the rich intertidal zones that had been such fertile cradles for evolution back home. "That's the broad theory," Lobsang concluded. "Additionally, I suspect this world missed out during the solar system's late heavy bombardment, when comets delivered much of Earth's water. Perhaps that's connected to the missing moon impact. Frankly, this planet drew the short straw. Even Mars got a better shake. But the universe, in its perverse way, offered a consolation prize. When Joshua shaded his eyes from the harsh sun, he saw it, a razor-thin band of light slicing across the heavens. This Earth was girdled by a ring system, a pale imitation of Saturn's glory. It would be a spectacular sight from space, he imagined. Lobsang announced, "I am currently awaiting a troll. I've been broadcasting an ultrasonic cry for help in their language for 15 minutes, and I'm emitting synthesized troll pheromones, a relatively simple chemical cocktail to reproduce. That explains the buzzing in my molars," Sally grumbled, "and that weird, musky smell. Do we really have to wait here? The air is terrible and it reeks." She wasn't wrong about the smell, Joshua thought. This world carried the odour of a long abandoned house at the end of a forgotten street, the kind of place sealed up after its last occupant died, steeped in dust and decay. It was more profoundly offensive than the quasi-dinosaur world. Sure, the rectangle builders had gone extinct, but they had lived first. They'd had their chance. A wild, almost arrogant thought struck him. Maybe humans could breathe life into this sterile rock. Why not? He'd always liked fixing broken things, and this place was the ultimate fixer-upper. That would be a story for the grandkids. There were still countless icy bodies in the distant Oort cloud. A modest spacecraft on the right trajectory could nudge one into a collision course, delivering water. Get the water flowing, and you were practically home free. But it was pure fantasy. Humanity had already lost its taste for grand physical spacefaring adventures long before the long Earth offered a million habitable worlds a simple step away. His daydream shattered as Lobsang declared, "Trolls are approaching. That was efficient. They step in family groups, so expect a crowd. A word of caution. I intend to sing to them. You are welcome to join in," he cleared his throat with theatrical flair. "We'll be there at the end of the road." Sally simply stared, utterly bewildered. "Joshua, please tell me his systems haven't finally fried. What on earth is he singing?" Joshua quickly and quietly recounted the tale of Private Percy Blakeney and his Russian companions in a strange version of France, which only seemed to deepen her astonishment. But then the trolls arrived. By the song's final note, Lobsang was encircled by them, the creatures hooting along in a surprisingly harmonious chorus. Impressive, aren't they? A group memory with real conviction now. Just bear with me while I attempt to decipher what's troubling them. As the trolls gathered around Lobsang like large, hairy children around a shopping mall Santa, Joshua and Sally stepped back, which came as something of a relief. The trolls would go to great lengths to avoid stepping on a human. But after a while, their distinctive musk, while not exactly unpleasant, could completely overwhelm your senses. On the other hand, this wasn't a world conducive to a casual stroll while waiting. There was simply nothing here. Joshua knelt and idly pried up a small section of the green ground cover. A couple of small, unremarkable mud-brown beetles scurried underneath. Nothing iridescent or interesting. He let the patch fall back into place. Sally remarked, "You know, if you relieved yourself on that spot, you'd be doing those beetles a massive favour. Seriously, I won't look that soil will get more nutrients than it's seen in ages. Sorry, was that too crude?" Joshua shook his head distractedly. "No, just a bit out of place." Sally laughed. Out of place, Lobsang belts out a Harry Lauder tune on a barren planet and gets a troll choir. I think out of place is a serious understatement, don't you? And my fillings aren't buzzing as much now. Look, the trolls are moving out. Joshua saw it. It was like an invisible hand was moving pieces on a chessboard, but collecting all the queens and pawns first, then the bishops and rooks, with the knights and kings bringing up the rear. Sally explained, "The mothers lead. They'd fight anything threatening their young. The elders are in the middle and the males come last, guarding the column's tail. Elves typically attack from behind, so you always watch your back." And then they were gone, leaving behind only a slight freshening of the air. Lobsang sauntered over to them. "How does he do that?" Sally said. "Now he's walking like he's in Saturday Night Fever. Haven't you heard the fabrication deck running constantly? He's perpetually upgrading, perpetually rebuilding, like how you might go to a gym." "I have never set foot in a gym, sir. When you're solo in the long Earth, you're either in shape or you're dead." She grinned, "Although I wouldn't mind having legs like his." "There's nothing wrong with your legs." He instantly regretted saying it. She just laughed. "Joshua, you're fun to know and a reliable partner, even if you're a little odd. Someday we might actually be friends," she said, her tone softening slightly. "But let's avoid comments about my legs, okay? You've barely seen them as they're usually encased in top-tier thorn-proof gear, and it's not polite to speculate." To Joshua's relief, Lobsang reached them wearing a satisfied smile. I must admit I'm rather pleased with the outcome. No change there then, Sally said. We didn't catch an elf, Joshua pointed out. Oh, that's no longer necessary. I've accomplished what I needed. At Happy Landings, I grasped the fundamentals of troll communication. Silence settled over the observation deck, leaving Joshua alone. After returning to the ship, Lobsang had vanished through the blue door, and Sally had retreated to her cabin. Abruptly, the Mark Twain began to step with a frantic, jittering rhythm. Peering out, Joshua watched as skies flickered past, landscapes melted and reformed, and rivers twisted like serpents, while Joker worlds burst into view like camera flashes. Every joint and beam in the ship groaned like an old clipper battling a storm off Cape Horn, and the stepping itself vibrated deep in Joshua's bones, a relentless internal hailstorm. By his estimate, they were crossing countless worlds every second. Sally stormed onto the deck, furious. What does he think he's doing? Joshua had no reply, but his worry about Lobsang's growing instability and rash behaviour returned. Just then, Lobsang's mobile unit slid smoothly through the blue doorway. My friends, I apologize if I alarmed you. I'm now eager to advance our mission. The trolls have shared a great deal with me. You know what's driving them away, Sally stated. I know more, at least. In essence, the trolls, and likely the elves and other humanoid species, are fleeing something, but not a physical threat. It is something that invades their minds, so to speak. This aligns with what we learned from the Happy Landings community. The sensation is like a spreading wave of agony, a psychic migraine sweeping from west to east across the worlds. There have been tragedies, creatures leaping from cliffs to escape the torment. Joshua and Sally exchanged a glance. Sally said, "A migraine monster. Is this some cheap sci-fi plot?" Lobsang looked genuinely confused. Are you referring to the classic series, or perhaps this is completely insane? Joshua, are there any manual controls on this thing? I don't know, but I do know Lobsang can hear exceptionally well. Joshua is correct in that regard, Sally. Do the trolls even understand what's coming? Has anyone actually seen it? As far as I can determine, no, but they perceive it as something vast, both physical and abstract, like an approaching wildfire, a wall of suffering. The escalating groans from the Mark Twain structure began to wear on Joshua. He had no idea what the ship's maximum safe stepping speed might be, and hurling themselves this recklessly into uncharted worlds toward an unknown peril struck him as profoundly unwise. The thermometers, he noticed, were spinning rapidly, their readings climbing toward 2 million. Yet Lobsang chattered on, seemingly indifferent to the danger. Now is not the moment to share every detail of my analysis. It is enough to say we are clearly confronting a genuine psychic phenomenon. Consider this: humans broadcast their presence in some manner. We sense each other, but we have evolved on a planet saturated with human thought. We no longer even notice it. Not until it's gone, Joshua murmured. Sally glanced at him, intrigued. He went on, I suspect that long ago, some of these beings, elves, trolls, perhaps others, sometimes stepped into the datum and lingered for a time. That's where the old myths come from. But that was when human numbers were far smaller. Now the planet is crowded, and for creatures accustomed to the quiet calm of forests and plains, it must feel like every teenage party on Earth is happening at once. So nowadays, they stay away. Yet the creatures migrating from the west are running from something that relentlessly drives them back toward the datum. They're trapped between a rock and a hard place, and sometimes they break. Joshua and I have witnessed what happens when they break. Even trolls can become dangerous when provoked. Remember the Church of the Cosmic Con, Joshua? Joshua looked at Sally. He anticipated nothing but doubt from her. But to his surprise, she seemed pensive. He nudged, What's on your mind, Sally, that it sounds completely unbelievable? And yet, she paused. I'm like you. I'll go into a city when I have to, but the whole time I'm there, I'm jumpy as a cat on a hot tin roof. I just want to get out. It shoves me out, back into the quiet worlds. That's where I feel at home. But you don't bolt right, and most of the time you don't even notice it, like a fish doesn't notice the ocean. Unexpectedly, Sally smiled. That's pretty deep, almost like something Lobsang would say. She studied him closely. What about you? She knows, he realized. She knows everything about me. Even so, he paused before replying. Then, aboard this speeding airship, he spoke more openly than he ever had to anyone, more than to Sister Agnes or Officer Jensen, about the strange sensations inside him. He described the odd building pressure in his skull every time he returned to the datum, a deep reluctance that grew into something almost physical. It's in my head. You know how, as a kid, you dread going to some party where everyone else belonged except you? It's like that, like you literally can't make yourself take another step, like some invisible force field is shoving you back. Sally shrugged. I didn't go to many parties, and you've never been a people person, Joshua. Lobsang cut in. We're aware. What's your point? Here's the thing. Whatever this means, whatever's causing it, I've started feeling something similar here, on the airship. A pressure making it harder to keep moving forward. He shut his eyes. And it's getting stronger. The farther west we travel. I feel it right now, like a deep internal repulsion. It's manageable when we're still, but when we're moving it grinds at me and it's intensifying. Lobsang asked, something out in the deep west pushing you back. Yes. Sally's voice turned sharp. Why didn't you say anything sooner? I spilled my guts about the soft places, about my family's private history. I trusted you, she nearly growled. And this whole time you were keeping this to yourself? He just met her gaze. He hadn't told her, because in the home you kept your vulnerabilities hidden, a habit that had stayed with him through all the hard places since. I'm telling you now. She forced herself to calm down. Fine, she said. I believe you. So this is real. I'll admit it now. I'm officially scared. Lobsang sounded thrilled. Now, do you see why I'm so eager for this meeting? We're chasing a mystery, Joshua, Sally. A mystery from the very edge of the long earth. Joshua ignored him and kept his focus on Sally. We're both scared, but we're going to face it, aren't we? You won't run. Animals flee. The trolls have to flee. We keep moving forward, trying to understand what frightens us, and we confront it. That's what people do. Sure, until it gets us killed, there's always that chance. He stood. Should I put some coffee on? Later, Joshua would realize he should have stayed vigilant, especially in those last moments. The final stretch of worlds, where the serene green landscape below was marred by massive, crater-like impressions stamped into the earth like giant footprints. He should have stayed alert, despite the mounting pressure in his head. He should have sounded a warning. He should have stopped their journey long before the airship plunged into the gap. Then, suddenly, Joshua was falling. He was lifted off the floor, weightless. The observation deck remained around him, its frame, the broad windows, but the gleaming display panels along the walls flickered and died one after another. Joshua stared out the window at the damaged airship, its silvery envelope torn and spilling ragged fragments from the skeletal frame. Against the utter blackness, the sun hung dazzling and alone exactly where it had been before, as if the entire backdrop of blue sky and green world had been a painted set violently torn down to reveal the void behind it. Then, even the sun began a slow drift to the right. The gondola must be rolling. Lobsang was silent, his ambulant unit locked the deck, but utterly still, a statue pretending to be machinery. Mid-air, the cat paddled her limbs frantically, a mask of fear on her small synthetic face. A hand settled on Joshua's shoulder. Sally, floating beside him, her loose hair fanning out like an astronaut's in zero-G. The deck groaned. A faint hiss teased his ears. Escaping air, his mind felt thick, useless. Each attempted breath brought a sharp ache to his chest. Then gravity returned with a vengeance, and the blue sky unfurled like a snapped sheet. They all crashed to the floor, which was now the wall. A spinning kettle of water arced across the deck, sending Shimi scrambling in terror before she bolted into a side compartment. All around them, a symphony of high-tech components groaned and shuddered as they parted ways. We found the joker of jokers, didn't we? Joshua managed just before his stomach convulsed and he vomited. Straightening up, embarrassed, he wiped his mouth. I've never gotten sick after stepping before. I don't think it was the stepping, Sally said, rubbing her own abdomen. It was the weightlessness, and then gravity slamming back. Felt like falling off a cliff. Yeah, that really happened. I think so, Sally replied quietly. We found a gap in the long earth. The gondola slowly righted itself, but then the interior lights died, leaving only the grey daylight. Joshua heard the worrying spin of metal components gradually winding down. Abruptly, Lobsang came to life, or at least his face did, while his body remained inert. Chak Pa, Sally glanced at Joshua. What was that? Tibetan swearing, probably. Or maybe Klingon. Hard to tell with him. Lobsang sounded oddly, almost annoyingly cheerful. Well, isn't this embarrassing? To err is human, as they say. Is anyone injured? Sally's voice was tight. What did you fly us into? Lobsang. We flew into nothing. Sally, pure nothing. A vacuum. I stepped us back immediately. But the Mark Twain has taken quite a beating. Several systems are offline. The gas cells are intact, thankfully, but some of my personal systems are compromised. I'm running diagnostics, but the initial report is not encouraging. How do you hit a vacuum on Earth? Sally demanded, her anger cutting through the cabin. Lobsang sighed, a practiced human mannerism Joshua noted absently. Sally, we stepped into a place where there is no Earth, interplanetary vacuum. At some point in that world's history, an Earth existed, I suspect, but a catastrophe evidently destroyed it. An impact, most likely. One so massive it would make the dinosaur killer look like a pea shooter bouncing off an elephant. It would dwarf even the big whack that formed the moon. And you knew this might happen. It was a theoretical possibility, yes, but you charged into the dark anyway. Are you insane? Lobsang cleared his throat, another mannerism he was perfecting. I anticipated the possibility. I conducted a study of historical perturbations and took what I believed were sensible precautions, including an automatic step-back module that functioned nearly perfectly. Regrettably, it has left us with a sea of secondary problems. Are we stuck here? Stuck is a relative term. We are in comparative safety. You are breathing good air. This world, adjacent to the gap, appears perfectly viable. However, my ambulant unit is largely inoperable, and I cannot access its auto-repair functions. Do not despair. Back in the low Earths, the corporation's airship development program has continued apace. The Mark Trine should have finished its journey by now, meaning it could reach our position in just a few days if it pushes to full speed. More of the cabin lights flickered back to life. Joshua began clearing away the scattered wreckage. From where he stood, aside from the shattered furniture and broken dishes, the gondola seemed orderly, but he was deeply anxious about the damage that might lie behind Lobsang's sealed blue doors. Naturally, he said, the crew of the Trine, even if the ship is spaceworthy, won't have any idea we're in trouble.
Right?
Lobsang, with a surprising calm. Sally asked, So we're truly stranded here? Lobsang's voice was smooth. Does that worry you, Sally? What about all those legendary soft places you mentioned? And what's on your mind, Joshua? Joshua paused. The core mission hasn't shifted as far as I can tell. We still need to investigate the migraine entity you confirmed the envelope is holding, correct? So can you step? Affirmative, however. I cannot navigate geographically and power reserves are low. The solar arrays seem undamaged, but much of the internal framework, the primary issues beyond the ruptured gas cells and conduits, involved the vaporization of essential lubricants. Joshua gave a quick nod. Understood, then step forward. Let's keep moving. Across the gap itself? Sally questioned. Well, why not? We've seen trolls and elves fleeing through this sector. Some must have made it. They likely have a method for crossing. A double step, perhaps. Stepping consumes no subjective time. He managed a grin. We'll be back inside a breathable atmosphere long before our eyeballs freeze and roll down our cheeks. You have a uniquely vivid imagination, mister. But Lobsang offered a brittle smile. I'm pleased to see you were paying attention during that screening of 2001, Joshua. We've travelled too far to turn back, Joshua stated. I vote we press on, even if it means we finish this journey on foot eventually. He reached for Sally's hand. Are you ready? You're serious, right this moment? Before we overthink it and lose our nerve again. Double step us, please, Lobsang. What happened next remained a fragmented, surreal blur in Joshua's memory. Did he actually feel the biting vacuum of space? Did he truly hear the ghostly whisper of cosmic winds flowing between the stars? None of it felt real. Only when he found himself staring out at a sky choked with clouds, listening to rain drum against the gondola windows, did the world solidify again. They allowed themselves a full day to recuperate and make what repairs they could to the airship. Then the Mark Twain stepped onward, creeping ever westward with newfound caution. One world at a time every few seconds. Perhaps half their former speed, and only during daylight hours. After traversing 20 or 30 worlds, the crater-scarred landscapes that marked the edges of the gap began to fade. Likely remnants of near misses from the cataclysm that had torn the gap open in adjacent realities. They were now somewhere beyond Earth 2 million. The worlds here grew bland and uniform. In these profound echoes of America, they remained along the Pacific coastline, sticking to the narrow coastal strip to avoid the dangers of the dense, primordial forest and the equally treacherous ocean. To Joshua, it seemed a monotonous stretch of worlds, devoid of colourful blooms, buzzing insects or bird song, where the landscape was ruled by towering, fern-like trees. Yet, at the water's edge, They occasionally witnessed dramatic fishing creatures, agile bipedal runners with large sickle-shaped claws on their forelimbs, which they plunged into the surf to scoop out sizable fish, flinging them one after another high onto the sand. Days slipped by. The nature of the worlds began to shift more noticeably. The forest receded from the shoreline, leaving broader coastal bands of scrubland and isolated trees. The sea itself transformed, taking on a greener, thicker hue in Joshua's eyes. It grew stiller, as if the water had turned syrupy and dense. Conversation between them dwindled. A new frustration emerged when none of the self-adjusting coffee percolators would function, rapidly souring Sally's mood. Joshua, for his part, found the relentless stepping increasingly hard to bear. Sally gently patted his arm. Getting close to that teenage party threshold, are we, Joshua? He always hated when anyone noticed a crack in his composure. Something like that. Don't you feel anything at all? Not a thing. Honestly, I wish I did. I'm envious, Joshua. You've got a genuine gift. That night, as they tried to unwind, while the ship continued its cautious journey, Lobsang surprised Joshua by bringing up the subject of space travel. I've been considering the possibilities. The gap is an incredible opportunity. With the galley mostly out of order, Joshua was busy shaping a grill from a broken piece of machinery. An opportunity for what? For reaching space. Imagine just putting on a suit and stepping off into the void. No complicated rockets fighting Earth's gravity. You'd be in solar orbit, just like the planet. Once we established some infrastructure right in the gap, we could simply set sail. It would take far less energy to reach Mars, for instance. You know, I've always been fascinated by space, even back in Tibet. I've personally invested funds in the Kennedy Space Center, where they can't even maintain the museum rockets anymore. Our few pathetic orbital factories create the illusion. We're still a spacefaring civilization, but that dream faded long ago, even before the long Earth was discovered. As far as we know, there's nowhere else in the universe where a human can survive unprotected. And now, with millions of Earths available, who wants to venture into that cold, scorching emptiness in a suit that always smells faintly of urine? We could have been out there, applying for membership in some galactic community, instead of just burning and slashing our way across endless copies of the same tired planet, Sally remarked. But you're leading that very slashing and burning, Lobsang. Well, I don't see why I can't pursue both. And consider this, if we can develop the gap, maybe we can still achieve all that. From the gap, the solar system is your playground, Kilpatrick. Don't forget this talk. Joshua, when you return to the datum, stake a claim to the Earths bordering the gap before the rush begins. Humanity might just discover there's such a thing as a free launch. Think of what could be waiting out there. Not just the other planets in our system, though surely a universe that created the long Earth must have created a long Mars as well. Ponder that. Joshua tried to wrap his mind around it, but it made his head swim. He focused on finishing the grill. The ovens were dead, but he planned to barbecue most of what back on Earth would have been called a deer, the result of some efficient hunting by Sally. Without warning, the ship stopped stepping, and Joshua heard something. It wasn't a voice. It was a sensation, clear and sharp, worming its way into his mind, offering no meaning beyond its own presence. Only that it was calling to him. He managed to ask, Lobsang, do you hear anything on the radio frequencies, I mean? Naturally, why do you think I halted the stepping? We're being pinged with coherent signals across a range of frequencies. It appears to be an attempt at the troll's language. I will focus on decoding it, if you'll excuse me. Sally looked back and forth between them. What's going on? Am I the only one not hearing this? Is it coming from that thing below us? What thing? Joshua glanced out a galley window at the ocean below. That thing, Lobsang, Joshua asked, is your portside camera operational? Joshua and Sally descended via the panic rope, the only way to the ground now that the winches were stuck. Once down, Joshua scrambled atop a bluff to survey the area. Beneath a sunless, cloud-covered sky, a thick green ocean lapped sluggishly at a muddy shore. Inland, a barren landscape stretched toward distant folded hills, but just to the south there was a massive crater reminiscent of Meteor Crater in Arizona. Suddenly, a huge pterosaur-like creature soared silently out of the crater, passing directly over Joshua's head and flying out toward this world's version of the Pacific. Against a deepening twilight, the shape on the horizon resembled a strategic bomber on a final run. Out in this distant echo of the Pacific, something immense was stirring, a living landmass adrift. Joshua's persistent headache had vanished completely. Yet the profound quiet he'd always termed the silence now felt heavier than ever. From a speaker in his pack, Lobsang's voice came through, sharp and clear. We've returned to the coastline of Washington State on this Earth. My drones are offline. My perspective is limited. The entity measures roughly 23 miles in length and 5 miles across. It's a life form, Joshua. Nothing like it exists back on the datum. I'm observing numerous structures along its side that are altering their form. You might mistake it for a sprawling tech campus. There seem to be antennae, observational instruments, all fluidly merging into one another. The entire mass is shifting slightly. I cannot assess any threat. It seems too colossal for sudden motion, yet for all we know it might sprout wings and take flight. A gentle, continuous undulation moved across the being's upper surface. It had a pale, semi-translucent quality. Its motion affected Joshua on a primal level, a feeling that seeped into his awareness without any clear sensory route. "Sally," he asked quietly, "have you ever seen anything like this?" She let out a derisive snort. "What do you think?" Lobsang interjected, "I have just shaken hands with it." Sally's reply was immediate. "What in the world are you talking about now?" "Communication protocol, Sally. We are in contact. It is clearly an extraordinary intellect. The sheer informational complexity of its signals tells me that much. So far, I've learnt one thing, its name. It has a name. It calls itself First Person Singular. And before you start yelling, Sally, it has conveyed that to me in 26 distinct Earth languages, Tibetan included, which I must say is a point of pride. I've been transmitting data, and it is learning at an astonishing rate. It has already absorbed much of the ship's archives. My belief is that it is harmless." "Harmless?" Sally growled in disbelief. "Something alive and the size of a county reservoir cannot possibly be harmless. What's its purpose? More importantly, what does it consume?" Joshua slid his backpack from his shoulders and let it fall onto the sand. He became aware of the absolute quiet here. No animal calls, not even the distant cries of the pterosaur-like flyers. Only the soft, almost viscous whisper of small waves against the shore. Nothing but the silence, the vast, resonant quiet he had always sensed in the spaces between people, like the deep echo of some monumental bell. Now, here it was, manifest before him. Over 2 million worlds away from home, he felt a strange, unexpected sense of return. He began walking toward the ocean. "Joshua," Sally called after him, tension in her voice. "Take it easy. You don't know what you're dealing with." He bent down, tugged off his boots and socks and left them on the wet sand. Barefoot, he stepped into the water until it covered his ankles. The air carried the scent of salt and the faint, sweet decay of stranded kelp. The water was warm, thick and dense, with an almost syrupy consistency, and it teemed with life, minute creatures in whites, blues and greens, constantly in motion. Some resembled tiny jellyfish with rhythmic sacs and delicate tendrils. Others were fish-like, with enormous, peculiar eyes, and there were crab-like forms with intricate, clever claws, and farther out the entity waited. Joshua waded deeper toward its colossal edge. Lobsang's voice continued to chatter in his ear, but he tuned it out. The flanks of First-Person Singular were translucent, like flawed glass, and by squinting he could just make out shapes within. And inside was everything. Fish, animals, something that looked like a troll. It was suspended in a gelatinous fluid, wrapped in fronds resembling seaweed, eyes shut. It appeared not dead, but asleep, at peace. He moved right up to that hazy boundary, and with the very tip of his finger, reached out and touched it. There was a faint sensation, but nothing painful. A voice echoed in his mind, clear and intimate. "Hello, Joshua." A flood of understanding followed, a sudden vivid clarity. Long ago, in a reality that felt like a neighbouring shadow, a vastly different North America held a massive inland sea of salt water. This sea was alive, not with fish or whales, but with a swirling microscopic existence. Every mote of that life was part of a single immense being. Beneath a perpetually overcast sky, the entire murky expanse of that sea shimmered with a solitary consciousness. Then came a second thought, profound and questioning. For what reason? This is monumental. Lobsang chattered from the backpack first contact, the culmination of an ancient dream. I recognize this. It's like Shalmirain. Remember the city and the stars. This is a colonial entity, a single mind spread across countless bodies. Sally raised an eyebrow, her tone dry. "Behold the alien visitor. So what's the protocol? Do we start with prime numbers like in all those old science fiction stories?" Joshua tuned them out. His focus was entirely on the presence he now thought of as first-person singular. "I never told you my name. It was unnecessary. You are Joshua. I'm first-person singular." The inner voice had the familiar cadence of his own thoughts within the creature's translucent membrane. Shapes drifted. He identified schools of fish-like forms, flocks of bird-like silhouettes, and, after a moment of study, the unmistakable ponderous outline of an elephant, ambling through the inner medium, as if dreaming. There were other figures too, trolls, elves, humanoids of all sorts. The tide was rising. Moving with deliberate care to avoid any misunderstanding, Joshua began stepping backward. What is the purpose of first-person singular? First-person singular observes worlds. Your English is perfect. It felt like a foolish thing to say, but what was the proper etiquette when addressing a slug the size of a small town? Sister Agnes would have had a protocol, he was sure. The reply was instantaneous. First-person singular does not comprehend the reference Sister Agnes. I'm still acquiring data. Can you provide a definition for none? Standing on that desolate beach, Joshua stared, speechless. First-person singular continued, cross-referencing affirmative. A nun is a female bipedal organism who forgoes personal reproduction to serve the collective needs of her species. An analogy might be drawn to eusocial insects such as ants. Additional data, she also operates large vehicles powered by the fossilized remains of ancient forests. Further, she dedicates herself to the contemplation of a supreme, intangible reality. This is a provisional description pending more detailed inquiry. By certain parameters, I myself could be classified as a nun. I perceive the totality of all worlds. I believe I am beginning to understand the concept of being breathless with reverence. You should retreat further onto the shore. The seawater was now above Joshua's knees. He scrambled back across the wet sand. Sally watched him, astonished. You're actually communicating with it. Her? Not it, I think so. It's like hearing my own internal monologue posing questions. She seems to know what I know, maybe even what I'm thinking. I don't understand what she is, but she has an incredible desire to learn. He let out a long breath, feeling the weight of the encounter. I'm just completely overwhelmed by all this, Sally. Lobsang's voice issued from the backpack. Return to the airship. It is debriefing time, I should think. As they trudged back toward the Mark Twain, more pterosaurs glided overhead, their skeletal frames stark against the clouds. Without the mechanical winches, hauling themselves back up the rope to the gondola was an exhausting ordeal. The ship, however, now had working lights on every deck, a functional water heater, and the humble blessing of instant coffee. Sally was eager to dissect the experience immediately, but both Joshua and Lobsang overruled her, insisting on the time it took to brew 2 steaming mugs. Finally settled, Joshua attempted to convey the narrative he had sensed from first-person singular. She was the only one of her kind on her world. A lone survivor, Sally suggested. No, Joshua corrected softly. It's not that she survived others. She emerged alone. She evolved that way. She has always been alone. Under Lobsang's methodical questioning, they slowly assembled not a definitive truth, but a coherent story, a framework for the impossible. On the world known as first-person singular, Lobsang considered how its earliest eras mirrored countless other Earths. For immense stretches of time, primitive life forms, still clumsy in their use of proteins and not yet employing DNA as their genetic library, fought a basic struggle to endure. Countless simple cells filled the shallow seas, but they were not advanced enough to turn on one another. Cooperation was their only viable strategy. Any beneficial discovery spread instantly through the watery collective, making the entire planetary ocean function as one vast interconnected being. Over time, Lobsang explained, on worlds like our datum Earth, complexity reaches a threshold where individual cells can survive independently. That's when competition truly begins. The great divisions of life emerge. Oxygen seeps into the atmosphere as a byproduct of new organisms harnessing sunlight. And the slow march toward multicellular life starts. That initial age of global unity fades, leaving behind only cryptic signatures in genetic code. On most worlds, Sally noted, but not this one. Correct. This place was a true anomaly, a wild card in the deck of reality. Lobsang continued. Here, the march of complexity followed a familiar path, yet that profound planetary unity was never broken. We have journeyed to an exceptionally remote twig on the tree of possibility. She, Lobsang? Joshua interjected firmly. Refer to her as she. It's fitting. She seemed full, teeming with vibrant life. She was less a creature like you or me and more a maturing, conscious biosphere. As she grew more, intricate centers of control would have necessarily formed. To evolve further, her information structure would need to replicate and contemplate itself. In essence, she had to become self-aware. Sally's brow furrowed as she processed this. But what would a being like that possibly desire? "I can answer that," Joshua said, his voice softening. "Companionship. She was profoundly lonely, though she didn't comprehend the feeling until the trolls arrived." Ah! They would never uncover how a group of trolls had reached such an isolated world, Joshua mused. They must have stumbled through a natural stepway, likely disoriented and wounded from the harsh transition. But she was captivated, he said, closing his eyes to focus on the fading impressions, by the sheer simple fact that there were many of them, the way they interacted, collaborated, each one acknowledging the other's existence. They were not alone. They had each other. She longed for the one thing her world could not provide. He pictured it clearly, a troll kneeling at the water's edge, innocently gathering shellfish from the shallows, then the water itself swelling into a gentle, curious mound that enveloped the creature. "She killed him," Sally stated flatly, as Joshua described the scene. "Unintentionally, yes. That was the tragic result. The surviving trolls fled in terror. Perhaps she managed to study another, a young one, and learned to step," Lobsang deduced. "Precisely. It was a painstaking process. The entity we encountered isn't her entirety. She once filled an entire ocean. What dwells in the sea here is a concentrated expression of her core essence, a form compact enough to traverse the long earth. So she followed the trolls," Sally concluded, "moving west world by world toward the datum." "Yes," Lobsang confirmed, progressing slowly but inexorably. "And she is almost certainly the driving force behind the trolls' great stampede and perhaps the flight of other species. I'm developing a theory that her mere presence affects pre-sapient minds like a massive gathering of humans would. One can only imagine the reverberations of her thoughts." Sally offered a wry, almost sarcastic smile. "So, meet the migraine monster. No wonder every troll on the continent is running for the hills." Yet Joshua's tone shifted, becoming more insistent and enlightened. "She doesn't intend harm. She isn't a monster. She only wants to understand them, to know them, and in knowing them, to end her own solitude, to accept them fully." "Joshua, you almost give this presence a personality," Sally remarked. "That's exactly how it seemed," Joshua replied. Lobsang's tone grew more measured. "What you experienced is just a fragment of the truth. This being is merely a seed, a messenger from the unified biosphere it calls home. Its assimilation of local creatures, even intelligent beings like trolls, is a temporary phase. Its true objective is to reshape every Earth's biosphere into a reflection of its own, the whole system brought under one will, every resource devoted to a singular aim, its own expanding awareness. This isn't an act of evil, nor is it morally wrong. There is no antagonist here. First person singular is simply a different form of consciousness. An alternate blueprint, if you will, however." Sally's complexion paled. "However, for beings like us, she signifies an ending. She brings about the extinction of individuality, eventually, on every world she reaches." "And the halt of evolution," Lobsang added solemnly. "It is the end of a world, in every meaningful sense, the end of world after world as she advances through the chain of the long earth." Sally's voice was low. "She is a devourer of worlds, a consumer of souls. If the trolls sensed even a hint of this, their terror makes perfect sense." Lobsang nodded. "Naturally, this raises the question of why she hasn't already reached the populated worlds. Why she hasn't already consumed our Earth, transformed it with what might feel like curiosity and affection." Joshua's brow furrowed. "The gap. It can't be an accident we discovered her right near the gap." "Precisely," Lobsang confirmed. "She cannot cross the gap. Not yet, anyway. Without that barrier, she might already have arrived at our doorstep. But we can cross the gap," Sally pointed out. "The trolls can. She'll figure it out eventually, and then there are the soft places. If she learned to use those, my God, it would be like a blight consuming the long earth one world at a time." "No," Lobsang stated firmly. "This is no mindless plague, no malignant infection. This is a conscious, thinking entity. And therein, I believe, lies our hope." "Joshua, how did she initially communicate with you? You heard your own voice internally, correct?" "That doesn't resemble telepathy, a mode of communication for which I have yet to see any credible proof. This appears to be something entirely novel. It asked you what a nun was, if I might speculate. It tapped into the information most prominent in your mind at that moment. You were thinking of Sister Agnes, weren't you? As an engineer, I find it difficult to accept, But as someone who contemplates deeper philosophies, I acknowledge there are more ways to perceive the universe than we can conceive. I really hope we're not about to dive into a religious debate, Sally said sharply. Broaden your perspective, Sally, Lobsang replied calmly. It's merely another lens through which to view existence, another tool for understanding. So what does that make Joshua? She retorted, a flash of irritation in her eyes. The prophesied one? Both of them turned to look at Joshua in a manner of speaking, he admitted, uneasy, or at least she appeared to recognize me, almost as if she had been waiting. Sally scowled, a flicker of something like envy crossing her features. Why you? Lobsang's voice softened. Perhaps it stems from the unique circumstances of our friend's extraordinary birth, Sally. Those first moments of your life, Joshua, when you were utterly alone on another Earth. Your cries resonated, it seems, across the long Earth. Or perhaps it was your profound solitude. You and first-person singular, both profoundly isolated, form a kind of mirrored pair. This left Joshua bewildered. Not for the first time, he deeply wished Sister Agnes were here to discuss it all. The absence felt like a physical ache, a hollow space where her steady counsel should be. Is this why you brought me here, Lobsang? I keep realizing you foresaw everything we've encountered. Did you know this would happen? I knew you were special, Joshua. One of a kind. Yes, I believed that aspect of you would prove instrumental, but I did not know precisely how, I confess that. Sally stared at Joshua, her expression unreadable. How does it feel to be a pawn in someone else's game, Joshua? Joshua looked away, a flush of anger warming his skin, directed at Lobsang and at the uncaring universe that had marked him. Lobsang spoke again, redirecting the tension. Clearly, we must learn more about first-person singular. Sally gave a curt, agreeing nod. No argument there. We need to figure out how to keep her from terrifying the trolls, and more importantly, from consuming Datum Earth itself. Tomorrow, we'll pay her another visit. I recommend we all get a proper night's sleep and ready ourselves for another brush with the incomprehensible come morning. This time, however, since Joshua has already broken the ice, I'll take the lead. Ha! The incomprehensible meets the insufferable. Sally snapped, turning sharply toward the exit. I'm going to bed, after she left. Joshua sighed. She's got a temper. You understand why she's upset, Joshua, Lobsang replied calmly. You were selected. She was not. I doubt she'll ever truly get over that. For Joshua, the night was restless and strange. He woke repeatedly, certain he'd heard his name whispered, a voice filled with a deep, aching loneliness, though he couldn't explain how he sensed it each time he'd drift back into a fitful sleep, only for the cycle to begin again, lasting until dawn. They regrouped on the observation deck in a heavy silence. Sally looked just as tired, and Lobsang, now housed in a plainly dressed, hastily repaired ambulant unit, was uncharacteristically quiet. Joshua wondered if their nights had been as troubled as his. The first surprise was that first-person singular was no longer where they'd left her. She was now about half a mile out to sea, moving so sluggishly she barely left awake. She clearly wasn't in any rush, though it was worth remembering that the entity doing the not rushing was roughly twice the size of Manhattan Island. There was no debate about following. They all simply accepted it as necessary. But the Mark Twain, while still capable of stepping between worlds, had lost its ability to move across this one. Joshua broke the silence. Lobsang, you must have another marine unit tucked away somewhere. I know how you are with backups. There's barely any wind, and we've got enough rope to rig a circus tent. Our large friend out there isn't exactly speeding. Could a marine unit tow us? It worked, but only barely. The airborne Mark Twain created tremendous drag. Sally observed it was like the Titanic being pulled by a motorboat, but a motorboat engineered by Lobsang and built by the Black Corporation, which was the sole reason it worked at all. The wheelhouse was typically Lobsang's private space, but today he'd opened it up. All three of them watched the faint, distant wake of first-person singular. Most of the traveller was submerged now. Only heaven knows what kind of propulsion system she uses, Lobsang mused, and while we're at it, heaven might also care to guess why the seas around her are suddenly swarming with fish. Joshua saw it was true. The water glittered with fins and flickering scales. Dolphins even somersaulted through the air. First-person singular sailed with what looked like an honour guard. Joshua was accustomed to seeing rivers teeming with life across the long earth, and in worlds untouched by humans, the oceans often seemed as densely packed as the legendary Grand Banks off Newfoundland, where, it was said, a person could once have walked on water, it was so thick with cod. People who'd never left Datum Earth had no idea what they were missing. But even the Grand Banks at their peak couldn't have been this explosively alive. Obviously, Sally said dryly, she has a way of drawing in lesser creatures. Maybe it's how she lures them close enough to assimilate them. Lobsang, however, was in a strangely cheerful mood. Magnificent, isn't it? Look at those dolphins, better choreographed than a Busby Berkeley. Numb, Sally frowned. Who in the world is Busby Berkeley? Even Joshua knew that one. Sally rolled her eyes. If you two are going to start in on ancient movies again? Lobsang gently cleared his throat. Did anyone experience anything unusual last night? Joshua and Sally exchanged a look. You brought it up, Lobsang, Sally said. What are you talking about? In my case, Lobsang began, there was an attempt at what I perceived as a hack. It's quite a feat, really. For the engineers at the Black Corporation, trying to hack me was something of a sport. It certainly kept me on my toes. Nevertheless, something made a determined effort last night. I think it was done with good intentions, though. Nothing was stolen, nothing was altered, but I have a feeling certain memory banks were opened and their contents duplicated. Sally inquired, what kind of memories? Details concerning the trolls about stepping. It supports the account you were given, Joshua, but this is only a fragment of a theory. For me, it feels like trying to recall a half-forgotten dream, Sally said. Was it a vision or a waking dream? They looked at her and she flushed, adding defensively, What? I know Keats. Plenty of people know Keats. My grandfather used to recite him all the time. He'd always ruin it, though, by saying afterwards that he loved Keats but had never actually seen a Keat. I'm familiar with Keats, Joshua said gently. Sister Georgina is too. You should meet her? I had a waking dream as well. I felt that same loneliness again. Sally confessed. So did I. But for me it was something beautiful. A sort of greeting, Lobsang asked. A greeting so inviting it made you want to dive into the water and vanish. We're getting closer, by the way. I believe she is waiting for us to reach her, and I very much want to do exactly that. Hold on, said Sally. I have absolutely no plan to board that floating mass and end up as another exhibit in some internal menagerie. Fortunately, Sally, I plan to be the only one stepping onto first-person singular, or at least this mobile unit will be. I need to communicate with her more completely before she continues her stepping journey and convince her to halt. Joshua considered this. And if she refuses to turn back, can she be stopped? Lobsang's reply was sharp. What are you proposing, Joshua? How would you even fight her? Short of obliterating every world she might inhabit, working your way back up the line with strategic bombers. His tone was dismissive. You both think in such limited terms, all you see is a threat. Perhaps it's linked to your own biological impermanence. Listen to me. She wants to learn from us, but there's so much we could learn from her. What knowledge does she hold? She who must perceive scales of space and time far beyond human comprehension. His synthetic voice was level, yet tinged with awe. Have you heard of the participatory universe, Joshua? Participatory nonsense. Listen, consciousness shapes reality. That is the core insight of quantum theory. We participated in creating the datum, our solitary thread, our wildcard world. We've encountered other minds now, the elves, the trolls, and first-person singular. It appears they, too, participated in weaving the long earth, a delicate and wondrous tapestry, a multiverse, fashioned by a community of consciousness that we are only beginning to join. This is the lesson you must carry back to the datum, Joshua. Forget variations in rock formations and geography and collections of strange creatures. This is fundamental to understanding reality, fundamental to understanding what we are. And if I can communicate with first-person singular, who undoubtedly possesses an awareness of the cosmos far beyond our own, well, that is what I intend to discuss with our sizable friend, and to make her understand the danger she poses, however unintentionally. Wait, Joshua said, working it out. You're going down there. You're actually going inside that entity. Given that the beings integrated into the structure seem entirely healthy and active, I don't consider it a significant risk, especially since I, and I alone among the three of us, am expendable, at least in this mobile form, but a full download will occur. I, Lobsang, will be entirely committed to the connection. You don't plan on coming back, do you? No, Joshua. I suspect my joining with this being must be permanent, if not a one-way, irreversible passage. And yet, I still must do it. Joshua felt a surge of frustration. I know you had all sorts of hidden reasons for bringing me on this journey. Fine. But I agreed to come for one goal, to bring you back safely. You were my final safety net, you told me. I admire your principles, Joshua. I'm releasing you from our agreement. I'll file the official amendment in the ship's records. That doesn't solve. It is settled. Oh, spare us the dramatic heroics, Sally cut in, her tone dripping with sarcasm. You've got copies of yourself stashed everywhere, Lobsang. So you're not actually in any real danger, are you? I don't intend to reveal all my confidential arrangements. However, should I become inoperative or lost, you will find versions of my consciousness stored in numerous secure locations, refreshed constantly. The final fail-safe repository is housed deep within the ship's core, shielded by a material I'm certain would make the toughest known alloys seem soft as clay. I'm confident it would endure completely intact, even following an asteroid impact of catastrophic, world-ending scale. Sally let out a short laugh. What's the use of surviving a crash that wipes all life from a planet? Honestly, who would be left to reboot you? There is a significant probability that given sufficient time, intelligent life could re-emerge on that world and advance to a stage capable of reviving me. I can be patient. I have extensive reading material to occupy me. Joshua observed that Sally was at her most striking, if one could apply such a word to her, precisely when she was furious. And for the first time it occurred to him that Lobsang might be deliberately provoking her. Another milestone of genuine interaction passed, he supposed. All right then, Joshua said, assuming you succeed and you persuade her to cease consuming worlds. What comes after that, Lobsang? Then we will jointly pursue the fundamental truths of existence. That sounds utterly detached from humanity, Sally remarked. On the contrary, Sally, it is the most profoundly human endeavour possible. First-person singular was drawing nearer. Spoon-like appendages, resembling fleshy antennae extended along her form, with small crustaceans clinging to them, along with several seabirds, likely eyeing the crabs. Well, said Lobsang, the remainder is in your hands, naturally. I require you to pilot the airship back to the datum. Contact Selena Jones at Transearth. She will manage the synchronization of the data stores aboard with the version of myself residing there. You see, Joshua, in a manner of speaking, you will be escorting me home. Give Selena my best. I've often felt she viewed me somewhat as a paternal influence, you know, even though she is technically my legal guardian. After all, I'm not yet 21 years old. Sally said, Hold on without you. The Mark Twain has no guiding intelligence. How is it supposed to transport us anywhere? Minor details, Sally. I'll leave that puzzle for you to solve. And now, if you'll excuse me, I have a mysterious floating collective organism to apprehend. Oh, one final item. Please do look after Shimi for me. With that, he withdrew through his blue doorway for the last time. With Lobsang dispatched to his bizarre rendezvous, the remaining crew of the Mark Twain watched the traveller's wake until it vanished from sight, long before it reached the horizon. The escort of creatures, animals, birds, and fish, flew, dove, and swam away. The spectacle had concluded. The carnival had departed. The enchantment was broken, and Joshua sensed an absence in the world now. He looked at Sally and recognized his own confusion mirrored in her expression. He said, First-person singular frightened me, and there were moments when Lobsang frightened me too, though for different reasons. The idea of the two of them together and what they might evolve into. She gave a resigned shrug. We did what we could for the trolls, and for humanity, he added softly. So what's our next move? I'd recommend lunch, Joshua said, turning toward the galley. Moments later, Sally was clutching a steaming mug of coffee, as if it were her only anchor. Did you see that? She asked. The traveller stepped beneath the water. That's a new trick, Joshua nodded. He thought to himself. That's the way, begin with the practical questions, tackle the immediate issues first, instead of being paralysed by the vast cosmic unknowns, or even by the problem of how they would get home. Though a notion about that was beginning to form in his mind. The silence on the bridge felt heavier now, a tangible reminder of the intelligence that had just departed, leaving behind a vessel that felt suddenly hollow and far too quiet. You know, some of those beings inside the hull must have come from incredibly distant places, and a few looked oddly familiar. One of those floating forms resembled nothing so much as a giant kangaroo. The recording systems have been active the whole time. We can review the footage together later. The biologists are going to be absolutely thrilled. A gentle noise came from the doorway. Joshua glanced down to see Shimi. She was, without question, a remarkably graceful cat, synthetic or otherwise. And then she spoke. Total count of mice and similar rodents placed into the containment unit for relocation upon landing. 93. Casualty count? 0. There is an old saying that a courageous mouse can lift an elephant, but I am pleased to report no such feats were attempted aboard this vessel. The cat looked at each of them in turn, her voice a soft, distinctly feminine tone that was human yet carried a feline lilt. "Oh, for heaven's sake," Sally muttered. "Be polite, Sally," Joshua said quietly. "She, me thank you?" The cat waited, patient. "I had no idea you could talk." Joshua offered. There was no prior requirement. My reports were transmitted to Lobsang via a direct link. After all, empty words are merely foam on the waves. Real action is solid gold. Sally shifted her gaze slightly. A telltale sign Joshua recognized. "And where does that little pearl of wisdom come from?" "Tibet," replied Shimi. "You're not some fragment of Lobsang, are you?" Sally asked. "I was rather hoping we'd seen the last of him." The cat paused from cleaning her paw. "No, although I'm also a gel-based consciousness, optimized for casual dialogue, proverbial wisdom, rodent management, and general chatter with a 31% inclination towards sarcasm. I'm naturally a prototype, but will soon be part of a new pet line available from the Black Corporation. Do spread the word, and now, if you'll excuse me, my duties are not yet complete." With that, the cat departed. Once she was gone, Joshua remarked, "Well, you have to admit, it's more sophisticated than a spring-loaded trap." Sally was exasperated. "Just when I believe this floating carnival of yours can't become any more absurd, are we still above the ocean?" Joshua looked out the nearest porthole. "Yes. We need to turn back. Make for the coast."
"We already have," said Joshua.
I adjusted the course after we left Lobsang. "We've been heading toward land for the last half hour. Are you certain that swimming machine has enough power to get us over solid ground?" Sally asked, her anxiety clear. "Sally, the Mark Twain was engineered by Lobsang. The aquatic drive has sufficient capacity to travel around the entire planet. He always has redundancies for his redundancies. You know that. What's really bothering you?" "Since you're asking, I'm not exactly fond of deep water, particularly water where you can't see the bottom. As a general rule, let's try to keep some solid earth beneath us, all right? You were living right on the coast when I found you. That was the shoreline, shallow water. And this is the long earth. You never know what might decide to come up from below. I suppose you didn't linger on that one water world Lobsang and I visited. There was a creature in that ocean that... When I arrived on that world, I stepped off a bluff, dropped straight into the sea, swam to the nearest stable step point I could find, and got out, just as something enormous tried to take a bite out of me. I never saw what it was. My view is this. My ancestors invested considerable effort into evolving out of the damn ocean, and I don't think I should disrespect all that hard work by diving back in." He smiled as he prepared their meal. "Listen, Joshua, I'm fully in favor of returning to Happy Landings. What do you think? I'm suddenly feeling a powerful need for other human company. Oh, but we have to bring the Mark Twain, don't we? With what remains of Lobsang inside, not to mention the philosophical cat. We can figure out a way to move the ship laterally, even if we have to pull it ourselves. How is it supposed to step without Lobsang?" "I've been thinking about that," Joshua said. "It can wait. More coffee." They spent the remainder of that day treating it like a proper Sunday, the slow, quiet, unhurried kind everyone imagines but rarely gets to enjoy. Joshua understood that even Lobsang had needed time for complex new ideas to settle in his mind without disrupting what was already there. The following day, Sally led them to what she described as a gentle spot, a shortcut that would return them to Happy Landings, not far from the coastline. They landed on the beach where the marine unit had left the Mark Twain hovering. Long ropes connected the airship to Joshua and Sally, and even Joshua could see a faint shimmer along the water's edge, the soft place Sally had detected. "I feel like I'm holding a party balloon," Sally remarked, gripping her line. "I'm sure this will work," Joshua said. "What will? Think about it. When you step, you can carry whatever you're holding, right? In a sense, Lobsang became the airship when he was aboard, so he could step across. We're holding the Mark Twain, which has mass but technically no weight, so if we step now, we'll be carrying it with us." Sally stared at him. "And this is your brilliant theory?" "It's the best I've got. If the universe doesn't appreciate your humour, we might leave our arms behind." "Only one way to know." Ready, Sally paused. "Would you mind if we step together, hand in hand? Things could get messy if we're separated during this little experiment." "Fair point." He took her hand. "All right, Sally, work your magic." She seemed to drift into a trance, no longer focused on him. She breathed in the air, studied the light, and moved with a strange, graceful fluidity, like someone practicing Tai Chi or searching for water with a divining rod. Then they stepped. The transition felt sharper than usual, a brief, chilling plunge as if down a waterslide, leaving Joshua colder as though the process drew energy from them. They arrived on another beach, a wintry, desolate world. So the soft places didn't deliver you all at once, and geographically they were nowhere near where they had been. Stranger still, Sally turned, searching again. It took 4 steps in total, but finally Happy Landings appeared below them, the Mark Twain floating above. People greeted them warmly, though, with some surprise. Everyone was friendly, genuinely so. This was Happy Landings, after all. The tracks remained impeccably clean, the salmon still hung in neat rows to dry, and humans, children and trolls mingled happily. Yet Joshua felt that familiar unease return, that subtle sense you get when everything is so perfectly right, it somehow feels wrong. He had forgotten how persistent that feeling was from his last visit, and that was without the ever-present pungent smell of troll. As expected, they were offered a cottage in the town centre, but after a quick glance at each other, they chose to stay on the Mark Twain. A few young trolls inevitably followed them up the cables. Joshua prepared supper using the wonderfully fresh food gifted by the generous locals. Later, sipping the awful instant coffee, the only option left on the damaged airship, with trolls lounging on the observation deck, Sally said, "All right, Joshua, spit it out. I watch people too. I see that look. What's bothering you?" "Probably the same thing bothering you, that something here isn't right." "Not wrong exactly," Sally replied, "but something is off. I've visited many times, but it's more noticeable with you moping around. Of course, what we sense as wrong might just be this place's unique nature. But you've got something on your mind, don't you?" Sally asked. "Have you ever noticed a blind person here, Joshua?" "Blind? There are folks with spectacles, elderly people using reading glasses, but no one is truly sightless. I once went through the records at City Hall. You'll find notes about someone missing a toe or a finger from a wood-chopping accident. Yet nobody with a significant disability ever seems to arrive in Happy Landings in the first place." He considered that. "They aren't perfect here. I've seen them get rowdy in the taverns." "Oh, they certainly know how to have a good time," she conceded. "But the curious part is, every single one knows precisely when to stop. Believe me, that's a rare gift. And have you noticed there's no police force? According to the archives, there's never been a single assault driven by desire, not on a woman, man or child. Not once. Never a property dispute that wasn't settled with a calm conversation. Watch the children. Every adult treats every child as their own, and every child acts as if all the adults are family. The whole town is so reasonable, good-natured and pleasant it can make you want to shout, and then feel guilty for even thinking it." Sally absently petted a troll pup, whose rumbling purr was a symphony of utter bliss, putting any contented cat to shame. That simple act made Joshua speak without thinking. "It's the trolls. It has to be. We've talked about this, humans and trolls living together here, and nowhere else we know. So it's unlike any other human community." She looked at him directly. "We understand now that minds influence other minds, right? That's what we've learned. Too many humans and the trolls vanish. But with just the right balance, they stay. And for humans, perhaps you can't have too many trolls. Happy Landings is like soaking in a warm bath of calm, cheerful emotions. But no one disabled. No one troubled enough to commit a violent act, no one who doesn't belong. Maybe they're filtered out, perhaps without anyone even realizing it." She held his gaze, sifted. "That's a somewhat dark idea, isn't it?" Joshua agreed it was. "But how? There's no one standing at the borders with clubs to turn away the unworthy." "No." Sally leaned back, closing her eyes in thought. "I don't believe it's a conscious exclusion by the residents. So how does it occur? I've never seen any evidence of a mastermind behind Happy Landings. No architect, no overseer. Does the place itself somehow decide who comes here? But how is that possible? And for what purpose? You can only have a purpose if you have a mind, Joshua." "There's no mind in evolution," Joshua said, recalling Sister Georgina's no-nonsense lessons back at the home. "No goal, no plan, no destined endpoint, and yet it's a process that shapes all living things. So is Happy Landings some kind of evolutionary analogy?" He studied her. "You tell me. You've been coming here much longer." "Since I was a child with my parents." "It's just that since I met you and Lobsang, the questions I've always had about this place have come into sharper focus. I should get a bracelet made. What would Lobsang think?" Joshua let out a short laugh. "You know, this place always seemed like a perfect Garden of Eden, but without the snake, and I kept wondering where the snake was. My family got along fine with everyone here, but I never wanted to stay. I never felt like I fit. I'd never dare call it home, just in case I was the snake all along. He tried to read the expression on Sally's face. I'm sorry. That was clearly the wrong thing to say. She looked away. I do think this place is important, Joshua, for all of us, for all of humanity. I mean, it's one of a kind, but what happens when the real colonists start showing up? I mean, the ordinary kind, the advancing wave with their shovels and picks and bronze rifles and their bullies and swindlers. How can a place like this possibly survive that? How many trolls will end up shot, killed, or forced into servitude? Perhaps the force behind this whole experiment will begin to defend itself. A shiver ran through her. We're beginning to sound like Lobsang. Joshua, let's leave this place and find somewhere ordinary. I desperately need a break. A day later, on a faraway world, bathed in a gentle dusk, Helen Green was collecting mushrooms. She meandered over a patch of raised land a few miles from the budding settlement called Reboot. Then came a soft sound like a long, slow breath. Helen felt a faint stir of air against her cheek. She turned. A man stood on the grass, lean and dark-haired. Beside him was a woman who seemed to fit perfectly into the scene. Visitors stepping into this world weren't uncommon, but they rarely appeared as disoriented as these two, or as dirty, or with a fine frost sparkling on their coats, and it was exceedingly rare for anyone to arrive with a massive airship floating silently above them. Helen debated whether to sprint back to town for help. The man raised a hand to block the low sun. Who are you? I'm Helen Green. Oh, the blogger from Madison. I'd hoped we might run into you. She fixed him with a stern look. And who are you? Please don't tell me you're another tax collector. We chased the last one clear out of the valley. No, nothing like that. I'm Joshua Valienté, the Joshua Valienté. To her immense dismay, she felt her cheeks grow warm. The woman beside Joshua sighed with palpable exasperation. Give me strength to Joshua. Helen Green appeared to be in her late teens. Her strawberry blonde hair was pulled back in a practical manner, and she carried a basket filled with various fungi. She wore a shirt and trousers made from a soft, buckskin-like leather, along with moccasins. She wouldn't have blended in with the crowd back on the datum Earth, but she also wasn't some relic from a colonial-era display. Joshua understood this wasn't a shallow attempt to recreate the pioneer past. Helen Green represented something genuinely new across the worlds. She was also, he noted, kind of charming. Finding lodging in Reboot was simple. Once it was clear you weren't a criminal, a bandit, or, worst of all, an agent of the suddenly hostile datum federal government during their stay, Joshua observed the locals welcoming even the hobos, a drifting stream of somewhat aimless-looking individuals wandering the long earth with no apparent desire to settle down and little to offer the community. Yet here, every new person with a new tale was welcomed, however short their stay, provided they pitched in by working a field or chopping wood in exchange for food and shelter. That evening, Joshua and Sally sat by a crackling fire, alone together beneath the shadowy bulk of the Mark Twain. I like these people, Joshua said. They're decent, practical, building things the right way. He knew his own nature shaped this feeling. He appreciated when people focused on necessary tasks, like constructing this community with care and order. I could make a life here, he thought, surprising himself with the notion. But Sally let out a dismissive snort. Absolutely not. This is just the old way of living, or a weak copy of it. We don't need to tear up the land to feed enormous crowds anymore. We don't have just one Earth now. We have endless Earths that can support endless people. Those hobos have a better idea. They are what's coming next, not your awestruck admirer, Helen Green. Listen, I say we stay a week, help bring in the harvest, and take our payment in supplies. Agreed. Then we make for home. Joshua felt a twinge of embarrassment, but pressed on. And after that, we can deliver Lobsang, or what remains of him in the Mark Twain, to Trans-Earth. Not to forget his cat. But then, I'm going to want to head out again, Sally. With Lobsang or without him. I mean, it's all still out there waiting all these years since Step Day, and we've barely touched what the long Earth holds. I thought I knew everything, but before this journey, I'd never seen a troll, never even heard of Happy Landings. Who knows what else is left to discover? She gave him that familiar sidelong glance. Are you hinting that we might team up for another journey? He had never extended such an invitation to anyone before, unless it was to rescue them. He sidestepped the question. Well, there's the gap to consider, the long Mars. Who can say, I've been pondering it, if we step far enough, we might just discover a Mars that's actually livable. You're starting to ramble. Okay. I admit I read a lot of sci-fi back in the day, but yeah, let's head home first. It feels right. Check on Madison, see how everyone's doing. Sally, I really want you to meet Sister Agnes. She gave a warm smile. And Sister Georgina? We can discuss Keats. And then, when Lobsang version 2 launches the Mark Trine, I plan to be on it, even if I have to sneak aboard with that darn cat. Sally grew pensive. You know, my mum had a saying when we kids would run around like crazy, it's all fun and games until somebody loses an eye. I can't shake the feeling that if we keep testing our luck with this incredible multiverse of ours, eventually something's going to come down on us hard. Though I suppose you could at least look up and see whose foot it is. Even that would be fascinating. Joshua replied, as they got ready to depart. They looked for Helen Green, who had been the first to welcome them here with a measure of courtesy, and now they wished to bid her farewell. Helen was in the midst of her workday, a stack of well-worn books tucked under her arm, composed, capable and cheerful, building a life 100,000 Earths away from her birthplace. She seemed slightly flustered, as she often did around Joshua, but she brushed her hair from her forehead and smiled. Sorry, you're leaving so soon? Where are you headed back on the datum? Madison, Joshua said. That's where you're from too, right? I remember reading that on your blog. We still have friends there. Family. But Helen's expression turned concerned. Madison, haven't you heard? For Monica Jansen, Madison's terrible day began with a call from Clichy, forcing her to leave her University of Wisconsin seminar on the demographic effects of the long Earth. She earned disapproving looks from her fellow attendees, except for those aware she was a police officer. Jack, what's going on? This better be important. Quiet, and listen, spooky. There's a bomb. A bomb? A nuclear device in downtown Madison. Thought to be hidden somewhere around Capitol Square. The convention center was far to the northeast of the city center. She was already running out of the building toward her car, breathing heavily. Sometimes she felt every one of her over 40 years. An outdoor siren began to scream. A nuke? How in the world? Some kind of portable unit. Warnings are going out. Listen to me. Here's what you need to do. Get people inside, understand? Underground if possible. Tell them it's a tornado if you have to convince them. If that thing detonates, staying indoors can slash immediate radiation casualties outside the blast zone. Damn it, Jansen. Was that your car door? You know me, Chief. Tell me you're driving out of the city. Can't do that, sir. Already people were emerging from offices, stores and homes into the crisp autumn sunlight, looking confused. On the other hand, some were heading inside instinctively. Wisconsin had its share of tornadoes, and people knew to heed warnings. In another few minutes, roads would be clogged with panicked residents trying to flee, regardless of official guidance. She accelerated while the street was still somewhat clear, switched on her siren, and sped southwest toward the Capitol. Damn it, Lieutenant. Look, sir, you know as well as I do this is likely some extremist group like Humanity First behind it. And that's my area. If I can be on the scene, maybe I'll spot something. Recognize one of the usual suspects. Stop this thing, or get your stubborn self incinerated. No, sir. She tapped her waist. I have my stepper ready. More sirens cut through the roar of her engine. Inside the car, warnings flooded in from every direction. A reverse 911 call buzzed on her personal phone. Urgent emails lit up her tablet, and the radio crackled with stern emergency alert system bulletins. None of it was going to be enough, she understood with a cold clarity. Chief, you need to shift the strategy entirely. What's your angle? It sounds like everyone is sticking to the standard protocols. We need to get people stepping, sir. Any direction east or west, just get them away from Madison Zero. You know perfectly well that not everyone can step. We have people with phobias, the elderly, children, patients in hospitals. Then we help each other. If you can step, you do it. But you take someone with you who can't carry them. Go back and step again. Keep going until you can't. There was a heavy silence on the line. You've really worked this through, haven't you, Spooky? It's the reason you hired me all those years ago, Jack. You're out of your mind, a beat. I'll push the order if you turn that damn car around right now. Not happening, sir. You're fired, Spooky. Duly noted, sir, but I'm staying on the line. She swung onto East Washington, and the Capitol building came into view, its white dome glaring under the sun. People were swarming the sidewalks, flowing in and out of offices and cafes. A few tried to flag her down, their faces pinched with irritation, likely wanting to complain about the relentless, seemingly pointless wail of sirens. The car ahead sported a coveted vintage Green Bay Packers license plate. On building walls, posters of Brian Cowley seemed to multiply, his stern, accusatory finger pointing out like some contagious idea. It felt surreal to think that in mere minutes all of this would be nothing but radioactive ash. But then, cutting through the radio chatter, she heard the new, frantic instructions: step and help. Step and help. She allowed herself a grim smile, an instant mantra. Clichy's voice returned with an update. The only tip-off had come from a 15-year-old kid who'd stumbled into a Milwaukee precinct, terrified and traumatized. He'd been running with the Humanity First crowd, mostly for the parties and the chance to meet girls, while hiding his true nature as a natural stepper. When the Firsters discovered his secret, they dragged him to a doctor on the MPD's watch list. The doctor had drilled into his skull, inserted an electrode and burned out the brain centers linked to stepping. The procedure left the boy blind, his stepping ability now a mystery. Broken and scared, he went to the police and spilled everything he knew about the plot unfolding in Madison. All the kid knows is that the Firsters got their hands on what they called a suitcase nuke. Now, according to my briefing, the only device like that the US ever officially admitted to building was the W-54, a special atomic demolition munition. Yield around 6 kilotons, roughly a third of Hiroshima's. Or they might have a Russian model, like an RA-15B. Get this. Spooky. Intelligence suggests the old Soviet Union might have planted a few of those right here on US soil, just in case, right? She reached Capitol Square. On any normal day, it would be packed with art fairs or farmers' markets, now boasting exotic goods from a dozen stepwise worlds, or yet another protest rally. Today, it was a swarm of cops, Homeland Security agents, and FBI officers. Some were already sealed in bulky nuclear biological chemical suits, as if that flimsy protection would matter. Their vehicles clogged the streets, and helicopters churned the air above. The bravest of the brave, she thought, with a twist of bitter irony, running straight toward the bomb. As she sped around the square, Jansen glanced down State Street, the direct west-east artery linking the main University of Wisconsin campus to the square. Despite the long Earth recession and the slow drain of population, State Street was still throbbing with life, bustling restaurants, espresso bars and shops, the city's stubborn, beating heart. The plaza was packed that afternoon, a mix of students and shoppers weaving through the chaos. While some rushed for cover, others lingered at cafe tables, casually sipping coffee and scrolling through phones and laptops. Incredibly, laughter still broke through the noise, even as the amplified voice of a police officer boomed from a loudspeaker, ordering everyone indoors, all underscored by the relentless scream of sirens. "People just aren't taking this seriously, Chief," an officer nearby muttered. "Tell me something I don't know," Jansen muttered back. She left her car and, badge held high, shouldered her way through the growing cordons toward the Capitol grounds. The siren noise, ricocheting off the concrete, was a physical assault on the ears. Down the 4 broad staircases of the Capitol building, a well-dressed river of people poured out. State legislators, lobbyists, attorneys, all in crisp business attire. At the base of one staircase, a more dishevelled group sat under the watchful eyes of a loose ring of police and Homeland Security officers. These were civilians caught in the square when the alert sounded, immediately detained with their steppers, phones and any weapons confiscated. From just outside the perimeter, Jansen scanned the frightened, angry faces in the crowd. Tourists, shoppers, office workers, some defiantly waved their proud stepper wristbands at the officers. "I'm not with Humanity First, look." And there, sitting slightly apart, was Rod Green. She moved to sit beside him. He was 18, she knew, but looked younger in his jeans and dark jacket, his strawberry blonde hair cut short. He could have been any college kid, save for the hard lines around his mouth and eyes. Lines of bitterness and deep-seated anger. "You did this," she yelled over the siren's wail. "Didn't you, Rod? Come on, you know me. I've watched out for you for years." He looked at her, recognition dawning. "You're the one they call Spooky, guilty as charged. Did you do this?" "I helped." "Helped who? Helped how?" He gave a shallow shrug. "I brought it into the square in a large backpack. I delivered it, but I don't know where it's hidden. I don't know how it was armed or how to disarm it." A cold dread settled in her gut. "Is this really necessary, Rod? Do all these people have to die just for you to get back at your mum?" He sneered. "Well, that bitch is safe." The venom in his words startled her. He likely didn't even know his mother. Tilda Lang Green had died of cancer light years away on a distant Earth colony. Now wasn't the moment to tell him. "Do you honestly think this will accomplish anything? I know your group believes Madison is some crucial stepping hub, but you can't cork the long Earth, even if you wipe Wisconsin off the map. people will just step from somewhere else. I only know one thing about the bomb for sure. She seized his shoulders. What? Tell me, Rod. I know when. He glanced at his watch. 2 minutes, 45 seconds, 44, 43, Janssen leapt to her feet, shouting at the nearest officers. Did you hear that? Report it in and get these people out of here. For God's sake, give them back their steppers. The officers didn't need further prompting. Their captives, having overheard Rod, surged up in a panicked mob, but Janssen stayed put beside Rod. It's over for me, Rod said quietly, almost to himself. I can't step. That's why I came here. It felt right. Right. That's a joke. Without hesitation, she hooked her arms under his knees and shoulders, heaving him up like a child. He was too heavy. She stumbled and fell backward under his weight. But she activated her stepper before they hit the pavement. They landed on her back, on cool green grass. A clear blue sky arched overhead, mirroring the datum day they'd just left. The deafening sirens were gone. Above them loomed the scaffolding frame erected here in West 1 to interface with the distant capital. Rod sprawled on top of her, convulsed, vomited over her shirt, and began foaming at the mouth. A paramedic in an orange jumpsuit quickly pulled him aside. He's a phobic, Janssen gasped, catching her breath. He needs, we know, ma'am. The paramedic pulled a syringe from her kit and administered the injection into his neck. The violent shaking subsided. Rod locked eyes with Janssen. He spoke with startling clarity. 2 minutes. Then his gaze went vacant as he lost consciousness. 2 minutes the message rippled through Madison Zero, echoed to its infant twins to the east and west, and across a globe of anxious spectators. And the great stepping began. Mothers and fathers scooped up their children, then turned back for their own aging parents and the elderly neighbours next door. In nursing homes, confused residents felt steppers slapped onto their wrists and were sent east or west, many experiencing a step for the very first time. Teachers in schools carried their students across, older kids helping the younger ones. Hospitals became scenes of frantic cooperation. Staff and ambulatory patients devised ways to lift and step the most immobilized coma patients, incubator-bound newborns, then went back for more, waiting only for surgeons to hastily conclude procedures before carrying those patients over too, across all of Madison. The stepping majority aided the stepping-impaired minority. Even those with paralyzing phobias like Rod Green, who couldn't bear a single step, were met by emergency teams working to stabilize them for a rushed evacuation back to the relative safety of the datum. From her vantage in Madison West 1, Monica Janssen watched the unfolding exodus. The area was swarming with news crews and live feeds from drones overhead. For Janssen, it felt surreal to be sidelined during such a crisis, her own stepper confiscated by the medics, leaving her with nothing to do but observe. Someone even handed her a styrofoam cup of bitter coffee from the aerial views here in West 1. The familiar geography was laid out like a surveyor's map. The Twin Lakes, the narrow isthmus, a mirror of the datum region that had been utterly wild just 20 years prior. West 1 had begun to carve its own identity, with patches of forest cleared, marshes drained and rough tracks now graded well enough to be called roads. Clusters of buildings dotted the landscape, and the plumes of steam and smoke from mills and forges spoke of industry. But today its inhabitants were scrambling not to build, but to receive, offering shelter and aid to the desperate flood arriving from the datum. And here they came. Janssen watched them materialize, alone or in small clusters. Some even appeared out on the bright blue lakes, stepping over from boats or surfboards, waving frantically as rowboats sped to their aid. On land, a ghostly map of the datum city began to imprint itself upon the green fields of West 1. The university students formed a vibrant, multicoloured smear south of Lake Mendota's shore, marking their campus. The hospitals, St. Mary's, Meriter, the UW clinics, appeared as little huddled rectangles of white-coated staff and their patients. Schools were represented by teachers surrounded by their charges along the Monona shore. The convention centre disgorged its contents. Flocks of business people in dark suits, looking oddly formal and disoriented like stranded penguins. The area around Capitol Square itself began to fill in, the diamond shape outlined by shoppers and diners from State and King Streets, with office workers and residents from East and West Washington lining up along the ghostly paths of streets. It was, she realized, with a jolt, a map of Madison written in people, all the buildings suddenly rendered invisible. Her eyes searched for Allied Drive, and she spotted a group of nuns stepping across, shepherding the vulnerable children from their care home. And in the very last instant, a ground-level feed showed a sight that turned her blood cold. where the downtown skyscrapers stood in the datum. People began appearing in midair. Many were in business attire. With no time left for elevators or stairs, they had simply stepped from their high-rise offices into empty space. The air shimmered with the phantom outlines of collapsed towers, spectral forms made of people who appeared suspended for a single terrible moment before vanishing into the dust. Close to Jansen, the sharp, insistent clicking of a Geiger counter broke the silence. Joshua and Sally pushed through the final iterations of Madison, counting down the worlds, West 10, 9, 8. Joshua's focus had narrowed to a single point, getting back. 6, 5, 4. In one of the lower Earths, they'd made a frantic cross-country dash from Hump Tulips to Madison, their airship limping along on the single engine that Franklin Tallyman, Reboot's resident prodigy, had somehow patched together. 3, 2, 1. The last worlds were marked by crude barriers and stark warning signs, which they ignored in their rush. Then, 0 Madison had been erased. Joshua stood frozen. The breath knocked from his lungs. Sally's fingers dug into his arm. They were surrounded by an ocean of debris, skeletal wall fragments, grotesque snarls of steel that were once buildings, all blanketed in a choking infernal dust. Their battered airship drifted listlessly above the devastation. A figure approached, clad in a bulky protective suit. Joshua, peering through the grimy visor, realized it was a woman. "We intercept steppers here," a relayed voice crackled from her speaker. "Leave, now, go directly back." Stunned and frightened, they retreated hand in hand to West 1, the airship trailing behind them. Here, under a glaring sun, a different young woman in a FEMA uniform strode over, clipboard in hand. She stared up at the airship, let out a short, incredulous laugh, and fixed them with a stern look. "You'll both require decontamination. We do post warnings in the adjacent worlds, but I guess some folks just have a talent for missing the memos. Don't panic, you're not in legal trouble. I'll need full names and social security numbers." As she began tapping on her datapad, Joshua finally took in the scene. This version of Madison was teeming, a stark contrast to his last visit, a sprawling landscape of tent cities, field hospitals, and relief stations. A bitter smile touched Sally's lips. Behold the land of infinite opportunity, where every desire is just a step away, and yet here we are, because someone looked at all this and decided it wasn't enough. What magnificent fools we can be. But, Joshua argued, his voice tight, a war needs participants. It fails if everyone refuses the invitation. I have to reach the home, or what's left of it. The FEMA officer's phone, clipped to her belt, buzzed. She glanced at the screen, her expression shifting to one of confusion, and then looked directly at Joshua. "Are you Joshua Valienté?" "Yes." "It's for you." She passed him the device. "Go ahead, Mr. Lobsang."